Lin Xiu awoke to a world that was utterly transformed. Some possessed the strength to move mountains, while others gazed far and wide, surveying all. There were those who soared with the winds, reveling in the skies. Chapter 1. The Daxia Dynasty in the 10th year of Xian Yuan. The 5 stars misaligned, and stars fell like rain at night, destroying 2 houses and injuring 1 person. Records of Daxia, Volume 13. In the Daxia Dynasty, the Bureau of Celestial Observations recorded the celestial phenomena with a mere stroke of the brush on bamboo slips before attending to other matters. Though falling stars were rare, they occurred every few years. Last night's meteor shower, which had landed within the city, was mostly intercepted by the imperial offerings, resulting in only minor injuries to an unfortunate fallen noble. Sparing any serious consequences, A.S., the celestial observer, it sufficed to note the event in the records, and the unfortunate soul who narrowly escaped death beneath the falling star was not even deemed worthy of a mention in the annals of history. Just across the street from the bureau, in a certain estate, several servants cautiously transported broken bricks and timber outside. The meteor that had descended upon the estate not only collapsed a portion of the building, but also injured the young master, who remained unconscious. At that moment, in a room within the estate, a handsome young man stirred, his eyelashes fluttering. Lin Xiu vaguely recalled that he had arranged to watch the Perseides meteor shower with a girl he had met at a bar 3 days prior. As he prepared steak, red wine, and candles, and adjusted the telescope on the balcony, he suddenly glimpsed a bright point through the lens. The point grew larger and larger, eventually transforming into a brilliant streak with a long tail, its intensity blinding him, after which he lost all awareness. Reflecting on this, Lin Xiu slowly opened his eyes, revealing a square-faced man gazing down at him. The man's excitement was palpable as he exclaimed, "Young master, you are awake." With a wary expression, Lin Xiu replied, "Who are you, and why are you in my home?" The square-faced man gasped in astonishment. "Young master, do you not recognize me?" A moment later, a figure stumbled out of the estate, standing bewildered in the street, gazing at everything around him. Passers-by pointed and whispered, "Isn't that the young master of the Lin family? I heard he was struck by a meteor last night. He looks dazed, barefoot. Could he have been struck senseless?" Lin Xiu heard the murmurs but processed none of it, standing in a daze until he witnessed someone soaring through the air, disappearing into the distance. "Someone is flying." Lin Xiu exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his face as he murmured, "So this was a dream." After a whirl of confusion, Lin Xiu lost consciousness once more. How he longed to awaken in his own bed, beside the beautiful girl from the bar. Yet when he opened his eyes again, he was still met with that square face. The man exclaimed, "Young master, you have awakened again." Lin Xiu forced a smile. "Ah, still a dream." The man shook Lin Xiu's shoulders fervently. "Young master, this is not a dream. Please wake up." His grip was firm, causing Lin Xiu discomfort. Awakening fully, Lin Xiu found himself amidst an ancient and charming street, bustling with crowds and the sounds of vendors. He and the square-faced man sat on the stone steps at the entrance, Lin Xiu resting his chin in one hand, watching the passers-by in their traditional attire. Those gaze lacked focus. The square-faced man informed him that he was Lin Xiu, the son of the Earl of Pinyin, who had lost consciousness after being struck by a falling star the previous night. Yet, in Lin Xiu's own memories, he was distinctly from the 21st century of Huaxia, where he had prepared to watch the meteor shower with the girl he had just met, followed by a deep discussion on life and then nothingness. Now he found himself in the Earl of Pingyin's residence, transformed into Lin Xiu, the son of the Earl of the Daxia Dynasty. Lin Xiu vividly recalled seeing an enlarged meteor through the telescope before losing consciousness. It seemed he had indeed been struck by a meteor. At this moment, Lin Xiu was at a loss for words. Aside from indulging a bit, he had no other faults. He was generous in donating to disaster relief and often participated in charity auctions, even visiting orphanages with his girlfriend, albeit different ones each time. Lin Xiu acknowledged that while his romantic life was somewhat colorful, he could still be considered a good person. This was utterly absurd. After a long while, Lin Xiu sighed deeply as he sat on steps. "If I must traverse this world, so be it. At least I've been granted a second chance at life, which is preferable to being truly struck down by a meteor." Being rendered unconscious by the meteor provided Lin Xiu with an excuse to inquire about the world around him through the square-faced man. He began to grasp the rudiments of the realm he now inhabited. This world was vastly different from Earth. In addition to humans, it was populated by various races such as the Lin Xiu, Manzu, and Haizu, each possessing their own territories and rarely seen in human settlements. Humans inhabited 5 major dynasties and numerous kingdoms on this continent, with Lin Xiu residing in one of the 5 major dynasties, the Daxia dynasty. The 5 dynasties, due to their formidable strength, established the rules of the continent, wielding absolute authority within certain regions, while the many kingdoms either allied or became vassals, echoing the geopolitical landscape of later eras. Although the Lin family was not particularly exalted in the capital, they lived comfortably due to ancestral favor, with Lin Xiu being the sole heir and the family's only continuation. What astonished Lin Xiu the most was the existence of extraordinary powers in this world, referred to as Yishu. Each form of Yishu possessed unique and formidable abilities, such as fire manipulation, lightning summoning, ice condensation, invisibility, and flight, akin to what Lin Xiu had just witnessed. That as an ordinary individual, it was impossible for Lin Xiu not to feel enticed by such supernatural powers. In his mind, both Earth and this world had their merits. The 21st century Earth boasted the internet, television, and countless forms of entertainment, and had he been transported to ancient Huaxia, he would have surely resisted. Yet in this world, although lacking such diversions, the prospect of mastering Yishu-breathing fire, summoning water, creating ice, and becoming invisible seemed far more exhilarating than the tales of childhood dreams of superpowers. Regrettably, Yishu could not be cultivated by just anyone. It was an innate ability, neither born anew nor altered through training. Furthermore, each individual could only awaken one form of Yishu, shattering Lin Xiu's dreams of becoming a hero like the characters from his childhood fantasies. As the son of the Earl of Pinyin, Lin Xiu was merely an ordinary person who had lived 18 years without awakening any Yishu. Generally, the likelihood of awakening after reaching adulthood was slim, and even if one did, the prospects were often bleak. Having traversed to this new world, only to find himself an ordinary man, it seemed Earth was indeed more entertaining. In this world, while those possessing Yishu were not rampant, they were certainly not uncommon. The square-faced man before Lin Xiu was an awakened Yishu practitioner, or Yishushi, whose ability was strength. It was said that mastering this Yishu could allow one to move mountains and fill seas, shattering peaks with a single punch. Of course, merely awakening Yishu was just the beginning. The ultimate mastery depended on individual talent and personal effort. Before him stood a square-faced man, Lin Xiu's personal bodyguard, whose strength was tenfold, if not several tens of times, that of an ordinary person. Yet, he remained far from the ability to move mountains or fill seas. Even so, it was sufficient for Lin Xiu to feel a twinge of envy for a time. He attempted to rise from the steps, but after sitting for too long, his legs felt numb. As he stood halfway, he lost his balance and fell backward. The square-faced man hurriedly stepped forward to catch him. Lin Xiu intended to steady himself by grasping the man's arm, but his motion suddenly faltered. The square-faced man, puzzled, inquired, "Young master, what is the matter?" After a brief moment of hesitation while observing Lin Xiu, he obediently extended his hand. His hand was far broader than that of an ordinary person, exuding a sense of great strength. As Lin Xiu took hold of it, a wave of emotion surged within him, prompting the question, "Do you feel anything?" The square-faced man paused, his complexion suddenly paling as he stammered, "Young master, you are a man, and I am a man as well. How could I possibly have feelings for you? How did I prefer women?" He attempted to withdraw his hand, but Lin Xiu tightened his grip. Lin Xiu shot him a glare, commanding, "Don't move." Being Lin Xiu's servant, the square-faced man shuddered and dared not struggle further. Thankfully, Lin Xiu merely held his hand and did not proceed with any further actions, allowing the bodyguard to gradually relax. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Xiu exhaled softly and slowly released the square-faced man's hand. In the next instant, the square-faced man bolted out of the estate, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Lin Xiu paid him no mind and picked up a half-broken blue brick from the corner of the courtyard. With a slight exertion, the hard brick crumbled in his grasp as though it were a mere biscuit, a corner breaking away effortlessly. Chapter 2. Verifying abilities. Lin Xiu clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented surge of power within him. This sensation of strength was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Still in a state of astonishment, he recalled the moment he seemingly replicated the square-faced man's abilities into his own body. He distinctly remembered the sensation of power coursing from his being into the bodyguards after their physical contact. It appeared that, with the arrival of his soul, this body underwent certain transformations. He had awakened an extraordinary ability, one that allowed him to duplicate the powers of others. Such an ability bore little significance on Earth, as he lacked any unique power of his own and could only mimic others. Should those he encountered also lack abilities, he would remain an ordinary person indefinitely. However, this realm differed vastly, being populated by countless individuals with extraordinary talents. What greater abilities could possibly exist beyond this? Yet, Lin Xiu remained uncertain whether his ability was a one-time occurrence or if it could be repeated endlessly. He needed to seek out other ability wielders for validation. From his earlier experiment, Lin Xiu understood that the individual he copied from remained entirely oblivious to the act. 2 hours later, the square-faced man stood outside the Lin residence, peering cautiously inside. Just then, a voice that sent shivers down his spine resonated from behind him. Sundali. Sundali flinched, turning around and taking a few steps back before tentatively asking, "Young master, what is it?" Lin Xiu regarded him and inquired, "Besides you, are there any others you know who have awakened extraordinary abilities?" After the earlier incident, Sundali clearly maintained a distance from Lin Xiu. He pondered for a moment before responding, "Most individuals who awaken extraordinary abilities have been recruited by the court as acolytes. Lin Xiu had no access to such acolytes, and even if he did, he lacked a suitable reason to maintain prolonged physical contact with them. Despite the court's recruitment of numerous ability wielders, not all who awakened such powers were sought after. One possibility was that their abilities were deemed too trivial to warrant the court's attention. For instance, there was once a youth in the Deming residence who awakened a peculiar ability to accelerate his own aging. Within half a month of awakening, he passed away at the age of 10. In the Ningshan residence, a young woman awakened an ability that caused her hair to fall out at the age of 16, leaving her a bald maiden at the height of her youth. It was rumored that a man in the Deluo dynasty, after awakening his extraordinary ability, could emit light under the sun, yet he bore no distinction from an ordinary person in its absence. While these abilities were indeed unusual, they were ultimately lackluster, rendering it preferable to remain an ordinary individual. Another reason why some who awakened extraordinary abilities were not recruited by the court was that they, like Sundali, awakened too late, with limited innate talent and growth potential, leading the court to refrain from investing time and resources in their development. Lin Xiu found himself in a similar predicament, having awakened extraordinary abilities that were still feeble, far inferior to Sundali, and even more so compared to the renowned prodigies of the capital, that he could only replicate others' abilities, not their strength. For instance, at this moment, while Lin Xiu possessed greater strength than an average person, he still fell short of matching Sundali. Sundali, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Young master, what do you seek these individuals for?" Lin Xiu waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It's nothing. I'm merely curious." Sundali scratched his head, as if recalling something, then said, "I heard from others that there's a girl at the Pin Fong Pavilion who claims to understand a language of beasts. Though I can't vouch for its authenticity. It is inherently difficult to discern the truth when someone claims to comprehend animal speech, as others cannot verify such claims without understanding the language of beasts themselves. However, for Lin Xiu, discerning the truth or falsehood would be a mere touch away. Eager to validate his ability, he felt no inclination to delay, rising to his feet and declaring, "Let us head to the Pin Fong Pavilion." Sundali looked at him in astonishment. "Young master, are you certain?" Lin Xiu affirmed with unwavering certainty. Until he fully comprehended his abilities, sleep would elude him. Before long, Lin Xiu stood before the entrance of the Pin Fong Pavilion, understanding at last why Sundali had appeared so flustered earlier. The Pin Fong Pavilion was a brothel, with several flamboyant courtesans standing at the doorway, scantily clad and swaying their hips to entice patrons. Sun Dali's gaze swept across the scantily clad women, swallowing hard before reiterating, "Young master, I advise against entering. If master finds out, we're both done for. Who would know if neither of us speaks of it?" Lin Xiu shot him a glance, asserting, "You wait outside, I will be out shortly." With that, he stepped through the doors of the Pin Fong Pavilion. Sun Dali leaned against the outer wall, murmuring to himself, "Shortly can young master really be that quick?" Although the Lin family had fallen from grace, they were still nobility. Lin Xiu, possessing striking features and dressed elegantly, exuded an air of aristocracy. As he crossed the threshold, the matron of the establishment, accompanied by a group of maidens, swiftly approached him. "Esteemed guest, please come inside. What type of maiden do you fancy, tall, short, plump, or slender? We have them all. Sir, do take a look at me." Lin Xiu stepped back, evading the advances of two courtesans who approached him. This was his first visit to such a venue, and he felt both a sense of reluctance and a certain comfort, given that in his previous life, he had never lacked for female companionship. His purpose for visiting the brothel was strictly business. Lin Xiu regarded the matron squarely and stated, "I have heard that there is a maiden here who understands the language of beasts." The matron hesitated for a moment before responding with a smile. "Ah, you must be referring to Haitang. She happens to be available right now. Shall I take you to her?" Following the matron, Lin Xiu ascended to a room on the second floor. Upon entering, the matron addressed a woman standing by the window. "Haitang, this esteemed guest has specifically requested your services. You must do your utmost to entertain him. The men who seek pleasures in the pleasure houses are often aged and unattractive. Encountering a young and handsome guest like this is a rarity, perhaps only once a year. Serving such a distinguished patron is a delight for her. Even if you were to pay her no silver, she would still be willing." With a charming smile, she softly assured, "Fear not, Mama. I shall certainly ensure this young master is satisfied." The matron chuckled and replied, "Then you may take your time. I shall take my leave." With that, she exited the room, gently closing the door behind her. The woman in the green dress, named Haitang, smiled once more at Lin Xiu and suggested, "How about I play a tune for the young master?" Lin Xiu waved his hand and replied, "There is no need for that." Haitang was momentarily taken aback. Was this young master truly in such haste? She had prepared much foreplay for their encounter. Lin Xiu directly inquired, "I have heard you can understand the language of beasts." Haitang paused, then nodded, saying, "It is merely a useless skill, but are you interested in such things, young master?" Many of her patrons had come out of curiosity over the years, and she had grown accustomed to it. A bird in the cage by the window chirped incessantly, prompting Lin Xiu to point at it and ask, "What is it saying?" With a radiant smile, Haitang replied, "It is praising your good looks, young master." Lin Xiu smirked and said, "How could a bird's judgment compare to that of a human? Do not deceive me, Miss Haitang." Haitang looked at Lin Xiu helplessly and stated, "It truly spoke those words. If the young master does not believe me, there is little I can do." Lin Xiu chose not to pursue that topic further. The truth would reveal itself upon closer examination. He moved to sit at the table, while Haitang gracefully approached, pouring him a cup of tea. Suddenly, Lin Xiu reached out and grasped her hand, but a surge of joy filled her heart. This young master was indeed eager simultaneously. Lin Xiu felt exhilarated at the moment he held her hand. The power within him reacted once more. This woman was truly a practitioner of extraordinary abilities. At that moment, Haitang feigned shyness, twisting her body as she said, "Young master, do not be so impatient." Lin Xiu did not release her hand, but gestured to the nearby stool, indicating for her to sit. Haitang had intended to settle in the young master's embrace, but sensing he had no such intention, she reluctantly took a seat beside him. Lin Xiu continued to hold her hand, allowing that peculiar power to seep into her being, smiling at her as he asked, "From where does Miss Haitang hail?" He further inquired, "Jiangning Fu is not close to the royal capital. How did you come to the capital?" Outside the pleasure house, Sun Dali squatted on the steps, waiting for the young master to emerge. He found it somewhat surprising that nearly a quarter of an hour had passed, yet the young master still had not appeared, which was far from his promise of just a moment. Bored, he leaned against the wall, resting his hands behind his head. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze wafted by, causing Sun Dali to open his eyes. Before him stood a woman in white, gazing down at him with an air of authority. Her skin was as white as snow, her beauty striking, and her stature tall undoubtedly. The long legs concealed beneath her gown were exceptionally slender. However, Sundali could not appreciate her beauty upon seeing her. He shuddered and sprang to his feet, stammering, "Second miss, what brings you here?" The woman cast him a cold glance and inquired, "What are you doing here? Where is Lin Xiu?" Feeling guilty, Sundali glanced nervously at the pleasure house and replied, "I do not know." His furtive movements did not escape the notice of the woman, and white her brow furrowed slightly as she pressed, "Where's Lin Xiu?" Sundali shook his head, insisting, "I truly do not know." The woman regarded him coldly and stated, "You are his personal guard wherever he is. You should be as well." "How could you not know?" Noticing Sundali's evasive gaze, occasionally darting aside, the woman's eyes turned to the pleasure house, her voice icy and piercing, as if it emanated from the depths of hell. "Do not tell me Lin Xiu is inside." Chapter 3. A serendipitous encounter at Pin Fong Ge. In an elegant chamber on the second floor, Lin Xiu was offering solace to Hai Tang. Through their recent conversation, he had gleaned insights into her background. Born into a modest farming household in Xia's Jiangning prefecture, she was the eldest daughter in a family struggling to make ends meet. After the birth of a son, the family found themselves in dire straits, leading her parents to sell her to a wealthy family in the city for a few taels of silver. While this was not inherently a misfortune, though her fate would no longer belong to her, at least she would survive and her family would be somewhat better off. It turned out that the master of that household coveted her beauty. Had it not been for the jealousy of the mistress, she might have faced far worse. Once she became aware of her husband's intentions, the mistress subjected her to frequent beatings and vented her frustration upon her. Eventually, she was sold to a brothel. Initially, Hai Tang vehemently resisted the advances of her clients, but after enduring several brutal assaults, she relinquished her defiance. Thus began her journey as an ordinary courtesan. Lin Xiu gently clasped her hand, exhaling a sigh as he said, "The past is behind us. One must look forward. You still possess a future." Although Lin Xiu was stalling for time, he was also reflecting deeply. His disdain for courtesans had transformed. Individuals like Hai Tang had their destinies dictated from birth, powerless to alter their fates. As Lin Xiu's words stirred memories within her, Hai Tang's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she shook her head and replied, "It is easy for you to say, sir. What future could someone like me possibly have?" Lin Xiu tenderly patted her hand and shared, "I can empathize with your feelings. After my parents divorced, they both remarried. I too am their child. I cannot comprehend why they would abandon me." In another life, Lin Xiu's parents had separated and started new families. Subsequently, he felt as though he had been forgotten, with minimal contact from them, save for their financial support, which was never lacking. However, what he truly yearned for was never monetary. Yet, wealth brought its own advantages. He was never devoid of companionship, leading to a cycle where, upon awakening, he often found a new, beautiful face beside him. This arrangement was merely a transaction, each party fulfilling their needs, and such matters belonged to a past life. Hai Tang looked up at Lin Xiu, incredulous. "You too have such experiences?" Lin Xiu smiled faintly and replied, "That is all in the past. We should not dwell on what has been. Instead, we must contemplate the future. For while the past is immutable, the future holds endless possibilities." Hai Tang trembled slightly, as if contemplating Lin Xiu's words, and a silence enveloped the room. At that moment, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Lin Xiu's eyes. If given just a moment longer, he could fully replicate the abilities residing within Hai Tang. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside, accompanied by the shouts of the madam. "Miss, you cannot enter. Miss. Bang. The door to the chamber swung open, not merely ajar, but crashing down. A tall woman clad in white stood at the threshold, her gaze locked on Lin Xiu. Her teeth clenched as she exclaimed, "Lin Xiu, how dare you frequent a brothel?" With her arrival, the temperature in the room seemed to drop. Lin Xiu stared at the woman in confusion. "Who are you?" Lacking any recollection of this body, he did not recognize her, nor did he understand their relationship. Yet, irrespective of their connection, he knew that with just a little more time, he could attain Hai Tang's abilities. As the woman seized his wrist, Lin Xiu quickly interjected, "Wait just a moment." However, in the next instant, a powerful force surged through his wrist, yanking him out of the room. The connection he had forged with Hai Tang was severed in an instant. Akin to a file transfer halted at 99% when the drive is abruptly disconnected. The nearly perfected ability within Lin Xiu disintegrated completely. No, he bellowed in anguish. But his cries were in vain. He broke free from her grip, his voice laced with anger. "What are you doing?" The woman, taken aback by his sudden display of strength, remained unfazed, her expression icy as she retorted, "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?" Lin Xiu demanded. "What do you mean to me? On what grounds do you question me?" His tone bore both anger and inquiry. As the woman scrutinized him, her already ample bosom began to rise and fall rhythmically. This man, who was he to be her future brother-in-law? How did he deserve to stand alongside the esteemed Zhao family? Though he had not awakened any extraordinary abilities nor practiced martial arts, Lin Xiu had no significant blemishes on his record. After all, the engagement had been arranged decades prior by their forebears. Yet today, she had witnessed him patronizing a brothel, engaged in such brazen behavior while being betrothed to her sister, and he acted as if he didn't know her. "How dare you act oblivious?" In a fit of rage, she kicked at Lin Xiu, her foot striking him even as he dodged instinctively. He noticed her affinity for white attire. "What are you staring at?" The woman caught sight of his gaze, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and fury. She swiftly lowered her leg and executed a hand strike towards Lin Xiu. Her speed had increased considerably since her last attempt, and Lin Xiu could not evade this time. He felt a sharp pain at the nape of his neck before his body went limp and collapsed onto the floor. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and delivered several firm kicks to his backside before hoisting him over her shoulder and striding out of the room. When Lin Xiu regained consciousness, he found himself staring at the square face of Sundali. He vaguely recalled being struck unconscious by the woman in white. The memory of her compelled him to sit up abruptly, only to fall back down heavily. The pain radiating from his rear contorted his expression. Sundali rushed to reassure him. "Young master, do not panic. She has already departed." Lin Xiu, still clutching his backside, appeared flustered as he inquired, "What transpired after I lost consciousness?" "You were kicked," Sundali replied, and Lin Xiu exhaled in relief, only for realization to dawn upon him. He turned to Sundali, his anger flaring. "As my bodyguard, you just stood by and watched her kick me?" Lin Xiu glared at Sundali's face, struggling to suppress the urge to deliver a slap. He had every reason to suspect this man might be an infiltrator sent by an enemy to the Lin family. Yet upon reflection, Sundali's words bore a semblance of truth. Lin Xiu gritted his teeth, deciding to keep a mental note of this transgression, and asked, "Who exactly is she?" Sundali, incredulous, replied, "Young master, do you not recognize the second miss?" Lin Xiu shook his head, stating, "Did I not mention I have no memories?" Lin Xiu stood frozen. "What engagement?" Sundali hurriedly said, "Do not fret, young master. I shall explain it to you slowly." Lin Xiu listened in astonishment as Sundali recounted the tale. Decades ago, the grandfathers of the Lin and Zhao families had been close friends. In an effort to solidify their bond, they arranged a marriage between their descendants. However, both families produced male heirs. Thus, the engagement continued until Lin Xiu's generation. 18 years ago, the Zhao family welcomed a daughter, while the Lin family bore a son, thus formalizing the engagement set forth by their ancestors. In the span of these past 10 years, the Lin family has fallen into a state of decline, while the Zhao family has ascended to prominence, transforming into a burgeoning aristocracy of Xia. Presently, one family flourishes, while the other teeters on the brink of obscurity, rendering the engagement between them a source of great embarrassment. Moreover, Zhao family's eldest daughter, Lin Xiu's betrothed, awakened formidable supernatural abilities in her youth, making her a veritable paragon of excellence, while Lin Xiu himself remains an ordinary individual. The stark contrast in their realities has rendered the prospect of this engagement utterly implausible. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu was left in a state of shock. Engagement? What a jest! Marriage is an impossibility for him, in both this life and the last. He finds the notion of marriage to be unattainable. The failed union of his parents cast a significant psychological shadow over his youth, directly leading to Lin Xiu's subsequent dread of matrimony. The mere thought of marriage sends chills down his spine. He had consulted a psychologist who, with profound wisdom, assured him that his fear was not of marriage itself, but rather the absence of a woman he would be inclined to wed. The more he feared it, the more he yearned for it. Frankly, those words struck a chord deep within him. Lin Xiu harbors a profound envy for those families blessed with marital bliss, a longing he has never realized. He later sought solace in the thought that, for someone like him, marriage holds no allure. It signifies responsibility. And how could he gallivant freely with such a commitment? This mindset has persisted to this day. This engagement must be nullified in this modern age. The concept of arranged marriages is utterly archaic. For the sake of his own pursuit of happiness, Lin Xiu will not allow this union to exist. It is entirely understandable that his sister-in-law would react with fury upon witnessing her future brother-in-law frequenting a brothel. Sun Dali shook his head, correcting him. It's Carrie. He urgently inquired whether the Zhao family's second daughter had awakened her supernatural abilities. Indeed, Sun Dali affirmed, the second daughter has awakened the ice ability, which is quite formidable among all supernatural powers. Lin Xiu took a deep breath, nodded, and replied, "You may leave now. I wish to rest." As night fell, Sun Dali reached the door, saying, "Young master, please rest. If you require anything, call for me. I shall be next door." Once Sun Dali closed the door and departed, Lin Xiu extended his palm and exhaled softly. In the next moment, a layer of frost began to form slowly upon his palm, and the surrounding temperature plummeted noticeably. Chapter 4. A narrow path for enemies, a night devoid of dreams. The following morning, Lin Xiu stood in the courtyard, washing his face. In the reflection of the copper basin, he beheld a handsome visage. The Lin Xiu of this world bore an uncanny resemblance to him, even down to the precise location of a small mole on his private parts, making Lin Xiu almost believe it to be his own body. However, despite the likeness, this body differed somewhat from his original. The Lin Xiu of his past, having faced numerous battles at a young age, possessed a frail constitution. This new body appeared several years younger and was still innocent, seemingly brimming with vitality. Although inexplicably transported to a foreign world, Lin Xiu felt no sorrow, but rather a sense of joy. After all, there was little left in that previous world to evoke his nostalgia. That shooting star had opened the door to a new world for Lin Xiu. At this moment, he possessed two supernatural abilities, or rather, powers, one from Sun Dali and the other from Zhao Lingyin's ice. Of course, in the realm of adventure, acquiring more skills is never a liability. Learning another language may prove invaluable in critical moments. Thus, Lin Xiu resolved to revisit Pinfang Gu to discuss life with Miss Haidang. First, he disliked leaving tasks unfinished. He had been so close to success yesterday that abandoning it left him unsettled. Second, having touched the young lady without compensating her, he feared the negative repercussions on his reputation. Before long, Lin Xiu reappeared at the brothel. Upon seeing him, Haidang anxiously inquired, "Young master, are you well?" About that woman yesterday, Lin Xiu waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I am well. Let us continue, for I neglected to pay you yesterday." At the tea table, Lin Xiu took Haitang's hand once more, and after some casual conversation, she looked up at him, saying, "Young master, I pondered your words all night. I realize now that I should not dwell on the past. I must consider my own future." Lin Xiu smiled and asked, "What are your plans then?" Haidang's eyes sparkled as she replied, "I no longer wish to remain in this profession. I intend to save money to redeem myself and, as you suggested, start a small business." Lin Xiu nodded, affirming, "That sounds splendid. Do remember to inform me when the time comes, and I shall support your endeavors." Haidang smiled and expressed her gratitude. "I must thank you in advance, young master." Her eyes, resembling blossoming peach flowers, gazed intently at Lin Xiu, revealing a hint of emotion. In her years of degradation as a brothel girl, she had never encountered such a patron. Unlike those who sought only her body, he merely held her hand and engaged in conversation, his gestures devoid of lewdness, his gaze free from obscenity. He encouraged her to forget the past and envisioned a brighter future for her. In the dark days of Haitang's life, he was the sole beacon of light. Her heart began to race, a sensation unfamiliar for some time. The last instance was 3 years prior when she sat by a second-floor window, watching a remarkably handsome gentleman ride by on a white horse. That gentleman had since appeared frequently in her dreams, stirring feelings she could not articulate. Compared to that memory, her current heartbeat was far more intense. Her cheeks flushed, she clutched Lin Xiu's hand tightly, unconsciously tightening her legs, and gazed into his eyes, passionately uttering, "Young master." At that moment, Lin Xiu abruptly stood, apologizing, I beg your pardon. I suddenly recalled an important matter to attend to. I look forward to the day I see you as the proprietress. Haitang sat there, stunned, her burgeoning emotions extinguished in an instant. Just then, a songbird in the nearby cage chirped twice. To others, it was merely an ordinary bird call, but to Lin Xiu, it distinctly sounded like a human voice. Hee, the young master is leaving. Come on, give me a smile. The caged songbird, seemingly startled, let out a sharp cry. Its feathers fluffed out as it retreated to the corner of the cage. Below Pin Fonggu, Lin Xiu realized this should be his final visit. He hoped that, in a not-too-distant future, that unfortunate girl could alter her fate and embrace a new life. As he turned, a figure clad in white emerged before him. Standing just a few paces away, her gaze icy as she regarded him. The temperature around them plummeted sharply. Passers-by within 10 meters, save for Lin Xiu, instinctively tightened their garments against the chill. Suddenly, Lin Xiu felt a tug at his collar as the woman in white grasped him, her piercing gaze sending a shiver down his spine. He swallowed hard and stammered, "Please, allow me to explain." No sooner had he spoken than Haitang's head appeared from the second-floor window, calling out to Lin Xiu, "Young master, remember to visit me often. I won't charge you any silver." Lin Xiu found himself bereft of an explanation. In the next moment, his vision brightened as he noticed several armored figures approaching. They were patrolling guards, and he doubted this woman would dare to act against him in their presence. Lin Xiu fervently waved to the guards, shouting, "Help! Help! Someone is attacking me in the street." The patrolling soldiers immediately advanced toward him, demanding, "Who dares to commit violence in the capital?" The leader of the group exclaimed in fury, his collar suddenly tugged by a companion behind him. The soldier's face turned pale, and he trembled as he stammered. "It seems to be that person." The man at the forefront gasped in shock upon recognizing the figure before him, retreating several steps. Subsequently, the two exchanged glances and simultaneously looked up at the sky. The weather is quite pleasant today. Indeed. There's nothing to see here. Let us proceed to that street. Let us go. The two patrolling guards scurried away, disappearing from sight in mere moments, leaving Lin Xiu in a state of disbelief. Clearly, the woman in white was someone they dared not provoke, and Lin Xiu was even less capable of doing so. His gaze slowly shifted to the woman, noting that her expression had grown increasingly unfriendly. Lin Xiu relinquished his attempts at resistance, took a deep breath, and said, "I have but one request. Do not do it here." A moment later, in an uninhabited alley near Pin Fonggu, Lin Xiu found his hands twisted behind him, pressed against the wall by the woman in white. He struggled to explain, "This is truly a misunderstanding. I did nothing wrong. If you don't believe me, you can ask them." The woman retorted coldly, "Going to a brothel and doing nothing? Do you think I will believe that? I was there for serious business. No one from the Zheng or Wang families is exempt." Lin Xiu replied. The woman in white tightened her grip on Lin Xiu's hands, gritting her teeth and saying, "Don't think that because of that marriage contract you can marry my sister. I assure you, I will have my family annul that engagement." Lin Xiu, with his face pressed against the wall, was momentarily taken aback. Such good fortune? He had been troubled about how to annul that engagement, and upon hearing her words, he immediately exclaimed, "That is what you said. Whoever doesn't annul it is a dog. Do you dare swear?" "Now, right now." That engagement was arranged by his grandfather, who had since passed away, thus rendering it void. The woman in white paused, suddenly taken aback. She looked at Lin Xiu, incredulously asking, "What did you say?" As she spoke, she released Lin Xiu. Seizing the opportunity, he replied, "I have long wished to cancel that wretched engagement. There is no better day than today. Why don't we go to your house now? Would you like to bring it up, or should I?" Before he could finish, he was once again pinned against the wall, the woman's displeasure evident as she inquired, "What do you mean?" Lin Xiu was bewildered. Even clay figures have their limits. He exerted a bit of effort to break free and turned to angrily scold, "This isn't allowed, and that isn't allowed either. Are you out of your mind?" This time, however, the woman in white did not become enraged. She regarded Lin Xiu with an odd expression, scrutinizing him before suddenly asking, "Have you practiced martial arts?" Yesterday, she had noticed Lin Xiu's extraordinary strength, and the power he had unleashed when he broke free from her grasp was not that of an ordinary person. Since Lin Xiu had not awakened any aberrant abilities, martial arts was the only possibility. At that moment, Lin Xiu was filled with frustration, rubbing his wrist and retorting, "What business is it of yours?" The woman did not respond, but suddenly threw a punch at Lin Xiu. Instinctively, he countered and seized her wrist. However, as he grasped her wrist, an icy chill surged from her body, and a layer of frost appeared on his hand, swiftly spreading toward his shoulder. At that moment, it seemed as though a power within Lin Xiu was activated. Frost began to emerge on the wrist of the woman in white, which he held. She broke free from his grip, her face lighting up with surprise. "You really have awakened an aberrant ability." Lin Xiu's expression darkened. He understood that this was due to his newly acquired ice ability, which he had yet to fully master. Being attacked by the same type of power triggered an automatic counteraction within him. Then he noticed that while the woman's expression was one of shock, it was also filled with delight. Lin Xiu furrowed his brow. It was he who had awakened the aberrant ability, so why was she so pleased? What a lunatic! Chapter 5. This is not right. A day later, Lin Xiu was once again caught at a brothel by his future sister-in-law, and he was fully prepared to endure a beating. However, to his utter astonishment, Zhao Lingyin actually let him go, and she appeared to be in quite a good mood, humming a tune as she departed. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Lin Xiu could only curse under his breath, and then headed toward the Lin residence. He vowed never to return to such establishments again. Firstly, his objective had been accomplished, and there was no need for further visits. Secondly, Zhao Lingyin had warned that if she saw him at brothel again, she would break his legs. This woman held a unique position, possessed great strength, and was not one to hold back. Truth be told, Lin Xiu felt a twinge of fear toward her. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Lin Xiu remained confined within the Lin residence, not stepping outside even once. After all, he had once been an ordinary person, and encountering a meteor strike and traversing into another world was not something one could readily accept. It took Lin Xiu 3 days to psychologically acclimate to this strange new world. Simultaneously, he was learning to adapt to his newfound abilities. Currently, Lin Xiu possessed 3 aberrant abilities: strength, ice, and beast speech. Individuals who have just awakened their abilities often struggle to control them. During these 3 days, Lin Xiu had shattered 4 bowls and 7 teacups. Fortunately, as the master of the Lin residence, no servant dared to question him. At this point, he had almost adjusted to the changes in his body and could control the power within him with relative ease. Now, Lin Xiu needed to contemplate another issue. The awakening of aberrant abilities was merely the first step on this path. To grow stronger, one must continuously cultivate their skills. For instance, both Lin Xiu and Zhao Lingyin possessed ice abilities, yet Zhao Lingyin could wield her power in combat, while Lin Xiu could only cover his hands with a thin layer of frost to cool off in the heat. Sundali had taken to lingering around Lin Xiu these past few days because the sweltering weather was unbearable, yet being near Lin Xiu was refreshing and comfortable. Little did he know that Lin Xiu had awakened an exceptionally powerful ice ability, though sadly, he had awakened too late, missing the prime age for cultivating his abilities. Otherwise, he too could have become a prodigy in the capital. Akin to the second Mississippi, Lin Xiu was also pondering the same dilemma. The later one awakens their abilities, the lower their potential, which is a consensus among all. Awakening abilities at 18 typically signifies a lack of considerable achievements on the path of aberrant powers, rendering one unworthy of the court's attention and nurturing. In the capital, there exists a place known as the Yishu Academy, dedicated to recruiting and training talents of aberrant abilities. This institution gathers prodigies from various regions, offering specialized teachers who assist those who have just awakened their powers in understanding their capabilities and instruct them on methods to enhance their skills. For Lin Xiu to gain professional guidance, entering the Yishu Academy would be the most effective route, both to further strengthen his abilities and to interact with numerous individuals possessing aberrant powers, thereby increasing his chances of acquiring more capabilities. Although the conditions for obtaining such abilities were stringent, opportunities would arise for those who were willing to think creatively. However, only those like Zhao Lingyin, who exhibited extraordinary talent at a young age, could gain admission to the academy. Lin Xiu had already surpassed the age limit for entering. If he could demonstrate his true abilities, he might still have a glimmer of hope, but that power was too extraordinary and remained one of Lin Xiu's greatest secrets. He still intended to keep it hidden from outsiders. As Lin Xiu was deep in thought, contemplating how to resolve this predicament, a sudden cool breeze swept by. Zhao Lingyin entered from outside, prompting Lin Xiu to instinctively adopt a defensive stance, taking 2 steps back and warily asking, "What do you want?" "I warn you, this is my home." Lin Xiu attempted to summon his personal bodyguard, but upon turning around, he realized that Sun Dali, who had been standing behind him, had mysteriously vanished, seemingly coinciding with Zhao Lingyin's arrival. The treacherous creature, without a hint of hesitation, betrayed him once again. Zhao Lingyin merely cast him a fleeting glance and commanded, "Follow me." In the capital of the Great Xia, within the confines of the imperial city, lies the Yishu Yuan, a prestigious institution that gathers countless prodigies of unusual arts. It serves as a reservoir for the court's special talents. Those who emerge from this venerable academy often become the pillars of the Great Xia. Consequently, the Yishu Yuan holds an exceptionally elevated status in the capital, standing alongside the Wudao Yuan and the Tai Shui, collectively known as the 3 academies of the capital. Lin Xiu stood before the grand entrance of the Yishu Yuan, momentarily lost in thought. What purpose did Zhao Lingyin have in bringing him here? With a heart full of uncertainty, he followed her through the imposing gates, traversing 2 lengthy corridors until they arrived at a quaint 2-story building. Zhao Lingyin instructed Lin Xiu to wait outside while she entered the building herself. While waiting, Lin Xiu noticed a few individuals in the distance, their gazes fixed upon him as they whispered among themselves. "Is this the son of Ping and Bo? I heard he's betrothed to the young lady of the Zhao family. I wonder if it's true. It seems quite likely, otherwise. Why would Miss Lingyin have been running around these past few days to secure his entry into the Yishu Yuan? If it were solely Miss Lingyin's doing, the dean wouldn't have made an exception. There must be the influence of the Zhao family behind this. The dean would certainly give them face. So, it appears the Zhao family is genuinely inclined to honor this engagement. TSK, how many geniuses have sought to court the Zhao family over the years? Can they truly bring themselves to marry their illustrious daughter to an ordinary person? Yet he is not entirely ordinary. I have heard he has awakened his unusual abilities. But what use is that now? He may spend his entire life without awakening a second time, while the Zhao lady has already awakened 5 times. What? She is only 18 and has already awakened 5 times. Such talent is indeed formidable. These murmurs reached Lin Xiu's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. Could it be that during the past 3 days, Zhao Lingyin had been tirelessly working to secure his admission into the Yishu Yuan? Was there even an ulterior motive from the Zhao family? This left Lin Xiu feeling bewildered. One was a paragon of excellence, while the other was a mere wastrel who had only awakened his unusual abilities at 18. According to the usual narrative, this should have led to a dramatic engagement withdrawal, with the young man's pride wounded, driving him to strive for greatness, and, after a few years, return as a triumphant hero. Lin Xiu had read countless novels that followed this script. Yet, the role he found himself in seemed entirely different. If the Zhao family wished to withdraw the engagement, there would be no need for such kindness towards him. Or perhaps they intended to entice Lin Xiu with favorable terms to voluntarily relinquish the engagement. He hoped for this outcome. Firstly, he had no desire for marriage, especially to a woman with whom he shared no emotional foundation. Regardless of her talent or beauty, Lin Xiu was not so superficial. While fair skin, beauty, and alluring figure were appealing, what mattered most in a woman was her soul. Secondly, that engagement was a shackle for Lin Xiu. As long as it existed, he would remain the nominal future brother-in-law of Zhao Lingyin. With that connection, should he dare to pursue his ambitions, Zhao Lingyin would surely intervene to thwart him. He wished for the Zhao family to share his sentiments in this regard. Lost in his thoughts, Lin Xiu saw Zhao Lingyin emerge from the small building, beckoning him to enter. Upon stepping inside, he found an elder clad in white robes standing in the center of the hall. Zhao Lingyin introduced him. "This is the esteemed dean." Lin Xiu respectfully clasped his hands and said, "It is an honor to meet you, esteemed dean." His demeanor was one of utmost respect. Although he did not wish for the engagement, he fervently desired to enter the Yishu Yuan, where his abilities could truly flourish. The elder scrutinized Lin Xiu, his voice tinged with a hint of regret as he inquired, "I have heard from Lingyin that you have awakened your unusual abilities?" Seizing this opportunity, Lin Xiu extended his hand, quickly manifesting a layer of frost upon his palm. The elder regarded Lin Xiu with a gaze that betrayed disappointment, murmuring, "Indeed, just like Lingyin. What a pity, what a pity." Zhao Lingyin interjected eagerly, "Dean, you promised me?" The elder sighed, replying, "I shall not go back on my word. I merely lament that had he awakened a decade earlier, the future of the great Xia might have gained another formidable protector." Casting one last regretful glance at Lin Xiu, he addressed Zhao Lingyin, "I have already made arrangements for his admission. However, as there are only the two of you possessing ice-related unusual arts in the academy, his cultivation will rely upon your guidance." Zhao Lingyi nodded, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed dean. I will ensure he is well taught." As they exited the Yishu Yuan, Zhao Lingyin, who had been walking ahead, suddenly halted. Lin Xiu sensed that she was about to speak on a matter of significance. This situation seemed to be a transaction orchestrated by the Zhao family to secure Lin Xiu's entry into the Yishu Yuan in exchange for his voluntary dissolution of the engagement. In all honesty, Lin Xiu found the Zhao family's approach commendable, harboring no resentment towards them, and even feeling a sense of gratitude. He had mentally prepared himself to gallop forward. Yet Zhao Lingyin said, "I must apologize for my previous actions. The Zhao family is one of their word. Regardless of what transpires, that engagement will remain unchanged." Lin Xiu stood frozen in place. This was not right. It should not be this way. The Zhao family, being a rising power in the capital, could certainly advance their standing through alliances with other noble families, leveraging their illustrious daughter. This engagement was but an obstacle for them. How could a young lady of the Zhao family marry a fallen noble with no prospects? Was the Zhao family truly willing to endure such a fate? Lin Xiu felt a pang of injustice for them. At that moment, Zhao Lingyin continued, "Although your awakening of unusual abilities came later than others, it does not mean you cannot achieve greatness. I hope you will diligently cultivate and not allow others to look down upon you." With that, she turned decisively and departed. Lin Xiu stood there, his lips moving, yet words failing to escape. He felt a profound sense of care emanating from this future sister-in-law, a sentiment he had not experienced in years. Standing at the entrance of the Yishu Yuan, an inexplicable emotion welled up within him, prompting him to raise his voice and call out to her retreating figure, "Thank you." Chapter 6, The Path to Advancement. Initially, Lin Xiu harbored a mix of disdain and trepidation toward Zhao Lingyin. He resented her for disrupting his plans and subjecting him to a beating, while he feared her formidable presence. However, after the events of that day, his perception of her underwent a transformation. Despite her overbearing demeanor and harsh methods, it was evident that she genuinely regarded Lin Xiu as one of her own. In all his years, no one had shown him such kindness. Not even his own parents from his previous life. Lin Xiu was not ungrateful. As someone who had encountered numerous women, he could discern between sincerity and pretense. The former was represented by Zhao Lingyin, while the latter was epitomized by Sundali. As a guard, Sundali would always abandon those he was meant to protect at the first sign of danger, retreating with startling decisiveness. Lin Xiu was already contemplating whether he should seek a new protector. Upon returning home, it wasn't long before someone from the Yishu Yuan arrived, delivering several items to Lin Xiu: 10 taels of silver, a waist token, a set of clothing, and a thin booklet. The silver was designated for monthly expenses. For some students, especially those from less affluent backgrounds, 10 taels were sufficient for a comfortable living, even in the capital, and this sum was distributed at the beginning of each month at the Yishu Yuan. The waist token served as both a badge of the Yishu Yuan and a pass for entering the palace. The imperial city was divided into 3 main sections: the front palace, the middle palace, and the rear palace. The rear palace housed the emperor's concubines and underage princesses, while the middle palace was where court meetings were held and where the emperor conducted state affairs. Only the front palace, which included the Yishu Yuan, could be considered the true imperial palace. This is a deliberate act by the royal court. Should anyone aspire to breach the imperial palace, they must first overcome the defenses of the outer palace. With countless formidable individuals from the Yishu Yuan and Wudao Yuan, penetrating the outer palace is akin to scaling the heavens. Thus, to gain entry into the Yishu Yuan, one must first enter the imperial city, and this waist token serves as the key to the palace. The booklet is the regulations of the Yishu Yuan, which Lin Xiu perused. It merely prohibits students from engaging in brawls, competing for bravado, or teasing female classmates. None of these were particularly concerning. However, one crucial point requires special attention. Wandering freely within the palace is forbidden. While one may navigate the various offices, Trespassing into the central and rear palaces incurs significant penalties. Lin Xiu noted these rules, donned his academy uniform, and eagerly stepped out of his home. Sun Dali followed closely behind Lin Xiu to an outside observer. He might seem like a diligent bodyguard. Clad in his academy uniform and holding the Wei's token, Lin Xiu smoothly entered the imperial city and arrived at the Yishu Yuan. Inside the Yishu Yuan, there are 4 divisions: Huangzi Yuan, Xuanji Yuan, Dizi Yuan, and Tianzi Yuan, categorized according to the students' innate abilities and potential. The highest tier is Tianzi Yuan, where Zhao Lingyin resides. This is due to her exceptionally powerful abilities and her early awakening, promising an immeasurable future. Lin Xiu displayed similar capabilities but was relegated to Huangzi Yuan as his abilities awakened too late, lacking significant cultivation value. Had it not been for some favor, he would not have qualified for admission to the Yishu Yuan. Students of Tianzi Yuan enjoy abundant resources. Each of them is guided by multiple teachers. While Huangzi Yuan students largely rely on themselves, seeking teachers only when faced with challenges. Lin Xiu was content with this arrangement. Upon arriving at the Yishu Yuan, he made a beeline for the library. The library of the Yishu Yuan is accessible to all students, and Lin Xiu was eager to deepen his understanding of the arcane arts. Since it was still the holiday, the library was sparsely populated and in a secluded corner. Lin Xiu immersed himself, slowly turning the pages. The texts revealed that from the dawn of recorded human civilization, ancient ancestors discovered the existence of arcane arts. Initially, they utilized these divine powers for hunting, but as history progressed and human civilization evolved, mankind's comprehension of arcane arts deepened, culminating in a comprehensive system today. According to the potency of these abilities, they are categorized into 4 ranks: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. The most formidable abilities fall into the Tian tier, such as freezing, fire control, and lightning manipulation. Abilities of lesser strength are classified as D tier: strength, speed, and body hardening, for example. Abilities deemed weaker are categorized as Xian and Huang tiers. Based on this classification, Lin Xiu possesses 3 abilities: the Tian tier, ice manipulation, the D tier, strength manipulation, and an ability to understand animal speech, which likely falls into the Huang tier. Lin Xiu understood that Tian tier abilities could inflict extensive damage. A single individual with such power could rival an entire army. Akin to a deity, those who maximize their personal abilities, extreme strength, speed, or physical resilience, still possess formidable combat prowess, yet they pale in comparison to those wielding Tian tier abilities. As for Xian tier abilities, such as healing, wall phasing, invisibility, and flight, they are challenging to employ in combat, serving primarily supportive roles. The weakest, Huang tier abilities, lack even supportive functions, like understanding animal speech or controlling hair growth, and are generally overlooked, with the Yishu Yuan not admitting such talents. Naturally, possessing Tian tier abilities does not equate to having Tian tier strength. For instance, Lin Xiu, despite his Tian tier capability, can only use it to cool himself, rendering him a divine being matched with mere mortals. The texts document all discovered arcane abilities to date, yet fail to mention any ability that can replicate another's power. Lin Xiu searched through the entire volume, but found no similar descriptions. This secret, Lin Xiu resolved to keep buried within, for if others learned of it, it would undoubtedly bring him endless troubles. After examining a few more books, he finally found what he sought: the methods of cultivating arcane arts. Much like a game, having just awakened his abilities, he was merely a novice with low skill damage. As he levels up, his skill damage would progressively increase, unlocking additional skills until he reached maximum level. Although arcane arts do not upgrade, they can be continuously awakened. The first awakening marks a transition from non-existence to existence. Thereafter, each subsequent awakening significantly enhances one's power, though not all abilities can be awakened indefinitely. Freezing, fire control, and lightning manipulation are classified as Tian tier not only due to their formidable power, but also because, in recorded history, there were individuals with such abilities who awakened more than 7 times. Only abilities that have been awakened 7 times or more qualify for the Tian tier. Should all historical practitioners of ice manipulation have never awakened a second time, that ability would be relegated to the lowest Huang tier. Similarly, if someone could awaken strength manipulation 7 times from the moment of the 7th awakening, that ability would ascend to the Tian tier. Time passed, and Lin Xiu closed the book rubbing his weary eyes and gently exhaling. Indeed, the Yishu Yuan is an excellent place. Such information is challenging to acquire elsewhere. Soon, Lin Xiu stood up and approached another row of bookshelves. The previous texts primarily covered the foundational knowledge of arcane arts. More crucial for him was the path to advancement. What steps must he take for a second awakening? The Yishu Yuan boasts countless volumes, each documenting how to cultivate various arcane arts and awaken them. These tomes encapsulate the invaluable experiences of predecessors, a legacy collected through generations. Accessible only within the library of Yishu Yuan, Lin Xiu found himself among 4 rows of bookshelves, each inscribed with the characters Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. These shelves correspond to different ranks of arcane arts. Lin Xiu intended to begin with the Huang tier, and as his gaze swept across the titles, he inadvertently noticed the term beast language and pulled out a thin volume. This book detailed the very arcane ability possessed by Haidang. The text was exceedingly thorough, beginning with a basic introduction to the ability and subsequently chronicling the lives and anecdotes of historical figures who had possessed it, evoking the feeling of reading ancient tales. To Lin Xiu's surprise, understanding the language of beasts is not the entirety of this ability. The text states that the first individual to awaken, it could comprehend beast speech. And upon a second awakening, one could establish a telepathic connection with beasts, enabling communication. However, this constitutes the full extent of the ability. Historical records indicate that all who have possessed this ability awaken it at most twice, hence its classification as Huang tier, barely qualifying as an upper-grade Huang tier. Abilities that can awaken only once naturally fall into the lower-grade Huang tier. The Yishu Yuan truly lives up to its name. Even such niche abilities are meticulously documented. However, this book lacks any record of advancement methods for this particular ability, either because such methods have not been transmitted or because the advancement lacks a discernible pattern. Lin Xiu did not dwell on this, but moved to the shelf dedicated to D-tier arcane arts, where he found the book detailing strength manipulation. This book is several times thicker than the previous one, containing even more detailed records. Within its pages lies the method for awakening one's abilities, a subject with which Lin Xiu is quite familiar. During his leisure time, Sun Dali enjoys lifting stone blocks the size of millstones in the courtyard, which serves as his form of training. The advancement of extraordinary abilities relies on the relentless exploitation of one's limits, akin to fitness training but far more arduous, with an unpredictable ceiling to one's potential. After perusing this volume, Lin Xiu approached the shelf dedicated to celestial-level extraordinary techniques. The writings here are infinitely more detailed, providing meticulous guidance for nearly every awakening of ability, leaving Lin Xiu somewhat astonished at the daunting processes described. For instance, an individual awakening the power of fire must initially endure the scorching sun during the sweltering summer, then proceed to touch the flames and immerse themselves in fire. In the later stages of training, they must even seek out active volcanoes to practice amidst the lava. Merely reading the descriptions leaves Lin Xiu feeling parched. Similarly, those awakening the power of lightning must stand on rooftops with an iron rod during thunderstorms, inviting heavenly lightning into their bodies. This thought sends shivers down Lin Xiu's spine. Soon, Lin Xiu found the book he desperately needed. Indeed, the essence of advancing celestial-level extraordinary abilities lies in self-torture. After awakening the power of ice, one must seek breakthroughs in extremely frigid environments, such as standing naked outdoors during the harshest winter, allowing the wind and snow to batter them, or lying on an ice surface, or residing in an ice chamber. Lin Xiu is not averse to hardship or torment, but given that it is the peak of summer, where could he possibly find ice surfaces or ice chambers? Surely, he cannot wait until winter to begin his training. As he closed the book, troubled by this predicament, he suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance. Zhao Lingyin appeared before him and remarked, "I saw Sun Dali at the city gates, and guess you would be here." Though Zhao Lingyin's expression was frosty, her gaze softened, clearly impressed by Lin Xiu's diligence. Lin Xiu replied, "My extraordinary abilities have just awakened, and I'm unsure how to cultivate them, so I came here to read." Zhao Lingyin responded coolly, "I will assist you with your training. Follow me." With that, she turned her back to Lin Xiu and exited the library. Cold exterior but warm heart. That is Lin Xiu's assessment of his future sister-in-law. Despite her aloof demeanor, she treated him well, and he could not deny that her coolness was indeed charming. Following Zhao Lingyin out of the library, Lin Xiu was surprised when she left the Extraordinary Techniques Academy, exited the royal city, and headed straight to the Lin residence. Lin Xiu promptly closed the door behind him. Zhao Lingyin looked at him and said, "Remove your clothes." Inside the room, with the doors and windows tightly shut, Lin Xiu wore only a shirt, wisps of cold air swirling around him. This chill emanated from Zhao Lingyin, causing the room's temperature to plummet, which Lin Xiu found quite comfortable. Initially, he had suspected she harbored ulterior motives, but he soon realized she was creating a conducive environment for his training. To awaken the power of ice a second time, one must endure prolonged exposure to extreme cold, stimulating the body's potential. However, during the peak of summer, Lin Xiu found it impossible to seek such a frigid environment, unless, of course, a fellow wielder of the same ability were to artificially create one for him. Zhao Lingyin was truly making significant sacrifices for him. Lin Xiu ceased his wandering thoughts and concentrated intently on the changes within his body. He had no choice but to focus, as the room's temperature had dropped to an unbearable low, compelling him to exert all his strength to resist the cold. Throughout this process, he could sense the power within him gradually swelling. Though the increase was slow and almost imperceptible, it was indeed happening. This energy is referred to as yuanli, the foundation for wielding extraordinary abilities. Every extraordinary technique necessitates the use of yuanli, and once it reaches a certain threshold, quantitative changes will trigger qualitative transformations, allowing extraordinary abilities to awaken anew. After an hour, the two figures emerged from the room. Zhao Lingyin's complexion appeared somewhat pale. The prolonged use of her abilities had significantly drained her yuanli. Lin Xiu felt lightheaded, his stamina swiftly dissipating in the frigid environment. Zhao Lingyin had continuously lowered the temperature, leaving Lin Xiu utterly exhausted. Nevertheless, the benefits were evident. Under her guidance, Lin Xiu's yuanli had increased noticeably. He had just tested his abilities and found he could now manifest a thin layer of ice on his hand, which, while the limit of his current capabilities, was far from the pinnacle of this power. Historical records state that those who master the power of ice to its zenith can freeze mountains, lakes, and entire cities with a mere gesture. It is said that within the Daxia army, there exists a formidable individual who has awakened this ability 6 times. In the northern Deluo dynasty, there is even a legendary figure who has awakened this power 7 times, possessing celestial level strength. The climates of Deluo and Daxia differ significantly. In Deluo, many regions experience long, harsh winters, with some extreme locales cloaked in ice and snow year-round, making it an ideal environment for individuals like Lin Xiu and Zhao Lingyin to train. Based on the number of awakenings, people's abilities are classified into 9 levels. From Huangjia Lower Realm and Huangjia Upper Realm to Xuangjia Lower Realm and Upper Realm, culminating in the celestial levels, and finally the legendary Wushang Realm, corresponding to the 1st through 9th awakenings. Zhao Lingyin has experienced 4 awakenings, placing her at the Xuangjia Upper Realm, a truly exceptional talent. Her elder sister, the renowned Tianjiao, appears to have undergone 5 awakenings before turning 20, a feat that makes Lin Xiu feel unworthy of her. Contemplating his betrothed, Lin Xiu felt a surge of curiosity and inquired, "Lingyin, what ability did your sister awaken?" However, Zhao Lingyin offered little elaboration, simply stating, "You will know in due time." Lin Xiu, intent on dissolving their engagement to gallop freely into the future, acknowledged that such hopes were now futile. His curiosity about the sister he had never met was merely fleeting. 20 years ago, both the Zhao and Lin families were on the verge of decline. But after the birth of that girl and her subsequent awakening, Zhao Lingyin's father, Lin Xiu's nominal father-in-law, rose from a 3rd-tier noble to a 1st-tier marquis, all due to the birth of a daughter. Just how extraordinary could this Zhao family heiress be to bestow such glory upon her family? While curiosity lingered, Lin Xiu understood that these matters ultimately had no bearing on him. Once the engagement was annulled, they would have no further ties. In the courtyard, Sun Dali observed Lin Xiu and Zhao Lingyin emerging from the room, both appearing quite exhausted, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise. However, he soon looked up at the sky, nonchalantly turned away, and bolted. Sun Dali dashed away, and Zhao Lingyin departed from the Lin residence. Lin Xiu walked to the corner of the courtyard, where Sun Dali usually trained, and effortlessly lifted a small stone lock. It seemed that as his yuanli increased, so too did his strength slightly. This suggests that the Yuanli cultivated through different training methods is fundamentally indistinguishable, as long as Yuanli grows. All extraordinary abilities can advance in tandem. Thus, he had effectively gained another path for cultivation. Even without Ling Yin's assistance, he need not wait for winter to train. Should Lin Xiu acquire additional extraordinary abilities, his path of cultivation would expand even further. This is a road that no one has traversed before, and it is the only path for Lin Xiu to surpass those prodigies. At this moment, Lin Xiu's stamina had been thoroughly drained by Zhao Lingyin. He leaned against a stone bench in the courtyard, gradually recovering. Not long after, Sun Dali stealthily slipped inside, peeking around curiously as he inquired, "Where's the second miss?" He then rushed to Lin Xiu's side, pursing his lips in disbelief as he asked, "Young master, do you actually wish to claim both sisters?" "Nonsense." Lin Xiu rose from his seat, retorting, "A dog cannot spit out ivory. Is your master truly that kind of person?" He had just spent a considerable time alone with Ling Yin, and this foolish fellow must have misunderstood. Lin Xiu clarified, "Ling Yin was merely assisting me in my cultivation." Sun Dali, with a foolish grin, winked at Lin Xiu, saying, "I see, I see." He then asked, "Do you perhaps have feelings for the second miss?" Indeed, Lin Xiu harbored affection for Zhao Lingyin, but not in the manner Sun Dali presumed. It was somewhat bittersweet. Over 2 lifetimes, no one had treated Lin Xiu as kindly as she had, aiding him in gaining entry to the Yishu Academy, expending her own energy and time for his cultivation. All due to the marriage contract with her sister. Who would admire such a girl? Moreover, she was exceptionally beautiful with an alluring figure. Seeing that Lin Xiu did not deny it, Sun Dali assumed tacit agreement, and after some thought he suggested, "If you truly care for the second miss, it is not entirely impossible. The initial marriage contract did not specify you must wed the eldest Mississippi. After all, they are both daughters of the Zhao family. Marrying one is the same as marrying the other. Get lost." The memory of that brutal beating swiftly banished this terrifying notion from his mind. If he were to marry Ling Yin, he might end up with a subordinate status within the family. Lin Xiu continued to envision such a scenario, surprisingly finding a modicum of happiness in it. Although his familial status would be diminished, at least he would have a home, a concept that felt exceedingly foreign to him. A beautiful woman, who had just entered, seized Lin Xiu's hand with a worried expression, scanning him from head to toe as she asked, "Xiu'er, are you hurt?" A middle-aged man, following her, relaxed slightly upon seeing Lin Xiu standing unharmed in the courtyard. Lin Xiu regarded the pair with confusion, questioning, "Who are you?" The middle-aged man's expression shifted subtly, while the woman looked at Lin Xiu in disbelief. Suddenly, Sun Dali knelt before them, guilt written across his face as he said, "I am sorry, my lord and lady. It was my failure to protect the young master." Moments later, within the residence of the Ping and Bo. "You mean, the young master was knocked unconscious by a meteorite and subsequently lost his memory? And he has awakened an extraordinary ability, the heavenly ice technique." In just a few days away, so much had transpired at home. Firstly, their son had nearly perished due to a meteor, and upon awakening, he had lost all his memories. Then, the boy who had shown no signs of extraordinary talent for 18 years unexpectedly awakened the ice technique. The Ping and Bo couple was left in a quandary, uncertain whether to rejoice or lament. Ultimately, the woman wiped her tears and tightly grasped Lin Xiu's hand, stating, "Whether you awaken extraordinary abilities or not is unimportant. What matters is that you are safe." They were the parents of another Lin Xiu, yet not his biological parents. Despite feeling an inexplicable closeness to the Ping and Bo couple, Lin Xiu could not comfortably call these strangers father and mother. He made an excuse of having matters to attend to and hastily departed from the residence. On the streets of the capital, Sun Dali followed closely behind Lin Xiu, curiously asking, "Young master, you have scarcely visited the government office. Why the sudden desire to go today?" Lin Xiu replied, "Precisely because I do not frequent it. I must go. This position is hard-earned. What if I lose it? What will I do in the future?" Sun Dali nodded in agreement, saying, "That makes sense." He scrutinized Lin Xiu with a curious gaze, feeling that the young master seemed more mature after his memory loss. The position of clerk in the Qing Li Si had been secured through considerable effort and expense by the lord. After all, the lord and lady could not protect the young master for a lifetime. The ranks in the great Xia nobility numbered only 3 grades and 9 tiers, from the highest duke to the lowest earl, and the lord held merely the 3rd-tier title of Ping and Bo. When the Lord passes, the young master would be reduced to a commoner. To ensure a better future for the young master, the Lord had utilized numerous connections and spent substantial silver to arrange this clerk position in the Qing Li Si. The clerk in the Qing Li Si merely recorded and organized files, working safely within the government office, a position one could hold for a lifetime. Unfortunately, the young master, disinterested, had only attended for a few days before dismissing the clerk's work as tedious and had not returned since. Fortunately, the head of the document department had some rapport with the Lord and turned a blind eye to the young master's absence. Otherwise, he would have lost this hard-won position long ago. Though Lin Xiu had been at home these past few days, he had not been idle. Under the pretense of amnesia, he had gradually extracted a wealth of personal information about Lin Xiu from Sun Dali. This included his social relationships, frequented places, and various habits. It was during this time that he learned that due to the Ping and Bo's title being non-inheritable, a safety net had been laid out for Lin Xiu, namely, the clerk position in the Qing Li Si. This role posed little danger, as long as he sat in the document room each day to organize files. He would be assured a living, even if the Lin family fell into ruin. The Ping and Bo couple had invested considerable effort in their mediocre son, which evoked a sense of envy in Lin Xiu for things he had never possessed. Chapter 8. A good person. The Qing Li Si office lay beneath the royal city. As Lin Xiu approached its entrance, he was halted by a gatekeeper. "Who goes there? What business do you have at the Qing Li Si?" Sun Dali, hands on hips, exclaimed indignantly, "Have you lost your sight? Do you not recognize our lord?" At that moment, another gatekeeper hurried forward with a smile, explaining, "He is new and has not yet met Lin Darren. Please do not hold it against him. Lin Darren, please go ahead." Although the clerk position in the Qing Li Si was not highly ranked, being merely a junior 9th grade official, an official is an official, and they were not the sort of lowly clerks who could offend him. Lin Xiu chose not to hold a grudge against the gatekeeper, and, having arranged a time with Sun Dali to meet him later, strode straight through the doors of the Qing Li Si. Once inside, the new gatekeeper curiously asked, "Who is that? I have been at the Qing Li Si for a month and have never seen him before." Another gatekeeper shook his head, whispering, "He is someone who gained entry through connections and money. Oddly enough, he rarely visits. Why has he come today?" Entering the Qing Li Si courtyard, Lin Xiu faced the main hall, the site of hearings and case deliberations. To the left and right were several functional departments. Upon seeing the plaque of the document room, Lin Xiu traversed a corridor and entered the document room. Typically tranquil, the document room had 3 clerks engaged in casual conversation. Upon noticing Lin Xiu's entrance, they looked up in surprise. They recognized him. The head clerk had specifically instructed them to look after him. However, after a few visits, he had not returned, so their curiosity was piqued as to what had brought him back. The 3 exchanged polite smiles with Lin Xiu before resuming their chatter. Lin Xiu also nodded politely, surveying the room. Aside from rows of bookshelves, the space contained 4 desks. 3 of the desks were immaculate, with neatly arranged writing materials, while the last desk was cluttered with a hodgepodge of items, clearly belonging to Lin Xiu. Approaching his desk, Lin Xiu tidied up the mess, filled a basin with water, and wiped the entire surface clean before taking a seat and casually picking up a book to read. His gaze rested on the pages, yet his thoughts wandered elsewhere. Individuals like him, who possess limited talent as awakened ones, are not afforded much attention by the YSHUN. Apart from receiving a monthly stipend and enjoying unrestricted access to the library, along with the opportunity to consult instructors for guidance, they have little access to other resources. Their daily activities are of no concern to the YSHUN. 4. Lin Xiu. The most significant advantage of entering the YSHUN lies in the opportunity to interact with various abilities practitioners. He must devise ways to cultivate friendships, as only through familiarity can he maintain prolonged physical contact with others. This matter requires careful consideration over time. For now, Lin Xiu must steadfastly rely on Lin, as his cultivation is inextricably linked to her support. As for the QNGLS, there is generally little to occupy his time. Lin Xiu merely needs to clock in occasionally and avoid dismissal, which also serves to appease the peaceable. While Lin Xiu contemplates his future, the 3 clerks in the room automatically disregard him, only feeling puzzled as the previously stifling atmosphere of the archives suddenly turns refreshing upon his arrival. After sitting for half an hour, Lin She seizes the opportunity to venture to the YSHU Inn in hopes of fortune. As he steps out of the archives, he glances around the courtyard of the QNGLS and notices a crowd gathered at the main hall's entrance, with shadows flitting beyond the gates. With a curious heart, he moves closer. Inside the grand hall of the QNGLS, officers stand in 2 rows, with a mat laid in the center covered by a white cloth, revealing only a pair of feet beneath. A young man, adorned in luxurious attire, lounges on a chair, glancing at the mat before stating, "She hanged herself. Why have you summoned me here?" Observing the arrogant demeanor of the young man, the QNGLS's chief officer feels a pang of frustration. Rubbing his temples, he inquires, "Witnesses reported that Wang SH entered your estate yesterday, and today she is found hanged at home. Do you have an explanation?" The chief officer continues, "If she willingly took her life, why resort to hanging?" The young man retorts, "What are you implying, sir? She hanged herself. How is that my concern? Perhaps she succumbed to despair over other matters. Who can say?" A silence envelopes the court. At this moment, an elderly man kneeling beside the mat weeps, "Sir, it is not as such. My daughter was always virtuous. How could she engage in such acts? I implore you to vindicate her and seek justice." The chief officer remained silent for a moment before responding. Wang SH's suicide cannot be directly linked to QNCing. This case will require further investigation. His words are clearly intended to soothe. The old man's face turns pale, as if drained of all strength, collapsing to the ground while murmuring, "It is a miscarriage of justice. My daughter is innocent." Just then, a voice emerges from outside the door. The crowd partakes, allowing a figure to enter. He first bows to the chief officer before stating, "Sir, Wang SH did not hang herself. She was murdered." Before the chief officer can respond, he points to the corpse beneath the white cloth, declaring, if she had truly hanged herself, her legs would dangle limply. However, her feet are stiff and pointing upward, indicating she was likely dead prior to hanging, and for some time. Furthermore, a person who dies by hanging will have their tongue protruding and their face appearing cyanotic and grotesque. In contrast, if she was dead before being hanged, her tongue would recede into her mouth, and her complexion would be pale rather than blue. The truth of whether she hanged herself or was murdered will be revealed once we uncover this cloth. As Lin Xiu's words resonate, he notices a subtle contraction in the young man's pupils not far ahead. The chief officer, who is about to declare the court adjourned, casts a deep glance at Lin Xiu before turning to the corner where the coroner stands, asking, "Is what he says true?" The chief officer gestures to one officer, saying, "Uncover the cloth." "Yes." The officer responds, swiftly approaching the mat to unveil the white cloth, revealing the face of a stunning young woman, albeit pale, lying there quietly, evoking a sense of pity. Her face is pale, and her tongue does not protrude. Indeed, this implies that she was a victim of foul play, later staged to appear as suicide. Is that not LNWNSH? How does he possess greater insight than the coroner? In the court, the chief officer takes a deep breath and slowly states, "This case is fraught with uncertainties. Young Master QN, you cannot presently absolve yourself of suspicion. It appears you shall be inconvenienced for a time." The young man, seemingly unperturbed, responds with a smile, "No matter. I trust you will deliver justice." The chief officer lightly strikes the wooden table, declaring, "This case requires further investigation. Young Master QN, you are to be detained for the time being." Court is adjourned. As Lin Xiu exits the hall, a hand pulls him aside, leading him directly back to the archives. A middle-aged man in official attire furrows his brow at Lin Xiu, admonishing, at a time like this, "Why do you flaunt your abilities? Do you think the coroner cannot discern whether she was alive or dead when hanged? Do you believe the chief officer is unaware of the case's oddities? Does everyone not know, except for you?" Although Lin Xiu does not recognize the man before him, he quickly deduces his identity. Only someone of the father's old acquaintance, overseeing the archives, could speak to him in such a manner. Lin Xiu feigns ignorance, asking with a puzzled expression, "Uncle CHN, if the chief officer knows that the woman was murdered, why does he not reveal it?" The middle-aged man shakes his head, replying, "Things are not as simple as you imagine. That QNCing is the son of a first-rank noble, QNW. Even the chief officer cannot afford to offend the QN family, let alone you. With your interference, QNCing may find himself imprisoned, and it is likely the QN family will harbor resentment towards you." And she realizes the gravity of the situation and, feeling flustered, asks Uncle Sich, what should we do now? The middle-aged man ponders for a moment and advises, do not worry too much. The QN family should be able to handle this matter with ease. Though your LN family has fallen from grace, you still hold some influence. They will likely refrain from taking action against you. However, remember this. In the future, do not involve yourself in such affairs. And she replies earnestly, I understand. Thank you for the warning, Uncle CHN. The chief officer waves his hand, saying, it is good that you comprehend. If anything were to happen to you here, I would have no way to explain it to your father. After advising Lin Xiu, the chief officer departs. The QNGLS is a place dedicated to investigating cases in the royal capital, where the officers and officials possess keen insight. Lin Xiu is aware that they are unlikely to be oblivious to matters he knows. Standing outside the hall, he observes the chief officer's evident caution towards the young man. It is prudent to refrain from involvement in such matters. Yet, upon seeing the young woman's corpse displayed in the grand hall, and the elderly man collapsed on the ground, his expression one of helplessness and despair. And she finds his resolve wavering. Despite his own less-than-ideal circumstances, he cannot bear to witness the suffering of others. In his previous life, he was similarly inclined. Thus, whenever he contributed to disaster relief, he did so eagerly. When he saw impoverished children in mountainous regions unable to afford education, he would donate a truckload of textbooks. In moments of impulse, he would give all the money he had to beggars on the street or buy every orange from elderly vendors braving the cold, even though he was not particularly fond of oranges. Perhaps this is why, after breakups, his former girlfriends were always willing to introduce their friends to Lin Xiu. They often bestowed upon him the label of a good man, despite acknowledging his shortcomings in romantic affairs. Chapter 9. The Seed of Enmity. Earlier, he learned from Uncle CH that the young man in the court was the son of a first-rank noble. In the realm of Daxia, nobility is confined to the titles of Gong, Ho, and Bo, categorized into 3 ranks per title. In the absence of extraordinary circumstances, each succession results in a demotion by 1 rank. The progeny of a first-rank Gong shall inherit the title of a second-rank Gong, while those of a first-rank Bo descend to second-rank Bo. Lin Xiu's father held the title of a third-rank Bo, and thus, the lineage is no longer eligible for inheritance. With Lin Xiu's generation, the Lin family would be irrevocably erased from the echelons of the capital's elite. That first-rank Bo appeared to wield considerable influence, having a means to extricate his son from the Qingli Sea. Even if Lin Xiu felt a sense of injustice and chose to speak out, it would ultimately engender no change. Nevertheless, certain actions are worth undertaking despite an anticipated lack of result. Lin Xiu merely sought to act without remorse. Upon exiting the Qingli Sea, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Countless citizens gathered, and upon seeing Lin Xiu emerge, an elderly man bowed deeply, his forehead striking the ground in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, my lord, for avenging my daughter. The crowd murmured in agreement, acknowledging that without this gentleman's intervention, Old Wang's daughter would have departed this world unjustly. Not a soul had the courage to speak on Old Wang's behalf in the court, save for him. Truly, this gentleman is a commendable official. Amidst the chatter of the populace, Lin Xiu assisted the elder to his feet, responding, There is no need for such formality, esteemed elder. It is but my duty. To him, it was merely a matter of standing up and speaking a few words, yet for the elder's family, it bore profound significance. Within the limits of his capability, Lin Xiu has always been generous in such matters. After a struggle to navigate through the throng, Lin Xiu departed for the Lin residence without waiting for Sun Dali to escort him. The officials and dignitaries of the capital resided to the south or east, while the Lin family, having fallen from grace, occupied a modest abode in the civilian district, distinguished only by a slightly larger house and a handful of servants. In recent days, Lin Xiu had dined alone, yet this evening he found himself accompanied by 2 others. Madame Pinyin persistently filled Lin Xiu's bowl with food, saying, You must eat more. You've lost weight these past few days. Lord Pinyin set down his chopsticks, declaring, Tomorrow, I shall summon the imperial physician to our home to examine your amnesia. Perhaps there is a remedy. Lin Xiu shook his head, replying, That is unnecessary. It would incur a significant expense. He understood that, as a diminished third-rank Bo, the Lin family was not affluent. Not long ago, They had expended a considerable sum to secure him a position as a clerk in the Qingli Si, and inviting a physician would undoubtedly entail further costs. Lord Pingyan waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Do not concern yourself with the finances. Your health is paramount." He then personally ladled a bowl of soup for Lin Xiu, saying, "This chicken soup was prepared by your mother. Drink plenty, for it is beneficial to your health." Lin Xiu took the spoon and quietly sipped the warm soup, feeling a flicker of warmth in his heart. Previously, he often resorted to takeout or instant noodles, having not savored a home-cooked meal in ages, nor shared a meal with anyone for quite some time. The care and affection exhibited by Lord and Lady Pingyan felt somewhat unfamiliar to him. Ironically, the warmth he had never experienced from his biological parents was now emanating from these two strangers, leaving Lin Xiu somewhat bewildered. To avoid solitary encounters with them, Lin Xiu departed early the following morning after breakfast. Soon after, at the Qingli Si, he leisurely perused a case file. The case regarding the woman from the previous day had been resolved. A thief had turned himself in, confessing to having broken into the residence 2 nights prior, where, after stealing valuables, he had attempted to assault Wang Shi, but accidentally caused her death. To evade government scrutiny, he fabricated a hanging scenario for her. With a confession on record, Qin Song was swiftly exonerated. The file was riddled with inconsistencies, the most glaring being that had the burglar not confessed, the Qingli Si would have had no means to investigate. Yet, he had willingly walked into the trap, his intentions glaringly transparent, merely to absolve Qin Song of suspicion. Thus, everything Lin Xiu had done the previous day had ultimately lost its significance. Lin Xiu paused, raising his gaze as he stopped in his tracks, slightly cupping his fists in "Greetings, esteemed Longzhong." The individual approaching was the head of the Qingli Si, who had intended to hastily conclude the case but was disrupted by Lin Xiu's earlier involvement. Under pressure, he had no choice but to detain Qin Song, likely harboring considerable dissatisfaction towards Lin Xiu. The 24 divisions were directly under the central authority, and the heads of each division wielded considerable power. It was entirely possible that he might lose this hard-won position. The Longzhong, possessing a gaunt countenance and sharp gaze, scrutinized Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu met his gaze with an unwavering composure, exhibiting neither subservience nor timidity. After a moment, the Longzhong averted his gaze, offering a slight nod as he passed by Lin Xiu, seemingly dismissing the previous day's events. It was plausible that he refrained from openly expressing his ire towards Lin Xiu for fear of confirming his own bias in the case. Yet Lin Xiu remained vigilant, aware that there could still be underhanded repercussions. In the grand hall of the Qingli Si, an official trailing behind the Longzhong could no longer restrain himself, exclaiming, "My lord, the son of Pingyan Bo acts recklessly and lacks decorum. We should find an excuse to expel him before he causes further trouble." The official quickly bowed. "This subordinate dares not." The Longzhong replied indifferently, "Attend to your own duties. Matters beyond your purview are better left unspoken. This subordinate understands. I take my leave." The official hastily withdrew, while the Longzhong remained silent for a moment, gazing at the plaque inscribed with Mingjing Gaoxian suspended above. Upon exiting the Qingli Si, Lin Xiu made his way directly to the Yishu Yuan. At the entrance, he was obstructed by a figure. The young man he had encountered in the court the previous day stood before him, smiling as he regarded Lin Xiu, saying, "The son of Pingyan Bo Lin Ting. You are quite knowledgeable." Indeed, this individual bore a grudge against him. Had Lin Xiu not intervened yesterday, Qin Song would not have had to endure 2 hours in the Qingli Si's dungeon, an indignity for a first-rank Bo's son, ensuring that Lin Xiu would be etched into his memory as a meddlesome individual. Lin Xiu, the son of Pingyan Bo, after leaving the Qingli Si's dungeon, was easily identified by Qin Kong. The smiling visage of the young man before him belied an underlying chill. Lin Xiu refrained from engaging in idle chatter. Getting straight to the point, "What do you want?" Qin Song extended his arm, a layer of earthy armor gradually enveloping it. He smiled at Lin Xiu, stating, "You made me endure 2 hours in that filthy dungeon. Is it unreasonable for me to break 2 of your ribs in return?" Observing the transformation of Qin Song's arm, Lin Xiu's pupils constricted. This individual was also an awakened practitioner of Yishu, with at least 2 awakenings to his credit. As a newly awakened practitioner himself, Lin Xiu stood no chance against him. Recognizing the wisdom of avoiding immediate conflict, Lin Xiu stepped back, saying, "Do not forget, fighting is prohibited within the Ishu Yuan. Qin Song cast a scornful glance at him, retorting, "Indeed, there is such a rule, but we are outside the Ishu Yuan." Before the words fully left his lips, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Lin Xiu's chest. Lin Xiu, sensing the impending blow, tightened his muscles, poised to act, but suddenly relaxed. Qin Song, believing Lin Xiu had resigned himself to defeat, added more force to his strike. However, he soon felt an unsettling chill, as a thick layer of ice rapidly formed beneath his feet, immobilizing him. A delicate fragrance wafted closer, and Zhao Lingyin approached Lin Xiu, her gaze icy as she confronted Qin Song, inquiring, "You intend to break two of his ribs?" At this moment, Qin Song's feet had lost all sensation, and he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Trembling, he glanced at Zhao Lingyin and stammered, "The use of extraordinary techniques is prohibited within the Institute of Extraordinary Arts. Release me at once." Zhao Lingyin cast a nonchalant glance in his direction and replied, "Indeed. Such a rule exists, but here we are outside the Institute." No sooner had she spoken than Qin Song was abruptly lifted into the air, only to be violently hurled to the ground. The agonizing pain in his chest made it painfully clear that several of his ribs had surely fractured. Lin Xiu looked on in silent disbelief at Zhao Lingyin. When she had delivered that kick, Lin Xiu was astonished to discover that she was wearing trousers beneath her skirt. What a curious fashion choice. It seemed that trust between individuals had utterly vanished. Chapter 10. Night Raid. With one hand braced against the ground, Qin Song struggled to rise, clutching his chest with the other, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Zhao Lingyin. "This is a matter between Lin Xiu and me. What does it have to do with you?" Zhao Lingyin regarded him from her elevated position and replied coolly, "His affairs are my affairs." A wave of shock coursed through Qin Song's mind. Could it be that Lin Xiu had become involved with Zhao Lingyin? No, that was inconceivable. Lin Xiu, despite his handsome appearance, was utterly lacking in merit. Qin Song was convinced that the second daughter of the Zhao family was not so superficial. Nevertheless, with Zhao Lingyin standing in his way, it was impossible for him to take any action against Lin Xiu today. A flicker of yellow light emanated from Qin Song's chest, and he felt the pain from his broken ribs diminish slightly. Struggling to his feet, he cast a cold glance at Lin Xiu and said, "We shall meet again." With that, he departed, limping unsteadily away. As he passed by Lin Xiu, Qin Song suddenly halted, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. In a lowered voice, he said, "Oh, I forgot to mention, that woman was indeed killed at my behest. I had intentions of favoring her, yet she was foolish enough to seek justice. How utterly unappreciative. Are you angry?" He shot Lin Xiu a derisive look before turning to leave. Lin Xiu refrained from elaborating further and shifted the topic, asking, "What was that ability he just displayed?" Zhao Lingyin shrugged dismissively and replied, "It is merely the earth tier stone technique. Once you awaken your abilities again, he will no longer be your match." Today's mood had been thoroughly ruined by Qin Song, and Lin Xiu lost all interest in studying at the Institute of Extraordinary Arts. He turned to Zhao Lingyin and inquired, "Will we practice as we did last time?" Zhao Lingyin shook her head and said, "Too much of a good thing is detrimental. Let's wait a couple more days. Otherwise, your body won't be able to handle it." "I can manage," Lin Xiu insisted. He felt provoked by Qin Song. Even such scum was no match for him, which left Lin Xiu feeling discontented. Only upon awakening a second time would his strength and freezing abilities undergo a qualitative leap compared to ordinary individuals. Zhao Lingyin did not refuse Lin Xiu's determination. It was imperative that Lin Xiu diligently train and swiftly elevate his capabilities to be worthy of her sister. Thus, she was more than willing to assist him in his training. Zhao Lingyin suggested, "Let us go to your house." The imperial physician, having rendered little assistance, returned half of the consultation fee upon his departure. Lin Xiu felt a pang of regret. Lord Ping had spent 100 taels on this physician, which was equivalent to his entire yearly salary at the Qing Li Si. These physicians charged exorbitantly for their services. Zhao Lingyin then understood that Lin Xiu had not feigned ignorance during their earlier encounter at the brothel. He was simply indignant. Despite having lost his memory, Lin Xiu had not forgotten to visit the brothel. It was fortunate that she had stumbled upon him, or who knew what he might have done there. With this thought, a fresh wave of anger surged within her, and she resolved to give him a bit more trouble later on. Lin Xiu and Zhao Lingyin closed the door to the room and began their training within. In another room, Lord Ping sighed and said, Ling Yin is already a rare prodigy in Daxia, and Ling Jun possesses remarkable talent as well, having encountered esteemed mentors at a young age. I have heard that she has awakened her extraordinary abilities 5 times. Xiu truly does not match her. Lady Ping and shot him a disapproving glance and replied, How can you speak so about her son? Lord Ping replied, I am merely speaking the truth. The Zhao family and ours are worlds apart. Rather than being bound by this impossible engagement, which serves no one, it would be better to dissolve it early and find Xiu a suitable wife, ensuring the continuation of the Lin family line. Lady Ping recognized the validity of her husband's words. After a moment of silence, she concurred, Indeed, we are not worthy of them. This engagement serves no good purpose for anyone. I, too, wish to hold a grandchild soon. Perhaps we should discuss this matter with Xiu and conclude the engagement. While the couple deliberated this matter in their room, Lin Xiu, in his own room, hugged his arms tightly against his chest, shivering uncontrollably, with frost forming upon his brow. Ultimately unable to endure it any longer, he stammered, Ling Yin, could you perhaps ease up a bit? I can hardly bear it. Zhao Lingyin cast a cool glance at him and asked, Have you forgotten what just occurred? Recalling the earlier incident at the Institute, where had it not been for Ling Yin's intervention, he would likely have suffered broken ribs. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xiu replied, Bring it on. I can take it. At lunchtime, Lin Xiu was wrapped in a thick quilt, although he had endured considerable hardship. The method of training was evidently enhancing his inner energy. If Ling Yin could assist him in this manner daily, Lin Xiu was confident he could achieve a second awakening within 6 months. After lunch, Lin Xiu returned to the Institute of Extraordinary Arts. He sat alone in a corner of the library, slowly perusing a tome. The extraordinary technique awakened by Qin Song was known as the stone technique, capable of partially or completely petrifying the body. Historically, those who possessed such techniques had awakened them a maximum of 6 times. Hence, it was classified as an Earth-tier superior skill. Upon understanding this, Lin Xiu realized why Ling Yin regarded Qin Song with such disdain. When he awakened a second time, the internal energy within him would be sufficient to form a thick layer of solid ice outside his body, akin to Qin Song's abilities, but with far more versatility. Yet, that would be a matter for after Lin Xiu's second awakening. There existed myriad peculiar, extraordinary techniques in the world. To avoid being caught unprepared in future encounters, Lin Xiu skipped dinner, immersing himself in the library of the Institute throughout the day until it closed for the night. The imperial city would shut its gates at the hour of the pig, approximately 9 o'clock in the evening, and all officials from the front palace, including students and instructors from the Institute of Extraordinary Arts and the Martial Arts Academy, were required to leave the imperial city before that time. Lin Xiu exited the city just before the gates closed, finding Sun Dali dozing against the city wall. Lin Xiu called to him several times before he roused. Sun Dali rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked, Young master, why are you out so late today? The capital enforced a curfew at night, after the hour of the rat. One was not permitted to wander freely within the city. At this moment, an hour remained before the curfew, and the streets were nearly deserted. As Lin Xiu and Sun Dali walked and chatted, they traversed from the eastern part of the city to the west. The streets transitioned from grand mansions to humble dwellings, and the number of people encountered dwindled. The western district was home to the common folk, and the nighttime security was poor, unless it was urgent. Ordinary citizens preferred to remain indoors after dark. After crossing another street, they were almost home when a stray dog barked twice at them from an alley. Sun Dali jumped slightly and cursed, Damn dog, you scared me. Just as he was about to continue walking, Lin Xiu suddenly halted. Sun Dali, puzzled, asked young master, Why have you stopped? Lin Xiu's hair stood on end. To Sun Dali, it was merely 2 barks, but to Lin Xiu's ears, the dog clearly spoke. That person has been hiding in the alley for so long. What do they intend to do? The two were about to pass by the alley when Lin Xiu abruptly stopped, remaining a foot away from the alley's entrance. After a moment's stillness, a glimmer of cold light suddenly flashed from within the dark alley. Young master, be careful. Sun Dali's reflexes were swift as he lunged towards Lin Xiu, just as a flying dagger shot out from the alley, embedding itself in his shoulder. If not for his obstruction, that flying knife would have struck Lin Xiu directly at the center of his brow. Someone sought his life. Young master, run. This time, Sun Dali did not flee at the critical moment, disregarding the knife embedded in his shoulder. He shouted at Lin Xiu and then leaped toward the figure emerging from the dark alley. The person was short and clad in a black robe, entirely concealing their form. He had not anticipated that the target would detect his presence ahead of time. The intelligence indicated that Lin Xiu was merely an ordinary person without any awakened abilities or martial arts training. Had the target remained unaware, he could have struck when passing by the alley, delivering a fatal blow. The young man halted unexpectedly, seemingly realizing his presence, forcing him to alter his plan and strike directly. However, due to the precautions taken, his dart was deflected by the man beside Lin Xiu. As an assassin, martial arts was not his forte. An exemplary assassin should achieve a single lethal strike and then vanish without a trace. Once an assassin's cover was blown, the best course of action was immediate escape. Yet, this mission promised substantial rewards, and he was unwilling to relinquish it so easily. The burly man charged forward, and he raised his hand, releasing 5 darts aimed at the vital points of the man. Facing the dart shot at him, Sun Dali did not flinch or evade. Like a bull charging forward, colliding fiercely with the figure in black. The black-clad individual, with a fist raised, struck out, producing a sound like the rushing of the wind, delivering a blow of immense force directly to Sun Dali's chest. The impact generated a sonic boom, indicating that this assassin was far from ordinary. Lin Xiu remained unaware of the abilities this individual possessed, but the black-clad figure was equally ignorant of Sun Dali's capabilities. Although he lacked exceptional talent and awakened late, years of experience had led him to awaken his abilities a second time. Unless others possessed similar powers, few could contend with him in sheer strength. Zhao Lingyin could overpower 10 Sun Dalis, but when it came to raw power, 10 Zhao Lingyans would not match him. Boom! When the black-clad man's fist struck the opposing man, his expression changed dramatically. He did not repel Sun Dali, but instead felt an overwhelming force coursing through his arm and into his body. Bang! Sun Dali's shoulder crashed into the black figure's chest, causing a depression to form instantly, blood gushing from his mouth, his condition appearing dire. Several darts still protruded from Sun Dali's body as he placed his hands on his hips, casting a disdainful glance at the rapidly fading life of the black-clad assassin, proudly proclaiming, "Is this all you've got?" After uttering those words, he inexplicably scratched his head, puzzled. Strange, why do I feel so dizzy? Subsequently, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 11. Doubt Morning, Lin Manor. Sun Dali lay in bed, his complexion darkened and still unconscious. Chun, the head of the Qingli division, entered from outside and said, "We have identified that person's identity. He is a long-sought assassin by the court, wanted for several murders. I can't believe he'd set his sights on Lin Xiu." The black-clad man had already perished before the guards arrived last night. Sun Dali's full-force collision could kill even an elephant, let alone a mere human. Before his death, Lin Xiu had attempted to replicate his abilities, but the power within him did not respond, indicating that this man was not an ability user. Ping and Bo wore a grim expression, gritting his teeth, but who would hire an assassin to take Lin Xiu's life? Chun pondered for a moment, his expression shifting, and blurted out, "Could it be the Qin family?" Ping and Bo pressed, "What Qin family? What has happened, and why do you suspect them?" Chun briefly recounted the events that transpired at the Qingli division that day. After contemplating for a moment, Ping and Bo shook his head. "It shouldn't be them. While I believe the Qin family might retaliate against Lin Xiu, they wouldn't be bold enough to hire an assassin to kill him. Even if the Lin family is in decline, they still rank among the nobility of the daxia. Among the nobility in the capital, relations are not always harmonious. It is common for conflicts over interests to arise, but such disputes have their limits. Engaging in assassination would lead to an immediate loss of noble status and provoke a collective response from other nobles. A first-rank lord wouldn't dare to assassinate another noble, especially after a recent conflict." Ping and Bo glanced at Lin Xiu, asking, "Lin Xiu, think carefully. Have you offended anyone?" Lin Xiu shook his head, replying no. In truth, he had suspected Qin Song, but as Ping and Bo had said, their grievances were not life-and-death enmities, and the Qin family would not resort to such extreme measures. If the matter were to come to light, the consequences would be unbearable for the Qin family. If not the Qin family, who else would want Lin Xiu's life? Before Lin Xiu's arrival, Ping and Bo-san had spent most of his time at home, a true recluse with no friends, let alone any opportunity to offend others. Lin Xiu also harbored suspicions about the Zhao family. The marriage contract was undeniable. The Zhao family would be seen as untrustworthy if they denied it, earning a bad reputation. However, if Lin Xiu were to die, he would be extinguished like a flame, and the marriage contract would naturally be voided, allowing the Zhao family to preserve their honor. Contemplating this possibility left Lin Xiu feeling conflicted. In this world, Ling Yin was perhaps the only person, besides Ping and Bo and his wife, who treated Lin Xiu with such kindness. Lin Xiu did not wish to regard the Zhao family with a petty mindset, yet this possibility did exist. He cast these thoughts aside for the moment, as the most pressing concern was Sun Dali. He had not anticipated that Sun Dali, who always outran him when encountering Zhao Lingyin, would unhesitatingly risk his life to shield him from the dart last night. If not for him, Lin Xiu might have died a second time. The black-clad man's darts were poisoned, and Sun Dali had been struck multiple times, remaining unconscious until now, his breath growing faint. This was also due to his body being far stronger than that of an ordinary person. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished last night. Chen approached the bedside, glanced at Sun Dali, and reassured Lin Xiu, "Do not worry, I have informed the court. The Imperial Medical Institute will send someone shortly." The Imperial Medical Institute acted swiftly. In less than a quarter of an hour, a carriage arrived at the entrance of Lin Manor. A graceful young girl in a white dress stepped out and gently inquired, "May I ask where the injured party is?" The girl appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, with an oval face, flowing hair, and twin buns adorned with 2 white ribbons. The bangs framing her forehead added an air of elegance to her demeanor. Ping and Bo regarded the girl with curiosity and asked, "Miss, who are you?" The girl introduced herself, "I am from the Imperial Medical Institute." Ping and Bo realized, so you are a physician from the Imperial Medical Institute. Please come in. The girl, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, "I am not a physician. Let me first examine the injured." Under Ping and Bo's guidance, the girl entered a room and quickly approached Sun Dali, who lay on the bed, his complexion dark. She reached out and placed her hand on his forehead. In the next moment, she sighed in relief, saying, "Thank goodness." Lin Xiu, feeling anxious, asked, "Miss, will he recover?" The girl nodded, affirming, "He will recover." One could not help but doubt the girl's medical skills due to her young age, but in the following moment, Lin Xiu's shallow perceptions were transformed. The girl's hand remained on Sun Dali's forehead, and as time passed, the dark hue of Sun Dali's face visibly transformed into a healthy flush. This was not mere medical skill. It was an extraordinary ability. Unable to contain himself, Lin Xiu asked, "Miss, is your awakened ability related to healing?" The girl smiled subtly, neither confirming nor denying. Lin Xiu maintained a calm demeanor, yet his heart raced with excitement. Healing abilities were among the powers he had longed for most. Awakening this ability grants immunity to a myriad of toxins and diseases. Upon a subsequent awakening, one may even possess the capacity to heal others. More importantly, those endowed with such a gift enjoy a lifespan that is double or even triple that of ordinary individuals, rendering this ability exceptionally unique among various supernatural skills. Though this capability is not intended for combat, it is indeed rarer than any martial prowess, for no matter how formidable a sorcerer, high-ranking official, or even an emperor may be, they cannot escape the inevitability of aging and death. Having such a healer nearby is akin to possessing countless additional lives. The girl had placed her hand upon Sun Dali's forehead for a quarter of an hour. At that moment, Lin Xiu fervently wished it were he lying in bed instead. If it were him, he would have already embraced this dreamlike ability. If only he could swap places with Sun Dali. Yet alas, such an exchange was impossible. Had Lin Xiu been the one poisoned last night, given his physical constitution, it was highly likely he would not have endured for so long. As Lin Xiu gazed at the girl before him, he pondered whether he should hire an assassin to feign an assassination attempt on himself. At that moment, he could intentionally sustain some injuries, prompting the imperial physician to send this young lady once more. Would that not be delightful? After expressing her thoughts, she turned to leave, and Lin Xiu hurriedly called out, "Miss, allow me to see you off." Upon reaching the entrance of the Lin residence, Lin Xiu earnestly inquired, "Having received such grace from you, may I be so bold as to ask for your name?" The girl contemplated for a moment before replying, "My surname is Bai. You may call me Shuang Shuang." Lin Xiu, unwilling to let the opportunity for deeper engagement slip away, responded, "Then might I invite you to a meal? If it were not for you, my bodyguard would surely have perished. Please, Shuang Shuang, grant me the chance to express my gratitude." Realizing that further insistence might provoke annoyance, Lin Xiu opted to leave her with a favorable impression, saying, "Take care on your journey." Watching the imperial physician's carriage depart slowly, he exhaled a sigh of regret. It seemed that acquiring the ability of Shuang would have to be a matter for future contemplation. If he were truly reluctant, he could pursue her. Just as Lin Xiu's sigh faded, a voice laced with coldness echoed from nearby. Chapter 12. Taking your life, Zhao Lingyin cast a cold glance at Lin Xiu, saying, "It has only been a short while, and you are already entangled with flowers again." Such a sister-in-law was intolerable. Even this dalliance was unacceptable, let alone galloping off into the sunset. The matter of their engagement must be resolved without delay. Though he thought this, Lin Xiu still explained, "You are mistaken. Last night, I encountered an assassin, and had it not been for Dolly, I would not have seen you today. Dolly was poisoned while saving me, and that was the imperial physician who saved him. I must show my gratitude." An assassin. Zhao Lingyin's expression shifted, and she asked, "Are you unharmed?" "I am fine. But Dolly was injured while protecting me, and has yet to awaken," Lin Xiu replied. It was inconceivable for Lin Xiu to have encountered an assassin, and Zhao Lingyin pondered briefly before gritting her teeth and declaring, "Qin Song." Yesterday, Qin Song had suffered a significant defeat at the hands of Lin Xiu and Zhao Lingyin. Given his vengeful nature, he had ample motive for such actions. Zhao Lingyin turned on her heel, offering Lin Xiu no chance for retention. In truth, Lin Xiu believed that the assassination attempt bore little relation to Qin Kong. However, Qin Song certainly deserved punishment. It would serve him right for Zhao Lingyin to teach him a lesson. She would handle him with restraint, ensuring he would not be killed, but also not left unscathed. Lin Xiu approached the bedside and gently patted Sun Dali's shoulder, expressing his gratitude. Sun Dali, with a nonchalant expression, replied, "I am your bodyguard. Protecting you is my duty." Lin Xiu shot him a sidelong glance and asked, "Where were you when Ling Yin was hitting me?" Sun Dali chuckled innocently, saying, "That's different." Having risen to eat, Sun Dali was treated to a full table of dishes prepared by the kitchen at the behest of Lady Ping'an. His substantial appetite rarely allowed him to eat so heartily. Lin Xiu, who had hardly consumed anything since yesterday, joined him for a few bites. Just then, Lord Ping'an appeared at the door, calling out, "Shower, come here for a moment. Your mother and I have something to discuss with you." Following him into the study, Lin Xiu found Lady Ping'an already present. Being alone with them made Lin Xiu feel somewhat uneasy, and he asked, "What is the matter?" He still found it difficult to refer to them as father and mother. After a moment of reflection, Lord Ping'an inquired, "Do you remember the engagement with the Zhao family?" Lin Xiu nodded, saying, "I am aware." He was contemplating how to persuade Lord Ping'an and his wife to annul this dubious arranged marriage. Since they had broached the subject, Lin Xiu seized the opportunity to suggest, "However, I believe this engagement is not beneficial for either family at this time. Could we not discuss with the Zhao family the possibility of canceling it?" His words took Lord Ping'an and Lady Ping'an by surprise. Lord Ping'an asked incredulously, "Xiu, you feel the same way?" Lin Xiu affirmed, "The Zhao family is now a world apart from us, and that daughter is a paragon among women. How could our Lin family aspire to such a match? It would be better to cancel it sooner rather than later, for the good of both families." Upon hearing this, Lord Ping'an's face brightened, and he remarked, "It is wonderful that you think this way. Your mother and I feel the same. Rather than being burdened by that engagement, it would be preferable to annul it and find you a more suitable wife, allowing you to marry sooner and providing us with grandchildren." Lin Xiu felt a jolt of alarm. Annulling the engagement with the Zhao family only to arrange for him to marry someone else was akin to escaping from the tiger's den only to enter the wolf's lair. He hastily replied, "There's no need to rush. I am only 18. Lady Ping'an countered, 18 is not too young. I was already with child at your age." Lin Xiu felt overwhelmed and quickly excused himself, claiming discomfort in his stomach, and fled the room. On the streets of the capital, Qin Song emerged from a tavern, accompanied by two subordinates. Though a few of his ribs had been broken yesterday, his capabilities allowed him to move without much hindrance. He would fully recuperate in a fortnight. However, his enmity with Lin Xiu was now irrevocable. Unable to provoke Zhao Lingyin, could he not confront Lin Xiu? Qin Song's beautiful face now felt like a thorn in his side. Instinctively, he took a step back, eyeing Zhao Lingyin warily. "What do you want?" he asked coldly. Zhao Lingyin inquired icily, "Did you have a hand in Lin Xiu's assassination?" Qin Song was momentarily taken aback. But then a look of uncontainable joy spread across his face as he pressed. What? Lin Xiu was attacked? What happened? Is he dead? The temperature around them plummeted, and Qin Song shivered, quickly realizing the implications. He looked at Zhao Lingyin and insisted, "You mustn't misunderstand. I had nothing to do with this. I am not insane enough to commit such an act." He realized at that moment that Zhao Lingyin was here to settle the score, and he frantically attempted to clarify, "I have grievances with Lin Xiu, but they are minor disputes. I was merely wrongfully imprisoned for 2 hours. It's hardly worth mentioning, really." Zhao Lingyin, who had initially prepared to leave, turned back upon hearing this. Soon, the streets echoed with piercing screams, each one surpassing the last. The patrolling guards, rushing to the scene, merely exchanged knowing glances before silently retreating from Lin's residence. Lin Xiu cautiously glanced at Zhao Lingyin and asked, "What did you do to Qin Song?" Zhao Lingyin replied, "Nothing much, just broke a few of his ribs." Lin Xiu fell silent for a moment before responding. In truth, the assassination attempt yesterday likely was not his doing. Zhao Lingyin showed no surprise, stating, "I know." Lin Xiu, taken aback, exclaimed, "If you knew, why would you break his ribs?" Zhao Lingyin met his gaze and said, "I am aware of the affairs of the Qingli division. That man deserves to be punished, and breaking a few of his ribs is a mercy." It appears that Lingyin shares a righteous heart akin to his own. Lin Xiu refrains from further discussion on this topic, and upon recalling a matter, he inquires, "The assassin from yesterday was rather peculiar. With just one punch, he unleashed a sonic boom, yet his prowess does not seem to stem from sheer strength. What kind of ability could that be?" Zhao Lingyin, demonstrating her own might with a punch, responds, "Is it thus?" With her strike, a resounding thud reverberates through the air. Lin Xiu, astonished, exclaims, "What is this?" Zhao Lingyin elucidates, "This is true qi, the force derived from martial cultivation, distinct from supernatural abilities." Having immersed himself in supernatural arts these past few days, Lin Xiu had never encountered the concept of martial arts. He only knew that the Martial Academy was adjacent to the Institute of Supernatural Arts. Might there be a connection between the two? Zhao Lingyin, ever patient regarding Lin Xiu's inquiries about cultivation, reflects before stating, "Martial arts represent an alternative path, different from supernatural arts." The assassin practiced martial arts, however. His skill was insufficient, or else he would not have been vanquished by your guards. After Ling Yin's explanation, Lin Xiu comprehends that aside from supernatural arts, there exists another pathway to cultivation in this world. Supernatural arts are akin to a divine gift. Some individuals possess extraordinary abilities from birth, and upon awakening, their power becomes formidable. However, divine favor does not bestow itself upon all. For millennia, ordinary individuals who have not awakened their supernatural abilities have gradually forged a path of their own, martial arts. A powerful practitioner of supernatural arts can move mountains and fill seas, while a peak martial arts master can cleave a mountain with a single sword strike. Compared to supernatural arts, the path of martial arts is significantly more arduous. Though anyone can practice, those who reach the pinnacle of mastery are exceedingly rare. Thus, in this world, martial arts possess a diminished presence when compared to supernatural arts. Yet this does not imply that martial arts are inferior. True martial arts masters possess strength that rivals the mightiest of supernatural practitioners. The rarity of such masters, coupled with the challenges of their discipline, results in martial arts practitioners being even scarcer than high-ranking supernaturalists. At present, Lin Xiu finds himself unable to engage in combat using supernatural arts. However, he can attempt to cultivate martial arts. Given his extraordinary strength, he should find it easier than most. Ling Yin informs him that the Institute of Supernatural Arts also has instructors who teach martial arts, suggesting that he should focus on this area when the institute reopens in a month. As Lin Xiu strategizes his future in the Qin residence, Qin Song storms through the door, cursing. After enduring a thrashing from Zhao Lingyin yesterday, he merely went out for a meal today, only to face another beating. Though he has had his bones treated by the imperial physician, a dull pain lingers in his chest, and he attributes this grievance to Lin Xiu. The past few days have indeed been fraught with misfortune. First, there was the impertinent woman from the Wang family, followed by his entanglement with Zhao Lingyin. Qin Song feels beset by calamity. The situation with the Wang woman has been resolved through his father's intervention, yet he must keep an eye on the old man to prevent further troubles. Although Qin Song is not one to shy away from conflict, he prefers to avoid complications. Yet he insists he did not send anyone to assassinate Lin Xiu. He is not mad enough to commit such an act. Who could possibly be responsible? A shadow flickers in his mind, and he feels a twinge of fear, prompting him to halt his thoughts. He closes the door and approaches his bed, only to suddenly discover an unexpected presence in the room. A woman clad in black stands before him, her almond-shaped eyes and exquisite features exuding a striking beauty. Her hair is elegantly tied up, and though she is a woman, she lacks the typical softness, instead radiating an air of valor. When Qin Song entered, that spot had been empty. Initially, he assumed it was a surprise prepared by a servant, but he quickly senses something amiss. The woman's expression is devoid of any panic, her demeanor as frigid as ancient ice. A sense of caution rises within Qin Song as he questions, "Who are you, and why are you in my room?" The woman, not meeting his gaze, replies coolly, "I have come to retrieve something." Qin Song frowns, asking, "What is it that you seek?" Her gaze fixes on him, and she calmly states, "I have come to claim your life." Chapter 13. The mysterious assassin when bidding farewell to Qin Song 2 days prior. He had mentioned that they would meet again. Lin Xiu did not anticipate such a swift reunion, though the setting was rather peculiar. The Department of Justice, the morgue. Qin Song's lifeless body lay rigidly on a wooden slab. After an examination, the coroner declares, the time of death was between the hour of the dog and the hour of the pig yesterday. The fatal wound is a sword cut to the neck. The assailant struck with a swift blow, killing him instantly. Based on the nature of the wound, it appears the weapon used was akin to a dagger or short sword. Qin Song is dead, slain in his own home. Before entering his room, he instructed the servants that he wished to rest undisturbed for the day, and when the household staff came to awaken him the following morning, they discovered him dead in his bedroom. Enraged, the Qin family promptly reported the incident to the Department of Justice. Naturally, Lin Xiu and Zhao Lingyin, having had previous conflicts with Qin Song, were summoned immediately. After a brief inquiry by the coroner, it became evident that neither Lin Xiu nor Zhao Lingyin had any involvement in the matter. At the time of Qin Song's demise, both were in their respective homes, possessing alibis that precluded them from having the opportunity or capacity to commit the act. To infiltrate the residence of a first-ranked noble, assassinate Qin Song, and exit without a trace is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Furthermore, the assailant did not attempt to conceal her identity. She left behind several flower petals on Qin Song's corpse. An official from the Department of Justice surveyed Qin Song's remains, stating solemnly, a swift strike to the throat. With petals left on the body, beyond the deliberate clues left behind, there are no other leads. That woman has struck again. The coroner waved his hand, indicating, since this is no ordinary case, let the Department of Supernatural Affairs handle it. The Department of Supernatural Affairs is another governmental body. The Department of Justice only addresses standard cases, while any matter involving supernatural arts or practitioners is referred to the Department of Supernatural Affairs. As Lin Xiu gazes upon Qin Song's body lying on the slab, he discreetly places his hand upon the head of the deceased. The power within him remains unresponsive. It seems he cannot replicate the abilities of the dead. Upon returning to the archives, Lin Xiu washes his hands 10 times before curiously asking, "Uncle Chun, who exactly killed Qin Song?" Uncle Chun takes a sip from his teacup before responding slowly, "It was a mysterious assassin. Over the past year, numerous high-ranking officials in the capital have met their demise at her hands. The Department of Supernatural Affairs and the Secret Investigation Bureau are actively pursuing her. If she has taken note of Qin Song, it is merely a stroke of misfortune on his part." Uncle Chun refrains from divulging further details about the mysterious assassin. Once he departs, Lin Xiu begins to search through the archives. This room stores the case files of the Department of Justice, encompassing all cases handled over the past 3 years. After spending a significant amount of time sifting through the extensive records, Lin Xiu finally uncovers information regarding the assassin. The records provide limited details about her. It is confirmed that she is a woman who wields a dagger or short sword and excels in assassination, having successfully eliminated numerous influential figures without often failing. The few instances of failure occurred only when the target was shielded by powerful protectors. It is precisely these 2 failures that have enabled the court to gather some information about her. Prior to this, the court knew nothing about her. Anyone who had encountered her has perished at her hands. After perusing the information regarding this nameless assassin, Lin Xiu feels a sense of admiration for her. Although she is stained with blood, her victims are not innocents, but rather corrupt officials and tyrants, or individuals like Qin Song, who commit heinous crimes yet escape the clutches of the law. She has a peculiar habit of leaving flower petals at the scene of her actions, marking her identity as the perpetrator, ensuring that no innocents are ensnared in her web. After perusing her dossier, Lin Xiu could not help but exclaim, "A hero." The scoundrel Qin Song was someone Lin Xiu wished to eradicate swiftly, yet he lacked the strength to do so and could only watch as Qin Song flaunted his arrogance. The records indicated that this assassin was also a practitioner of extraordinary abilities, possessing commendable martial arts prowess. Her skill was invisibility, having awakened at least 3 times, allowing her to enter a state of concealment at will. While not a combat-oriented ability, when combined with martial arts, it could elevate her to the rank of a top-tier assassin, an unseen foe, an ambush that one could not guard against. Who would not tremble at such a threat? Previously, Lin Xiu had played Wang Zhirong Yao and had despised facing opponents like Lanling Wang or a Ku in the jungle. Throughout most of the game, they remained invisible, and the moment they revealed themselves was often the moment Lin Xiu met his demise. Eventually, after mastering a Ku and reaching the national server, he truly grasped the exhilarating nature of invisibility. Due to the multitude of cases attributed to her and her elusive nature, the court had placed a substantial bounty on her head, reportedly amounting to 10,000 taels, a figure sufficient to sustain an ordinary family for generations. The common folk in the capital were well informed, and early in the morning, the Qin family hurried to the Qin Li Si to report the incident. The Qin Li Si dispatched individuals to retrieve Qin Song's body. As Lin Xiu walked through the streets, he overheard the townspeople discussing the incident. He deserved it. A fitting end for such a disgrace. I thank the hero who avenged us. The sentiment of relief echoed among them. Having been hastily summoned to the Qin Li Si that morning, Lin Xiu had not even had time for breakfast. He hastily entered a local eatery, ordered a steamer of buns and a bowl of porridge, and sat down on the street to eat. The patrons were ordinary citizens, and Lin Xiu's elegant attire made him stand out among them. Even those exuberantly discussing Qin Song's demise fell silent, for while they could whisper amongst themselves, they feared retribution from the Qin family if their words were overheard. However, it wasn't long before someone recognized him. Isn't that the official who stood up for old Wang? No way, someone like him couldn't possibly be here dining. It truly is him. There aren't many with such handsome features. I can't be mistaken. Although the townsfolk murmured quietly, none dared approach Lin Xiu. After all, one was a government official, and the others were mere citizens. They harbored a sense of reverence and fear towards these high-ranking officials. This morning's case was urgent, and many within the Qin Li Si, like Lin Xiu, had not had breakfast. As Lin Xiu would frequently be visiting the Qin Li Si, it was essential to cultivate good relationships with his colleagues, yet he still felt like an outsider there. Upon settling his bill, the proprietor of the bun shop, a robust middle-aged man, shook his head and said, "These buns are on me, my lord." Lin Xiu was taken aback, and before he could inquire further, the proprietor explained. Old Wang suffered throughout his life, barely managing to raise his daughter, only to have her harmed by that scoundrel. You are the only one who stood up for them. A few buns are nothing. I cannot accept your money. Lin Xiu was not one to accept charity, but despite his insistence, the shopkeeper was firm in his refusal. Even other patrons chimed in, urging him to let it go. Ultimately, Lin Xiu relented. Upon returning to the Qin Li Si, Lin Xiu distributed the buns to the various offices. Given the urgent nature of the Qin family's case, most officials had not had breakfast, and they were unable to leave as freely as Lin Xiu could, so the aroma of the buns soon made their mouths water. In the document storage room, Lin Xiu smiled at 3 colleagues and said, "I bought some buns by the street. If any of you haven't had breakfast, feel free to have some." The 3 clerks, famished and eager, quickly gathered around, with one snatching a bun and devouring it while expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Lin Darren. Your buns have come at the perfect time. We were just discussing whether we should send someone to buy food." Previously, when they encountered Lin Xiu, they had merely exchanged polite nods, maintaining a degree of distance. Yet this simple act of sharing buns brought them closer together. After finishing a bun, one clerk wiped his hands and asked, "How much do these buns cost?" "We'll pay you back, Lin Darren." Lin Xiu waved his hand, stating, "No need, Sue Darren. A few baskets of buns are hardly worth much." The clerk chuckled. Even brothers should settle accounts clearly, or else we won't be able to let you treat us next time. Lin Xiu shook his head. Really, it's unnecessary. These buns cost me nothing. The shopkeeper gave them to me. The Wang family girl who passed away recently was his neighbor. He thanked me for standing up for her, and he wouldn't take my silver. The clerks fell silent upon hearing this, and the one who had just taken a bun slowly placed it down and said, "In that case, we are not worthy to eat these buns." The Wang girl had been wronged after being forcibly violated by Qin Song, seeking justice but being silenced and made to appear as if she had taken her own life. The Qin family later framed a thief for her death, claiming she had willingly engaged with Qin Song and had coincidentally met her demise at the hands of a robber. An innocent girl, wronged and dead, was already a tragedy. To further tarnish her name as a prostitute was unfathomable. Lin Xiu could hardly imagine the anguish her family must endure. At the entrance of the document storage room, the head of the Qing Li Si gazed at the half-eaten bun in his hand, and after a moment of silence, he swallowed the remaining half. Chapter 14. Lin Xiu's gratitude. Though he was not well versed in the laws of the Xia, it was evident that a powerless thief, breaking into homes, committing robbery and murder, would undoubtedly face severe punishment, and according to law, death by decapitation was entirely reasonable. Yet, Lin Xiu could never have anticipated that the Qing Li Si would sentence this individual to death by 1,000 cuts. Lingxi is one of the most brutal forms of execution, wherein the condemned is dismembered while remaining conscious. The mere thought of such torment sends shivers down one's spine. Moreover, this punishment is typically reserved for the most heinous offenders. It was inconceivable that a common murderer would be subjected to such a fate sanctioned by the court. Yet the man kneeling in the courtroom appeared utterly oblivious to this. His complexion was ashen, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He was unafraid of death, for he was already terminally ill and had little time left to live. Dying in place of another meant his family would receive a substantial reward, which he considered a gain. Nonetheless, there is a distinction between different forms of death. Beheading is a mere instant, often leaving one unaware of the pain. A severed head might bear a scar the size of a bowl, and after 18 years, one could be reborn as a new man. It was these very words that had encouraged him to take the blame. But being subjected to Lingxi meant suffering for 3 whole days, during which one would have 1,200 pieces of flesh removed each day, all while remaining alive. Upon hearing the verdict of Lingxi, the thief's trousers became soaked with fear. The head of the Qing Li Si regarded him with an impassive gaze and said, "Criminal Kongba, you have broken into a residence, committed rape and murder, and staged a hanging to frame the son of a noble family. Your crimes warrant severe punishment. I hereby sentence you to death by 1,000 cuts. Do you have anything to say?" Kongba's face was as pale as paper. In that moment, he was truly terrified. He feared being executed by Lingxi. Watching as the executioner carved 3,600 cuts into his flesh. Kneeling on the ground, he struck his forehead repeatedly, exclaiming, "My lord, this is an injustice. I confess everything. I only ask for swift death." The head of the Qing Li Si observed him and inquired, "Did you not already confess everything? What more do you have to confess?" Kongba hastily replied, "My lord, I did not kill that girl. Someone forced me to take the blame. Please see through this." "My lord." The atmosphere in the Qing Li Si courtroom shifted dramatically. Rin Fan Kongba, upon hearing the news of his impending death by 1,000 cuts, immediately retracted all previous statements and confessed to the truth of taking the blame for another. The identity of the person for whom he took the blame was all too evident. The demise of the Wang family woman was undoubtedly connected to Qin Kong. He must have forcefully violated her and, fearing her reporting him, killed her under the cover of night, crafting a facade of suicide and employing a thief to take the fall. Unexpectedly, the person he chose was utterly unreliable. It turned out that the Wang woman was likely not a willing participant. That beast not only violated the young lady, but also sought to take her life, tarnishing her innocence. Word has it that the beast has already met his demise, an act of retribution, truly a fitting punishment. Outside the court, Lin Xiu observed the expressionless Qing Li Si Lang Zhong seated beneath the prominently displayed plaque and realized he knew little about this official. Although Qin Song was dead, the case concerning the Wang family was far from resolved. The thief's sudden retraction had once again implicated the Qin family. An hour later, within the Qing Li Si, in the rear office, the Qing Li Si Lang Zhong cast a fleeting glance at him and said, "That must be for you to explain. If you sought someone to take the blame, why choose a cowardly soul? I have asked nothing." Yet he confessed on his own. "Even if I wish to assist your Qin family, it is too late." Zhong Yongbo's face twisted in fury as he gritted his teeth, declaring, "My son is already dead, and these troublesome individuals refuse to let go. Whether it be that old fool or that foolish family, they all deserve to die." Zhong Yongbo. The Qin Li Xilang Zhong's gaze sharpened suddenly as he slammed his palm on the table, stating in a grave tone, "Do you believe all the inspectors and officials have perished? Or do you think that the assassin dared to kill your son, but would not dare to kill you? You want him to live, and live well? I do not wish to hear news one day of Zhong Yongbo being assassinated." His words fell like a bucket of cold water, awakening Zhong Yongbo from his fury. He feared not the inspectors, but the elusive assassin. Already engulfed in grief and rage over his son's death, he found himself at a loss in this troubling matter and could only inquire, "What do you suggest I do, my lord?" After a moment of contemplation, the Qin Li Xilang Zhong replied, "The repercussions of this case are beyond my control. The deceased is gone. If you wish to extricate yourself unscathed, you simply need to shift all blame onto the late Gongzi. Claim that everything was his doing, and you, Zhong Yongbo, were unaware of anything." In fury, Zhong Yongbo exclaimed, "What? My son is already dead, and you still wish to?" The Qin Li Xilang Zhong interrupted, "Precisely because he is dead, there is no room for inquiry. If not, shall you find another scapegoat?" After a prolonged silence, Zhong Yongbo lifted his head, clasped his hands in gratitude toward the Qin Li Xilang Zhong, and said, "In these days, I am indebted to Lord Liu for your assistance. This kindness I shall remember, and I will repay it in due time." The Qin Li Xilang Zhong waved his hand dismissively, responding, "Zhong Yongbo, you are being overly courteous." Following his expression of thanks, Zhong Yongbo left the rear door with a heavy heart. The Qin Li Xilang Zhong smiled as he escorted him out, but as the door closed, his smile vanished instantly. Bah! A look of loathing crossed his face as he spat on the ground. Lin Xiu was unaware of what transpired next. But with Qin Tsung's death, the Qin Li Xilang Zhong had cleared the Wang family's name, which, for Wang's family, was the best possible outcome. It was now midday. The streets buzzed with life, filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. Beside a heap of garbage at the corner, a yellow mutt scratched to the ground. His luck had not been good that day. All morning, he had found nothing to eat, not even a half-piece of steamed bun. The enticing aroma of meat wafting from a nearby shop made him swallow hard as he slowly approached, hoping to catch a few whiffs. However, the butcher's apprentice had already raised a stick. Where did this stray dog come from? Get lost, and don't disrupt our business. The yellow mutt lay there, dejected, occasionally whimpering. If only he could have a chicken leg, or perhaps a pork knuckle. Even a bone to gnaw on would suffice. Time passed, and suddenly, the dog perked up, sniffing the air. He had caught the scent of chicken legs and pork knuckles. His throat worked in anticipation as he scanned the area, spotting a human approaching, who gently opened a paper bag and placed it before him. Inside the bag were 2 chicken legs and a pork knuckle, the aroma intoxicating. Lin Xiu squatted before the mutt, pointed at the chicken legs and pork knuckle, and said, "Go ahead, eat." Though the dog could not comprehend human speech, he understood the gesture. Without hesitation, he devoured the food, crunching even the tiniest bones, and after finishing, he licked the greasy paper 3 times. Then, he circled Lin Xiu a few times, wagging his tail vigorously. This was his way of expressing gratitude. If not for this dog, Lin Xiu might have met his end at the hands of the assassin the night before, a true act of salvation. Lin Xiu gently patted the dog's head, saying, "If you're willing, follow me from now on. As long as I have food to eat, you shall never go hungry." In the peaceful Duke's residence, he squatted down again and affectionately patted the dog's head, saying, "From now on, your name shall be Dahuang." The dog seemed quite intelligent, circling Lin Xiu a few times before running to the corner outside Lin's residence, keeping a vigilant watch over the passers-by, appearing more loyal than Sun De Li. Although the toxins within Sun De Li had been purged, full recovery would require several days of rest. For safety's sake, Lin Xiu refrained from venturing out during these days. This was the royal capital, and while there may be those who wished for Lin Xiu's demise, few would dare to assassinate a noble directly, as that female assassin had done. Staying at home was safe, yet Lin Xiu found himself in a rather awkward position. Spending an entire day at home meant increased interaction with the peaceful Duke and his wife. though they treated Lin Xiu with kindness. He was acutely aware that their affection was directed towards the other Lin Xiu, which left him feeling profoundly uncomfortable. At dinner, the peaceful duke's wife continuously served Lin Xiu, her gaze filled with maternal warmth, which warmed his heart, yet also filled him with inner conflict. That night, hunger roused Lin Xiu from his sleep. Engaging in his peculiar training consumed vast amounts of energy, causing his appetite to surge. Before the hour of Z, he could no longer bear the hunger and was about to check the kitchen for food when a knock echoed at his door. Opening the door, he found the peaceful duke's wife standing there, and he queried, "What brings you here at this late hour?" She replied, "I noticed you hardly ate anything tonight, so I came to check. If you're hungry, I can cook you a bowl of noodles." "No need, I'm not hungry." Lin Xiu attempted to refuse, but his stomach promptly betrayed him with a growl. Soon after, the peaceful duke's wife entered with a bowl of noodles, simple yet nourishing. The bowl contained clear broth, a few greens, and 2 poached eggs. Though it was merely a bowl of plain noodles, Lin Xiu savored every bite, finishing the soup and licking the bowl clean. He had tasted all manner of delicacies, yet he found this bowl of clear broth noodles to be the most delightful. When he was young, he had a nanny who cooked for him. As he grew older, he often resorted to instant noodles, takeout, or dining at upscale restaurants with friends. After 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had savored a meal made by a mother's hand. Before long, Lin Xiu set down his utensils and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." The peaceful duke's wife gently ruffled his hair and smiled, saying, "Silly child, there's no need for thanks. If you wish for anything in the future, just tell me, and I shall prepare it for you." The woman before him gazed at him with eyes brimming with affection, a sentiment he had yearned for in his previous life, yet never possessed. Lin Xiu fell silent for a moment, nodded gently, and whispered, "I understand, mother." After satisfying his hunger and thirst, surrounded by an enveloping stillness, Lin Xiu lay on his bed, for the first time feeling that fate had not been unkind to him. Perhaps the blow from meteorite was not a punishment for his tumultuous emotions, but rather a divine blessing for his good deeds. A night passed without dreams. This night, Lin Xiu slept particularly soundly. In the morning, after freshening up, Lin Xiu made his way to the front courtyard and saw the servants of the household standing in a line, with the couple, Lord Ping and Lady Zhou. At the forefront, Lin Xiu approached and naturally inquired, "Father, mother, what is the matter?" Maintaining the livelihoods of a household of over 10 individuals required a significant expenditure. The salary of a third-rank marquis was already meager, barely sufficient to sustain the Lin family as it once was. However, Lin Xiu's illness and the expenses incurred for the imperial physician had depleted a substantial portion of the family fortune. As a result, supporting these servants had become increasingly burdensome. Lady Zhou addressed the assembled servants, stating, "The Lin family is no longer as it once was. Remaining here will not benefit your futures. Today, I shall return your contracts and provide each of you with 10 taels of silver for your journey. Those who wish to depart are free to do so." The servants of Lord Ping and were originally purchased by the Lin family and were considered their property. The couple could have easily sold them to others, yet they chose not to do so. Instead, they granted them freedom and financial support, a rare kindness among the aristocracy. However, a benevolent master does not equate to a good master. The decline of the Lin family was irreversible, and remaining would not serve their best interests. It was wiser to leave and seek better opportunities elsewhere. Yet, for figures remained steadfast in their positions. Lady Zhou's gaze fell upon a middle-aged woman who smiled and said, "Madam, I have cooked for the Lin family all my life and possess no other skills. If you do not mind my cooking, please allow me to stay." Following her, an elderly, stooped man added, "The old servant has but a few years left to live. I hope that in consideration of our long-standing relationship, you might grant me a humble coffin when the time comes, and I shall have no regrets." Finally, a young woman, her expression resolute, declared, "I wish to remain by Madam's side for life." Thus, 4 the Lin family servants chose to stay: Old Huang, the doorkeeper; Sun Dali, the guard; Aunt Wang, the cook; and Yu, Lady Zhou's personal maid. The departure of several servants added to the desolation of the already declining Lin estate, evoking a profound sense of melancholy among those remaining. As Lin Xiu walked the streets alongside Sun Dali, he was enveloped in a different sentiment. It was somewhat ironic. In his past life, Lin Xiu had possessed nothing but wealth, whereas in this life, he had everything except for money. He was beloved by his parents, cared for by his younger sister-in-law, and protected by a guard willing to sacrifice his life in peril. Most importantly, he had a home and even a dog. At this juncture in life, what more could he possibly desire? Lin Xiu's wishes had always been simple. From this moment forth, he would truly be the son of Lord Ping and an official of the Qingli division in the Daxia dynasty, Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu cherished his current life and was determined to protect this hard-won family. However, the situation of the Lin estate worsened daily, and he needed to take action to alter their circumstances. Son Dali shook his head repeatedly, saying, "I shall continue to follow young master. I feel secure with you." In truth, he too wished for a respite, but the day's heat was unbearable, making it impossible to stay at home. Being by young master's side was far more comfortable. The sweltering heat had indeed been relentless these past few days. Although Lin Xiu himself was akin to a walking air conditioner, the oppressive weather still made him slightly uncomfortable. Lying in the coolness of the house while enjoying chilled watermelon was far more pleasant than enduring the sun outside. Others shared Lin Xiu's sentiments. The streets were sparsely populated, with few daring to walk down the center as he did. Most clung to the shaded edges, grumbling as they went. "This infernal weather, why is it so hot? My clothes are soaked through in no time. Indeed, it is unbearable. I plan to visit Pinfong Pavilion for some entertainment. I hear it is cooler there." This summer had indeed been exceptionally hot. If Lin Xiu found it uncomfortable, how much more so for ordinary folk? From the highest nobility in the capital to the common people, everyone suffered from the sweltering heat. Lin Xiu lifted his head to behold the glaring sun above, and suddenly a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He could undoubtedly utilize his abilities to earn money. With the recent string of high temperatures in the capital, ice had become a rare commodity. Regardless of their wealth, be they merchants or nobles, none could procure ice unless they possessed Lin Xiu's unique talent. Although Lin Xiu's current abilities were not as formidable as Ling Yin's, making ice from thin air was somewhat challenging. However, freezing water was a far simpler task. The difficulty of the two was not even comparable. Aside from Ling Yin, he was the only individual in the entire Daxia capital capable of producing ice. This was a clear business opportunity. Chapter 16. Collaboration. Lin Xiu strolled through the bustling streets, contemplating how best to monetize his skills swiftly. This oppressive heat would likely persist for no more than a month before gradually cooling down, at which point the demand for relief from the heat would wane. If he wished to profit, he needed to act quickly. However, despite Lin Xiu's urgent thoughts, matters had to be addressed sequentially. First and foremost was the selection of a location. The site for selling ice must be near the residences of the wealthy and powerful, who indulged in lavish lifestyles and would not hesitate to spend. In contrast, those who lived on the edge of subsistence would not splurge on such luxuries, regardless of the heat. Moreover, unlike Ling Yin, who could conjure ice from nothing, Lin Xiu needed to find a place with easy access to water, ideally one with a well that could be rented. This idea, however, was fleetingly considered and promptly dismissed. The estates in question were owned by individuals of high status and nobility, unlikely to rent to him. Even if there were vacant properties, the rent would be beyond his means. Lin Xiu lamented the realization that even with a potential avenue for income, the lack of startup capital rendered him unable to implement his plan. Time was of the essence, and he had essentially monopolized the ice-making business. Every day of delay resulted in substantial losses. Reluctantly, Lin Xiu shifted his focus to the rows of shops lining the street. This area was where the nobility resided, and the street was lined with lavishly decorated establishments, including brothels, restaurants, and tea houses, all known for their extravagant prices. Regardless of how much money one carried, a stroll down this street could easily lead to its depletion. Lin Xiu's gaze swept across the area before he approached a prominent tavern known as Jiayulu. As one of the most renowned establishments in the capital, Jiayulu typically enjoyed brisk business, frequently attracting the attention of high-ranking officials. In fact, its clientele consisted primarily of the capital's elite, while common folks were often oblivious to the tavern's very existence. Yet today, during the lunch hour, Jiayulu was eerily devoid of patrons. The heat poured in from every direction, and the tavern's attendants slumped over their tables, their garments drenched in sweat, their voices weak and listless. Alas, this weather, when will it end? It has been half an hour, and not a single customer has arrived. The ice tank is empty, and the tavern feels like a steamer. Who would want to suffer here? As a few attendants murmured amongst themselves, two figures entered from the outside. A solitary figure strides ahead, a handsome young gentleman, followed closely by a robust man, likely his bodyguard. A servant, struggling to maintain his composure, rises and forces a smile. Inquiring, what would the esteemed guest like to eat? Lin Xiu, with forthrightness, replies, I am not here to dine. I seek your manager. In most circumstances, a flustered servant might dismiss such a comment, but the young gentleman's extraordinary demeanor and opulent attire indicate he is no ordinary commoner. The servant, exercising patience, retreats to summon the manager. The manager of Jiayuelu, a middle-aged man of modest height and slightly portly stature, appears reluctantly. He bows respectfully to Lin Xiu and inquires, Might I ask your esteemed surname and the purpose of your visit to Jiayuelu? Lin Xiu, disinterested in trivialities, slowly extends his palm, from which a layer of ice begins to emanate. As the frost manifests, the temperature around them drops perceptibly. The sudden chill startles the manager, and with a gleam of determination in his green bean-like eyes, he seizes Lin Xiu's hand, exclaiming excitedly, Esteemed guest, let us converse upstairs. On the second floor of Jiayuelu, within a refined chamber, the manager instructs a servant to prepare tea and then gazes intently at Lin Xiu, asking, Is your extraordinary ability related to ice? Lin Xiu remains silent, lifting his teacup, from which steaming vapors swiftly transform into frost. He takes a sip of the chilled tea and, fixing his gaze upon the manager, declares, I shall dispense with pleasantries. I wish to borrow your well. And as for the cost, I propose 10 taels of silver per day. The manager's eyes narrow, swiftly grasping Lin Xiu's intent. A flicker of insight passes through his gaze, and he leans back slightly, smiling. It seems you are aware that, given the recent heat wave, the capital's ice supply is scarce, with prices soaring. With your capabilities, earning a fortune daily should be effortless. 10 taels may be rather modest. Lin Xiu raises an eyebrow, inquiring, What do you consider appropriate? 10 taels could sustain a family of 5 for an entire year, providing ample food and the occasional meat dish. His monthly salary at the Qingli division is merely 8 taels. Is Jiayuelu truly so affluent? The manager smiles slightly, stating at least 50 taels. Deal. Lin Xiu pounds the table, exclaiming, Truly, Jiayuelu is generous. Since you are so sincere, I shall not seek elsewhere. The manager, taken aback, frowns. Are you suggesting that the 50 taels come from Jiayuelu? Lin Xiu retorts, Otherwise, what do you propose? The manager's gaze momentarily flickers before he chuckles. Surely, you jest. You wish to borrow our well, yet expect us to pay you? Lin Xiu does not even glance at him, rising and coolly stating, If you lack sincerity, then it is of no consequence. Perhaps the nearby Piaoxiang Lu will prove more accommodating. Seeing Lin Xiu genuinely preparing to depart, the manager hastily intervenes, Please wait. According to conventional reasoning, one borrowing Jiayuelu's well would indeed owe them silver. However, with the capital's ice in such high demand, and Jiayuelu's business suffering, retaining this individual to supply ice could yield profits of 5,000 or even 50,000 taels. The ice storages across the capital are critically low. Only the royal palace likely possesses any surplus. Retaining this individual would render Jiayuelu the sole establishment capable of providing ice, ensuring a steady stream of customers. The manager initially attempted to feign ignorance, believing the young man would not grasp the implications. Yet, he soon realized his own naivety. In such a precarious moment, pushing this individual toward a competitor could lead to his own demise. Grasping Lin Xiu's arm, he declares, 10 taels, 10 taels. As long as you can supply ice to Jiayuelu, we shall pay you 10 taels daily. Lin Xiu, smiling, responds, With the recent heat and the scarcity of ice, earning a fortune should be effortless for me. 10 taels is rather low. He mirrors the manager's earlier words back to him. The manager stares at Lin Xiu, wishing he could slap himself for speaking out of turn. With a woeful expression, he asks, What do you consider suitable? Lin Xiu replies, 50 taels. The manager, gazing at him with a sorrowful expression, laments, Esteemed guest, you are demanding an exorbitant price. Unfazed, Lin Xiu states, If you believe it excessively priced, I shall inquire elsewhere. Do not. The manager, gritting his teeth, concedes, 50 taels it shall be, but you must promise me one condition. Aside from Jiayuelu, you cannot supply ice to any other establishment. Although 50 taels pains him, the potential value this young man could generate for Zhao Lu is worth far more. Perhaps tenfold or even 100-fold. The math is clear. Lin Xiu regards him and states, in that case, the price will likely need to increase. The manager responds, I am willing to offer 5 times the market rate. Lin Xiu smiles subtly, nodding, may our cooperation be fruitful. In the back courtyard of Zhao Lu, the establishment, situated in the heart of the capital, boasts extensive grounds, featuring a main building facing the street, along with gardens, rockeries, ponds, pavilions, and several individual pavilions. Lin Xiu stands before a well, several buckets of well water already positioned at his feet, while Zhao Lu's servants tirelessly draw more water. Due to the intense heat, the well water quickly loses its chill beneath the blazing sun. After washing his hands, Lin Xiu places his palm upon the water surface. A wave of coldness emanates from the bucket, and the water begins to freeze rapidly. Before long, the entire bucket is encased in ice. The manager watches in suppressed excitement. For Zhao Lu, this is not merely a matter of profit. While other establishments suffer in the oppressive heat, Zhao Lu stands as the singular refuge, capable of delighting the nobility and ensuring endless benefits for its future. Compared to this, a few dozen or 100 taels is inconsequential. After freezing several buckets of water, Lin Xiu takes a seat to rest, awaiting the replenishment of his energy. While transforming water into ice is much simpler, the process is still somewhat taxing with repeated use. He had considered alternative methods, such as utilizing the principle of nitrate dissolving in water to absorb heat. However, this method is inefficient and yields low output, easily replicable by others. Directly employing his abilities is not only more convenient, but also highly effective. Moreover, this method is unique to him. No one else can replicate it. At this time, Zhao Lu's servants have already removed the ice blocks from the buckets and placed them into an ice basin. The ice basin serves as a cooling apparatus for the affluent in the capital, resembling a square vessel akin to a ding, with small holes along the sides and bottom. When ice blocks are placed inside, cold air disperses through the holes, circulating within the room. In later times, even during summer, ice blocks hold little value. However, much like ancient China, the Great Xia lacks the technology to produce ice during the summer. All ice is stored in ice houses throughout the winter. By summer, much of it has already melted, leading to scarcity and high prices. One could say ice is as precious as gold. Ordinary households cannot afford it, including Lin Xiu's family in the past. Thus, even in years when ice was not so scarce, a block of ice comparable in size to a bucket typically costs around 1 tael of silver, equivalent to the monthly expenses for a family of 5 enjoying meat with every meal. Lin Xiu sells Zhao Lu a bucket of ice for 5 taels, 5 times the usual price, but he is confident that Zhao Lu will not incur losses. In fact, they will likely profit even more, making it clear that Zhao Lu is still benefiting from this arrangement. However, Lin Xiu did not dwell on these matters, for silver was boundless. Collaborating directly with Zhao Lu alleviated much of his troubles, though it inevitably meant sacrificing some profits, a reality he had long accepted. An hour later, Sun Dali emerged from Zhao Lu, cradling a wooden box, alongside Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu's complexion was pale, his steps unsteady, resembling someone who had been utterly drained. Indeed, his vitality had been depleted. Although freezing a single bucket of water did not consume much Yuanli, he had frozen 50 buckets within that hour, leaving him utterly devoid of any Yuanli. Nevertheless, the rewards were substantial. Within the box Sun Dali carried were 30 silver ingots, each worth 10 taels. This was the advantage of being an anomalist. Most capable individuals could amass great wealth without aligning with the court, living a life free from want. As they walked, Sun Dali grinned foolishly, proclaiming, 300 taels of silver. If only every day could be like this. Lin Xiu shook his head, knowing that such days were not sustainable. The weather would soon cool, and this lucrative period would not last long. Silver would dwindle day by day, and this winter, the powerful and affluent of the Great Xia, as well as the various shops in the capital, would undoubtedly hoard ice in a retaliatory manner. By the following summer, ice prices would surely plummet, making profit from ice production far less attainable. Yu had long been by the side of Lady Ping and Bo, being a few years older than Lin Xiu. Upon seeing Lin Xiu, she paused and said, "Madam asked me to take these items out to sell for some silver to help with household expenses." Lin Xiu approached and opened the brocade box, discovering it contained various pieces of jewelry, jade bracelets, gold hairpins, and earrings. He noticed that the jade bracelet on her wrist was missing, and the gold hairpin on her head had been replaced with a wooden one. Zhou Jun stepped forward and remarked, "These items are of little use sitting around. It would be better to sell them now and support the household." Lin Xiu smiled, reassuring her, "Do not worry about the silver, mother." Son Dali, grinning, opened the box in his arms, and under the sunlight, the neatly arranged silver ingots dazzled Zhou Jun, leaving her momentarily dazed. "These silver ingots must be worth hundreds of taels," she exclaimed, staring at Lin Xiu in shock. "Sure, where did all this silver come from? You mustn't engage in any wrongdoing." Although the Lin family had fallen from grace, they still held a position among the powerful, and the civil servant of the Qingli division was also an official in the court. If he truly desired silver, there were countless ways to acquire it, but none were righteous. Lin Xiu understood her concerns and comforted her. "Mother, rest assured, this money is earned through my own efforts. If you do not believe me, ask Dali." Son Dali immediately affirmed, "Madam, I can attest that this is truly earned by the young master through hard work." Zhou Jun was initially skeptical, saying, "Do not collude to deceive me. What could Xiu possibly do to earn so much silver in such a short time?" Lin Xiu, feeling helpless, explained in detail, "Mother, have you forgotten? I have awakened my anomalous abilities. The weather has been scorching these past few days, and ice is hard to come by in the capital. I merely used my powers to assist Jiayuelu in producing a considerable amount of ice, and this is the remuneration they provided." After much effort, she began to believe him, yet still found it hard to accept, saying, "But this is just too much." Lin Xiu smiled, reassuring her, "Do not worry, mother. Every coin I earn is clean. From now on, you and father can enjoy a life of comfort at home." He then turned to Ayu and said, "Sister Ayu, once the weather cools down, you and mother should go out and shop. Her jewelry has been worn for a long time and is due for a replacement." Ayu's eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she replied, "Certainly, young master." However, Zhou Jun's mood darkened as she looked at Lin Xiu with guilt, saying, "Xiu, it is our lack of ability as parents that forces you to resort to such means." In any dynasty, anomalists were esteemed individuals supported by the court or various factions. It was rare for an anomalist to lower themselves to engage in such menial tasks for silver. Lin Xiu grasped her hand, unconcerned, and said, "Mother, do not speak like that. Earning money through one's own abilities is nothing to be ashamed of. Please keep this money safe. There will be even more to come." A refreshing chill emanated from the ice basin, making the entire room exceptionally cool. Zhou Jun carefully stored the silver and slowly approached her husband, saying, "My lord, have you noticed that Xiu has changed?" Lin Ting nodded, replying, "I too have observed this. He even took the initiative to cancel the engagement with the Zhao family. Was he not always looking forward to it?" "That is not what I meant." Zhou Jun shook her head, a mix of pride and heartache in her eyes as she softly remarked, "Xiu has grown up." She felt gratified by her son's maturity, knowing that even if they were no longer around, he could still live well on his own merits. Yet, her heart ached for him, just 18 years old. While his peers among the nobility were still indulging in youthful pleasures, enjoying the benefits of their parents' legacies, while he was already shouldering the responsibilities of a family. Lin Ting sighed softly, saying, "It is my inadequacy as a father." Zhou Jun held his hand, her expression shifting to one of acceptance, saying, "Perhaps this is not entirely a bad thing. At least when our time comes, we need not worry excessively." Having recovered from his exhaustion after a good night's sleep, Lin Xiu was revitalized the following day. After lunch, he set out with son Dali toward Jiayuelu. As they entered through the grand entrance, a figure in white paused momentarily before following them. Chapter 18. Zhao Lingyin's assessment today's Jiayuelu was a stark contrast to yesterday. When Lin Xiu arrived the previous day, the establishment was devoid of patrons. But today, as he and son Dali entered, they lifted the heavy curtains to find the first-floor hall bustling with guests. And the private rooms on the second floor were also filled with shadows, far more crowded than the day before, indicating that more tables had been added. The flourishing business at Jiayuelu was not unexpected. Outside, the heat was unbearable, while inside, it felt as cool as an air-conditioned room. Undoubtedly the only refuge from the sweltering summer in the capital. As they stepped into the tavern, the proprietor rushed out from behind the counter, grasping Lin Xiu's wrist in relief, saying, "Young Master Lin, you have finally arrived. The ice from yesterday is nearly depleted, and if you had not come, I would have had to personally visit your home to fetch you. I am here now, Lin Xiu replied with a smile. Let's begin. Under the guidance of the proprietor, he returned to the courtyard beside the well, where 50 water buckets had already been prepared, filled to the brim. Lu had made all the necessary arrangements before his arrival. From then on, the task fell to Lin Xiu. After washing his hands, he placed his palm on the surface of one of the buckets of water. Just as he was about to freeze the entire bucket, a fragrant breeze wafted from behind him. Zhao Lingyin stood behind Lin Xiu, her brow furrowed in curiosity as she asked, "What are you doing?" Lin Xiu was taken aback. "What brings you here?" Zhao Lingyin replied, "I happened to see you and came over to check what you were up to." Conducting business, Lin Xiu stated, having already frozen the first bucket of water, his hand lifting from the ice's surface. "The weather will cool down within a month. Shouldn't I take advantage of the heat to earn more?" Zhao Lingyin frowned and said, "Are you that desperate for silver? What if someone sees you?" Lin Xiu shot her a glance, asking, "What makes you think I am in need of silver?" Anomalists aspired to wield great power, and utilizing their bestowed abilities to acquire wealth was, without a doubt, a degradation of their status. As Lin Xiu reached for the second bucket, Zhao Lingyin directly seized his wrist, saying, "How much silver do you need? I will provide it for you." Lin Xiu paused momentarily at her words. When a wealthy woman offers to give you as much money as you desire, few can resist such temptation. Even if the woman were elderly and unattractive, or possessed peculiar preferences, many men would still be drawn to her. Lin Xiu had witnessed such scenarios numerous times. Moreover, the beauty and youth of this woman, coupled with her enviable figure, undoubtedly wield a tremendous allure over men. Unfortunately, Lin Xiu is impervious to such charms. Capable of earning a living independently, he sees no need to rely on others. Casting another glance at Zhao Lingyin, he remarked nonchalantly, "What do you take me for? Besides, what does it matter if others see? I earn my living through my own abilities. There is nothing shameful about it." In Zhao Lingyin's eyes, Lin Xiu's previously lustful image was now tainted by greed. With a swift motion, she flicked her sleeve, unleashing an icy aura that caused the water in dozens of buckets by the well to freeze solid. She cast a cool glance at Lin Xiu and inquired, "Is this sufficient?" Lin Xiu was awestruck by Zhao Lingyin's formidable power, yet felt a twinge of anxiety as he replied, "I can manage it slowly on my own. If you do this, who will claim the silver?" Zhao Lingyin gritted her teeth and asserted, "It will be yours. I do not desire a single coin." With that, Lin Xiu felt reassured. Although he had done nothing, without Lingyin's intervention, he could have completed the task in no more than an hour, which was rightfully his due. The proprietor of Lu was pragmatic, causing no further disturbance despite Zhao Lingyin's involvement, and dutifully presented 300 taels of silver. Internally, he marveled at these powerful sorcerers who could amass wealth with such ease. If they so desired, they could accumulate vast fortunes in a short span of time. Lin Xiu understood that Lingyin had his best interests at heart. In the capital, the nobility must maintain their decorum. There is no mingling of the aristocracy with merchants, especially not for one like Lin Xiu, who personally engages in labor. Such behavior would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule among other nobles, reflecting poorly not only on the Lin family, but also on the Zhao family. He shrugged, saying, "What they think is their concern. Last time, when we summoned the imperial physician, we spent dozens of taels of silver and then dismissed several servants, providing them with a handsome severance. If I do not earn some money, I fear we will be unable to put food on the table. Should I let my parents do it?" Zhao Lingyin halted, realizing she was unaware of the Lin family's plight. She wished to say something, but found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, Lin Xiu had already stepped past her and continued on his way. In the center of the street, a ragged woman knelt on the ground, cradling a child in her arms, desperately pleading, "Please, kind-hearted souls, help us." Countless passers-by walked by, merely casting a fleeting glance at her, while many others chose to ignore her completely. Lin Xiu approached, crouching down to ask, "Madam, what troubles you?" At the sound of his voice, the disheveled woman abruptly lifted her head. Clutching her child tightly, she exclaimed urgently, "My child is ill. The doctor said if we do not treat him, he will not survive. I have no money." Lin Xiu retrieved a silver ingot from his pocket and offered it to her, inquiring, "Is this enough?" "Yes, yes." The woman snatched the silver, barely able to express her gratitude before scrambling to her feet and racing off in a certain direction with her child. Zhao Lingyin stepped forward and remarked, "In the capital, most people like that are likely swindlers." Lin Xiu chuckled lightly, Unconcerned, what does it matter? It is merely a few taels of silver. One meal at Jiayu Lu costs more than that. If it turns out to be a scam, so be it. But what if it is genuine? The child's illness does not appear to be a ruse. In this life, he had a family to care for, parents to honor, and even a dog to feed. He could not afford to act so capriciously. Zhao Lingyin silently followed Lin Xiu, observing him intently. She soon realized that many of his actions eluded her understanding. He would unhesitatingly give a silver ingot to a begging woman while haggling over a few coins with a vendor at a street stall for a quarter of an hour. He would spend a couple of taels to buy meals for beggars on the street, while he himself sat down to consume plain noodles that cost only 3 coins. Devouring 3 bowls in succession, he was the least pretentious noble she had ever encountered. Yet oddly, she found him more agreeable than any other aristocrat. Shaking her head, she stated, "I am not hungry." In the past 17 years, she had never dined in such a place, and she certainly would not start now. Yet, she could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity. Was the noodle truly so delectable that Lin Xiu and Sun Dali had consumed such prodigious amounts, 3 bowls and 5 bowls, respectively? Lin Xiu's appetite for 3 bowls was due to his awakened powers, which made him feel hunger more acutely, and he had long since grown weary of delicacies like abalone and lobster. In his previous life, he had favored those humble eateries with unique flavors. Although they may not be esteemed, they often concealed true culinary treasures. Having said that, she turned and headed toward the Zhao family residence. As she passed a clinic, she spotted the ragged woman, now holding several packets of medicine, beaming as she emerged from the establishment with her child. Upon seeing Zhao Lingyin, the woman knelt again, pulling her child down with her, repeatedly exclaiming, "Thank you, young lady. Thank you for saving our lives." Zhao Lingyin dared not linger, hastily fleeing from the scene, feeling undeserving of such gratitude. Upon returning home, Zhao Lingyin was pensive, remaining distracted even during dinner. Across from her, a middle-aged man smiled and inquired, "How was it?" He continued, "I heard you have been spending time with Lin Xiu. What kind of person is he?" Zhao Lingyin pondered for a moment before responding. "He's a good man." The middle-aged man appeared taken aback, expressing his confusion. "A good man?" She nodded, setting down her chopsticks, and elaborated. "He is diligent in his cultivation, frugal in nature, kind-hearted, just, responsible, and accountable. His only flaw is that he awakened his abilities a bit late." Achoo! Lin Xiu, wandering the streets, unexpectedly sneezed, an ominous premonition rising within him. In Chapter 19, thank you, Zhao Lingyin's assessment of Lin Xiu, based on their time spent together, included his diligent cultivation, frugality, kindness, sense of justice, and responsibility. His dedication to cultivation was something she had witnessed firsthand. In the capital, other young lords dined at opulent establishments like Tianxiang Lu and Jiayu Lu, indulging in various delicacies that cost dozens of taels for a single meal, while he dined on simple vegetarian noodles priced at merely 3 coins. This reflected his frugality, his willingness to feed beggars, and his unhesitating generosity towards the woman with the child were not acts of wastefulness, but rather manifestations of his innate kindness. His advocacy for justice and his willingness to set aside status to support his family demonstrated his sense of responsibility. There was one aspect Zhao Lingyin refrained from mentioning, Lin Xiu's flaw being somewhat lecherous, but in her eyes, this was not a significant issue. As long as he had met her sister, he would no longer gaze upon other women. She held such confidence. With a clatter, the middle-aged man's chopsticks fell onto the table, astonished by his daughter's appraisal of Lin Xiu, as he had never heard such praise from her. After Zhao Lingyin provided her evaluation of Lin Xiu, she explained each point in detail. The middle-aged man lifted his cup, taking a small sip before smiling. "It seems Lin Ting has raised a fine son. A person like him is indeed rare among the nobility in the capital." Zhao Lingyin regarded him and asked, "So, does father intend to honor that marriage agreement?" The middle-aged man nodded, stating, "Initially, I thought that if Lin Xiu were like other young lords, lacking any decent character, I would cancel the agreement, regardless of the Zhao family's reputation. However, given your words, how can we, the Zhao family, go back on our word when his character is so commendable?" Zhao Lingyin chose not to voice any further objections. She had strongly opposed the marriage agreement from the start. She was acquainted with most of the young nobles in the capital, as she believed none of them were worthy of her sister. Yet, as a woman, regardless of how gifted or noble her status, she would ultimately have to marry. Among all the men I have known, if I must choose one, it can only be Lin Xiu. His character is evident to all. Even if his talent for cultivation is somewhat lacking, with diligent encouragement, his accomplishments will undoubtedly be commendable. After deep contemplation, the middle-aged man rose and said to Zhao Lingyin, "In that case, let us pay a visit to the Lin family." Lin Xiu and son Dali strolled through the streets for a full 2 hours, engaging in various activities and purchasing numerous items. Previously, he had been quite resistant to shopping. Accompanying women on shopping sprees felt like an unavoidable chore. If he did not satisfy their desire to shop, they would not engage him in deeper conversations about life. However, when he took the initiative to shop, the experience was entirely different. He bought an exquisite jade pipe for the gatekeeper, Lao Huang, a golden hairpin for you, 2 bolts of fine silk for the cook, Aunt Wang, and even gifted Sundali a pair of steel arm guards. Each person who had persevered through the Lin family's most difficult times was considered family, and naturally, he wished to show them his appreciation, hence preparing gifts for each of them. As he stepped through the door, he immediately spotted several figures emerging from a room. Among them were Ping and Bo and his wife, alongside Zhao Lingyin and a middle-aged man. The man, of similar age to Ping and Bo, appeared warm and kind, with a familiar air about him. In an instant, Lin Xiu surmised the man's identity and felt a surge of joy. Could it be that the Zhao family had come to dissolve the engagement? This was splendid news, and he could hardly contain his excitement. Lin Xiu approached the middle-aged man and said, "Greetings, Uncle Zhao." The man regarded him with an appreciative gaze and nodded, saying, "Very well." As Ping and Bo and his wife escorted the middle-aged man out of the Lin residence, Lin Xiu remained momentarily frozen in place, a smile betraying his elation. Finally, this troublesome engagement was at an end, and from this moment forth, no one could hinder his aspirations. Zhao Lingyin observed him and asked calmly, "Are you very happy?" Unable to conceal his excitement, Lin Xiu replied, "Of course. You need not feel burdened. I bear no resentment towards you. Although the engagement is annulled, we are still friends." Zhao Lingyin frowned. "What do you mean the engagement is annulled? Why should it be annulled?" Seeing her furrowed brow, Lin Xiu was suddenly filled with a sense of foreboding and asked, "Why have you come here today?" It was as if thunder clapped in his ears, leaving his mind blank. What do you mean?" Zhao Lingyin looked at him and inquired, "Do you not wish for it?" Lin Xiu recalled the last time he had expressed his reluctance, only to be pinned against the wall by her. He swallowed hard and asked in confusion, "No, I'm simply curious. Your sister is so remarkable. Marrying a noble or even a prince would suffice. Why do you fix your sights on me?" When Lin Xiu mentioned those esteemed individuals, Zhao Lingyin scoffed, her disdain unmistakable as she replied, "They are unworthy." Lin Xiu, perplexed, questioned, "Am I worthy then?" Noticing Zhao Lingyin's peculiar gaze, he realized his words had been somewhat impertinent and clarified. "I meant to say, my family has fallen from grace and cannot possibly match your stature." Zhao Lingyin responded, "Such matters are inconsequential." Lin Xiu, feeling helpless, asked, "Then what is important?" She replied, "You are a good person and you passed my test." Lin Xiu was taken aback. He never expected to receive such a commendation. Her understanding of him was profound. She truly comprehended him. His face flushed slightly as he humbly replied, "You flatter me. I have merely done some insignificant deeds." Zhao Lingyin regarded him and said, "To you, they may seem insignificant, but to others, they are not. If you had not stepped forward, that unfortunate girl would have suffered unjustly after her death." Lin Xiu explained, "Someone must take a stand. I simply could not bear to watch." Zhao Lingyi nodded and added, "And the woman, if it were not for you, that child would have been in mortal danger." Lin Xiu replied, "It was merely a matter of a few taels of silver. I can earn money easily. Even if I were scammed, the loss would be minimal. A few taels could indeed save a life, which is quite worthwhile." Zhao Lingyin continued, "There's one thing that confounds me." "What is it? Why do you eat plain noodles that cost 3 when a bowl, yet are willing to spend several taels on a meal for beggars?" Lin Xiu smiled and said, "Their lives are bleak and devoid of hope. Occasionally providing them with an unexpected delight is it not, a rather engaging endeavor?" Zhao Lingyin was momentarily speechless and could only say, "You are indeed a peculiar person." Lin Xiu gazed at Zhao Lingyin, a smile gracing his face, his heart brimming with joy. In this unfamiliar world, to have someone understand him so well was undeniably fortunate. Alas, she was a woman. Had she been a man, Lin Xiu would have surely forged a brotherhood with her, considering her a confidant for life. However, His elation soon waned as he stared at Zhao Lingyin, questioning, is this truly the reason the Zhao family is willing to betroth your sister to me? Zhao Lingyin cast him a glance and replied, if not, why would you thank me? Had it not been for me, my father would have already planned to annul the engagement. Lin Xiu looked at her, his smile more sorrowful than tears, and gritted his teeth, saying, I thank you for that. Chapter 20. A crisis in the ice house. Lin Xiu had anticipated many things, but he never expected that an undercover would be so close to him. No wonder he encountered Lingyin at every turn. It was she who had been following him to test him. Had he known the engagement could not be dissolved, he would have behaved less commendably. He could have refrained from treating beggars to meals, avoided eating the inexpensive noodles, and when at the Qingli office, he could have. But no matter. Even if he foresaw today's outcome, he would still stand up when the moment called for it. The past was behind him, but the present could still be pursued. Although the Zhao family had made their decision, it did not mean they could not change their minds. In certain respects, Lin Xiu could not alter the situation, but in others he could. He could continue to visit the brothel and converse with the beautiful Haitang. He could go today, tomorrow, and the day after, every day, and he would not believe the Zhao family would allow such a heavenly beauty to marry a man who frequented brothels. Lin Xiu sighed inwardly. The situation seemed to be growing more complicated. The disparity in status between the Lin and Zhao families was too great. Ideally, or rather, only the Zhao family could annul the marriage. If the Lin family were to take the initiative, it would be a slap in the face for the Zhao family. He had assumed the Zhao family would not marry off their prodigy, yet here he was, beset by a foolish ally. To persuade them to reconsider, he must alter Lingyin's impression of him. Haitang, wait for me. At that moment, Zhao Lingyin suddenly said to him, since the engagement has been set, you should conduct yourself properly. Should I catch you at a brothel again, I will break your legs. I speak with conviction. With that, she shot Lin Xiu a warning glance and decisively turned to leave. With that, Lin Xiu's last avenue of escape was firmly blocked. Zhou Jun smiled and remarked, I just saw Lingyin speaking with Xiu'er. Upon hearing this news, Xiu'er must have been so delighted that he forgot himself. Lin Xiu wiped away a tear that had escaped due to his sorrow and anger, saying, indeed, I am joyful, so joyful that I weep. Ping and Bo remarked, even willing to acknowledge this engagement, the Zhao family truly values their reputation. We have indeed underestimated them. Lin Xiu felt utterly helpless. Who would wish to marry a woman they had never met? He knew not whether she was beautiful or ugly, tall or short, what her character was like, or if they would be compatible for marriage. If two incompatible personalities were to unite, would it not lead to yet another tragic marriage like that of his parents in his past life? Lin Xiu was deeply fearful of such a union. He let out a sigh and murmured, I wonder what kind of person Miss Zhao is, what her appearance is like, and what her character entails. Ping and Bo chuckled and said, in terms of appearance, how do you find Lingyin? Lin Xiu replied, she is the epitome of beauty, not an ounce of exaggeration. Ping and Bo remarked, they share the same parents. If the younger sister is so, the elder sister cannot be lacking. Ling Jun's beauty is beyond doubt, and countless young nobles in the capital admire her, including even the princes in the palace who have pursued her. As for her character, she is often away from the capital, so I cannot speak to that, but she is likely to be more graceful than Lingyin. He patted Lin Xiu on the shoulder and added, Ling Jun is a prodigy highly regarded even by His Majesty. The Zhao family has risen because of her. Your uncle Zhao, once merely a third-rank noble like my father, has now become a first-rank marquis. When you meet her, do be courteous. Lin Xiu sighed inwardly, growing increasingly determined to annul this engagement. Who would treat their own wife with such formality? No matter how beautiful or talented Zhao Lingjun may be. What is the use if one must be formal with their spouse? He did not know about others, but he certainly could not. He feigned indifference and laughed, saying to Ping and Bo, do not worry. What is a first-rank marquis? I will earn a first-rank duke for you in the future. Zhou Jun chuckled at his words, while Ping and Bo playfully tapped Lin Xiu on the head, saying, do you think a first-rank duke is as common as cabbage? There's only one in the entire Xia. If you can avoid causing trouble for me, I will be more than pleased. Despite his words, he felt a surge of joy in his heart. He was already satisfied that his son harbored such ambitions. After teasing his parents for a while, Lin Xiu took out a small box from his pocket and handed it to Ayu, who stood behind Zhou Jun, saying, Sister Ayu, this is for you. Ayu opened it to find a beautifully crafted golden hairpin and hurriedly exclaimed, no, young master, this is too precious. Zhou Jun gently patted her hand and said, accept it. It is a gift from Xiu heir. Hearing this, Yu happily accepted the golden hairpin. Her face flushed as she thanked Lin Xiu. He waved his hand and said, we are family, no need for formalities. Yu had been with the Lin family since she was very young. She was 8 years older than Lin Xiu, and throughout his life, she had always taken care of him. Though Lin Xiu had no memories of this, it did not hinder him from treating her like an elder sister. Subsequently, Lin Xiu presented gifts to Lao Huang and Aunt Wang, who also expressed profuse gratitude. Everyone in the family received gifts, including to Huang, who stood guard at the door. During dinner, Lin Xiu made a point to have Aunt Wang add a chicken leg for the Huang. The arrival of Zhao Lingyin's father and the Zhao family's attitude towards the engagement, though entirely contrary to Lin Xiu's plans, eased a burden on his mind. That night's assassination attempt on Lin Xiu was likely not orchestrated by the Zhao family. Ling Yin regarded him as one of her own, and Lin Xiu felt grateful to her, which in turn fostered a certain fondness for the Zhao family. He did not wish to harbor suspicions against them. The investigation by the Qing Li Si had yielded no updates, suggesting that no results could be found. So, who exactly wanted his life? The enemy lurked in the shadows while he remained exposed, unable to locate them. Yet he believed that since their last attempt had failed, they would eventually reveal themselves. The next morning, shortly after finishing breakfast, Zhao Ling arrived at the Lin residence to assist Lin Xiu with his training. He noticed her earnestness in this endeavor, understanding that she aimed to ensure he would soon be worthy of her sister. However, Lin Xiu had plans to visit Jiayulu later, and if he were to be drained of his energy now, he might not even be able to freeze a bucket of water. Zhao Ling sensed his concerns and said, I will accompany you to Jiayulu. With her presence, Lin Xiu felt reassured. 300 taels of silver was merely a trivial matter for her. However, this made him feel somewhat uneasy about accepting the money, so he suggested to Zhao Ling, how about we split the reward from Jiayulu? Zhao Ling waved her hand dismissively and replied, no need, I do not lack silver. Since she had stated this, Lin Xiu no longer insisted, thinking he could repay her in other ways later on. The two quickly began their training for the day. Outside, the heat was unbearable, yet within the room, a chilling air prevailed. Simultaneously, in the De Xia Imperial Palace, within the Imperial Study, several palace maids wielded large fans to cool a middle-aged man clad in royal robes, yet their efforts proved futile. The palace felt akin to a vast steamer, suffocatingly hot. He raised his head and shouted, Zhu Jin, where are you? I ordered you to fetch ice. A portly figure scurried in, kneeling on the ground as he reported, Your Majesty, I just checked the ice house, and there is not a single piece of ice left. What? The middle-aged man furrowed his brows and asked, The ice house is supposed to have enough ice for at least 2 months, and it has barely been a month. How can it be completely depleted? He rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. His concubines, raised in luxury since childhood, could hardly endure such heat, and the meteorological department had stated that this oppressive weather would persist for at least another month. Would the harem not drive him to madness? At that moment, the stout figure suddenly suggested, Your Majesty, why not summon the second young lady of the Wu and Marquis family into the palace? She has awakened the ice-related unusual ability. Would it not be a simple task for her to produce some ice for the palace? Absolutely not. The De Xia Emperor waved his hand decisively, saying, If I recall correctly, that young lady's name is Ling Yin. She possesses extraordinary talent and is a pillar of our De Xia's future. How could I disrupt her training for the sake of the pleasures of my concubines? That would only bring shame upon the Wu and Marquis. Besides, you know the temperaments of those concubines. If a conflict were to arise, how would I handle it? Your Majesty is wise. This old servant was thoughtless. The head eunuch bowed and continued, I have also heard that the son of Ping and Bo has awakened an ice-related unusual ability and has entered the Unusual Ability Academy. The son of Ping and Bo? The De Xia Emperor raised an eyebrow and inquired, Is he not the one who has an engagement with the Zhao family's legitimate daughter? I thought he had not awakened any unusual abilities. While the emperor may not remember every noble in the capital, he had a vivid impression of Ping and Bo, especially since the Zhao family's daughter was renowned, and he had even considered marrying her off to a royal prince, but had to abandon the idea due to the engagement with Ping and Bo. Zhu Jin replied, It is said that his unusual ability has indeed awakened, and it is the ice-related ability. A hint of regret flashed across the De Xia Emperor's face as he remarked, To awaken a heavenly tier unusual ability is truly unfortunate given the late timing. The power of ice-related abilities is well known, having been demonstrated by a legendary general of the Xia and a pinnacle expert of the Deluo dynasty. It is a capability of immense potential, but alas, awakening too late would likely hinder any significant achievements. The Xia emperor declared, in that case, summon him to the palace. Zhu Jin promptly arranged for a young eunuch to summon Lin Xiu, then smiled and said, speaking of this son of Ping and Bo, there is something interesting. This young man, despite his youth, possesses considerable audacity. Upon hearing Zhu Jin's words, the Xia emperor nodded slightly and said, fearless of power, yet harboring kindness. This child is indeed different from the other signs of nobility in the capital. Zhu Jin expressed his astonishment, remarking on the Zhao family's willingness to honor their marriage contract. He noted that the children of other families in the capital were often quite outrageous. Xia Huang merely smiled and replied, do you truly believe that the Zhao family would wed their esteemed daughter to him solely based on his virtuous nature? This is a declaration to me that the Zhao family will not partake in the power struggles of the capital. Some individuals already possess sufficient influence, and should they marry into the Zhao family, even I would need to tread carefully. Within the Lin residence, Lin Xiu and Zhao Lingyin were engaged in their training. Zhao Lingyin's method of assisting Lin Xiu involved subjecting him to the torment of extreme cold. Dressed only in a shirt, Lin Xiu found himself enveloped in chilling air, with frost already forming on his eyebrows and hair. Inside him, a force was battling the external cold, and in this prolonged struggle, that inner power was gradually growing at an exceedingly slow pace. After a brief period of training, a knock echoed from outside. When they were practicing, interruptions were uncommon unless something urgent occurred. Lin Xiu quickly dressed and opened the door to find the Ping and Bo couple standing at the threshold, while three shadowy figures awaited in the courtyard. All three bore pale faces and wore robes resembling official attire, yet distinctively different. The foremost man spoke in a sharp voice. Lin Xiu, son of Ping and Bo, His Majesty summons you. Come with us immediately. Do not delay. Taken aback, Lin Xiu asked, His Majesty summons me. For what purpose? The eunuch delivering the edict replied nonchalantly, we are unaware of the specifics. You should come with us swiftly, lest you incur the emperor's displeasure. Confused, Lin Xiu followed the three eunuchs, while the Ping and Bo couple looked on with concern. Zhao Lingyin seemed to understand the situation and reassured them, uncle and aunt. Rest assured, Lin Xiu's entrance into the palace will not lead to any significant trouble. As Lin Xiu stepped through the palace gates, he subtly surmised the emperor's intentions for summoning him. As the son of a third-rank noble and a mere clerk in the Qingli department, he could hardly capture the emperor's attention. His only worth, in the emperor's eyes, lay in his ice-manipulating abilities. He had heard from the director of the Yishu Academy that only 2 individuals in the entire capital possessed the rare ice-related extraordinary skill, one being Lingyin and the other himself. The rarity of such a talent is not merely due to its formidable power, but also because of the extremely low probability of awakening such abilities. Those who awaken a heavenly tier extraordinary skill while also possessing cultivation talent are even more scarce. As for why the emperor did not summon the more powerful Lingyin but opted for him, it was not surprising. The esteemed daughter of a first-rank marquis and a genius of the Yishu Academy would likely lead to rumors of the emperor's lack of respect for talent if she were summoned for such tasks. Lin Xiu, however, was merely an obscure youth in the capital, easily summoned. As he entered the palace, a supervising eunuch informed him that the palace ice cellar was empty and required his abilities to produce ice. This was an obligation Lin Xiu could neither refuse nor evade. Firstly, it was a direct summons from the emperor, which left no room for denial. Secondly, to some extent, it was Lin Xiu's duty. As a student of the Yishu Academy, he also bore the identity of a specially recruited talent by the court, and when the court was in need, they were expected to serve at any moment. These students, having received the court's cultivation and enjoying the academy's resources, along with a monthly stipend of 10 taels of silver, were naturally obliged to fulfill this duty. Since it was a summons, there was of course no compensation. Reflecting on the significant loss of gold and silver he would incur by working for the palace without pay, Lin Xiu couldn't help but sigh. The supervising eunuch furrowed his brow and asked, What troubles you? Are you unwilling to work for the palace? Lin Xiu shook his head, responding, "You misunderstand, esteemed eunuch. My abilities have only just awakened, and my elemental energy is still weak. I fear I won't be able to produce much ice." The eunuch glanced at him and remarked, "You need not concern yourself with that. Come with me, and once we enter the inner palace, be sharp, do not look where you should not, and do not ask questions that do not pertain to you. If you violate palace rules, do not blame me for not warning you." The Xia court is structured into 24 departments, each with distinct responsibilities, while the palace contains 20 departments that oversee various internal matters. Within the imperial city, the front palace houses various government offices, and the central palace serves as the meeting place for the emperor and his ministers. Consequently, the positions of these 24 departments are situated in the inner palace, managed by court ladies and eunuchs. Thus, the supervising eunuch had specifically advised Lin Xiu to avoid looking around or asking questions, as the inner palace was home to either the emperor's consorts or unmarried princesses, and even a fleeting glance could be considered impolite. Following the three eunuchs, Lin Xiu traversed several exceptionally long palace corridors before finally entering the fabled inner palace. The inner palace, in stark contrast to the central and front palaces, was a different realm entirely. The pathways were lined with various flowers and plants, and it was early morning. The sun had yet to rise. Many young and beautiful palace maids tended to the flora along the path. As several colorful sedan chairs passed by, Lin Xiu discreetly stole a few glances at the enchanting beauties seated within. Each was a stunning woman, each unique in her charm. Some exuded allure, while others radiated purity. Lin Xiu had never seen the emperor and was unaware of his character. But one thing was certain. The emperor possessed remarkable taste, rivaling Lin Xiu's own. Compared to those youthful maidens, these were the true embodiments of womanhood. The eunuch beside him quietly cautioned, "I've already said not to look around. Be wary of bringing trouble upon yourself." Heeding the advice, Lin Xiu immediately lowered his gaze, focusing on his own feet and refraining from casting furtive glances. After all, this was an era dominated by feudal imperial authority, and the inner palace was rife with intrigue. As a mere son of a third-rank marquis, it was wise to remain cautious in all matters. Before long, Lin Xiu was led by the three eunuchs to a courtyard. The entrance bore the plaque of the Shangbing Sea, one of the 24 departments of the inner palace, primarily responsible for storing ice in the winter and supplying it to the various palaces during the scorching summer months. Upon entering the Shangbing Sea, Manager Li explained the situation, and the eunuch responsible for the department wore a troubled expression, saying, "What shall we do? For some reason, the water drawn from our well is exceptionally murky. How can we use it to produce ice for the ladies?" Manager Li furrowed his brow and personally approached the well to draw a bucket of water. Indeed, the water was so turbid that it was entirely undrinkable. After contemplating, he stated, "I shall report this to His Majesty. You should wait here." After departing from the Shangbing Sea, Manager Li soon returned and said to Lin Xiu, "Come with me." Due to the issues with the well water, the emperor had issued an urgent decree for Lin Xiu to produce ice in accordance with the ranks of the concubines, visiting each palace to maintain order and prevent disputes among the palaces. After retrieving the ice-making tools from the Shangbing Sea, Lin Xiu followed the eunuchs and was quickly escorted to the front of a grand palace. A majestic plaque hung above the entrance, proclaiming it to be the Yongning Palace. This courtyard was far more imposing than the last. Before entering, Manager Li again reminded, "This is the residence of the Empress. Once inside, do not make noise or gawk. Complete the ice-making swiftly and depart." As Lin Xiu stepped into the courtyard, he observed several palace maids and eunuchs bustling about. He was guided to a water well in the corner of the courtyard, where eunuchs had already prepared water and awaited his arrival. The palace utilized molds from the Shangbing Sea for ice making. These molds were square and could produce one block of ice at a time. The inner palace was not the Jiayu Lu. Lin Xiu could not directly place his hand on the water surface to create ice, but could only touch the outside of the mold. The method of ice making has significantly slowed down, resulting in a greater consumption of yuanli. Lin Xiu found himself helpless in this situation. No matter how meticulously he cleaned his hands, the eunuchs around him would not permit it. With the emperor having countless concubines, it seemed inevitable that Lin Xiu's yuanli would be drained by these imperial consorts by the end of the day. Chapter 22. The blossoms of the imperial harem. After arduous efforts to prepare ice for the empress's Yongning Palace, Lin Xiu was swiftly taken to Changchun Palace. This was the abode of the noble consort, and upon entering, Lin Xiu noticed that the eunuchs accompanying him appeared increasingly tense. Before their arrival, Chief Steward Li had repeatedly cautioned him to exercise utmost caution while in Changchun Palace. Offending the noble consort would leave him without any hope of salvation. As Lin Xiu stepped through the gates of Changchun Palace, he beheld a beautiful woman in palace attire standing in the courtyard, cradling an unusual creature that resembled a cat. This creature, with its snow-white fur, bore the body of a feline, yet sprouted a pair of delicate wings from its back. This was Lin Xiu's first encounter with a cat possessing wings. He was not particularly astonished. He had come to realize that the species in this world differed from those on Earth. Beyond humans, there existed various races such as the Ling Xiu, Manzu, and Haizu, making the presence of unfamiliar creatures unsurprising. Women like this possessed an irresistible allure to men. Fortunately, Lin Xiu had encountered numerous women in his life and displayed no signs of abnormality. When Chief Steward Li entered, he hurriedly approached and bowed, addressing the noble consort. The palace-clad beauty offered him a fleeting glance before shifting her gaze to Lin Xiu, inquiring about his identity. Gently caressing the fur of her spiritual beast, she dismissed Lin Xiu with a command to act swiftly. She warned that if her pet were frightened, she would have their heads. Chief Steward Li hurriedly assured her that they would complete the ice-making and depart promptly. It was evident that this noble consort was not to be trifled with. Even the palace maids and eunuchs within Changchun Palace moved cautiously, fearful of making any noise. After finally completing the ice, Lin Xiu and the eunuchs emerged from Changchun Palace, wiping the cold sweat from their brows, visibly relieved to have survived the encounter. In the vast harem of the great Xia Emperor, there were numerous women, among whom 5 held the highest ranks, 1 empress and 4 consorts. The empress, as the mother of the nation, rightfully presided over the harem. Beneath her were the 4 consorts, the noble consort, the virtuous consort, the gracious consort, and the esteemed consort, followed by 9 concubines, including Jiejue, Kaizi, Meiren, and others. Lin Xiu, guided by Chief Steward Li, meticulously followed the rank order of the harem as they visited one palace after another. After the noble consort came the virtuous consort, who merely observed without speaking, allowing Lin Xiu and his companions to complete their task smoothly. Upon exiting the virtuous consort's Ningxia Palace, Chief Steward Li finally sighed in relief, stating that the mistress of Qinqiu Palace was exceptionally kind and never made things difficult for the palace staff, so Lin Xiu could feel at ease. Qinqiu Palace was the residence of the gracious consort, and according to Chief Steward Li, she seemed to have a good reputation in the harem. Before long, within Qinqiu Palace, Lin Xiu pressed one hand against the mold while wiping the sweat from his brow with the other. The method of ice-making was indeed taxing on his yuan li. He could have produced 50 blocks, yet now he struggled to manage even half that amount. After just one more palace, he feared his yuan li would be entirely exhausted. Just as Lin Xiu gritted his teeth to persevere, a fragrant breeze wafted toward him as a palace maid approached, holding an ice bowl filled with a dozen translucent grapes. She smiled at Lin Xiu and said, "You have worked hard. This is a reward from the gracious consort." To enjoy chilled grapes in the heat of summer was a privilege reserved for the nobility of the palace. Chief Steward Li swallowed nervously and interjected, "No, no, no. This is a gift from Master Lin from the noble consort. We cannot partake." Lin Xiu waved his hand, expressing, "The esteemed eunuchs have accompanied me tirelessly. How could I indulge alone?" Seeing Lin Xiu's generosity, Chief Steward Li relented, chuckling, "In that case, we shall share in Master Lin's fortune." The grapes, whose variety was unknown, were juicy, seedless, and exceptionally sweet. After chilling, consuming one was a refreshing delight. Lin Xiu set down the ice bowl, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "These grapes are truly delicious." Chief Steward Li chuckled. "These are tribute grapes from the western regions. Even the Empress has only received 2 bunches. Only the gracious consort would bestow such a precious gift upon us." Lin Xiu glanced towards the inner palace, appreciating the gracious consort as kindness. The mistresses of the 3 palaces he had visited prior had not even spared him a glance, let alone offered any rewards. In the palace, there were established protocols. The Empress would receive 10 blocks of ice, while the 4 consorts would receive half. Lin Xiu held a favorable impression of the gracious consort, producing 2 additional blocks of ice for Qinqiu Palace, To which Chief Steward Li said nothing further. After sharing the gracious consort's bounty, the camaraderie among them deepened. Upon exiting Qinxiu Palace, Chief Steward Li gave Lin Xiu a knowing glance, gently warning, "Next, we shall go to Ruidong Palace," which was originally the sleeping quarters of the esteemed consort. After her passing years ago, only Princess Mingyi resides there. When we arrive, Master Lin, be cautious with your words. Do not provoke the princess. Lin Xiu understood that Chief Steward Li's caution indicated that Princess Mingyi was not to be trifled with. He nodded, affirming, "I understand." Upon entering Ruidong Palace, Lin Xiu distinctly sensed a difference from the previous palaces. Yongning Palace, Changchun Palace, Ningxiao Palace, and Qinxiu Palace, where the empress and the three consorts resided, were bustling with palace maids and eunuchs engaged in various tasks. In stark contrast, Ruidong Palace was eerily quiet, with only two figures present. A young woman in a red dress sat on a swing beneath a phoenix tree, accompanied by a palace maid standing behind her. Chief Steward Li approached the courtyard and bowed, addressing the princess, "Greetings, Your Highness. I have been commanded by His Majesty to bring someone to prepare ice for Ruidong Palace." The girl in the red dress glanced at him and replied, "Ruidong Palace does not require ice. Leave." "Yes," Chief Steward Li responded, preparing to escort Lin Xiu out, when suddenly the voice of the princess called out again, "Stop," though unsure why Princess Mingyi had changed her mind. Chief Steward Li obediently led Lin Xiu to produce the requisite ice for Ruidong Palace, bowing once more to say, "Your Highness, we must now depart to tend to other palaces." The princess was indeed watching him, and as their gazes met, Lin Xiu felt an inexplicable discomfort. Despite it being their first encounter, he was overwhelmed by an urge to confront her. Simultaneously, Princess Mingyi furrowed her brows, observing him with a critical eye. Noticing the princess's unusual demeanor, the young palace maid curiously asked, "Your Highness, what troubles you?" Princess Mingyi replied, "Do you not find that man rather disagreeable? The gentleman you refer to is the one from earlier?" "Yes, him." The palace maid shook her head, saying, "Not at all. He is quite handsome." The young woman leaped off the swing, stating, "Yet I find him thoroughly detestable, more so than the crown prince. There is enough ice for you to use for a long time. Ensure he is not summoned again tomorrow." After leaving Ruidong Palace, Lin Xiu pondered why he felt an aversion toward Princess Mingyi despite it being their first meeting, with no prior grievances. He turned to Chief Steward Li and inquired, "Has Princess Mingyi awakened any extraordinary abilities as well?" Chief Steward Li nodded, affirming, "Indeed, she is exceptionally gifted. She has awakened the power of fire." Lin Xiu finally comprehended the source of his aversion towards Princess Mingyi. The most vital power within him was ice, while the princess wielded the force of fire. Ice and fire are diametrically opposed forces, making it improbable for the two to find common ground. When ice and fire collide, they only regard each other with disdain. Unwilling to linger, even for a moment, Ling Yin embodies ice, and being in her presence brings Lin Xiu immense comfort and delight. Conversely, Princess Mingyi, with her fiery essence, vexes him at first glance, and it is likely that she feels similarly towards him. The existence of YSH capabilities entails a relationship of mutual restraint. Some are unidirectional, while others, like that of Lin Xiu and Princess Mingyi, are reciprocal. Should someone awaken the power of water, they would be no match for Lin Xiu under equal conditions. For in the duel between ice and water, the opponent would need to awaken at least once more to surpass him. The contest between ice and fire, however, hinges on the depth of their UNL, and it is evident that Princess Mingyi possesses significantly greater strength than Lin Xiu. Thus, he resolved to avoid her presence during future visits to the palace, as this woman was inherently detrimental to him. Chapter 23. A sense of security outside the Ruidong Palace. Lin Xiu was struck by a sudden inspiration. Having already acquired the ability of ice, he wondered if he could replicate the princess's fiery prowess. Would these two opposing forces within him clash, allowing him to experience the duality of ice and fire? For now, it remained merely a thought, as Lin Xiu had neither the opportunity nor the courage to experiment with it. At that moment, Steward Li approached and informed Lin Xiu, "Young Master Lin, I have already taken you to the palaces of the Empress and the four consorts. Next I shall lead you to the residences of the 9 concubines." Lin Xiu's complexion turned pale as he weakly replied, "Steward Li, to speak candidly, I have been utterly drained by the 5 palaces I currently possess not a shred of. Stewardly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "It is entirely my fault. I forgot about this matter." With that, he retrieved a white jade box from his sleeve, opened it, and presented Lin Xiu with a transparent crystal no larger than a grain of rice. Lin Xiu examined the object closely, recognizing it as a diamond-shaped crystal, smaller than a grain of rice. Remembering what he had read, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Could this be Yuan Jiaying? Is not exclusive to humanity. Other races and certain animals in this world also possess unique abilities. Creatures with such powers are referred to as YSHU, and is the crystallization of within these beings. For humans, this crystal can restore or aid in the awakening of abilities." In Lin Xiu's hand was colorless and transparent, evidently sourced from the lowest tier of. As he held the crystal in his palm, he felt a surge of warmth, and when he opened his hand again, the colorless diamond-shaped crystal had vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, that had been completely depleted within him surged back to life. Although Lin Xiu harbored some grievances, given that he earned hundreds of taels of silver daily and had been summoned to the palace without any compensation, he was surprised to find unexpected gains despite working for the emperor without monetary reward. While may not facilitate immediate awakening, the process of restoring is inherently part of cultivation. This process is typically gradual, but with recovery can be instantaneous, equating to a day's worth of arduous practice for Lin Xiu. The Emperor of the Great Xia, besides the Empress and 4 consorts, also had concubines, jijus, beauties, and talented ladies. Although the quotas for these palace women were fewer, they could still drain Lin Xiu significantly. Fortunately, with for recovery, each crystal could replace a day's cultivation, and he eagerly anticipated more concubines to provide him with additional. Exhaustion aside, after a day spent in the emperor's harem, Lin Xiu felt quite satisfied. The vast palace was filled with unparalleled beauties, from the high-ranking consorts to the palace maids, each possessing their unique charm. Even Lin Xiu, who had seen many beautiful women and had become immune to their allure, could not deny the visual feast that the emperor's harem offered. Today, 2 observations struck Lin Xiu profoundly. First, the Great Xia Emperor was undoubtedly a connoisseur of mature women. Among the numerous consorts he encountered, none appeared younger than 30. This was not to imply that mature women were undesirable. Rather, all the consorts shared a similar type, leading him to wonder if the emperor would ever grow weary of them. Second, and most importantly, the emperor truly wielded boundless power. He could summon any woman he desired into the palace to become his concubine. This reality filled Lin Xiu with envy. It was as if the emperor owned the grandest horse ranch, with countless women vying for his affection at his command. Yet, with a mere word, Lin Xiu was compelled to forfeit his lucrative daily business to serve the emperor's concubines without recompense. The day did not merely end with the harem. After attending to the palace women, Lin Xiu was taken to the central palace for an unending ice-making task. The ice cubes produced here were first delivered to the emperor's study and later bestowed upon various nobles. It seemed Lin Xiu was treated solely as a utility. Only when night fell was he finally released from the palace. Despite a day filled with relentless exertion and the draining of his gains were substantial. Lin Xiu counted that he had consumed a total of 15 that day, equivalent to half a month's cultivation. Such fortunate events were ones he wished to experience daily. However, after ruling out the Zhao family's involvement, the identity of the person who orchestrated the assassination attempt on Lin Xiu had become glaringly evident. It was either someone with a deep-seated grudge against him, of which he was unaware, or someone who wished to marry Zhao Lingjun. Once Lin Xiu was out of the way, the marriage contract between the 2 families would be annulled, thus providing them an opportunity. Yet in the capital, countless individuals sought to wed Zhao Lingjun, making it impossible for Lin Xiu to pinpoint a single target. "Lingyin, why have you only just appeared?" Lin Xiu did not see Sundali, but instead encountered Zhao Lingyin. "Your Majesty has just released me from the palace," Lin Xiu explained, probing, "Were you waiting for me?" This simple question imbued Lin Xiu with an overwhelming sense of security. A grown man relying on a woman for reassurance made him blush. Zhao Lingyin then handed him a wooden box. Lin Xiu accepted it casually, asking, "What is this?" Zhao Lingyin replied, "The reward from Jiayue Tower." Before she could finish speaking, she waved her hand, saying, "We are family. There is no need to count these matters." With that, Lin Xiu could only silently accept the silver. Her tone held a decisive finality that brooked no argument. Once she stated that it was not needed, it would remain so. Lin Xiu sighed inwardly, recognizing that this favor owed to her could only be repaid in due time. It was no wonder so many young men were willing to be supported by affluent older women. One must admit that soft rice truly is delicious. Having spent an entire day in the palace, Lin Xiu had only consumed a few pastries brought by Steward Li. At first, this did not seem significant, but now, the aroma of wontons wafting through the air rendered him unable to resist. Lin Xiu sat down at the wonton stall and ordered boss 2 bowls of wontons. Zhao Lingyin stood behind him. I did not want any. Lin Xiu had always found roadside fare to be delightful, affordable and delicious, especially when it filled the stomach. The extravagant meals at Jiyue Tower, costing dozens or even hundreds of taels, were far too distant from his spending habits. Even if he had an abundance of money, he would never squander it in such places. The wonton at the street vendor is thin-skinned and generously filled. Lin Xiu devoured 2 large bowls in quick succession, prompting the vendor's smile to widen. Typically, her customers are common folk, and it is the first time a well-dressed young gentleman has dined at her stall. This undoubtedly serves as the highest affirmation of her culinary skills, leading her to prepare wontons for him with extra meat filling. As Lin Xiu strolled through the streets of Wangdu, he suddenly inquired, Lingyin, what kind of person is your sister? Upon hearing the word sister, Zhao Lingyin's eyes sparkled with a unique brilliance as she replied, she is the best person in the world. As for you now, you are not worthy of her. The Lin family was on the brink of decline, and even the similarly fallen noble families would likely hesitate to wed their daughters to him. Lin Xiu chose not to pursue the matter of his fiancée further. It seemed that the Zhao family genuinely regarded him as a prospective son-in-law, while his own parents were equally elated, disregarding his own sentiments entirely. At that moment, 100 paces behind them, 2 figures had been trailing their every step. At one point, their footsteps halted, and one remarked, that woman has been by his side all along. It appears we cannot act tonight. Chapter 24. The language of beasts solving cases today. No one from the palace came to summon him. The ice he produced yesterday would suffice for the imperial palace for at least 3 days. After summoning Lin Xiu to the palace, the emperor bestowed considerable quantities of ice upon the nobles, while the Qingli Si, being a bureaucratic office, received none. The officials and clerks here were forced to toil in a stifling environment. Lin Xiu was eager to cultivate good relations with his colleagues at the Qingli Si, so they would turn a blind eye to his frequent absences from work. Thus, this afternoon, a refreshing breeze swept through the various offices of the Qingli Si, where immense blocks of ice adorned the corners of the rooms, and ice water was provided at the desks to alleviate the heat. In just half a day's time, Lin Xiu became quite familiar with the officials in the various departments of the Qingli Si, including the apprehension division, document archives, and the detention cells. As for the esteemed doctor, Lin Xiu did not visit personally, but ensured that enough ice was sent through a clerk. Consequently, the majority of the officials and clerks at the Qingli Si began to reassess their impressions of him. This young master from the Ping and Bo family, though not a frequent visitor to the Qingli Si, displayed commendable character and comportment. He bore no hint of a spoiled aristocrat's demeanor, and conversing with him felt as refreshing as a spring breeze. By using his own abilities to benefit the entire Qingli Si, alleviating their suffering from the sweltering heat, their attitude toward him inevitably transformed into one of warmth and friendliness. Why has Lord Lin been so different lately? One remarked. Indeed, he hardly ever visited our Qingli Si before, but now he seems to come quite often. The changes in Lord Lin extend beyond that. He previously never spoke to us. Yet now he buys us breakfast and provides ice for our comfort. It is as if he has become a different person. It seems he truly is unlike those noble offspring. In one office, while the crowd was discussing Lin Xiu, a voice from the throng interjected with a dismissive snort. Humph, what difference does it make? Aren't all nobles the same? A little kindness from him, and they treat him like one of their own. The crowd turned to gaze at a young official, falling silent. They all knew this newcomer to the Qingli Si came from humble beginnings, having ascended step by step to his current position, and he had always looked down upon the privileged offspring who entered through connections. His past experiences had fostered a significant animosity toward the noble class of Wangdu. Today, Lin Xiu did not clock out of work at the Qingli Si. He idly organized documents at his desk, noticing a colleague across from him packing to leave. He casually asked, Lord Su, where are you headed? Lord Xiu sighed and replied, "There has been a case in the west of the city. I'm going to record the details." Lin Xiu, unable to sit still, eagerly stood up, saying, "Lord Xiu, you have taken such good care of us in the past. On this scorching day, let me go instead. I'm not afraid of the heat." He rarely frequented the document archives, and it was common for 3 clerks to handle the work of 4. With the sun blazing outside, Lord Xiu was initially reluctant to venture out, and sitting comfortably in the office felt far more pleasant. He offered a token refusal, but smiled as he said, "Then I shall trouble you, Lord Lin." Lin Xiu waved his hand dismissively. No trouble at all. This time, accompanying him were forensic experts and a few officers from the apprehension division. Along the way, Lin Xiu engaged in light-hearted banter with the group, except for one individual who remained stoic and did not afford him a smile. This young man, somewhat handsome but not quite as striking as Lin Xiu, carried an aura of cool detachment. Lin Xiu recalled his name was Lu Qingfeng, seemingly a principal figure in the apprehension division. Though young, he was highly capable and well-known within the Qingli Sea, having once been their top officer before being promoted and gaining the esteemed Dr. S favor. Lin Xiu could not recall having offended him, yet Lu Qingfeng's demeanor toward Lin Xiu was consistently frosty, and Lin Xiu chose not to engage with him. The group swiftly arrived at the scene of the incident. It was the residence of a merchant in the western part of the city, a sizable estate with 4 courtyards, larger than the Lin mansion itself. The estate belonged to a merchant surnamed Wang, and the incident involved him. He had been discovered dead in his own courtyard that morning by a servant. The forensic examination revealed no external injuries, with the sole fatal wound located at the back of his head. Bloodstains were found at the corner of a flower bed, which, when compared, indeed belonged to Wang Yuanwei. Additionally, the forensic expert noted signs of a sprained ankle at Wang Yuanwei's feet. A loose brick was discovered on the ground, which had nearly caused one officer to stumble when he accidentally stepped on it. The case was far simpler than anticipated. All evidence suggested that Wang Yuanwei had accidentally stepped on the loose brick while walking in the courtyard last night, lost his balance, and fell. By unfortunate coincidence, his head struck the edge of the flower bed, resulting in his untimely demise. The loose brick, the sprain on Wang Yuanwei's ankle, the fatal injury at the back of his head, and the bloodstains in the flower bed all corroborated this theory. However, given the gravity of a case involving a human life, the officials of the Qingli Sea conducted a thorough investigation, questioning every person in the Wang household and even recreating the events surrounding the incident. All findings pointed to the conclusion that Wang Yuanwei had died accidentally. After a meticulous examination of the scene, Lu Qingfeng sighed in relief and stated, "We have inspected the site carefully. Wang Yuanwei's death was indeed accidental. You may now clear the scene and prepare for his final rites." "Master, how could you leave us like this? How are we to live?" "Master, you have such a cruel heart." Upon hearing this, the Wang family began to wail in grief. The Qingli Sea officers, accustomed to dealing with cases of death, were merely sympathetic, lamenting that it was a pity for Wang Yuanwei to die so tragically after having worked so hard to amass his wealth, only to pass away before enjoying it fully. Just as the officials of the Qingli Sea prepared to depart, Lin Xiu, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected, "This is not an accident. It is murder." As his words fell, the cries of the Wang family abruptly ceased. The gaze of the Qingli Sea officials turned in unison to Lin Xiu. Lu Qingfeng furrowed his brows, fixing his gaze on Lin Xiu as he asked in a low voice, "Lin Xiu, all evidence indicates that Wang Yuanwei's death was accidental. Have you discovered some new clue? Where is it?" Lin Xiu shook his head, responding, "None." These officers of the Qingli Sea had handled countless cases, their eyes exceptionally keen. They had thoroughly examined the scene and scrutinized every trace before arriving at this conclusion. Lin Xiu, being an outsider, certainly could not possess more experience in field investigations than they did. Lu Qingfeng furrowed his brows deeper, his tone becoming somewhat stern and tinged with reprimand. As he addressed Lin Xiu, while the sanctity of life is of utmost importance, caution is never excessive. However, matters must be substantiated with evidence. Please refrain from making baseless accusations here. Lin Xiu cast a glance at a birdcage suspended under the eaves, specifically at the bird within, a huame. Many of the noble and affluent in the capital took pleasure in keeping birds as a form of refined amusement and in a bid to cultivate elegance. Wang Yuanwei also kept one at home. At this moment, the surroundings were enveloped in silence, save for the incessant chirping of the bird. In the next instant, Lin Xiu diverted his gaze and pointed toward a member of the Wang family, declaring, Wang Yuanwei was murdered, and this individual is the culprit. If you doubt me, interrogate him, and the truth will manifest. The man pointed out by Lin Xiu turned pale upon being accused of murder. He fell to his knees and exclaimed, My lord, it wasn't me. Truly it wasn't. How could I harm a master? When the incident occurred, I was the one who reported it to the authorities. I implore you to see reason. Lu Qingfeng's eyes narrowed as he keenly noted a flicker of abnormal panic in the man's gaze when Lin Xiu had pointed him out. How could this be possible? From the moment he stepped into the Wang residence, he had been discreetly observing every individual's expressions, and, after thorough scrutiny, he had eliminated their suspicions one by one. This servant of the Wang family had consistently exhibited no signs of guilt, yet at the moment Lin Xiu identified him, his eyes and demeanor betrayed a crack in his faade. If he were indeed innocent, one would expect expressions of shock, disbelief, anger, or fear, but not that telltale sign of guilt-ridden panic. Lu Qingfeng had investigated countless cases and apprehended numerous criminals. His long-honed instincts told him that this man was indeed suspicious. But how had Lin Xiu discerned this? Lu Qingfeng turned his gaze towards Lin Xiu, who appeared remarkably composed, revealing no emotional fluctuations. He quickly regained his composure and pointed at the Wang family servant, stating, This man is problematic. Apprehend him. Several constables, having received their orders, immediately extracted the servant from the crowd. Previously, the officials had assumed that Wang Yuanwei's death was accidental, thus their inquiries had lacked focus. However, now that a suspect had been identified, their questioning became incisive. Initially, the man's responses flowed smoothly, but shortly thereafter, his self-defensive statements became riddled with inconsistencies and contradictions. Gradually, it became apparent not only to the constables but also to the Wang family that something was amiss. A woman pointed at him, her voice quivering with indignation. Wang Er, how could you betray our family's kindness in such a manner? Under relentless questioning from the officials, Wang Er's psychological defenses crumbled, and he collapsed to the ground. Weeping, Madam, I am sorry. It was not intentional. I did not mean to. Faced with overwhelming pressure, Wang Er, an ordinary man, quickly confessed. Last night, while attempting to steal silver from Wang Yuanwei, he had been caught red-handed. Enraged, Wang Yuanwei had intended to turn him over to the authorities. Fearing the inevitable punishment that awaited him, a struggle ensued, resulting in an unfortunate push that caused Wang Yuanwei to fall and fatally strike his head. Cursed be this situation. I have encountered attempts to conceal murder before, but never with such meticulous execution. Not a single clue left behind. The constables were both furious and incredulous at Wang Er's cunning. They had diligently searched every corner of the Wang residence without discovering anything amiss, while Lin Xiu, standing idly in the courtyard, had effortlessly identified the murderer. Curiosity surged within them. How had he arrived at such a conclusion? Even Lu Qingfeng had shed his initial disdain for Lin Xiu, humbly requesting, Lin Xiu, may I inquire how you discern him to be the murderer? Following this incident, he could no longer regard Lin Xiu as a mere dandy who had gained entry into the Qingli Sea through connections. If he had overlooked the truth, yet Lin Xiu could identify the culprit, then the clerk of the archives possessed genuine acumen. Lu Qingfeng held contempt for the frivolous offspring of the powerful, but had to concede respect for Lin Xiu's piercing insight. Lin Xiu, of course, could not divulge to Lu Qingfeng that it was the bird in the cage that had revealed the truth to him. Although no one else had witnessed Wang Er's actions last night, a single bird had observed everything. He offered Lu Qingfeng a mysterious smile and remarked, It was merely a guess. Chapter 25, Healing in the Qingli Sea. During the afternoon break, the officials were abuzz with conversation. Is it true that Lin Xiu possesses such remarkable insight? Indeed, you should have seen it. We searched every inch of the Yuanwei residence without finding any clues. Yet Lin Xiu stood there, hardly moving, and knew precisely who the real culprit was. Is that not extraordinary? Even Lord Zhou was misled, if not for Lin Xiu's intervention. This case of murder would have been obscured. Nearly the entirety of the Qingli Sea was engrossed in discussions regarding Wang Yuanwei's case. The resolution of the murder was not the main focus. Rather, it was the fact that it was not the apprehension officers who solved the case, but a clerk from the archives. The few constables involved in the matter spread tales of it, shrouding Lin Xiu in an aura of mystique. Within one of the offices, the head of the Qinglishi sipped his tea, expressing surprise. Is this indeed the case? Lu Qingfeng, somewhat bewildered, nodded and replied, it is indeed true. I remain perplexed. The perpetrator left no trace behind. How did he uncover the murderer? Did you not ask him? I did, and he claimed it was merely a guess. Lu Qingfeng was unconvinced by Lin Xiu's words, firmly declaring, he must have seen something we did not. What have I overlooked? The head of the Qinglishi set down his teacup, chuckling lightly. Even you failed to notice it. How amusing. At the Lin residence, on his way back, Lin Xiu conveniently purchased chicken legs and pork knuckles for the Huang. Today, he realized the significance of acquiring an additional language. Wang Er would likely never have suspected that he would be betrayed by a mere bird. Who would have thought that a bird could serve as a witness? Regrettably, Lin Xiu could only understand the animal's words unilaterally. Otherwise, solving such cases would be far simpler. Even if the bird had remained silent about the truth, he could have inquired directly. According to ancient texts, achieving two-way communication with animals requires his abilities to awaken once again. The crux of the issue lay in the fact that Lin Xiu's elemental energy was too weak to support the manifestation of higher-level abilities. Only through diligent cultivation and enhancement of his elemental energy could he delve deeper into his potential. Speaking of cultivation, the most efficient method remained the absorption of elemental crystals. He wondered whether the palace had exhausted its supply of ice, and when he might be summoned again. Previously, Lin Xiu had felt irked by the emperor's demands. But now he brimmed with anticipation. One for ice, the other for elemental crystals, an arrangement that promised mutual benefit. Manager Li arrived earlier than Lin Xiu had anticipated. By noon the following day, he once again visited the Lin household. Fortunately, Lin Xiu had already procured ample ice from Jiayue Tower that morning, sparing him the need to trouble Ling Yin for assistance. Manager Li wore a broad smile as he said, Young Master Lin, I must trouble you once more. Lin Xiu responded politely, not a bother at all. Simply send someone over. There is no need for you to make a personal trip. Manager Li replied, I feel reassured only when I collect it myself. Much of the palace's stored ice has been depleted, and the ladies are pressing for more. Young Master Lin, please accompany us swiftly. We can discuss matters on the way. As Lin Xiu stepped outside, the palace carriage awaited him. The imperial carriage traversed the streets, with the crowd parting to create a pathway, and before long, Lin Xiu arrived at the palace gates. He walked through several long corridors, entering the inner palace, as per tradition, to visit Her Majesty the Empress in Yongning Palace first. This time, Lin Xiu finally encountered the mother of the nation. The harem of the great Xia Emperor each possessed their unique charms, yet they shared a common trait: beauty. The Empress herself was a stunning figure. Compared to the other imperial consorts, her demeanor was more dignified and her aura more distinguished. She was in the courtyard admiring flowers, and upon the respectful approach of Steward Li, she merely nodded slightly without acknowledging Lin Xiu and continued to appreciate the clusters of orchids in the small garden. Lin Xiu cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. After all, being of tender age, his tastes differed from those of the great Xia Emperor. He favored mature women rather than young matrons. Although these consorts were indeed beautiful, Lin Xiu had encountered many lovely women before. His previous girlfriends, while not as refined as they, were not significantly lacking in looks. Beyond Yongning Palace lay Changchun Palace. As Lin Xiu prepared to step into Changchun Palace, he felt a sense of caution. After becoming acquainted with Steward Li, he discreetly informed Lin Xiu that this favored concubine was capricious. When pleased, she would be lavish in her rewards, but when displeased, even the slightest dissatisfaction with the palace maids or eunuchs could lead to severe punishment. The favored concubine was evidently in a foul mood. Upon entering Changchun Palace, Lin Xiu beheld a scene of individuals standing or kneeling in the courtyard, where the resplendent favored concubine wore a grim expression, her delicate features marred by anger. A small palace maid knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. To Lin Xiu's surprise, he recognized a familiar face. The young girl still wore her twin buns adorned with air bangs, with 2 white ribbons cascading from her hair. Today, she donned a light yellow silk dress and was gently stroking the peculiar creature that resembled a cat. The last time Lin Xiu had seen it, it was lively, lounging comfortably upon the favored concubine's chest, but now it appeared lethargic, emitting soft whimpers. The favored concubine turned to Bai Shuang and inquired, What is wrong with Nuan? The girl set the creature down and, with an apologetic tone, replied, I am sorry, Your Highness, but Shuang lacks the skill to discern what afflicts the spirit pet. Listening to the creature's whimpers, Lin Xiu nearly chuckled. This little being was not ill. It was merely in discomfort from a thorn embedded in its paw, and though Shuang possessed a semblance of healing abilities, she could not understand its plight, and thus was powerless to assist. Upon hearing Shuang's words, the favored concubine's expression grew colder. She gazed at the kneeling palace maid and coldly commanded, I entrusted you to care for Nuan, and yet after but a brief absence, it has come to this. Seize her and administer 30 strikes. The maid trembled even more violently, yet dared not plead for mercy, knowing that speaking would only worsen her punishment. Shuang, unable to bear the sight of the kneeling maid, was about to speak when Lin Xiu stepped forward. He approached the favored concubine, cupping his fist in a bow, and said, Your Highness, I possess a modest understanding of medicine. May I examine this spirit pet? The favored concubine recalled Lin Xiu, who had come to Changchun Palace to create ice 2 days prior, and with concern for her spirit pet, she eagerly inquired, Are you serious? Lin Xiu nodded and replied, It should be of no major concern. The favored concubine quickly urged, Hurry, let him take a look. Immediately, a eunuch brought the languid spirit pet to Lin Xiu. At that moment, all eyes, including those of the favored concubine and by Shuang, were upon Lin Xiu. He gently stroked the creature's fur, which continued to whimper in his arms. To others, it sounded like a lament of pain, but to Lin Xiu, it distinctly echoed the clear voice of a young girl. Oh, how it hurts! My foot hurts so much. Someone help me pull it out. Lin Xiu was somewhat taken aback. The text stated that once one awakened the ability to understand animal speech, they could comprehend the words of any creature. He had assumed this ability applied only to common animals like cats and dogs, yet it extended to winged felines as well. After feigning a search for a moment, Lin Xiu turned the creature over and examined its 4 paws. Upon inspecting the last paw, he parted the 2 thick pads beneath it and extracted a small thorn from a hidden spot between them. The thorn was minuscule and well concealed. Without separating the pads, it would have remained undiscovered. As Lin Xiu removed the thorn, the spirit pet let out a contented sigh, flipped over, and joyfully leaped from his arms, bouncing around the courtyard, instantly rejuvenated. The favored concubine's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, It is well again. Nuan is truly better. Chapter 26. The favored concubine's reward. It is my honor to alleviate your highness's troubles. I seek no reward. Lin Xiu glanced at the kneeling palace maid and continued, Since the spirit pet is unharmed, I request that you spare her. The favored concubine cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xiu and remarked, You, an outsider, dare meddle in my palace affairs? However, she shifted her tone, adding, But today I am in good spirits. I shall pardon her this once. Go on and create the ice. It is nearly unbearable in the palace. Before long, Steward Li pulled Lin Xiu aside and whispered, You have quite the audacity, daring to interfere with the favored concubine's matters and even making demands. Lin Xiu understood that Steward Li was looking out for him, and he smiled reassuringly, saying, Do not worry, Steward Li. It shall not happen again. He had merely felt pity for the adorable maid and did not wish to see her punished. Men, after all, often harbor a sense of tenderness towards the fairer sex, especially when Lin Xiu felt confident in his ability to remedy the situation. If he so desired, he could easily become an exceptional veterinarian. Treating humans is straightforward, as they can articulate their ailments and the duration of their suffering to a doctor. Conversely, animals cannot communicate. They are akin to infants who have just been born and cannot speak, making diagnosis reliant solely on the veterinarian's experience, which is a significant reason why pediatrics can be particularly challenging. Having aided the small maid, Lin Xiu returned his focus to the task of creating ice. Shortly thereafter, a figure hurried from within the palace, the very maid who had narrowly escaped punishment. Her cheeks flushed, she presented Lin Xiu with a beautifully carved wooden box, saying, This is a reward from the favored concubine. Then, sticking out her tongue, she added softly, Thank you for your help earlier. Lin Xiu smiled and replied, It was but a small effort. He accepted the box with one hand while using the other to continue his ice making, channeling his energy until beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The maid, noticing this, quickly retrieved a handkerchief from her bosom and gently wiped the sweat from his brow. As she did so, she stole glances at Lin Xiu, her face reddening, before hastily putting away the handkerchief and scurrying off. Lin Xiu couldn't help but chuckle. The young girl was undeniably shy. He had to admit that his appearance held a significant allure for the ladies. Wealthy and generous, coupled with good looks, a man possessing these traits can effortlessly become a heartthrob. In his past life, Lin Xiu thrived due to both his financial means and his appearance. As he prepared the final block of ice for Changchun Palace, Lin Xiu suddenly sensed a commotion behind him. Turning his head, he spotted the favored concubine's spirit beast, that peculiar creature resembling a cat, fluttering its wings as it slowly approached him. It flew to Lin Xiu's front and, filled with excitement, inquired, "Human, can you understand what this princess is saying? Otherwise, how would you know that there is a thorn lodged in my foot?" On the surface, it had already acquired the ability of ice, but should word get out that it also understood the language of beasts, it might well be captured for dissection and study. Throughout history, no one has ever possessed more than one ability, although there was a barrier of communication between it and human language, rendering precise information transfer impossible. Lin Xiu remained silent, gazing at it blankly, continuing to feign ignorance. So, it truly cannot comprehend. How dull this place is. There is not a single person who can converse with me. Father, mother, I miss you. Lin Xiu silently channeled his energy, deep in thought. In various nations across the continent, there exists a custom of keeping such rare spirit beasts as pets. Where there is demand, there is a market. Every year, many spirit beasts are taken from their habitats and sold in human territories. This spirit beast must be no different. From its earlier words, it seemed to hold a considerable status among its kind. Although Lin Xiu felt pity for it, there was little he could do. After completing the ice formation for the Changchun Palace, he prepared to depart. To his surprise, a figure stood at the palace gates, seemingly waiting for him for quite some time. A young girl in a pale yellow gown smiled gently at him and said, "Young Master Lin." Surprised, Lin Xiu responded, "Miss Shuang, have you been waiting for me?" She nodded and curiously asked, "May I inquire how you deduce that the favored beast of the noble consort was pricked by a thorn?" Lin Xiu smiled and replied, "One can discern such matters through careful observation. That spirit beast trembled all over, but one leg trembled more vigorously than the others, so I deduced it must be injured." "I see," the girl said, seeming to grasp the insight. "Young Master Lin observes with remarkable acuity. I am far from your equal." Lin Xiu reassured her. "There is no need for such modesty, Miss Shuang. Healing humans differs from healing beasts. Pets, akin to young children, cannot communicate, making diagnosis inherently challenging. My understanding comes from having raised cats in the past, leading to an accidental, yet fortunate guess." Upon hearing Lin Xiu's words, the girl's eyes lit up. "You are correct, young master. If only we could understand the words of children and pets, healing would become much simpler. Thankfully, you are so attentive. Otherwise, that little maid would have faced punishment." She then inquired, "Did you mention earlier that you have some knowledge of medicine?" Feeling a bit shy, Lin Xiu admitted, "I have studied a little, but I certainly cannot compare to you, Miss Shuang." Bai Shuang's cheeks flushed as she quickly replied, "I merely rely on my extraordinary abilities. In terms of attentiveness, I am nowhere near your level. If you pursued medicine, you would undoubtedly excel beyond me." Lin Xiu, eager to bridge the gap between them, remarked, "I would love to learn, but I have no one to teach me. May I consult you, Miss Shuang, if I encounter any issues in the future?" Without overthinking, Bai Shuang nodded. "Of course. I am often at the Yishu Institute and most of the time at the Tai Hospital. You may seek me out whenever you have questions." She held a favorable impression of Lin Xiu. His handsome looks made it difficult for anyone to harbor ill feelings, and his willingness to defend a seemingly inconsequential maid had earned her respect. Lin Xiu smiled and clasped his fists, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Shuang." Subsequently, he excused himself, citing unfinished business. After witnessing her abilities, he had resolved to consider her as a friend. Though lacking experience in friendship, his extensive experience in courting women suggested that the two were not so different. Both required a gradual approach, beginning with the establishment of goodwill before nurturing deeper feelings. He then proceeded to visit the palaces of the various consorts in order: Xianfei, Shufei, Defei, and some lower-ranking concubines. Upon passing by the Ruidong Palace, a young maid informed Lin Xiu that no ice was needed there today, which relieved him. He had a conflicting ability with Princess Mingi, and whenever they met, An instinctual urge to engage in combat emerged. While Lin Xiu managed to suppress this primal urge, he was uncertain whether Princess Mingi could do the same. If a confrontation were to occur, he was certain he would be utterly outmatched. Others had traversed this path for many years, while Lin Xiu, a novice in cultivation with less than a month's experience, was several levels behind her. Meanwhile, within the Ruidong Palace, a young maid named Kaier remarked to the girl in the red dress on the swing, "Princess, that young Master Lin is quite a good person. I heard that earlier in the Changchun Palace. Had it not been for him pleading for Ling Long, she would have been punished." The girl in red lightly curled her lips and replied coolly, "He dares to plead for her without understanding that old tiger's temperament. This time he was merely lucky. Next time, he may not be able to save himself." The noble consort's fearsome reputation in the harem was such that even the empress had to show her deference. Only the princess dared to call her an old tiger. Kaier stuck out her tongue, refraining from further comments. As night fell, Lin Xiu finally emerged from the palace, weary. Aside from a cup of tea sent by the Shufei through a young maid at Qinqiu Palace, he had not had a sip of water all day. However, he did absorb several low-level yuan crystals. His 2 days in the palace equated to a month of cultivation prior, and his internal energy had more than doubled. For an extraordinary practitioner, energy was the source of their abilities, while the body served as the vessel for this energy. The process of cultivation was essentially one of enlarging this vessel. The more energy it could contain, the more formidable the practitioner became. At the palace gates, a figure awaited him still. Lin Xiu approached and inquired, "How long have you been here?" Suddenly recalling something, he took a wooden box from his sleeve and handed it to her, saying, "This is for you." This was a gift bestowed upon him by the noble consort. Lin Xiu had inspected it. Despite her temperamental nature, she was indeed generous. If sold, this item would likely fetch hundreds or even thousands of taels of silver. Zhao Lingyin opened the box and discovered a beautifully crafted golden hairpin, adorned with intricate floral carvings, the pin's head resembling a peacock poised to take flight. The peacock's wings were as delicate as gossamer, seemingly alive, fluttering gently as if about to soar into the sky. Even Zhao Lingyin was awestruck upon seeing the hairpin. Its craftsmanship and design were of the highest caliber, beyond the means of ordinary individuals. Should it be sold, it would undoubtedly incite frenzy among the ladies of the capital. This was a remarkably precious gift, so precious that Zhao Lingyin could not help but suspect Lin Xiu's ulterior motives. She furrowed her brow and asked, "What do you mean by giving me this?" Lin Xiu explained, "It was a reward from the noble consort. This is a woman's accessory. I have no use for it. My mother is too old to wear something like this, and I recently gifted my sister a similar piece. After much consideration, I thought of you. You've assisted me greatly in my cultivation and helped me craft ice at the Moon Tower, so I consider this a token of my gratitude." He glanced at Zhao Lingyin, pondering for a moment before asking, "What were you thinking?" "You do not suspect." Zhao Lingyin immediately denied, "No, it is just that this gift is too extravagant. I cannot accept it." Lin Xiu responded firmly, "If you refuse, I shall simply give it to someone else." "Then who do you intend to give it to?" Chapter 27. The threat, the golden hairpin bestowed by the noble consort, was ultimately taken by Lingyin. Lin Xiu had no acquaintance with her sister. Presenting her with the hairpin was merely a gesture of gratitude for her kindness, and how she chose to handle was her own affair. The following day at noon, after finishing lunch, Lin Xiu and Sun Dali set out together. Sun Dali headed to the carriage shop with some silver, while Lin Xiu made his way to Jiayuelu. The strength of his Yuanli had greatly increased since just a few days prior. After completing 50 barrels of ice, he found that he could do so without breaking a sweat. Even producing another 50 would not pose a challenge. However, Lin Xiu also understood the principle of supply and demand. If he were to produce ice in excess, the price would inevitably drop. The proprietor of Jiayuelu understood this principle even better than Lin Xiu, and in just a few days, it was uncertain how much silver they had amassed. Undoubtedly, their profits far exceeded Lin Xiu's 300 taels. This summer's intense heat was a rare occurrence, and many prominent inns in the capital had ceased operations, causing all patrons to flock to Jiayuelu. Lin Xiu had yet to see the proprietor's smile fade. After a flurry of activity, another 300 taels were added to the coffers, leaving Lin Xiu feeling as though he were engaged in a lucrative endeavor. As he exited Jiayuelu with his earnings, Lin Xiu was suddenly enveloped in a shadow. It was not the onset of dusk, but rather two imposing figures standing in his path. The two burly men towered over him, each over 2 meters tall, their muscles bulging and exuding an intimidating presence. Faced with their obstruction, Lin Xiu remained unperturbed. While his strength may not rival that of Sun Dali, it surpassed the average person's capabilities. If he were to engage seriously, he could easily take them down one by one. One of the muscular men leaned down to regard Lin Xiu and said, "Our young master requests your presence." Lin Xiu inquired, "Who is your young master?" The other man replied, "You'll find out when you arrive." Lin Xiu shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Lead the way." In broad daylight, he felt no fear. If he discovered that the destination was inappropriate, he could simply choose not to follow. Lin Xiu mused that the mastermind behind the previous assassination attempt remained elusive, and he was curious about the motives of those seeking him now. He had expected them to escort him to a distant location, but to his surprise, they walked less than 100 steps along the same street before leading him to an inn. Upon entering, Lin Xiu glanced upward and noted that this establishment was named Tianxiang Lu, boasting decor that rivaled Jiayue Lu, clearly a high-end venue. The difference lay in the fact that Jiayue Lu was bustling with patrons, while Tianxiang Lu was entirely devoid of customers. Inside, the two men treated Lin Xiu with considerably more respect, guiding him to a private room on the second floor and gesturing, "Our young master awaits you inside." As Lin Xiu pushed the door open, he was greeted by a table laden with exquisite dishes. Each delicacy seemed worth a fortune, likely enough to sustain Lin Xiu for several years on a diet of wontons. Seated across from the table was a young man. Despite the already sweltering weather outside, the room felt stifling, and the young man sat there drenched in sweat, his clothes clinging to his body as he occasionally wiped his brow. The moment Lin Xiu stepped inside, a wave of coolness washed over him. The young man shivered involuntarily, feeling an unexpected sense of refreshment wash over him. He sprang to his feet, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Xiu, exclaiming, "It is indeed you. You are the one supplying ice to Jiayue Lu these past few days, aren't you?" Lin Xiu did not deny it, and asked directly, "Who are you, and what is it that you seek from me?" With a smile, the young man extended his hand and said, "Please sit down. I have arranged this banquet to make your acquaintance." Lin Xiu remained standing, directly asking, "What is it? Speak plainly." Refreshing. The young man wasted no time, stating, "I would like to enlist your services to supply ice for Tianxiang Lu whatever Jiayue Lu pays you. I will offer you double." Lin Xiu had anticipated this encounter. Every summer, the ice trade proved to be immensely profitable, and this year, due to unusual circumstances, he was the sole supplier in the entire capital. Given his partnership with Jiayue Lu, they monopolized all the ice in the city, attracting all customers, which was part of a vast profit-sharing network. Other establishments, such as inns and brothels, would not simply sit by and watch. Clearly, someone was envious. Lin Xiu smiled faintly and replied, 5 taels per barrel. He had a contract with Jiayue Lu, which stipulated a price of 5 taels per barrel of ice, provided he did not supply competitors unless they offered a higher price. 5 taels, double that would be 10, the young man gasped, exclaiming, "Why don't you just go rob a bank?" Lin Xiu regarded him calmly, saying, "You mentioned double the price. You may inquire with Jiayue Lu, and you'll find my price is indeed 5 taels per barrel." Moreover, he was merely following orders. With a renewed smile, he added, 10 taels is rather excessive. How about I offer you 2 taels per barrel? Lin Xiu scrutinized the young man intently, asking earnestly, "Do I appear illiterate to you?" The young man, with a hint of a smirk, replied, "In previous years, a barrel of ice sold for no more than 1 tael. 2 taels is generous. You must know that Tianxiang Lu is owned by the Yongping Marquis. I know you're the son of Ping and Bo. You must be aware of the Yongping Marquis." Lin Xiu certainly recognized the Yongping Marquis, one of the 3 first-rank marquises of the current dynasty, and Lin Xiu's future father-in-law. Despite having 2 exceptionally talented daughters, he was still merely a first-rank marquis. In terms of influence and resources, he could not compare to families that had been established for decades. The nobility in the capital typically refrained from direct business engagements to avoid ridicule. However, almost all prominent families discreetly supported various enterprises to sustain their extravagant lifestyles. Therefore, any well-known establishment in the capital was likely backed by nobility. Without connections, a shop would quickly be devoured by competitors, leaving nothing behind. The young man invoked the name of the Yongping Marquis as a clear threat. When persuasion failed, he resorted to intimidation. What was he attempting to assert? that Tianxiang Lu would pay double what Jiayue Lu offered? The young man had thoroughly investigated Lin Xiu's background, clearly dismissing the significance of a mere third-rank ping and bow. After all, a first-rank marquis was already a figure of considerable authority, and among the elite, only 10 dukes and members of the royal family held higher status. In their eyes, a third-rank marquis was little more than a commoner. Yet, even a third-rank marquis held some power. If Lin Xiu acquiesced today, it would not only tarnish the Lin family's reputation, but also that of the Zhao family. How would his parents perceive him? How would Ling Yin view him? How would Sun Dali regard him? Even Lin Xiu himself would lose respect for his own character. The young man continued, "You may not be aware, but the master behind Jiayue Lu is the prince consort. Who do you think holds more weight, the prince consort or the Yongping marquis?" While the prince consort held a noble title, he lacked real power and could never compare to a first-rank marquis. If Tianxiang Lu were genuinely willing to pay double, Lin Xiu might consider their proposal. After all, he was not averse to profit. However, this individual's attempt to leverage the Yongping marquis against him in an effort to compel submission was a miscalculation. If he bowed his head today, he would not only lose face for the Lin family, but also for the Zhao family. Lin Xiu maintained a calm demeanor, betraying no emotion, and said coolly, "It seems there is no need for this meal after all." With that, he turned on his heel and walked away. The two muscular men attempted to block his path, but the young man waved his hand and smiled. Let him go. Soon, he stood up and made his way to a private chamber at the innermost part of the second floor. After gently knocking on the door, he pushed it open and addressed the young man standing by the window. "Young master, he has declined." The young man replied, "Since he refuses the invitation, he shall have no choice but to drink the penalty wine." Once the young man exited the room, the young man by the window turned and approached the table, murmuring, "I hope you do not disappoint me like that useless Qin Kong." Chapter 28. A word of kindness upon leaving Tianxiang Lu, Lin Xiu walked the streets, sensing an unusual air about the place. Although the nobility of the capital acted with impunity, the forces behind Tianxiang Lu were indeed too audacious. Lin Xiu even felt that they were intentionally seeking trouble with him. The capital had two lucrative sources. One was Ling Yin, and the other was Lin Xiu himself. As they could not afford to provoke Ling Yin, they had turned their sights upon Lin Xiu. Today, having rejected the Yongping marquis' residence, it was evident from the young man's last attitude that they would not let this matter rest. He had to remain vigilant. Sun Dali had purchased a carriage from a dealer, spending a total of 50 taels of silver on both the horse and the carriage, with over 40 taels devoted solely to the horse. In this world, horses were more valuable than people. Acquiring an untrained maid would only cost a few taels of silver, which explained why the Ping and Bo's residents had not prepared carriage. The initial investment was hefty, and the ongoing cost of maintaining a horse was also significant. Were it not for Lin Xiu's recent windfall, he would not have been inclined to spend money in this manner. Early the next morning, Lin Xiu set out in the carriage. Based on previous experiences, the ice he supplied to the palace lasted only a day and a half. So he needed to leave early to visit Jiayue Lu first, lest he forfeit the 300 taels of silver. In the courtyard of Jiayue Lu, while preparing the ice, Lin Xiu informed the tavern keeper, "Someone from Tianxiang Lu came to see me yesterday." Upon hearing this, the tavern keeper's heart sank, and he quickly replied, "Young master, you promised us you would not supply ice to other taverns." Lin Xiu reassured him, "I understand, hence I declined." The tavern keeper sighed in relief. Although a barrel of ice cost 5 taels of silver, an unprecedented price, the monopoly on ice in the capital had significantly boosted Jiayue Lu's patronage and profits. More importantly, while other taverns had no ice to offer, Jiayue Lu could provide a stable source, allowing them to cultivate a customer habit that would ensure future business flourished. Lin Xiu gave the tavern keeper a glance and remarked, "I did not expect you, this cunning businessman, to possess a semblance of conscience." Truth be told, while Lin Xiu could be stubborn, he also understood the importance of avoiding harm. Had Tianxiang Lu been willing to match Jiayue Lu's prices, he might have considered the tavern keeper's words for the sake of the Yongping marquis. However, they had shown no intention of cooperation. They not only sought ice, but also required Lin Xiu's and the Ping and Bo's esteem. Once Lin Xiu realized this, he swore he would not provide them with a single piece of ice. The tavern keeper lamented, "There is nothing we can do. We cannot bring harm to you." At his words, Lin Xiu smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "Rest assured, not a single piece of ice will be withheld from Jiayue Lu." As long as you are not afraid of the Yongping Marquis, I shall not be afraid either. The tavern keeper replied. Though the Yongping Marquis wields considerable power, he would not dare act against the prince consort. You, however, must exercise utmost caution. As Lin Xiu approached the carriage, preparing to board, an elderly passerby suddenly collided with him. Oh dear! Lin Xiu remained still, while the old man fell to the ground. Clutching Lin Xiu's leg with one hand and supporting his waist with the other, wailing, "Oh no, my back feels broken. You must take me to see a doctor." Sun Dali's eyes widened as he pointed at the old man, exclaiming, "You clearly ran into him yourself." The bustling market quickly attracted a crowd, and Lin Xiu suspected he was encountering a case of fraud. Coming from the 21st century, he was no stranger to such antics. If he guessed correctly, this old man had an arrangement with a medical establishment, and if he followed through to the clinic, he would undoubtedly become the victim of a scam today. Lin Xiu initially thought it was a simple con, but before he could speak, several figures pushed through the crowd. The leading man shouted, "What is happening here? Why is everyone gathered?" The individuals were clad in the uniforms of law enforcement, though not from the Qingli division. The old man seemed prepared upon their arrival. He immediately wailed, "Gentlemen, you must uphold justice for this old man. This person has struck me and refuses to take responsibility." Before the officer could respond, someone in the crowd retorted, "Nonsense. You ran into him yourself. Open your eyes and see who this gentleman is. He would never strike anyone without acknowledgement." Clearly, some in the crowd recognized Lin Xiu. Following the Wang family incident, Lin Xiu had gained a slight notoriety among the common folk of the capital. As he spoke, two individuals stepped forward, attempting to detain Lin Xiu. Sun Dali, as Lin Xiu's bodyguard, would not stand idly by. He moved to shield Lin Xiu, but Lin Xiu raised a hand to stop him. Sun Dali anxiously protested, but young master, Lin Xiu waved him off and then inquired of the officer, "Which precinct do you represent?" For some reason, the young man's gaze sent a shiver down the officer's spine. Yet he mustered the courage to answer, "We are from the East City Precinct. Do not worry. If you are innocent, we will release you soon." The Great Xia capital was divided into 4 districts, each managed by a precinct. The highest official in the East City Precinct was the East City Magistrate, akin to a district mayor, overseeing all civil, criminal, and minor matters within the district. Only in cases of homicide or significant incidents would the Qingli division intervene. Lin Xiu glanced at them and replied nonchalantly, "So, you are from the East City Precinct. Why are you still dawdling? Let's go." With that, he strolled toward the East City Precinct, hands clasped behind his back. Upon entering the precinct, he immediately spotted a familiar face. The young man he had encountered at TNX on Lu smiled at Lin Xiu and said, "What a coincidence. We meet so soon." Lin Xiu replied, "Indeed, it is rather fortuitous." The actions of TNX on Lu had occurred more swiftly than he anticipated. It was clear that the old man on the street and the timely officers were all part of this young man's prearranged scheme. Lin Xiu scrutinized him and asked, "Who is your father? The East City Magistrate or the East City Constable?" The East City Magistrate held the highest office in the precinct, managing all matters, while the East City Constable was the deputy responsible for apprehending thieves. Only these two could command the officers of the East City Precinct. The young man remained evasive, stating, "You are quite astute." Lin Xiu understood. He had unwittingly entered the territory of another. The young man gazed at Lin Xiu with a smile, saying, "So how about it? 1 barrel of ice for 1 tael of silver. Merely nod, and you may leave." Lin Xiu inquired, "What if I refuse?" The young man replied, "It is quite simple. You hit someone in the street and refuse to acknowledge it, then suddenly become violent in the precinct, breaking this poor old man's leg. That is simply outrageous. According to the law, you could be detained for a month. Is that not fair?" Lin Xiu questioned, "When did I break his leg?" The young man took a water and fire baton from an officer and struck the old man's leg with force. A sickening crack resounded as the old man collapsed. Howling like a slaughtered pig, his leg bent at an unnatural angle. The young man looked down at the old man and asked, "Who broke your leg?" In agony, the old man's face twisted. He raised his hand, struggling to point at Lin Xiu, exclaiming, "It was him. It was all him." Lin Xiu let out a sigh, looking helplessly at the old man, and asked, "Does your conscience not ache?" The old man continued to wail incessantly. The young man dropped the firewood stick and turned to Lin Xiu, inquiring, "So, have you thought over what I just said?" Lin Xiu shook his head and replied, "It is better to be kind in this world. The smile on the young man's face gradually faded as he cast a faint glance at Lin Xiu, saying, "You will change your mind." With that, he waved his hand and ordered, "Lock him up and let him starve for 3 days." At the East City Yamen, Lin Xiu was taken to the dungeon. Not long after, a luxurious carriage pulled up to the Lin residence. Steward Li jumped out of the carriage and hurried into the Lin household, calling out, young Master Lin, come with me quickly, lest the ladies grow anxious." Sun Dali shook his head and replied, "My master is not here. The emperor and the ladies are waiting for ice." And Steward Li's heart sank as he exclaimed, "What? He's not here? Where has he gone?" Chapter 29. Stay by my side at the East City Yamen, the dungeon. Inside, 2 jailers shoved Lin Xiu into a cell and locked the door with chains, glaring at him before turning away. The cell was, of course, not a pleasant place. It was dimly lit and reeked of foul odors, permeated by an oppressive atmosphere. Perhaps it was a deliberate arrangement by the son of the East City Way. But Lin Xiu's cell lacked even a proper bed, containing only a pile of scattered straw. There was no place to lie down or even sit, leaving him no choice but to stand. However, Lin Xiu was far from anxious. It was likely Steward Li who should be worried. "Hey, young man, what were you arrested for?" A voice came from beside him, and Lin Xiu turned to see an elderly man confined in the adjacent cell. He smiled and replied, "I was framed. How about you, old man?" The frail old man in the neighboring cell sighed and said, I was wronged by a wealthy man who seized my land. I came to the Yamen to argue, but unexpectedly, the officials accepted his bribes." In the cell, Lin Xiu was not the only one lamenting his fate. There were others who had been imprisoned for standing up against the harassment of noblemen. Some who could not pay the protection fees to the officials and lost their stalls, and others like this old man who had offended powerful gentry and were wrongfully imprisoned. Despite being strangers, their similar plights fostered a sense of camaraderie with Lin Xiu. After learning the identity of the person Lin Xiu had offended, they expressed their concern for him. The old man, through the bars of his cell, handed over 2 cold buns, saying, "Young man, take these buns and hide them. You have offended the son of the city way. He will not let you off easily, and may even deny you food. Eat these buns quietly at night." Lin Xiu did not accept the buns, but smiled and said, "Do not worry, old man. I will be out soon." The old man urged, "Why won't you listen? Is it that easy to get out of here?" Just as the old man's words fell, a commotion of hurried footsteps echoed outside, followed by a sharp, anxious voice calling, young Master Lin, where are you?" Lin Xiu waved his hand and replied, "Steward Li, I am here." Steward Li rushed to the front of Lin Xiu's cell, his anger boiling as he looked at the locked door. "Open the door." Behind him, a man in official attire, drenched in sweat, snatched the key from the jailer's hands and tremblingly unlocked the door, saying to Lin Xiu, "It was a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. I am the East City Way, and I have just confirmed that this case has nothing to do with you. You may leave now." The other inmates in the neighboring cells were left dumbfounded. He said he would be out in a moment, and he truly was. Yet Lin Xiu remained in place, stating, "I have yet to confront that old man. How can you say it has been cleared up?" Steward Li was already anxious, hastily urging, "Young Master Lin, please do not delay. The emperor and the ladies are waiting in the palace. If we are late, the emperor will be displeased." The East City Way quickly added, "Yes, Lord Lin, the emperor's summons is urgent. You must enter the palace promptly. Do not delay this important matter." The East City Way was seething with anger. How could the person the emperor urgently summoned end up imprisoned? Did he think his position as East City Way was too comfortable? Lin Xiu looked at Steward Li and said, "If the emperor is displeased, I will speak the truth. I believe the East City Way will testify that it was not my intention to keep the emperor and the ladies waiting. I was simply wrongfully imprisoned and unable to escape." Outside, the sun blazed overhead, while the cell felt like a steamy furnace. The East City Way shivered, a chill running down his spine. If this matter reached the emperor, it would be his end. His legs felt weak as he nearly knelt before Lin Xiu. He grasped Lin Xiu's hand and whispered, "Young Master Lin, please show mercy and spare my position. I shall remember your kindness. Tonight, I will host a banquet at Jiayue Tower. I implore you to grace us with your presence." Lin Xiu regarded him coolly and replied, "There is no need for a meal. I only wish to see the young master." The East City Way gritted his teeth and declared, "I will deal with him shortly. I assure you I will discipline this unworthy son. Please rest assured." Lin Xiu nodded and added, "I have heard that many confined here are innocent. The East City Way immediately responded, "I will investigate. I shall ensure they receive justice." The other inmates' faces lit up with excitement upon hearing Lin Xiu's words, astonished that this noble young master would speak on their behalf. Lin Xiu cast a knowing glance at the East City Way and then said to Steward Li, "Let us depart. We must not keep the ladies waiting." Steward Li was nearly frantic, grasping Lin Xiu's hand as they hurried outside. As they reached the courtyard of the yamen, a young man happened to walk in from outside. He looked at Lin Xiu, momentarily taken aback, before erupting in anger. "Who let you out, you scoundrel?" The East City Way, who had never practiced martial arts, unexpectedly leaped into the air, delivering a kick to the young man's chest, sending him flying, and then turned to Lin Xiu with a smile, saying, "Young Master Lin, matters of the palace are urgent. You must hurry." It was not until Lin Xiu and Steward Li had exited the East City Yamen that the East City Way's son regained his composure. As he rubbed his chest, he questioned, "Father, what are you doing? Why did you release him?" Speaking of this matter, the East City Way was incensed, scolding, "What do you mean, why? Shut your mouth. Who would dare to detain someone the emperor wanted?" The East City Way kicked his useless son again, still furious. "You nearly got me killed. Stay away from those people in the future. Bring me the punishment staff." Before long, the courtyard echoed with cries of agony. Due to the considerable delay, Lin Xiu arrived at the palace precisely at noon when the sun blazed the fiercest. In the Changchun Palace, the favored concubine had not applied any makeup, knowing that any cosmetic would quickly run in such heat. The maid beside her, drenched in sweat, still diligently fanned her. The favored concubine waved her hand to interrupt them, somewhat irritated, saying, "Stop fanning. The wind you create is hot." She stood at the door, eagerly awaiting, asking, "Have they arrived?" A young palace maid rushed in from outside, wiping the sweat from her forehead, and said, "Guifei Nyang Yang, that gentleman has arrived and is now in Yongning Palace." The Guifei furrowed her brow and murmured softly, "The Empress is truly remarkable. She can always place her matters before mine. Even the daily ice is delivered in double the quantity to her." All the maids and eunuchs in Changchun Palace lowered their heads in understanding. For while the Guifei could voice such thoughts, not all of them could listen to them. After a considerable time, several figures walked into Changchun Palace. Lin Xiu was in good spirits today. He had never relished bullying others, yet he would not hesitate to retaliate against those who sought to bully him. Upon realizing that today's events were a trap set for him, Lin Xiu decided to turn the tables. For he knew that the ice in the palace would soon run out, and the emperor would undoubtedly summon him again. Matters of the royal court take precedence over all. And when the emperor calls, even the death of one's parents cannot deter one from entering the palace immediately. Anyone who wished to detain him was opposing the emperor and resisting his command. If pursued, it could lead to severe consequences. Regardless of how powerful the person behind this might be, they could not contend with the true authority of heaven. Lin Xiu merely wished to earn a living standing upright. Those who wished to see him kneel would find it impossible to profit from him. He had no desire to escalate matters, not because he did not want to, but because he could not. The emperor would not concern himself with whether he was being framed. To the emperor, Lin Xiu was merely a tool for ice making, and failing to appear in the palace on time would constitute dereliction of duty. Knowing that he would be summoned soon, he could not disclose the truth to Dongqing Yamen, leaving the emperor and the ladies waiting for him alone. Such a matter could not withstand scrutiny. While Dongqing Wei might face punishment, he too could incur the emperor's displeasure. Lin Xiu bore no deep-seated grudge against this person. It was unnecessary to engage in actions that would harm both parties. As he contemplated these matters, a fragrant breeze brushed past him. The little palace maid beside the Guifei hurried over, taking a handkerchief from her bosom to carefully wipe Lin Xiu's sweat. This little girl was indeed a person who knew gratitude, having risked defending the Guifei to save him once. After preparing the ice for Changchun Palace, Lin Xiu was about to head to the next palace when a maid approached him. "Say, the Guifei Nyang Yang summons you." Lin Xiu was momentarily taken aback. He had come to Changchun Palace 3 times, always working in the courtyard, and the Guifei had consistently urged them to finish their tasks and leave promptly. Why would she suddenly summon him today? However, this was beyond Lin Xiu's guessing. He straightened his garments and followed the maid into the main hall. The ice basin was already filled with ice cubes, and the hall was refreshingly cool. The Guifei leaned against a soft couch, and a maid fed her chilled watermelon cut into pieces with toothpicks. Lin Xiu could not help but marvel at the extravagance and indulgence of feudal society, which could never be experienced by those in later generations. After tasting a piece of watermelon, the Guifei did not look at Lin Xiu but asked casually, "Why are you so late today?" She then lifted her gaze to him and remarked, "If it were up to me, you might as well stay in Changchun Palace. That way I could always have chilled fruits and drinks without waiting for you." Lin Xiu was momentarily bewildered. Could anyone stay in the inner palace? Unless under special circumstances. Other men were not permitted to enter, except for eunuchs. Otherwise, who knows how many green hats the emperor would have to endure. He noticed that each time he entered the inner palace, several eunuchs accompanied him, never leaving his side. At this moment, the Guifei continued, "You need not be afraid. It is merely a matter of a couple of cuts. Bear with it, and it will pass. You come to Changchun Palace, and I will not treat you poorly." Lin Xiu abruptly raised his head. After exiting Changchun Palace, his anxious heart finally found relief. He could see that the Guifei genuinely wished to keep him by her side. Although the inner palace was indeed alluring, he could not forsake his masculinity merely to gaze upon beautiful women. He still hoped to dissolve his engagement and ride freely into the horizon. The Guifei, high above, truly believed that granting Lin Xiu entry into the palace and bestowing him with power was an act of favor. To reject her would be seen as ungrateful. Fortunately, Lin Xiu timely mentioned his engagement to the Zhao family, prompting the Guifei to reluctantly abandon her intention. This engagement, which he harbored deep resistance towards, finally proved to be somewhat useful. Subsequently, he continued his rounds from one palace to another. In truth, the energy within Lin Xiu had already doubled, yet he still consumed a yuan crystal every 5 palaces. One should not turn down free offerings, for acquiring yuan crystals later would not be as easy. As he passed Ruidong Palace, a young palace maid rushed out, asking, "Have we reached our turn? Have we reached our turn?" Steward Li inquired, "Does Ruidong Palace require ice today?" The last time Lin Xiu came, Princess Mingi had not allowed them to enter, hence Steward Li asked again. The little maid eagerly nodded, saying, Yes, it should be done every 2 visits." Lin Xiu could tell that the ice for Ruidong Palace was meant for this little maid, as Princess Mingi, due to her abilities, must prefer warmth over coldness, which was the opposite of Lin Xiu. The hotter the weather, the more comfortable she found it. Upon entering Ruidong Palace, Lin Xiu did not see Princess Mingi, which relieved him. Their abilities were mutually exclusive, and her strength far surpassed his. Being in the same space as her would have been overwhelmingly oppressive. As he squatted by the well, diligently making ice, at a certain moment, Lin Xiu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if a force within him was being drawn and began to surge rapidly. It was Princess Mingi. The icy power within Lin Xiu became uncontrollable, and a voice in his mind urged him, "Fight, confront her." When he keenly noticed that Princess Mingi had also clenched her fist, he realized she shared the same sentiment. Lin Xiu felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and he swiftly silenced the voice in his mind. He would not act impulsively and engage in such irrational behavior. At the same time, Princess Mingi relaxed her fist, casting a casual glance at Lin Xiu, and asked, "What is your name?" "Lin Xiu," he replied. Princess Mingi seemed familiar with the name, raising her brow in uncertainty and asking, "Is it Lin Xiu, the son of Ping and Bo, the one engaged to that woman?" Among the lowest tier of nobility in Daxia were the 3rd-tier lords. Aside from his father, there were more than 30 3rd-tier lords in the capital. Even the emperor could not possibly remember them all, let alone a princess long residing in the inner palace, who surprisingly remembered the name of a mere 3rd-tier lord's son so clearly. Lin Xiu was not surprised. The woman she referred to was well known in the capital, and everyone knew of the useless son of the Ping and Bo's family who had managed to climb to great heights. They may not recognize Lin Xiu, but they had certainly heard his name. Princess Mingi scrutinized Lin Xiu with curiosity, asking, "You are not without abilities?" Lin Xiu explained, "My powers have only recently awakened." Upon learning Lin Xiu's name, Princess Mingi's curiosity about him evidently grew, as she examined him from head to toe before shaking her head and saying, "You do look presentable, but your talent is too lacking. You are unworthy of that woman." Lin Xiu noted that Princess Mingi consistently referred to his fiancée as that woman. Just as many men in the capital detested Lin Xiu, most women, particularly the younger ones, also harbored disdain for the Zhao family's celebrated daughter. Men resented Lin Xiu because Zhao Lingxian was too exceptional. She was as beautiful as a celestial being and possessed outstanding talent, making her the dream goddess of many young men. Yet, this goddess belonged to another, naturally igniting a fierce rivalry. Women disliked Zhao Lingxian for the very same reasons. Her beauty and talent overshadowed all, leaving noble ladies and even royal princesses feeling inferior in her presence. The competitive spirit among women is quite pronounced, and who among them would willingly admit to being inferior to others? Clearly, Princess Mingyi is no exception. Noticing his calm demeanor, she inquired, "Are you not angry?" Lin Xiu glanced at her and replied, "The Zhao family's legitimate daughter possesses unparalleled beauty and talent. No woman in the royal capital can compare to her. Aside from her visage, I truly have nothing that matches hers. The princess speaks the truth. Why should I be upset?" While Lin Xiu remained unperturbed, Princess Mingyi felt a twinge of irritation. This scoundrel could extol that woman without restraint while simultaneously disparaging others. What does it mean that no woman in the royal capital can rival her? Does that not include her? Although it is indeed the truth. She found it quite displeasing to hear. With a resentful glare, Princess Mingyi bit her lip and retorted, "At least you possess some self-awareness. Beyond beauty, in terms of status, talent, and strength, you hardly measure up to her." Lin Xiu smiled slightly and responded, "Thank you for the compliment, Princess." Princess Mingyi paused in surprise, then realized Lin Xiu's intent. She was left speechless. Was that the crux of her earlier statement? Her emphasis was on his lack of worthiness for that woman, not on his good looks. How could someone be so brazenly shameless? Lin Xiu was aware of Princess Mingyi's growing ire, as her previously steady demeanor began to shift. Thus, he refrained from further provocation, recognizing that it was he who would suffer the consequences should he completely enrage her. While he was indifferent to certain matters, it did not imply that others could repeatedly emphasize them without a hint of insult. In truth, Lin Xiu ought to have held his tongue, considering her esteemed status and the disparity in their abilities. Provoking her was not a wise course of action. Yet perhaps due to a latent power within him, whenever she stood before him, he felt an insatiable urge to spar with her, and some words escaped his lips almost instinctively. Princess Mingyi, too, recognized this dynamic. She bore no grudge against him, yet found herself speaking with a sharp tongue whenever they faced each other. At the Yshun, she frequently encountered Zhao Lingyin. Due to their respective statuses and strengths, although they held mutual disdain, neither could truly dominate the other, resulting in a lack of real interaction. Now, faced with someone possessing the ice art, and who was significantly weaker than herself, Princess Mingyi could not resist the temptation to assert her superiority. However, Lin Xiu seemed indifferent to everything. She could not gain the upper hand in their exchanges, nor could she genuinely act against him. After regaining her composure, she could only leave, brimming with frustration. With a steady influx of yuan jing for cultivation, Lin Xiu soon forgot the minor incident in Rudiying Palace. Upon finishing a day's work, he arrived at the palace gates, where a carriage awaited him under the night sky. Besides Sun Dali, Ling Yin was also present. As the carriage rolled onward, with Sun Dali driving from outside, Lin Xiu and Zhao Lingyin sat within. Remembering something, Lin Xiu asked her, "Lingyin, are you familiar with Princess Mingyi?" "Princess Mingyi?" Zhao Lingyin furrowed her brow upon hearing this, then cautioned, "When you work in the palace, keep your distance. Her ability is fire, which counters ours. She may cause you trouble." Lin Xiu mused that they indeed knew each other, perhaps even as rivals, one embodying ice, the other fire. Curious, he directly inquired, "Who is more formidable between you and Princess Mingyi?" Zhao Lingyin shot him a glance and asked, "What do you think?" Without hesitation, Lin Xiu replied, "I believe you are more powerful." It seemed both were equally matched, yet one was a destined adversary, while the other was a beloved sister-in-law. Lin Xiu chuckled. "Even if their strengths are comparable, she is lacking in many other aspects compared to you." To Zhao Lingyin, Princess Mingyi was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. At the Yshun, there were always busybodies comparing the two in private, whether in beauty, talent, or strength. No one had ever claimed that Princess Mingyi was considerably inferior. Zhao Lingyin fixed her gaze on Lin Xiu and asked, "In what way is she inferior to me?" Lin Xiu pondered for a moment and said, "Although you both possess unique beauty, she is rather short." Zhao Lingyin was momentarily taken aback. Her stature was slightly tall, while Princess Mingyi was comparatively petite. However, that was only relative. Princess Mingy's height was definitely above average among women, and Lin Xiu's remark surprised her. Yet, in comparison to herself, she indeed was a bit shorter. She shot Lin Xiu a glance and queried, "What else?" After a long day, feeling fatigued, Lin Xiu found energy in discussing this topic. Drawing from his seasoned experience with women, he explained, "Moreover, you are much fairer than her. Princess Mingy is quite dark and short. Zhao Lingyin's fair complexion was partly due to her abilities, while Princess Mingy's fiery powers rendered her skin more flushed than average. Though she was by no means dark, the description of dark and short made Lin Xiu's perception of her quite amusing." Lin Xiu continued his analysis, and furthermore, although you are of similar age, she is rather unremarkable. You surpass her in many ways. Zhao Lingyin frowned. "Do I appear old?" Lin Xiu quickly clarified. "I did not mean age." "What then?" In Ru Di-Ying Palace, Princess Mingy, already in bed, tossed and turned, unable to sleep, her mind swirling with a desire to engage in battle. She sat up and murmured, "What is wrong with me?" In the following half-month, Lin Xiu's life was remarkably tranquil. After the previous incident, T'Nxong Tower finally ceased its disturbances. Other inns and brothels also refrained from seeking him out, allowing him to earn and cultivate in peace. With the support of a powerful ally, it was evident that after that event, they all understood Lin Xiu's connection to the royal palace. Anyone daring to act out would be courting death. It could be said that as long as he held this position, Lin Xiu could walk freely in the royal capital. With the assistance of Yuan Jing, Lin Xiu's progress in cultivation was rapid. Even Ling Yin remarked that at this rate, he might awaken his abilities for the second time before winter. This was neither entirely good nor bad news. While continuous improvement in cultivation was beneficial, Lin Xiu's talent was not particularly high, requiring Yuan Jing to achieve such speed. Without it, he would still lag significantly behind true geniuses. Fortunately, while others had but one path in their cultivation, Lin Xiu was fortunate to possess several. Over these days, he had been training his strength alongside Sun Dali, who was astonished by Lin Xiu's display of power. However, lacking comprehension, he easily fell for Lin Xiu's feigned awakening due to the side effects of his heavenly abilities. Half a month passed, and the temperature gradually dropped. Lin Xiu anticipated that within another couple of weeks, business at Zhu Tower would become untenable. However, he had accumulated a considerable amount of silver during this time. While it would not elevate the Lin family to great wealth, it relieved them from a life of scarcity. Now, Lin Xiu had adapted to his new life and even found some enjoyment in it. The only thing he missed was the entertainment of his former world. Watching dramas, films, participating in script murders, and escape rooms could occupy an entire day without repetition, but the entertainment in this world was woefully scarce. Kuju was not appealing during the sweltering heat. Cockfighting, birdwalking, and cricket battles did not pique his interest either. Had he friends, he could have attended various gatherings. But Lin Xiu found himself confined to his estate, with no acquaintances to invite him. The only form of entertainment favored by the men of the royal capital was visiting brothels, which was far from Lin Xiu's consideration. Although Lin Xiu's soul has weathered numerous battles, his body remains untainted. Experiencing such things for the first time, he certainly cannot indulge in those places, nor would he ever, regardless of how many times he has experienced it. Even the esteemed Princess Mingy praises his appearance. Should he venture into a brothel, it would be unclear who would be soliciting whom, as it is likely that those young ladies would willingly pay for his company. Moreover, if Zhao Lingyin were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly find himself in grave danger. How tedious this is. In his previous life, Lin Xiu either galloped on horseback or was en route to do so, a regular patron of various bars and nightclubs, enjoying a life rich in entertainment, to which he had long since adapted. But now, his days are consumed by training or crafting eyes for the royal palace. If he does not seek a bit of amusement, he fears he may succumb to illness from sheer boredom. This morning, Lin Xiu set out for a leisurely stroll with Sun Dali and Huang. Just over half a month had passed, and Huang had gained a noticeable amount of weight, transforming from a mere collection of bones into a more rounded figure. After careful consideration, Lin Xiu decided it would be prudent to take De Huang along on future outings. As a dog, De Huang possessed a keen sense of smell and alertness that Sun Dali lacked, enabling it to perceive danger far sooner than a human could. Lin Xiu deemed it a more reliable guardian than Sun Dali. Sun Dali and De Huang trailed behind Lin Xiu, each clutching a chicken leg in their mouths. With grease smudged across his lips, Sun Dali inquired, "Young master, where are we headed?" Lin Xiu, feeling rather listless, replied, "Just wandering about." He felt stifled at home and welcomed the opportunity to stroll aimlessly. The sound of his voice was soft and melodious, reminiscent of the gentle dialect of Suzhou. Lin Xiu had once dated a girl from that city, whose speech was always sweet and soothing, captivating him to his very core. After a few steps, Lin Xiu halted in front of a modest two-story pavilion. The plaque above the entrance displayed the golden characters Li Hua Yuan. This appeared to be a theater, as a wooden board in front listed the titles of various performances popular in this world. Although brothels offered more entertainment and comfort, they lacked the refinement of theaters, which spurred the development of performance venues, music halls, and dance studios. In his youth, Lin Xiu had little interest in operas whenever one was broadcast on television. He would change the channel without hesitation. However, as he matured, he began to appreciate the unique charm of the operatic style, and his playlist now included numerous songs featuring traditional vocal techniques. De Huang waited outside, while Lin Xiu purchased 2 tickets for himself and Sun Dali before entering Li Hua Yuan. Inside the theater, the audience was sparse, with many seats unoccupied. A young woman donned in theatrical attire sang on stage, her voice possessing a quality that could render listeners weak in unease. Lin Xiu chose a table in a corner, and tea was promptly served. As Sun Dali prepared to ask a question, Lin Xiu raised a hand to silence him and closed his eyes, listening intently. The beautiful music indeed soothed the spirit, and the enchanting melody gradually calmed Lin Xiu's previously restless heart, evoking memories of the past. The girl whose voice was equally soft and gentle, his first love, had once captivated him. They had been deeply in love for 3 years and were on the brink of marriage, yet they ultimately parted ways. There were no third parties involved, nor were there familial objections. All the melodrama was absent. Their passionate love succumbed to the mundane realities of life. Naturally, he had not considered marriage since. As the performance concluded, Lin Xiu opened his eyes to find Sun Dali fidgeting uncomfortably across from him. It dawned on him that this fellow was a simpleton, incapable of appreciating music. Asking him to listen to opera was akin to playing a lute to a cow. Sun Dali, feeling relieved, stood and announced, "Young master, I shall wait for you outside." In this world, there was nothing that Lin Xiu longed for, yet there were memories that lingered. The Lin residence was warm and welcoming, and the Zhao family treated him kindly. However, in the stillness of the night, he often felt a profound sense of loneliness, as if he were out of sync with the world around him. Everything here was foreign, and he could not find anything familiar. Even the operas performed in the theater were entirely new to him. Yet, despite the performers' exquisite singing, something felt amiss to Lin Xiu. Thus, he opened his eyes and beckoned to a young lady nearby. Typically, a theater is managed by a troupe, and the ones serving tea are apprentices, who trained for several years before performing. The girl approached promptly, asking, "What may I do for you, sir?" Lin Xiu replied, "I wish to request a performance." To enter the theater, one must purchase a ticket, which allows patrons to stay from opening until closing. While listening to the performance is complimentary, any tea or snacks beyond the first pot incurs additional charges. The theater has a set repertoire, but if a patron is willing to pay extra, they may request specific songs. At 20 coins per piece, it was not exorbitant. Lin Xiu nodded and continued, "However, the piece I wish to hear is not in your repertoire. Perhaps you could find a girl, and I could teach her how to sing it, and she could perform it for me?" Upon hearing this, the elder woman's expression shifted to one of caution, and she promptly shook her head, saying, "I'm sorry, sir, but Li Hua Yuan only offers songs that the girls can sing." Lin Xiu pondered for a moment before stating, "I can offer more money." The elder shook her head again, replying, "It is not a matter of money." With a decisive thud, Lin Xiu placed a silver ingot on the table. The elder's throat moved as she quickly turned her head and exclaimed, "Girls, come here." In chapter 32, meeting the noble concubine again, several young women stood behind the elder, curiously observing the young gentleman at the table, yet none stepped forward. Although the gentleman was generous, there were conditions attached. He did not wish to hear the songs performed, but instead insisted on teaching them how to sing, which was an unusual request. They worried that this handsome young man might harbor ulterior motives. After a prolonged silence, one woman stepped forward and said, "I will do it." Lin Xiu recognized her as the one who had just sung on stage. Despite her heavy stage makeup, her facial features suggested she was indeed beautiful. Once she stepped forward, someone beside her seized her arm and cautioned, "Kai-e, have you thought this through? Earning money is not that easy." Kai-e smiled gently and replied, "It's all right. It's just learning a new song. There's no need to worry." She then bowed gracefully to Lin Xiu and said, "Please follow me." The first floor of Li Huayuan was a grand hall with other guests enjoying performances, so it would not suffice for her to sing, just for Lin Xiu. The theater featured private rooms designed for patrons who wished for personalized performances. Lin Xiu followed her upstairs into an elegant compartment when he suddenly asked, "Do you not fear that I might have ulterior motives?" He could clearly see the girl's concerns. They likely perceived him as a reckless young master seeking to take advantage of them. Kai-e chuckled softly, responding, "Others might, but you would not." Somewhat surprised, Lin Xiu inquired, "Why not?" Although he carried a sense of integrity, he did not possess an overtly virtuous demeanor. Realization dawned on him, and with a smile, he replied, "In that case, let us begin." Lin Xiu remarked that indeed, the expenditure of a few taels of silver was worthwhile. Ling Yin's assessment of him was one of frugality. However, she was mistaken in her understanding of Lin Xiu. His spending was rather spontaneous, never concerning himself with whether something was expensive or not, but solely focused on its value. He could relish a bowl of noodle from a roadside stall for a mere few coins, yet also enjoy a performance costing several taels of silver, all dictated by his mood. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Xiu turned to Tsai and inquired, "Have you memorized the lyrics and melody?" Tsai nodded affirmatively, saying, "I have." She cleared her throat and tentatively asked, "Shall I begin, young master?" Lin Xiu gave a slight nod. Before long, the melodious strains of the opera resonated in Lin Xiu's ears. The audience passed by, oblivious to the past hues, while the performer sang a sorrowful farewell tune, expressing the difficulty of articulating love. The performance unfolded, and, as the final notes faded, Lin Xiu opened his eyes and exhaled softly. He had finally rediscovered that elusive feeling. This was the sensation he sought, the very essence that had been lacking in her earlier performance. To hear familiar music in this unfamiliar world was an immense solace to his heart. The loneliness that had dwelled within him was gradually dispelled by the song Chilling, and he bowed slightly to the young lady before him, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Tsai." Miss Tsai smiled warmly in response. "You are too kind, young master. This is merely my duty." Lin Xiu rose, saying, "I have urgent matters to attend to today. I shall return another day to hear you sing." With a graceful bow, Tsai replied, "Please take care, young master." Once Lin Xiu departed from Lihua Garden, a flicker of curiosity crossed her face. This unconventional piece was unfamiliar to her, seemingly an original creation of this young master. She could discern that the song held a unique significance for him, yet its lyrics clearly spoke of the plight of performers. In that instant, Tsai felt an overwhelming curiosity towards this young master. From that day forth, in addition to practicing with Ling Yin and visiting the palace for ice making, Lin Xiu found himself with another pursuit, attending the opera house to enjoy music. Given the limited forms of entertainment in this world, he had little interest in anything else. His heart was captivated solely by the melodies. On his second visit to Lihua Garden, when Tsai was absent, he randomly selected another performer. Unfortunately, he was disappointed as this young lady lacked the musicality that Tsai possessed. Despite Lin Xiu's repeated guidance, she remained off-key. Reluctantly, he switched to yet another performer. Though the new performer had a keen sense of pitch, she could not evoke the essence Lin Xiu desired. It was then that he realized Tsai's voice seemed to penetrate the very soul, possessing an irreplaceable quality that no other performer could replicate. After 2 consecutive visits without Tsai, Lin Xiu, on his next arrival, directly inquired with the owner of Lihua Garden, the elderly matron, "Might I ask where Miss Tsai is gone?" The matron sighed, replying, "Tsai has fallen ill." "Ill?" Lin Xiu questioned. "Is it serious?" With another sigh, the matron stated she has been bedridden for several days. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xiu asked, "May I visit her?" The matron hesitated briefly before finally nodding. "Please, follow me." A short while later, in a narrow alley near Lihua Garden, the matron opened the door to a courtyard and said to Lin Xiu, "This is the place." Inside the courtyard, several young boys and girls, around 12 or 13 years of age, were practicing their singing or tumbling. likely also part of the Lihua opera troupe. The matron led Lin Xiu to a room, and as they approached the door, a fit of coughing echoed within. Upon entering the room, Lin Xiu saw a young woman lying in bed who, upon noticing him, struggled to sit up and awkwardly said, "Young master, what brings you here?" At that moment, she was unadorned. Her natural beauty revealed as her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her features were as Lin Xiu had imagined: delicate brows, almond-shaped eyes, and a graceful nose, making her an exceptionally lovely woman. Yet her pallid complexion and lips added an air of fragility and pity. Seeing her exert herself to sit, Lin Xiu quickly said, "Miss Tsai, there is no need to rise. I have sought you at the opera house these past few days, but you were not there. The matron informed me of your illness, so I came to see you." Tsai expressed her apologies. "I am sorry to have troubled you, young master." Lin Xiu inquired, "Have you consulted a physician?" The matron interjected, "She has seen one, but after taking several doses of medicine, there has been no improvement." Though Lin Xiu and Tsai did not share a profound bond, her singing was the only remedy for the solitude and loneliness that sometimes enveloped him. He could not bear to see her suffer without assistance. After a moment of consideration, he said, "I have a friend who is a royal physician. I shall summon her to examine you. She should be able to help you recover swiftly." Tsai quickly replied, "As a mere performer, I cannot trouble a royal physician." With that, she turned to leave. Inside the room, the matron looked at Tsai with a knowing smile, saying, "While you have been ill these past few days, this young master has visited you multiple times and even wishes to invite a physician for your treatment. It seems he's quite taken with you." A faint blush appeared on Tsai's pale cheeks as she retorted, "Matron, do not speak so. The young master likely only enjoys my singing." The matron chuckled. "That may not be the case." At the palace entrance, Lin Xiu presented his token before entering the inner palace. His mention of a physician friend referred to Shuang, and his visit to the Imperial Medical Office was twofold: to help Tsai and to deepen his friendship with her. He greatly coveted her abilities. In life, everyone encounters ailments, and acquiring such knowledge is undoubtedly essential for one's self and one's family. Upon arriving at the Imperial Medical Office, Lin Xiu discovered that no one was on duty at the entrance. He intended to ask if Shuang was present, but before he could step through the grand doors, he heard a familiar voice. In such a grand Imperial Medical Office, filled with so many physicians, not one can treat my pet? What good are you all to the court? Inside, a line of physicians stood with their heads bowed, not daring to breathe. While the noble consort's anger caused her chest to rise and fall dramatically, her headpiece swaying with her agitation. Lin Xiu had already stepped into the Imperial Medical Office and thought to himself, this was ill-timed. The noble consort was present and appeared to be in a foul mood. It was best to retreat. Unexpectedly, one of the physicians caught a glimpse of Lin Xiu entering and could not resist glancing up at the door. Lin Xiu continued to tease the creature. Although he could comprehend the little one's words, it could not understand his. Only by encouraging it to speak, more could Lin Xiu possibly discern what ailed it. How dreadfully boring. This princess feels suffocated. Who will rescue me? I no longer wish to remain in this place. The creature mewed repeatedly. The onlookers could only observe as, under Lin Xiu's incessant coaxing, the beloved pet of the Guifei emitted mournful cries. The Guifei's heart nearly shattered at the sight. Yet, due to her trust in Lin Xiu, she restrained herself until she could no longer hold back and inquired, "Have you discerned anything?" Lin Xiu ceased his teasing, having gleaned all the information he sought. Many envied the concubines of the palace, but few could truly endure the isolation of the inner court, often for years or even decades. Throughout history, many concubines perished in such despondency. This was true for both humans and animals. Lin Xiu had previously encountered numerous reports of animals in zoos becoming lethargic, disinterested in activity, losing their appetites, or exhibiting irritability, often pacing in repetitive circles. These were clear manifestations of depression. It was evident that the Guifei's cherished pet was also suffering from depression. Lin Xiu had learned that it had been captured from its natural habitat and brought to the royal capital, separated from its parents and companions, and deprived of freedom, confined within a small palace. This bore striking resemblance to the plight of those animals in zoos, and it was no surprise that it exhibited signs of depression. The Guifei's face brightened with hope as she asked, "Really? What is wrong with Nuan Nuan?" Lin Xiu replied, "Your esteemed pet is depressed. The Guifei's beautiful brows furrowed in confusion as she asked, "What is depression?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiu suggested, "If it pleases you, my lady, you could allow someone to take your pet outside the palace to experience a broader world. This might alleviate its condition." Upon finishing, she departed the Tai hospital, albeit somewhat dispirited, accompanied by several palace maids. Lin Xiu noted a shift in the Guifei's demeanor after he revealed the pet's ailment. Perhaps she reflected upon her own circumstances. Despite her exalted status, she and the creature shared a commonality of confinement. Naturally, someone from the Tai hospital would need to accompany them to treat the Guifei's pet. And the logical choice was by Shuang, who would follow Lin Xiu as well. Additionally, several figures trail them at a distance, likely sent by the Guifei to safeguard her beloved creature. Given her fondness for it, she would hardly entrust it to a mere maid. Linglong, the maid whom Lin Xiu had previously rescued from Changchun Palace, cradled the pet with excitement and enthusiasm, for this was her first excursion from the palace since entering. Her steps light and bouncy. On their way, Lin Xiu remarked, "It seems the Guifei has a deep fondness for this spirit beast." The Guifei's genuine affection for the creature evoked in Lin Xiu a sentiment of inferiority, as if the creature held greater worth than himself. Linglong affirmed, "Of course. Wan was a gift from the Guifei's mother before her passing. She treasures it immensely. When it falls ill, she struggles to eat." Lin Xiu was taken aback by the creature's background, which explained the Guifei's special attachment to it as a relic from her mother. At this moment, Bai Shuang regarded Lin Xiu with curiosity, asking, "Mr. Lin, I know that when a person loses their freedom and is confined to a singular environment for an extended period, they may develop depressive tendencies. Do animals and pets experience this as well?" Lin Xiu nodded, saying, "Indeed, animals possess intelligence too. Those pets with higher cognitive abilities can suffer from ailments akin to those that afflict humans. Just observe. After leaving the palace, hasn't it transformed?" Both Linglong and Bai Shuang turned their attention to the pet in Linglong's arms. They noticed that, at some point, the spirit beast's eyes had brightened, now resting in Linglong's embrace, peering around curiously, appearing much more spirited. "Indeed, it is remarkably improved," Bai Shuang exclaimed, gazing at Lin Xiu with admiration, saying, "I've learned so much today. Thank you, Mr. Lin." Lin Xiu smiled gently, replying, "I too have many areas where I fall short. Let us continue to share and learn from one another." He then turned to Bai Shuang, stating, "By the way, Miss Shuang, I have a request." Bai Shuang replied, "There is no need for formalities, Mr. Lin. You have already assisted me twice. Please, do not hesitate to ask." Lin Xiu responded with a slight smile. "It is not a significant matter. A friend of mine is ill and has not improved despite taking many medicines. Could you please examine her?" Bai Shuang beamed, saying, "What a trivial request. A physician's duty is to heal. Where's your friend? Let's go at once." Their purpose for leaving the palace was to provide the Guifei's pet with some fresh air, so they were unconcerned about their destination. Soon, Lin Xiu led them to the residence of Kai Yi. Bai Shuang took Kai Yi's hand, and within moments, Kai Yi's pallid complexion transformed, her cheeks regaining color. She sat up in bed, exclaiming, "How extraordinary! I feel completely healed." Lin Xiu replied, "That is only natural. Miss Shuang is a renowned physician of the Tai hospital, not merely a figure of empty reputation. However, you must still rest well after your recovery. I shall visit you again in a few days." After departing from Kai Yi's abode, Lin Xiu and the others planned to explore the market. The little creature had indeed been stifled within the palace. It had been listless there, but now, upon exiting, was full of vitality. Had it not been tethered by a rope, it would likely have soared away into the skies. Lin Xiu understood its silent musings, intuitively grasping its desires for play and food, and he followed its lead without hesitation, greatly satisfying the creature's playful spirit, which now radiated exuberance, a stark contrast to its previous lethargy. Bai Shuang looked on in amazement, her gaze towards Lin Xiu filled with admiration and respect. She recognized that without her extraordinary abilities, she was nothing, and that often such powers were not infallible, as demonstrated by the previous two incidents. Her greatest aspiration was to become a true physician, yet the path to becoming a renowned healer was fraught with difficulty, and she had much to learn from Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu felt he possessed the potential to become a beast tamer, and wondered why he hadn't suggested such a path to Haitang, who seemed to plan to sell tofu instead. In this world, those with power and influence often kept spirit pets, and such individuals were unconcerned about the cost. This profession promised immense profit, far exceeding even ice manufacturing. However, in the past, when he could not comprehend animal speech, the role of beast tamer held little appeal. Yet, witnessing the Guifei's pet in despair had caused Lin Xiu to reconsider. Perhaps becoming a veterinarian would be a more noble pursuit. From what Lin Xiu understood, the veterinary profession appeared non-existent in this world. Historically, only humans were treated, with no specialized care for animals. Though a small number of individuals like Hai Tang could understand animal language, comprehension did not equate to the ability to heal them. Had the Guifei's pet not been afflicted with depression, Lin Xiu would have felt powerless to assist, but with Bai Shuang's abilities at his disposal, he could immediately step into the role of healer. Lin Xiu resolved that should he ever find himself in financial straits, he would establish a clinic in the royal capital, dedicated solely to treating animals, forsaking human patients altogether. At that time, he could invite Hai Tang to join him, thus avoiding any suspicion regarding his motives. On the following day, Lin Xiu once again ventured to the palace to make ice. Upon arriving at the Changchun Palace, he observed that the favored consort was cradling her beloved pet, appearing in far better spirits than the previous day. The consort's mood was evidently buoyant, her smile unwavering. With the master in high spirits, the attendants felt less apprehensive, and the entire atmosphere of the Changchun Palace became much more vibrant. The consort, holding her pet, regarded Lin Xiu with an assessing gaze and inquired once more, "Are you truly not considering entering the palace?" Lin Xiu promptly replied, "I am grateful for your kindness, Your Highness, but as the only son in my family, I must bear the responsibility of continuing our lineage. I hope you will forgive my inability to comply." The consort sighed regretfully but did not press further, saying, "Since you are unwilling, I shall bestow upon you something else." Upon exiting the palace, Lin Xiu found himself holding a brocade box. Zhao Lingyin leaned against the carriage and asked, "What is it?" Lin Xiu casually handed her the brocade box, saying, "It is a gift from the consort. I have no use for it, so I present it to you." The consort was indeed generous, as the items she had bestowed upon Lin Xiu were quite valuable. However, this was not surprising. Anything from the palace was seldom ordinary. The consorts received limited allowances from the Bureau of Internal Affairs each month, making it improbable for them to bestow hundreds or thousands of taels of silver. Yet they possessed numerous exquisite jewels, which they could gift without hesitation. When Zhao Lingyin opened the brocade box, she was momentarily dazzled. Inside lay a jade bracelet of deep green hue, translucent and finely textured, radiating brilliance without a trace of impurities or cracks, clearly a rare gem, even more precious than the previous gold hairpin. Instinctively, Zhao Lingyin wanted to decline, but fearing that if she refused, Lin Xiu might gift it to another woman. She accepted the brocade box, explaining, "I will keep it for my sister." Lin Xiu shrugged. "As you wish." He simply disliked being indebted to others. Zhao Lingyin's kindness was second only to that of the Ping and Bo couple, and a gold hairpin could not repay her favor, so whenever he encountered something fine, he instinctively thought of her. As for how she would handle it, that was beyond his concern. The next day, with no obligation to visit the palace, Lin Xiu, after lunch, strolled out with Sundali. In the pear-blossom courtyard within the elegant chamber on the second floor, Lin Xiu looked at Kai Yi and asked, "Kai Yi, are you feeling better?" Kai Yi gratefully replied, "Thank you, my lord. I have fully recovered." Lin Xiu pondered for a moment and said, "If you truly wish to thank me, then do not let the manager charge me so much silver. If every visit to hear music costs me several taels, I might truly be unable to afford it." Kai Yi covered her mouth and chuckled. "The silver from last time is sufficient for you to visit daily this month. Next time, should you wish to hear music, just come to find me. I will not charge you." Lin Xiu contemplated why the courtesans did not charge him and why the performers also did not demand payment. Was he unknowingly awakening a talent for enjoying free services? A moment later, Kai Yi looked at Lin Xiu and asked, "Will you still request the Songqi Ling today?" Lin Xiu shook his head and replied, "No, today I shall teach you a new song called Tan Chuang." After a short while, as Kai Yi finished the last line of the song, Lin Xiu slowly opened his eyes. Kai Yi's voice was enchanting and soul-stirring. Listening to her sing was an exquisite pleasure that almost became addictive for Lin Xiu. Unbeknownst to Kai Yi, while she sang, Lin Xiu was lost in thought. Her sisters did not find the performance particularly remarkable. Only this gentleman seemed entirely captivated. Meanwhile, downstairs, several young men strode into the pear blossom courtyard. One of them exclaiming, "Where is Kai? We have not heard her sing in ages." The manager of the courtyard hurried to greet them, apologetically stating, "Gentlemen, please wait a moment. A lord just requested Kai. As soon as she comes out, I will have her sing for you." "Hey, Wu brother, she has us waiting. I wonder which lord has enough influence to make us wait for him alone. It seems we are not regarded highly by him," remarked one of the young men. Hearing their words, Wu Qing furrowed his brow, not out of anger towards the manager, but rather at the company of these drunken companions. He was not a supercilious heir, but merely the son of a minor official. In the capital, he should not be treated with such disregard. In such establishments, those who flaunted their power without discernment had long since met their demise. However, this was not a bustling area of the capital, and the locals were either commoners or merchants of modest means. Influential figures typically did not frequent such humble establishments, so he felt no need for excessive caution. Moreover, he had observed that there were no guards at the entrance or within the courtyard, further indicating the absence of any notable individuals. With this in mind, he had no reservations. Over the past month, he had been recovering from his injuries at home, harboring a great deal of pent-up frustration and eager to find an outlet. Should it inadvertently involve someone else, he could only blame his own misfortune. He coldly snorted at the manager, stating, "I wish to see who possesses such influence." On the second floor, as Lin Xiu was about to teach Kai another song, the door to the elegant chamber was suddenly pushed open from the outside. The door was left unlocked to prevent unruly patrons from misbehaving with the courtesans, and under normal circumstances, no one would intrude uninvited. This time, however, it was evident that something unexpected had occurred. Several young men stood at the entrance, their demeanor suggesting ill intent. And the one at the forefront was someone Lin Xiu recognized. Wu Qing's face turned pale upon seeing Lin Xiu in the room. The last time they had crossed paths had led to a severe beating from his father, leaving him nursing his wounds at home for half a month. And he had only just recovered enough to venture out today. He later learned that Lin Xiu was an official in the palace, and that day, the head eunuch had sought out his father at the East City Yamen, almost costing him his position. In a bid to curry favor with a first-rank marquis, his father had nearly offended the current emperor. Upon realizing the truth, Wu Qing felt his father's punishment had been rather lenient. He felt a deep-seated dread, knowing that the emperor would soon summon Lin Xiu to the palace. Wu Qing had deliberately been captured at the East City Yamen, making it impossible for the palace's steward to locate him. If that incident escalated, his own safety would be in jeopardy. As these thoughts crossed his mind, his legs began to tremble. Ever since that encounter, Wu Qing had been filled with wariness towards Lin Xiu. Should he provoke him again, he feared he might face dire consequences. Lin Xiu noticed the son of the East City Yamen standing at the door, frozen in place, and took the initiative to rise and ask, "Have you come to drag me to the Yamen again?" Wu Qing immediately bowed and replied, "I apologize. I must have taken a wrong turn." He hurriedly descended the stairs, not caring for his recently healed injuries. Any sudden movement sent sharp pains through him. Those who had accompanied him, unaware of what had transpired, quickly scattered without a leader. Lin Xiu turned to the manager, who had followed him upstairs, and inquired, "What just happened?" The manager cautiously entered and tentatively asked Lin Xiu, "May I ask, sir, which prominent family do you hail from in the capital?" Lin Xiu waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I am but an insignificant individual, unworthy of mention." The manager, visibly anxious, replied, You jest. An insignificant person would not know the imperial physician, nor would an insignificant person cause the son of the East City Yamen to flee in panic at a mere glance." However, since Lin Xiu did not elaborate, she did not dare to press further. Lin Xiu understood that the manager was skeptical, yet he spoke the truth. In a place like the capital, the most abundant entities were the powerful and influential, and those impoverished nobles, whom others had never heard of, were indeed insignificant. He had merely borrowed the palace's prestige to exert a momentary influence. Having been disturbed from his enjoyment, Lin Xiu lost the desire to listen to music and, after bidding farewell to Kai Yi, departed from the theater. In the elegant second-floor parlor, the proprietor observed Kai Yi and remarked, "My dear lady, this young gentleman is evidently not an ordinary person. You must seize this opportunity wisely. I can discern that he is unlike those frivolous young masters." Perhaps this is your chance to ascend to great heights. Kai merely smiled faintly and replied, I do not possess such fortune. The proprietor shook his head and said, One's destiny must be fought for. In my youth, let's not dwell on the past. Kai countered, Proprietor, it would be wise not to speak so lightly. The gentleman truly harbors no such intentions. For someone like her, the best outcome would be to be noticed by a wealthy family and become a concubine, securing a place to reside for the latter part of her life. This young man was handsome, upright, and considerate. Having such support would indeed be splendid. Even if it meant becoming a servant or a concubine, she would accept it. Alas, she could tell he had no interest in her, never once crossing the boundaries. Today's events further underscored his noble status, one she dared not aspire to. Chapter 35. The Imperial Gift in the Blink of an Eye. Lin Xiu had been in this world for over a month. Last night, the capital experienced a rainfall, and this morning, the weather had turned significantly cooler. With each autumn rain comes a drop in temperature. After this rain, the heat would be a thing of the past. The citizens of the capital rejoiced. For the past month, they had endured an unprecedented heat wave, and now they were finally free from that sweltering misery. According to custom, Lin Xiu was to enter the palace today, so he arrived early at Xiu Tower. This time, the tower's manager did not request him to make ice, but instead presented him with a wooden box, smiling as he said, These past few days, I have troubled you. Young sir, here is 100 taels of silver, a token of goodwill from the Duke's residence. I hope you graciously accept it. Lin Xiu understood his intent. With the weather turning cooler, Xiu Tower no longer required his ice-making services. This 100 taels was the final remuneration. Lin Xiu promptly accepted the money, stating, It has been a pleasure collaborating. The manager of Xiu Tower smiled. I hope there will be opportunities for us to work together again next year. Lin Xiu gently smiled. Alas, next year may not afford such opportunities. The sudden heat wave this year had caught everyone off guard, depleting even the palace's ice reserves early on. Aside from Xiu Tower, many businesses have been significantly affected. Having learned from past mistakes, to prevent a similar situation from arising next year, they would surely stockpile ice this winter, ensuring there would be no shortage of ice supplies in the future. Upon returning to the Lin residence, Lin Xiu reviewed the gains from the past month. A month ago, the Lin family had fallen to such dire straits that the matriarch had to pawn jewelry to sustain their daily lives. Now, the silver stored in the chest amounted to nearly 10,000 taels. This was all earned by Lin Xiu within a month. For the common folk, 10,000 taels was an astronomical sum. Yet for the elite of the capital, it was inconsequential. Such an amount could barely afford a small courtyard in the bustling areas. Zhou Jun called Lin Xiu aside and pondered before speaking, Xiu'er, your father and I discussed purchasing a courtyard for you in the East City. It will be more convenient for you whether you attend the Institute of Extraordinary Arts or the Clear Officials Department. The Lin family's residence was quite distant from the palace. Even by carriage, it took a considerable amount of time. Moreover, being far from the royal city meant the safety was vastly different, which was why the assassin had chosen to strike near the Lin residence. Lin Xiu understood they were concerned for his safety. Yet 10,000 taels would scarcely buy a decent residence in East City, insufficient for their family to live in. His mother intended for them to remain here, while Lin Xiu resided alone in the new home. However, Lin Xiu had grown accustomed to the warmth of family. In this home, there were meals shared, conversations exchanged, and care given. The prospect of a new residence held no significance for him. Furthermore, purchasing a house with this silver would only plunge the Lin family back into their previous predicament. It seemed that no matter how much he earned, it was never enough. Previously, Lin Xiu would not have considered purchasing a house near the palace, but now, having come into a windfall, he still found himself unable to afford what he desired. It appeared he must seriously contemplate establishing a veterinary clinic in the capital. Lin Xiu thought that today manager Li would not visit, yet after lunch he encountered him. After over a month of acquaintance, they had grown quite familiar. Manager Li clapped Lin Xiu on the shoulder, stating, This dreadful weather has finally cooled down. After one last visit to the palace this year, you won't need to return. Lin Xiu felt a twinge of regret. Recently, under the influence of Yuan Jing, his strength had been rapidly increasing. With just a few more visits to the palace, he should be able to awaken a second time. Alas, fate did not align with his desires. Without the enhancement of Yuan Jing, that timeline would likely be delayed by several months. Over the past month, Lin Xiu had become quite familiar with the inner palace. He knew which concubines resided in which quarters, their temperaments, and their taboos, all relayed to him by Manager Li to prevent Lin Xiu from saying or doing anything that might offend them and invite trouble upon himself. Today, as per routine, he began with Her Majesty the Queen, visiting each palace in order of the concubines' ranks. Unlike his first visit, when he arrived at the Changchun Palace of the noble consort, she graciously rewarded him with 2 slices of watermelon. The noble consort was known for her irritable temperament, a fact well known throughout the palace. Perhaps due to Lin Xiu's previous healing of her beloved pet, she treated him with some distinction. Upon entering the palace of the Shui consort once more, Lin Xiu was taken aback. Typically, the courtyard of Qinqiu Palace housed only a few palace maids and eunuchs, but today it was bustling with many figures. At the forefront of the crowd, the Shui consort stood beside a middle-aged man, both admiring a cluster of blooming chrysanthemums in the flower bed. Lin Xiu's gaze swept over the man, who was undeniably handsome, rivaling Lin Xiu himself. However, due to his age, he possessed a steadiness that Lin Xiu lacked. Yet, Lin Xiu was acutely aware that this man preferred mature women. Undoubtedly, aside from Lin Xiu, the only man who could appear in the inner palace and stand alongside the Shui consort was none other than the Emperor of the Great Xia. Manager Li hurried forward, kneeling on the ground, and respectfully proclaimed, "Your servant pays respects to your majesty." Lin Xiu stepped forward, bowing and clasping his hands, saying, "I, your humble servant, pay respects to your majesty." The Emperor of the Great Xia clearly recognized Lin Xiu, regarding him as he spoke, "You are the son of the Marquis of Ping'an, are you not? You have worked hard these past months. If you desire a reward, feel free to speak with me." Beside him, Manager Li tugged at Lin Xiu's sleeve, saying, "Young Master Lin, His Majesty is known for his fairness. Rewards for merit and penalties for faults are his principles. If you desire a reward, you may speak directly with His Majesty." Lin Xiu felt a twinge of frustration. Such directness in requesting rewards was unfamiliar to him. He was unsure of the Emperor's boundaries. What if he asked for too much and the Emperor declined? That would put the Emperor in an awkward position, and the one to suffer would be Lin Xiu. Conversely, if he asked for too little, would he not be at a loss? Lin Xiu found himself in a dilemma. He indeed had desires. He wished for a spacious residence near the palace, one large enough for his parents and servants to move into, making it convenient for him to travel to the Institute of Extraordinary Arts or the Clear Officials Department without lengthy journeys. However, such a residence would not be inexpensive, and he was uncertain whether the Emperor would grant it. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, yet Lin Xiu's mind raced with countless considerations before ultimately deciding to forego the request. It was a pity, but at least he would not speak out of turn. At that moment, Xu Fei suddenly turned to Emperor Xia and said, "Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, it would be best to grant him a residence near the imperial city. Your Majesty enjoys chilled wine, and this way, he can be summoned to the palace at any time without having to wait long." The Emperor recalled how every time he summoned Lin Xiu to the palace, it indeed took a considerable amount of time. Nodding, he replied, "You are truly thoughtful, Xu Fei. Zhu Jin, go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs and select a residence close to the palace to bestow upon him." One of the eunuchs behind him responded, "As you command." Lin Xiu remained momentarily stunned, still processing the situation. It was not until he was tugged by Chief Steward Li that he regained his composure and bowed, saying, "I thank your Majesty for the generous gift." His heart soared with joy. This was a remarkable windfall. With a mere word from Xu Fei, he had saved tens of thousands of taels of silver, a fortune that would take an eternity to amass. He found himself utterly enamored with Xu Fei. Suddenly, Xu Fei, standing beside Emperor Xia, let out an unexpected laugh. Turning his head in confusion, the Emperor inquired, "What troubles you, my beloved?" Xu Fei covered her mouth, casting a seemingly casual glance at Lin Xiu as she suppressed her laughter and replied, "It's nothing. I simply recalled something amusing." Chapter 36. Caught in the act, people in the palace were efficient in their tasks. Half an hour later, Lin Xiu received the deed to a residence in the East City. The house was modest, a standard 3-entry courtyard, comparable in size to the Lin residence, yet located near the palace amidst the elite and dignitaries, its value exceeding that of the Lin estate tenfold. It was indeed fortuitous. He was in need of a residence, and the Emperor had granted him one. Although he had been entirely drained by his consorts over the past month, it was worth it. Upon learning of this development, The couple known as the Duke and Duchess of Pingan were overjoyed and immediately instructed their servants to pack their belongings in preparation for the move. By the time they had transferred all essential items, purchased new furniture, and thoroughly cleaned the entire residence, 3 days had passed. At this point, only 2 days remained until the opening of the Yishu Academy. Lin Xiu had already devised a plan regarding this. There were no shortcuts in the cultivation of Yishu. He intended to follow Ling Yin in his practice. The Yishu Academy would not be of much assistance in this regard, nor would it expend time and resources on nurturing a student from the Huang division. For students like Lin Xiu who were overlooked, remaining in the academy served merely to await a day when their abilities might be of use to the court. For instance, in the past month, had it not been for him, the emperor's consorts would have suffered. Once the academy opened, Lin Xiu planned to systematically study martial arts. With the power of Yishu within him, he could enhance his martial prowess efficiently, swiftly increasing his strength. As of now, he remained unaware of who wished to take his life or when they would act. Each increment in his strength would bolster his capacity for self-preservation. Furthermore, the most pressing reason for Lin Xiu's eagerness for the academy's opening was his desire to forge new friendships. The more new acquaintances he made, the more new abilities he would acquire. The power within him was yearning to be unleashed. In 2 days, he anticipated that his leisure time would be scarce. Consequently, he decided to relax in the Pear Blossom Garden while listening to music. In the Pear Blossom Garden, Sundali sat on the steps outside the opera house, his expression filled with concern. The young master had recently taken a liking to this place, seeking out a performer each time and always ascending to the second floor, leaving Sundali to wonder what transpired between them. As a guard, he should not interfere in the young master's affairs. Yet, having spent many years in the Lin residence, he regarded it as home. The young master was betrothed to the Zhao family, yet he frequently frolicked outside. Should the second young mistress discover this, it would spell disaster. Sundali was torn about whether to inform the master and mistress. To do so would be to betray the young master. To remain silent could lead to complications should the young master become too entangled. Just as Sundali wrestled with his dilemma, a familiar voice reached his ears. "What are you doing sitting here?" Looking up, Sundali felt a jolt of alarm upon seeing the approaching young lady. He quickly stood up, brushing off his clothing, and stammered, Second young mistress, I was just resting for a moment after tiring myself out." Having learned his lesson, he dared not cast his gaze around the opera house, but Zhao Lingyin still glanced toward the Pear Blossom Garden and asked, "Is Lin Xiu inside?" With a resigned nod, Sundali silently prayed the young master was merely inside listening to music. Otherwise, a beating would be inevitable. In the Pear Blossom Garden, on the second floor of the elegant chamber, Tsai delicately formed her fingers like orchids, moving gracefully as she sang. She sings of meeting an old friend in a foreign land, each step and line filled with longing. Below, someone awaits their name to be called, unaware of the familiar face on stage. Lin Xiu was indeed engrossed in the music. Tsai's current song was a piece from another world, titled Exploring the Window. She, being a performer, possessed a particularly enchanting voice. Coincidentally, Lin Xiu had been fond of ancient-style operatic songs in his past life. Thus he had taught her a few pieces. As he listened, a look of confusion crossed Lin Xiu's face. While there were many talented singers in the Pear Blossom Garden, none possessed the soul-stirring quality of her voice. Initially attributing it to her vocal prowess, Lin Xiu gradually realized that the issue lay not merely in her singing ability. It dawned on him, and he lifted his gaze to inquire, "Tsai, have you awakened any issue?" Tsai appeared perplexed before shaking her head. "No, I haven't." Lin Xiu hesitated for a moment before asking, "Might you extend your hand so that I may check your pulse?" Checking the pulse was merely an excuse. One could not ascertain the awakening of Yishu through such means. However, he could not simply ask, "May I touch your hand?" as a virtuous young lady might misconstrue his intentions. Although he indeed had ulterior motives, at that moment, he harbored no such thoughts. Tsai, not overthinking it, gracefully extended her hand. She had encountered this young gentleman numerous times and was well aware that he was not one to take advantage of her. "My apologies," Lin Xiu said, then placed 3 fingers on Tsai's wrist. The moment their skin made contact, Lin Xiu's heart found its answer. Indeed, a force within him instinctively entered Tsai's body and began to replicate her abilities. Had Lin Xiu not experienced this epiphany, even she might have remained unaware of such capabilities within her. There existed countless forms of Ishu in the world, and not all exhibited overt manifestations upon awakening, such as enhanced strength or the ability to create ice or understand animals. Some abilities remained subtle in their initial expressions. If Lin Xiu's suspicions were accurate, Sai had awakened the Ishu of sound. This ability, upon its first awakening, manifested only in the transformation of one's voice. Those who awakened this power found their voices becoming melodious, and the songs they sang would possess an unmatched charm. Lin Xiu had perused many books on Ishu at the academy, where it was recorded that numerous renowned performers throughout history were possessors of the Ishu of sound. However, the upper limit of this ability was not particularly high. Historical records indicated that those with such power had awakened it at most 3 times. In contrast, abilities like ice, fire, thunder, and strength had clear methods of cultivation, allowing practitioners to continuously surpass their limits and achieve subsequent awakenings. But how does one cultivate an ability like animal speech? Due to the absence of a cultivation method, it could not be awakened multiple times. The Ishu of sound was similarly constrained. Although Lin Xiu understood that this Ishu held significant potential, with sound waves possessing power comparable to any celestial level Ishu, without a cultivation method, no one could reach that pinnacle, unless the one with such ability happened to be him. Others have but a singular path to tread. Should this path be obstructed, they are left bereft of options. Yet, Lin Xiu stands apart. If one route proves impassable, he can traverse another. After all, the essence of awakening is a fundamental transformation of. When he awakens the ice thrice, and subsequently employs his beast language ability, he will be harnessing the of those 3 awakenings. What transformations will this ability undergo at that juncture? At this moment, Lin Xiu remains unaware, for no one has ever cultivated a singular beast language ability to such an extent. Similarly, had Lin Xiu possessed the potential of this ability would have been significantly elevated. He recalled the lion's roar technique of the landlady, which wielded considerable might. Just as Lin Xiu pondered how to acquire Kai Yi's powers, the door of the private room was abruptly pushed open. As Zhao Lingyin entered, she was met with the sight of Lin Xiu holding the hand of a young lady. Chapter 37. Youthful ignorance of the allure of an older woman. Lin Xiu was truly exasperated. Did Lingyin not have her own affairs to attend to? How was it that he encountered her everywhere? Zhao Lingyin strode in with purpose, her gaze fixed on Lin Xiu and Kai Yi's clasped hands, demanding, "What are you doing?" Lin Xiu swallowed hard and replied, "If I said I was merely taking the pulse of this young lady, would you believe me?" Zhao Lingyin's face hardened, and she retorted, "Do you truly think I would?" She cast a glance at Kai Yi, an air-headed beauty. How could she not be aware of Lin Xiu's capabilities? He was not taking her pulse. He was simply using that as an excuse to caress her hand. How foolish of her to defend him. Though Lin Xiu was commendable in many respects, he was excessively fond of trifling with women. Then, she suddenly realized something, furrowing her brow. "Madam?" "What, madam?" She pulled Zhao Lingyin out of Li Hua Yuan, who promptly shook off Lin Xiu's hand, coldly inquiring, "Have you forgotten what I told you?" Lin Xiu hastily clarified. "It was a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding." Zhao Lingyin scoffed, "I saw you hand in hand with another woman. You claim this is a misunderstanding? Do you hold any regard for our engagement?" Although Lin Xiu felt no guilt, from Lingyin's perspective, her anger and questioning were justified. In truth, Lin Xiu had long wished to clarify matters with her, but she had never afforded him the opportunity. He inhaled deeply, gazing at Zhao Lingyin, and stated, "Lingyin, I have never intended to marry a woman I have yet to meet, regardless of her beauty or exceptional talent." Zhao Lingyin countered, "It is a matter of parental decree and matchmaking, and with a marriage contract in place, this is not merely up to your whim." Lin Xiu inquired, "If it were you, would you wish to marry a man with whom you shared no feelings?" Zhao Lingyin hesitated, her lips moving. Seeing her indecision, Lin Xiu pressed, "I believe your sister would similarly be disinclined to marry me. Since we both harbor reluctance, why not mutually release each other?" Zhao Lingyin's expression wavered further, murmuring, "But this concerns the reputation of our 2 families." Lin Xiu directly questioned, "In your heart, which holds more weight, your sister's happiness or the family's reputation?" Zhao Lingyin fell silent. Lin Xiu sensed he had wagered correctly. Prominent families place immense value on reputation, yet it is contingent upon the individuals involved. Without a doubt, Lingyin was devoted to her sister. Otherwise, she would not spend her days fixated on Lin Xiu, neglecting her duties. She could disregard many matters, but she would never overlook the esteemed daughter of the Zhao family. Zhao Lingyin raised her gaze to him, asking, "Do you genuinely feel this way?" Lin Xiu raised his hand towards the heavens, declaring, "If I speak a single falsehood, may I be struck by 5 bolts of lightning and meet a wretched fate." His words were sincere, emanating from the depths of his heart. Thus he feared not the oath. Zhao Lingyin scrutinized his eyes, stating, "My sister's beauty surpasses mine 100-fold, and her talent is unmatched. You may come to regret this when it is too late." Not only was she devoted to her sister, but she also extolled her virtues. Lin Xiu, however, regarded her own beauty as already meriting a score above 90. No matter how stunning another woman might be, she could hardly eclipse her. Lin Xiu looked at her with disappointment, asking, "Am I truly so superficial in your eyes?" "Lingyin, your level of awareness requires refinement. While beauty is certainly significant for a woman, the essence of the soul is paramount. What does a frequenter of brothels know of the soul?" "Zhao Lingyin, I assure you, I, Lin Xiu, have maintained my integrity and purity throughout my life. You may ravage my body, but you shall not trample upon my soul. Do you still possess purity?" Zhao Lingyin quipped, "If you lie, may I be struck by a carriage." Zhao Lingyin fell silent for a moment, tentatively choosing to believe Lin Xiu before articulating, "Even if you have not deceived me, until the marriage contract is truly annulled, you cannot engage in intimate relations with any other woman." Lin Xiu protested, "Isn't that unfair?" Noticing the chilling aura emanating from Zhao Lingyin, he decisively stated, "I promise you, I shall not engage in anything beyond friendship with them. Women only impede my cultivation speed, of course, except for you, Lingyin." In truth, Lin Xiu largely concurred with Zhao Lingyin's assertion. A man without integrity cannot stand, especially when it involves 2 families. From a moral standpoint, until the marriage contract is dissolved, he ought to remain chaste for Zhao Lingjun. This was not a difficult task. To be candid, for Lin Xiu at this juncture, the myriad strange and diverse held far greater allure than women. In his past life, he had encountered every type of woman and experienced every manner of intimacy, rendering him far from desperate. Today marked the opening day of the, except for exceptional circumstances, all students were required to report to the academy. Lin Xiu had just moved into a new residence, not far from the palace, and yet he still arrived at the palace early, making his way to the, unlike his previous visits, when they had been rather desolate. Today the paths within were bustling with life, filled with students engaged in lively conversation. Lin Xiu stood amidst the throng, his eyes sparkling with excitement, feeling as if he had stumbled into a den of foxes among a flock of chickens. Each student was a wielder of, rendering the akin to paradise for Lin Xiu. Long ago, he had studied the student body, revealing over 200 students enrolled, 10 from Tianzi, over 30 from DZ, 70 from Xianzi, with the remaining 100 hailing from Huangzi. Among these students, only those from the top 3 received the academy's attention, while most, like Lin Xiu, were merely reserve talents recruited by the court, which did not anticipate much utility from them. They were to be utilized only when their abilities could serve the state. Today was the opening day, and, at noon, the dean would address the students in Chongwen Hall. Attendance was mandatory for all students. With considerable time still remaining before noon, Lin Xiu arrived early at Chongwen Hall, where dozens of students had already gathered. Lin Xiu observed that the majority of students inside were male, though a fair number of females were present. Unfamiliar with their abilities, Lin Xiu felt hesitant to approach any of them. Lingyin had yet to arrive, and as he stood alone in a corner of the grand hall, someone suddenly shouted at the entrance, come quickly, Princess Mingi has arrived." At that moment, the male students erupted like a boiling pot, rushing out of the hall, leaving Lin Xiu isolated. He glanced toward the entrance and shook his head, reflecting, in youth, one is unaware of the allure of older women, mistaking a young girl for treasure. What was so captivating about Princess Mingi? She was short and dark, with a youthful frame already resembling an airport. It was beyond his comprehension why these individuals were enamored with her. From the earlier commotion, it appeared she enjoyed considerable popularity within the. As Lin Xiu continued to critique Princess Mingi in his mind, a voice suddenly reached his ears. "May I ask, brother, what does older woman mean?" Lin Xiu turned his head and discovered that there was not just one man remaining in the hall. Beside a pillar not far away leaned a young man, who approached Lin Xiu with curiosity and inquired. Lin Xiu refrained from providing a detailed explanation and instead cast his gaze in another direction. At the end of his line of sight stood a figure, a young woman, tall and graceful like a spirit, yet even more voluptuous, exuding an innate allure merely by standing there. Lin Xiu had noticed her as soon as he entered the hall. This woman possessed exquisite beauty, a perfect figure, and an exceptional aura, embodying the essence of a refined, mature woman. In comparison to the Princess Mingi, she embodied the type that Lin Xiu favored. The young man followed Lin Xiu's gaze, and after a moment of astonishment, he turned back to Lin Xiu with a countenance that expressed the joy of finding a kindred spirit. He lowered his voice and said, "Great minds think alike. To be candid, I also believe that the most captivating woman in the Institute of Unusual Arts is indeed Miss Warner." Lin Xiu glanced at him and replied, "You have a discerning eye." Since arriving in this world, Lin Xiu had acknowledged the aesthetic sensibilities of only two individuals. One was the emperor of the Great Xia, and the other was this young man. The young man smiled and said, "You are not lacking either, my friend. Great minds truly think alike. Those other fellows simply cannot appreciate the beauty of women." The most important thing for Lin Xiu in the Institute of Unusual Arts was to forge friendships. Having finally encountered someone with shared aesthetic tastes, he was not about to let this opportunity slip away. He clasped his hands and introduced himself. "I am Lin Xiu. May I ask for your esteemed name?" Lin Xiu. Upon hearing Lin Xiu's name, the young man paused for a moment, then asked in disbelief, "Are you the Lin Xiu, the son of the Marquis of Ping'an?" Chapter 38. A dangerous woman. Lin Xiu felt a profound sense of helplessness. Despite the fact that the Marquis of Ping'an was merely a minor noble, and despite his low profile, it seemed that everyone in the capital had heard his name. Just how remarkable was his fiancée, whom he had never met. Observing the astonished expression on the young man's face, Lin Xiu nodded. "It is I." The young man, upon hearing this, stood in solemn respect and clasped his hands, saying, "I have long admired your name." Lin Xiu waved his hand dismissively. "I am but an unknown junior." "You flatter me." The young man shook his head. "There is no need for modesty, Brother Lin. To be able to win the affection of a celestial maiden is no ordinary feat." "A celestial maiden?" Lin Xiu glanced at the young man and asked, "Have you met her?" The young man nodded and replied, "Of course." "How is she? Is she beautiful?" "Not just beautiful. She is utterly breathtaking." "How does she compare to Miss Warner?" The young man fell silent for a moment before responding. "While the daughter of heaven is indeed beautiful, I still prefer Miss Warner." Lin Xiu was surprised by this young man's principles and regarded him with renewed respect. He then inquired, "And what is your esteemed name?" The young man smiled and said, "I am Li Baizhang." He seemed quite interested in Lin Xiu's situation and asked, "The Zhao family's prodigy even rejected the prince's proposal. How many people in the capital envy you, Brother Lin, for having such a fiancée?" Lin Xiu was reluctant to discuss this matter and changed the subject. "May I ask which institute you belong to, and what is your unusual ability?" The young man shook his head. "I am embarrassed to say, although I have comprehended the power of thunder, I lack any talent for cultivation. I only just entered the Institute of Unusual Arts this year, and am merely passing time in the Yellow Institute." "And you, my friend? Thunder?" Lin Xiu looked at him, elated. He had not expected to stumble upon such a treasure so soon after arriving at the Institute. Thunder was a rare, celestial-level, unusual ability, its power rivaling that of ice abilities. In that moment, Lin Xiu resolved to forge a friendship with this individual. His smile grew even more radiant as he said to the young man, "It seems we share a common plight. I too have just awakened my ice ability, yet I'm also merely lingering in the Yellow Institute." With similar circumstances and aesthetic preferences, the bond between them quickly deepened. Both ice and thunder abilities were among the top rankings of celestial-level abilities, and with a bit of talent, either of them could be coveted by major factions, becoming pillars of the nation in the future. Unfortunately, both were merely endowed with abilities without the talent to cultivate them, making them feel worse off than those who awakened a yellow-level ability. At least they wouldn't feel regret. Thus, these two kindred spirits, sharing a mutual understanding, engaged in enthusiastic conversation. Meanwhile, many women in the hall turned their gazes toward the two. As soon as Princess Mingi arrived, all the men in the hall rushed outside to see her, which left the women inside feeling quite displeased. In contrast, the two who remained unfazed by Princess Mingi's beauty naturally garnered their favor. These two classmates were remarkably handsome. Not only were they handsome, but they also possessed good taste. What was so attractive about Princess Mingi? Those fellows were like dogs chasing after a bone, while the two of them remained composed. I fancy the one on the left. Don't you dare compete with me. I prefer the one on the right, so fair and clean. I wonder what her background is like. Looking at his attire and demeanor, he should be quite decent. How amusing. The young girls were clearly smitten. The women gathered together, discussing openly. And if anyone with a thin skin happened to overhear, they would surely blush. However, Lin Xiu and Li Baizhong remained oblivious to the attention of the group of women across from them. Li Baizhong felt a sense of kinship with Lin Xiu, eager to regard him as a lifelong friend. The more they talked, the more he admired Lin Xiu, particularly appreciating his discerning eye for women and his eloquent expressions. His intuition told him that Lin Xiu was a kindred spirit. Despite it being their first meeting, the two felt as if they had known each other for ages. Engrossed in conversation in the grand hall, until at some point, someone entered from outside, causing a commotion. Miss Lingyin. It's Miss Lingyin. Today, we have the honor of seeing both Princess Mingi and Miss Lingyin. It's worth it. She is coming. She is coming. She has arrived here. Zhao Lingyin walked into the hall, creating quite a stir, but she seemed indifferent to the commotion and walked directly to Lin Xiu's side, whispering, "Why did you come so early?" Lin Xiu replied, "I had nothing else to do, so I arrived a bit early." As soon as Lin Xiu finished speaking, another wave of excitement erupted in the hall, and then he saw a figure clad in fiery red enter the hall. Princess Mingi was still in her red dress. Once she stepped into the grand hall, her gaze swept around, noticing that every corner was filled with people, and nearly all the men looked at her with anticipation. Princess Mingi ultimately chose a direction and strode over. Lin Xiu saw her stand beside him and could only brace himself to say, "I have met your highness, the princess." Princess Mingi merely cast a glance at him, her gaze lingering on Zhao Lingyin for a moment before sweeping over Li Baizhong. Then she calmly gazed ahead. Lin Xiu could not fathom why, among so many places in the hall, she had chosen this spot. Now, with both Lingyin and Princess Mingi present, they instantly attracted the attention of most people in the hall. Both remained silent, rendering the atmosphere rather awkward. Lin Xiu could only take the initiative to break the silence and ask Li Baizhong, "Brother Li, what were we discussing just now?" Li Baizhong pondered for a moment and said, "We were discussing that among the women in this hall, Miss Wanner is the most beautiful, and the second most beautiful must be who?" This indeed was the topic of their previous discussion. What could two men talk about together? With their shared interests, Lin Xiu and Li Baizhong naturally focused their conversation on the female students in the hall, both agreeing that Qin Wanner was undoubtedly the first in terms of temperament, beauty, and figure. But that was just before. Now that Lingyin was right beside him, discussing this topic in her presence would be akin to courting disaster. Lin Xiu felt a twitch in his eyelid and then winked at Li Baizhong, smiling. "Did we just discuss this topic?" Li Baizhong replied in confusion, "Did we not? Did you not say that apart from Miss Wanner, Miss Xuanninger is the most beautiful?" Lin Xiu keenly sensed that the temperature around them had noticeably dropped. Li Baizhong remained oblivious, continuing, "I share a similar perspective with Brother Lin. Aside from Miss Wanner, Miss Ninger's beauty, figure, and grace stand out remarkably. I wonder, Brother Lin, which quality do you believe is most essential among a woman's myriad attributes?" Princess Mingi could no longer endure the conversation. With disdain, she cast a glance at Lin Xiu and Li Baizhong, coldly retorting, "In the eyes of men, aside from beauty and physique, are there any other qualities women possess?" Soul. Soul. Lin Xiu and Li Baizhong spoke in unison, then exchanged a knowing smile, their gazes remarkably clear at that moment. Li Baizhong turned to Princess Mingi, his eyes profound as he remarked, "While a woman's beauty and figure are indeed significant, the most vital aspect remains her soul." Princess Mingi was momentarily at a loss for words. After glaring at the two, she fell silent. Zhao Lingyin, however, felt a slight surprise in her heart, as this person's thoughts mirrored Lin Xiu's words precisely. Could they genuinely believe such things? Soon, the sound of a bell echoed from outside, and the students of Chongwen Hall lined up orderly, standing straight. An elderly man with white hair entered, taking his place on a high platform at the front of the hall. Lin Xiu recognized him from his initial days in the academy. He was the head of the Yishu Academy. Each time the academy opened its doors, the head would gather all students to deliver a speech, which typically revolved around the academy's rules, what was permissible and what was not, followed by a discourse on their future aspirations. An hour passed, and Lin Xiu found himself drowsy. Relieved when the ceremony finally concluded, the students exited Chongwen Hall in an orderly fashion. As Qin Wan'er passed by, Li Boizhong's gaze followed her until she disappeared outside. Lin Xiu wished to look, yet dared not, for Ling Yin stood beside him. Nevertheless, Zhao Lingyin seemed to perceive his unspoken thoughts. After leaving the main hall, she regarded Lin Xiu earnestly, stating, "That woman is quite dangerous. It would be wise for you to maintain your distance." Lin Xiu nodded affirmatively, replying, "I understand." He had no reason to doubt Ling Yin. When she addressed him with such solemnity, it signified the need for his seriousness. If she deemed that woman dangerous, then she undoubtedly was. He offered Zhao Lingyin a slight smile, assuring her, "Rest assured, I shall uphold my promise to you until the dissolution of our engagement. I will remain virtuous, leaving no opportunity for any other woman." Simultaneously, a flicker of curiosity ignited within him. What kind of woman could be categorized as dangerous by Ling Yin? What made her so perilous? He pondered the opportunity to discover this for himself. Chapter 39. How to practice. The opening ceremony had concluded, yet Lin Xiu's journey was far from over. Each year, the academy offered a variety of courses including classics, history, Yishu, and martial arts, allowing students to enroll selectively based on their interests. These courses primarily catered to the students of Xuanzi Academy and Huangzi Academy. The prodigies of Tianzi Academy received multiple instructors, akin to stars surrounding the moon, as the academy poured its finest resources into them. Students of Dizzy Academy also had dedicated teachers, benefiting from small class sizes, thus receiving considerable attention from the institution. For students in Xuanzi and Huangzi academies, however, classes were conducted with larger groups. Lin Xiu found no surprise in this arrangement. During his previous schooling, there had always been distinctions among classes from advanced to remedial. He could only fault himself for his inferior abilities and lack of talent, rendering him unworthy of the academy's investment. Lin Xiu held little interest in classics or history. The Yishu course sounded potentially useful, but with the best teacher at his side, he needed no time wasted. He could simply practice alongside Ling Yin. The only course that piqued his interest was martial arts. Although Lin Xiu was considered a mage, his level was too low. In combat, relying on his abilities was less advantageous than engaging physically. Furthermore, with his strength-enhancing Yishu, both his power and physical resilience had surpassed the limits of ordinary humans, making martial arts evidently the most effective means to enhance his strength in a short period. Thus, without hesitation, Lin Xiu enrolled in the martial arts class. Early the next morning, Lin Xiu first ventured out to a nearby steamed bun shop for breakfast, then checked in at the Qingli division. After sitting in the office for a while, he leisurely made his way toward the palace. Before long, he arrived at the Yishu Academy's training grounds. From a distance, he spotted a figure standing there and approached, inquiring, "Brotherly, are you also attending the martial art class?" Lin Xiu smiled, responding, "How can one know their limits without trying?" At that moment, Li Boizhong leaned closer to Lin Xiu, wearing a knowing smile, and whispered, "Could it be that Brother Lin is also here to see?" As he spoke, he gestured subtly in a direction. Lin Xiu followed his glance, and his eyes brightened. Not far ahead, a group of women had gathered, creating a striking tableau. The sight of these spirited young ladies was indeed pleasing to the eye. Lin Xiu and Li Boizhong exchanged glances, their faces illuminated by a shared understanding, and a thought emerged in their minds. "We are of the same ilk." It was at this moment that Lin Xiu realized the martial arts class was attended alongside female classmates. Though they had female instructors and were separated from males, the class's location and timing were identical. On the male side, over 30 students had chosen the martial arts course, while the female side had about a dozen participants. For practitioners of Yishu, concurrently training in martial arts was quite necessary. Most Yishu users could indeed be classified as mages. Their abilities could inflict significant damage, yet they remained mortal. If ambushed at close range, one might not even have time to react before facing dire consequences. Practicing martial arts would afford them an additional means of self-defense. As long as they were not swiftly eliminated, there remained a chance for counterattack. In simpler terms, practicing martial arts served as a means for fragile mages to don a protective layer. Their martial arts instructor was a robust man. Once all the students were present, he stepped forward, scanning the crowd, and spoke in a deep voice. "My surname is Sunday. I am your martial arts instructor. You may address me as Instructor Sunday." In unison, the students responded, "Greetings, Instructor Sunday." Instructor Sun surveyed the group once more and gradually declared, "I understand that each of you is an adept of Lin Xiu, possessing extraordinary powers. You may be here out of curiosity or for other reasons, but from this moment forth, I shall train you as soldiers. If anyone cannot endure, now is the time to withdraw. Do not wait until you're crying out for mercy." As his words fell, no one chose to leave. They were well aware that the rigors of this course had been anticipated, and to withdraw now would only invite ridicule from their female classmates. Observing the unmoving crowd, Instructor Sun nodded, saying, "Very well. I hope that after 1 hour, you will not change your minds. Now, everyone disperse and assume the horse stance." The horse stance required them to spread their legs apart and lower their hips. Upon hearing Instructor Sun's command, the students scattered across the training ground, assuming the posture. "You, spread your legs, lower your hips, bring your fists to your waist." Instructor Sun, holding a wooden staff, moved among the students, occasionally correcting their stances. When he reached Lin Xiu, he nodded slightly. The stance revealed much. It was evident that this student possessed a solid foundation, though the horse stance appeared simple. Maintaining it was far from easy. After only a few moments, some students began to tremble, their legs weakening, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, clearly reaching their limits. Eventually, one student could no longer hold on and plopped down onto the ground. With the arrival of the first person came the second, accompanied by the sound of splashes as more individuals began to yield, leaving only a mere dozen who persevered. By this time, nearly half an hour had elapsed. Among these remaining individuals, the majority were struggling to maintain their stance. Their garments were drenched in sweat, and their legs trembled slightly. Master Sun glanced at the last few standing and nodded, stating, "That will suffice." At his words, over half of the remaining participants sank to the ground. Lin Xiu stood upright, not a single bead of sweat gracing his forehead. To his surprise, Li Baizhong appeared equally unfazed, exuding an air of tranquility as if nothing were amiss. Had this been in the past, he would not have been able to endure such a prolonged stance. But after acquiring the power of his physical prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation. Recently, training daily with Sundali, he could confidently assert that he could maintain this position until the morrow. Li Baizhong's endurance further attested to his exceptional physique. Master Sun approached, scrutinizing Lin Xiu and Li Baizhong, and inquired, "Have either of you had prior exposure to martial arts?" Li Baizhong smiled and replied, "I have dabbled a bit." Lin Xiu stated, "I have not engaged with martial arts, merely maintained a regular fitness regimen." He was unperturbed by any skepticism, for even a normal individual could endure such a stance with sufficient training. His ability to remain dry was entirely within reason. Master Sun nodded and instructed those who had persevered, take a moment to rest. At this juncture, Li Baizhong nudged Lin Xiu and said, "Lin Xiu, look, the ladies across are observing us." Earlier, as they practiced their stances, the women had also participated, albeit for a shorter duration, and now they were scrutinizing the scene from a distance. Naturally, Lin Xiu and Li Baizhong, having endured the longest, garnered their attention. Li Baizhong regarded Lin Xiu with admiration, exclaiming, "Indeed, Lin Xiu is a man among men. As gentlemen, we must possess robust physiques. Otherwise, how shall we navigate the world of women? Weakness will only render us powerless." Lin Xiu thought he was quite impressive, only to discover that others surpassed him. His pursuit of martial arts was aimed at enhancing his strength and self-defense capabilities, while Li Baizhong's motivation lay in fortifying his physique to engage with the opposite sex, leaving Lin Xiu on one plane and Li Baizhong on another. After a mere quarter of an hour, Master Sun returned and commanded the group, "Remove your garments." Some looked up in confusion, asking Master why. Without elaboration, Master Sun reiterated, "Do as I say." His military-like demeanor left no room for disobedience, compelling the students to slowly shed their clothing. Lin Xiu surmised the rationale behind Master Sun's directive. Training in attire could create a sense of constriction, hindering performance, and he had always trained bare-chested at home. In martial arts classes, standardized training attire was required, which meant removing outerwear and undergarments along with long pants. Soon, everyone had discarded their shirts, exposing their upper bodies. In this world, the gender disparity was not as pronounced, for among the powerful, many women stood tall, elevating their status within society. As men unveiled their torsos, the nearby female students could not help but cover their eyes, yet some peered through their fingers. While clothed, distinctions were less apparent. But once garments were removed, the differences among them became starkly evident. Some were gaunt, as if a gust of wind could topple them, while others bore round bellies adorned with excess flesh, each physique showcasing its unique characteristics. At that moment, a sudden gasp arose from among the women. Some even lowered their hands from their eyes, captivated by a singular figure. This figure was tall and well-proportioned, devoid of any excess weight around the abdomen. The definition of six-pack abs was pronounced yet not overly exaggerated. The rest of his physique was perfectly balanced, neither overly muscular nor frail, exuding a stunning aesthetic. One glance was enough to captivate the gaze completely. Lin Xiu's original physique was far from this ideal. However, the awakening of the had significantly enhanced his body, with transformations in strength and physical resilience that were nothing short of revolutionary. Coupled with a month of rigorous training alongside Sundali, he had evolved into his current form. Among the women, some discreetly swallowed hard, others blushed and averted their eyes, only to steal glances moments later. A cycle of looking away and peeking resumed. Observing that nearly all the female classmates were fixated on Lin Xiu, Li Baizhang regarded him with envy and inquired, "Lin Xiu, how have you attained such a physique?" Chapter 40. The hunter and the prey. In the training grounds were littered with dozens of bare-chested figures sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. They felt an overwhelming fatigue. At this moment, many regretted their choice of courses, perceiving the martial arts instructor as a veritable demon. Lin Xiu lay on the ground, feigning fatigue. He had to pretend. His physical capacity and strength had surpassed the limits of an ordinary human. If he completed the exercises without breaking a sweat, it would certainly raise suspicions. Meanwhile, the women had just completed 10 laps around the training grounds. Although they too were exhausted, they maintained their composure. Unlike their male counterparts who lay sprawled on the ground, they stood at a distance, elevating their vantage point to admire the alluring physiques of the men. Someone could not help but whisper, "Who is that gentleman? He is so handsome, and his physique is simply perfect. Why have I never seen him before?" Another replied, "I don't know. I wonder how old he is and if he is married. Whoever marries him will be incredibly fortunate." While they usually maintained a ladylike demeanor, they occasionally indulged in less decorous discussions, and it must be said that the young gentleman across was the epitome of a perfect suitor in the hearts of many women. Setting aside his appearance, who could resist such an enticing physique? Just then, one of the women in the crowd remarked, "Don't get your hopes up. That is Lin Xiu, the son of the Pinyin Bo. He is taken." Upon hearing this, the women erupted in astonishment. Who is he? Who is so fortunate? The son of Pinyin Bo? Lin Xiu? This name rang a bell. Many in the capital had not encountered Lin Xiu, yet very few were unfamiliar with his name. It did not take long for someone to recall and exclaim in shock, "Lin Xiu, isn't he the one betrothed to the Zhao family's esteemed daughter?" Indeed, that is him. I suppose you can all forget your aspirations now. Upon learning of Lin Xiu's identity, those who had harbored feelings for him could only sigh in disappointment. The engagement between Lin Xiu, the son of Pinyin Bo, and the Zhao family's renowned beauty was common knowledge in the capital. Who among them could compete with Zhao Lingxian? She was a woman whose name alone could instill envy in every lady of the capital. In her presence, countless exceptional women dimmed in comparison. Thus, she was not favored among the women of the capital. If a poll were held to determine the most disliked woman, Zhao Lingxian would undoubtedly top the list. At this moment, a voice filled with disdain emerged from the crowd. "What is wrong with Zhao Lingxian? She is just like us, with a nose and two eyes. The one who is closer to the water enjoys the moonlight first. She is not even in the capital. Who knows who will triumph? Hey, Xuaningya. Do you perhaps harbor feelings for Zhao Lingshuan's fiancé? Why should all the benefits belong to her? Even such a fine man is hers. I support you. In matters of affection, there is no such thing as first come, first served. I stand with you as well." Zhao Lingxian is a paragon of the Daxia dynasty, the envy and jealousy of all her peers in the capital since childhood. She has basked in admiration since birth, her path in life untroubled. With the awakening of her formidable otherworldly powers, her entire family ascended to greatness. She was mentored by esteemed masters at a young age, and even the emperor has high hopes for her. She has never faced any setbacks, and should her fiancé be taken from her, it would likely become the greatest joke in the capital. At that point, people would realize that the lofty fairy is not so exceptional after all. Unable to keep her own fiancé, the thought of bringing that fairy down from her pedestal stirred a subtle excitement within them. Xuanning shared this sentiment. In terms of lineage, she surpassed Zhao Lingxian, and in beauty, she believed she was not inferior. Yet, throughout her life, that woman has always stood atop the mountain, leaving her to gaze up in admiration. If her fiancé were to favor her instead, would that not signify her victory over Zhao Lingxian? The notion took root in her heart and could no longer be suppressed. She genuinely yearned to surpass that woman, even if only once. Gradually, her gaze drifted toward the figure lying on the ground, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar light, as if she had spotted her prey. Lin Xiu sat up from the ground, suddenly sensing something and directing his gaze toward a group of women. At the end of his sight, one of them looked at him with an unusually fervent gaze. Li Baizhang, sitting beside Lin Xiu, remarked, "Brother Lin, I believe Xuanning has her sights set on you. The way she looks at you is unusual. She seems to regard you as her quarry." His tone mixed admiration with a hint of envy. Clearly, Lin Xiu and he were of the same ilk, yet he was doing better than himself, otherwise. Xuanning would have chosen him, not Lin Xiu. Li Baizhang was unsurprised. If he were Xuanning he too would choose Lin Xiu. Setting aside everything else, who could withstand such a physique? He had lost, and he accepted it with grace. Lin Xiu paid little heed to Li Baizhang's words. He had promised Ling Yin to remain chaste until the dissolution of their engagement. A man of honor must keep his word, even if an unparalleled beauty lay before him. He would not be swayed. After resting for a while, Instructor Sun allowed everyone to relax before announcing the end of today's martial arts class. Once dressed, Lin Xiu and Li Baizhang made their way outside the training grounds. As a woman passed by, she stumbled and nearly fell. Instinctively, Lin Xiu caught her, only to realize it was Xuanning. With a slight blush on her charming face, Xuanning softly said, "Thank you, young sir." Lin Xiu released her, returning her smile as he replied, "No need for such formality, Mississippi." Just as Xuanning was about to depart, her brow furrowed slightly as she addressed Lin Xiu. "Young sir, I believe I've twisted my ankle. Ning, allow me to carry you." "Step aside. I shall carry Miss Ning." As soon as Xuanning finished speaking, those who had just completed their martial arts class crowded around her, eager to offer assistance. Xuanning merely cast a faint glance at them and inquired, "But do you still possess the strength?" Her words acted like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flames of enthusiasm within them. They had been momentarily dazzled by beauty, only to realize that after being battered by Instructor Sun, they were limping and needed each other as support, let alone being able to carry a beauty. Lin Xiu was more than willing to seize such a fine opportunity. It was not out of lust, but rather out of a desire to help, a traditional virtue of the Chinese people. Even if Ling Yin inquired, he would have a reasonable explanation. Moreover, when he had supported Xuanning, a surge of power within him had responded. Although Xuanning felt a twinge of annoyance, her face still reflected gratitude as she said, "Then I must trouble you, instructor." If she persisted, it would appear overly calculating. She could only await another opportunity. The four beauties of the Otherworldly Arts Academy? Brother Lin, are you not aware? Ling Yin, Princess Mingi, Miss Wan and Xuanning are collectively known as the Four Beauties. Lin Xiu smiled gently and replied, "This is my first time hearing of it." Li Baizhang glanced at the direction in which Xuanning had disappeared and suddenly said to Lin Xiu, "While it is wonderful to capture the heart of a beauty, Brother Lin should exercise caution. Xuanning comes from a profound background. Her grandfather holds a noble title. Countless young lords have lingered around her. Yet she has never shown interest in anyone. Why is she suddenly favoring you?" A playful smile graced Lin Xiu's face. It seemed his fiancé he was not particularly well liked. "All are cunning foxes. What game is this Miss Ning playing?" Lin Xiu had witnessed enough rivalry and intrigue among women, and although he might not understand everything, he was certainly knowledgeable about women. This time, she had come to him willingly. He smiled lightly, seemingly casually asking, "I wonder what ability Miss Ning has awakened?" Li Baizhang pondered for a moment and replied, "It seems to be flight." "Flight, indeed," Lin Xiu nodded. "That is a remarkable ability. If she can fly, yet requires Lin Xiu to carry her, is she not treating him as her prey? However, if she views him as her quarry, is she not also his? Should she truly harbor such intentions?" Lin Xiu would ensure she understood that the finest hunters often appeared in the guise of their prey. Chapter 41. Making a friend for the moment. Setting aside Xuaning, Lin Xiu looked at Li Baizhang in surprise and asked, "Brother Li, did you not just arrive at the Otherworldly Arts Academy? How do you know so much?" Li Baizhang smiled mysteriously and said, "It is not much. Before entering the academy, I gathered quite a bit of information. If Brother Lin wishes to know about any young lady, feel free to ask me directly." To his surprise, Li Baizhang was quite the well-informed person. In the Otherworldly Arts Academy, knowing who possesses what abilities was precisely what Lin Xiu needed to be aware of. With him around, he could save himself the trouble of gathering information personally. Lin Xiu draped an arm over Li Baizhang's shoulder and remarked, "I truly lament not meeting you sooner, Brother Li." Li Baizhang sincerely replied, "Had I met Brother Lin a few years earlier, I would not have felt so lonely." While linking arms with Li Baizhang, a surge of power from within Lin Xiu had already entered into Li Baizhang's body. Unfortunately, the momentary connection was inconsequential. If it were to be maintained for an extended period, anyone would notice something amiss. Impatient to obtain the power of thunder, Lin Xiu decided to first establish a friendship with him and wait for a suitable opportunity to intoxicate him. And then, Li Baizhang smiled slightly and said, "I will be delighted to accompany you." Lin Xiu had initially planned to wait a few days before making a move, but seeing how cooperative Li Baizhang was, he decided, "There is no time like the present. Besides, it is almost mealtime. Let's go to Jiayue Tower, my treat. We shall not return until we are completely intoxicated." Li Baizhang did not decline, laughing heartily as he said, "When one encounters a kindred spirit in life, one should celebrate grandly. Let's go." Shortly thereafter, at Jiayue Tower, two figures stepped inside. Manager Qian was tallying accounts at the counter. Upon glancing up, he immediately set his work aside and, beaming, walked out to greet them, saying, "Young Master Lin, you have brought a friend for a meal. Today, you may eat whatever you desire. It's all on me." Manager Qian held great gratitude towards Lin Xiu in his heart. Although the weather has turned cooler, the habits formed by the guests over the past month are not easily altered. Compared to a month ago, the business at Jiayue Lu has surged, with a daily influx of wealth. As the chief contributor, Qian Zhongguwei has been promoted to the manager of the prince's residence. And all of this is thanks to Lin Xiu. Being an old friend of Qian, Lin Xiu felt no need for formality and said, "This is what you promised. Qian Zhongguwei, please find us a quiet private room, serve a few signature dishes, and bring a jar of your strongest wine." Lin Xiu deliberately emphasized the word strongest. Qian Zhongguwei chuckled and replied, "Rest assured, my lord, I will make all the necessary arrangements. Waiter, please escort these two gentlemen upstairs." True to his word, Qian Zhongguwei was indeed a man of his word. Including Sun Dali, there were only 3 of them, yet he had the table laden with a feast. Sun Dali had already swallowed hard numerous times, but Lin Xiu remained focused on his purpose for being there, which was not merely dining. He picked up a wine jug, set aside the wine cups, and instead took 2 bowls, filling them to the brim. He then turned to Li Baizhang and said, "Come, Brother Li, let's drink this cup together." The two raised their bowls and finished them in one go. Lin Xiu filled them again and proclaimed, "This cup is to celebrate our fateful meeting. This cup is for Miss Wanner. This cup is for galloping on horseback. This cup is for His Majesty and Her Majesty." When Lin Xiu awakened, the sky was already dark. He had invited guests at Jiayue Lu with the intent of getting Li Baizhang intoxicated to acquire his formidable powers. He had even requested Qian Zhongguwei to serve the strongest wine available. The plan was flawless, yet Lin Xiu had underestimated Li Baizhang and overestimated himself. Indeed, Qian Zhongguwei had provided the strongest wine, but it was Li Baizhang who remained sober while Lin Xiu succumbed to inebriation. In his previous life, he had spent many years in bars and nightclubs, and while he would not claim to be impervious to alcohol, he could handle his drink reasonably well. Yet in this life, his tolerance seemed remarkably poor. It was a careless oversight. Clearly, the strategy of obtaining Li Baizhang's abilities through intoxication was utterly futile. Lin Xiu could only focus on solidifying their relationship for the time being and bide his time for future opportunities. After sleeping through the day, Lin Xiu was far from tired. Having endured until dawn, he departed from his home. Due to the early hour, the streets were nearly deserted. Though some breakfast shops like bun stalls and porridge shops were already open, Lin Xiu had a steamer of buns, a bowl of porridge, and a bowl of tofu putting before leisurely making his way to the Ishu Academy. By this time, pedestrian traffic had gradually increased, and the academy had just opened its doors. When Lin Xiu arrived at the library, it was completely empty. He searched through the shelves, selecting a few books before finding a corner to settle down and read intently. The books Lin Xiu chose to read today were all related to martial arts. Ling Yin had previously mentioned that martial arts was an alternate path of cultivation established long ago by those who had not awakened their supernatural abilities. Upon entering the realm of martial arts, a force known as Jinqi would emerge within the body. Jinqi serves as the foundation for practicing martial arts, much like Yuanli is for employing supernatural abilities. By channeling Jinqi into the body or weaponry, one can unleash strength that surpasses human limitations. Unlike supernatural abilities, martial arts can be practiced by anyone, albeit the journey is considerably more arduous. In Lin Xiu's view, the distinction between supernatural practitioners and martial arts masters parallels that between extraordinary individuals and martial arts experts. However, these martial arts experts are significantly more powerful than the typical characters found in martial arts novels. And even supernatural practitioners may find it challenging to gain an advantage over them. To embark on the path of martial arts, one must possess a certain physical foundation, after which a practitioner of the earth level must impart a trace of their Jinqi into the aspirant's body. The aspirant then must guide this trace of Jinqi along a prescribed pathway within their body. Through consistent training and repetition of this process, one may eventually retain this trace of Jinqi within themselves. Of course, some prodigies can generate Jinqi independently, but this requires a longer and more arduous period of cultivation. And most individuals require guidance to begin their martial arts journey. Even a martial arts master of the earth level is roughly equivalent to a supernatural practitioner who has awakened their abilities 5 times. Some martial arts schools specialize in this practice, and the fees are invariably steep. In contrast, the instruction at the Ishu Academy is provided free of charge, which constitutes one of the Academy's valuable resources. As Lin Xiu turned the pages of his book, the library gradually filled with students. Suddenly, he was enveloped by a delicate fragrance that wafted toward him. He lifted his head to see Xue Ninger approaching, who took a seat across from him. Xue Ninger glanced up, recognized Lin Xiu, and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it's you, my lord. What a coincidence." Lin Xiu smiled back and replied, "Indeed, what a coincidence to encounter you again, Miss Ninger." Xue Ninger, taken aback, asked, "Do you know me, my lord?" Lin Xiu responded, "With you being one of the 4 beauties of the Ishu Academy, how could I not recognize you? Besides, yesterday my classmates must have called your name countless times." Xue Ninger lowered her head, blushing, and said, "Those were just the meddlesome ones making a fuss." Lin Xiu shook his head and replied, "There are numerous women at the Ishu Academy, but for you to be ranked among the 4 beauties, clearly you possess exceptional qualities. There is no need for modesty." Xue Ninger was indeed beautiful, a fact recognized by both Lin Xiu and Li Baizhang, 2 connoisseurs. Her appearance, while slightly less striking than Qin Wan, Zhao Lingyin, and Princess Mingyi, was perhaps only marginally so. However, her figure surpassed that of Princess Mingyi, and her approachable demeanor was more endearing than Lingyin's, making her more appealing to men. Of course, Lin Xiu and Li Baizhang had reached a consensus that while Xue Ninger was admirable, Miss Wanner would always remain an eternal ideal. Sitting across from Lin Xiu, Xue Ninger occasionally tidied her hair or pressed her lips together, displaying all the gentleness and allure of a woman. Yet when her gaze inadvertently fell upon Lin Xiu, she realized he was entirely engrossed in his book, his eyes never leaving the pages. Xue Ninger felt a twinge of irritation. How could such a stunning beauty sit before him without eliciting any reaction? His indifference made her question her own allure. However, this sentiment was swiftly cast aside. Lin Xiu, with his handsome and well-defined features, sat calmly across from her, turning the pages of his book, exuding a charm that spoke of a serious man. Recalling his flawless physique, Xue Ninger felt her cheeks flush. If only he were not engaged to that woman, if only his family background were more illustrious, Lin Xiu would be her ideal partner. What bliss it would be to fall asleep each night in the embrace of such a figure. The thought alone sent warmth coursing through her body. Yet, the moment she remembered he belonged to Zhao Lingjun, resentment surged within her. Why did she have to monopolize all the good fortune since childhood? Even such a fine man was hers. This time, She was determined to make Zhao Lingjuan's fiancé bow down before her, leaving that woman with no room to maintain her lofty demeanor. Unbeknownst to them, an hour had slipped by. Lin Xiu had read for an hour, while Xuanninger had spent an hour observing him. After a moment, Lin Xiu raised his head and said to Xuanninger, "Miss Ninga, if you keep staring at me, you won't have developed any feelings for me, will you? I'm already engaged." Xuanninger's face turned crimson as she retorted, "What are you thinking, Lin Gongzi? I am well aware of your engagement, but I merely wish to be friends with you. Is that not permissible?" She clearly understood her own status, which implied that Lin Xiu's other assumptions were likely correct. Nevertheless, Lin Xiu found her words somewhat peculiar. When a prey presents itself, it is illogical to let it go. He smiled slightly at Xuanninger and said, "So that is the case. Of course, that is acceptable. I am fond of making friends." Chapter 42. An opportunity arises from this moment on. Lin Xiu had gained 2 friends at the Yishu Academy, Li Baizhong and Xuanninger. The second martial art class was to take place 3 days hence. On this day, Lin Xiu arrived early at the training ground, where Li Baizhong was already seated beneath a tree, a blade of grass between his lips, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the female classmate across from him. Upon seeing Lin Xiu approach, he discarded the grass and waved from a distance, calling out, "Lin Xiu, over here." Lin Xiu strolled over and leaned against the tree alongside Li Baizhong, remarking, "Li Xiu, your tolerance for alcohol is commendable. I feel quite embarrassed about that incident the other day." Li Baizhong chuckled, "No worries, just drink a bit less next time." The two engaged in casual conversation, and soon, a graceful figure approached, smiling as she said, "Lin Gongzi, you arrived quite early." Upon seeing Xuanninger, Li Baizhong instinctively stood up, saying, "I'll step away for a moment." Xuanninger naturally settled into a spot. Lin Xiu had to concede that among the 4 beauties of the Yishu Academy, Xuanninger had the most suitors, and there were reasons for that. Ling Yin was undeniably beautiful, yet she perpetually exuded an air of aloofness that could freeze those who dared to approach. Princess Mingyi, of noble lineage, could only be admired from afar. Qin Wan possessed a magnetic charm, but her background was mediocre, and it was rumored that she engaged in dubious relationships with multiple men simultaneously. Thus her reputation paled in comparison to the other 3. Xuanninger, however, was different. Her grandfather was a duke, placing her family only slightly below that of Princess Mingyi. Moreover, she was amiable and easily mingled with the male students, who would eagerly compete to fulfill her every wish. She maintained an ambiguous relationship with her admirers, neither accepting nor rejecting their affections, which fostered a lingering hope within them, making her the most sought after among the 4 beauties. Before long, Xuanninger was laughing softly, playfully lifting her hand to lightly tap Lin Xiu's shoulder, blushing as she said, Lin Gongzi, you're quite mischievous." This scene elicited envy among the male students watching from a distance. Many of them had chosen the martial arts class specifically to be near Xuanninger, yet she had never exhibited such intimacy with them. As class time approached, Xuanninger stood up, gently brushing off the grass from her skirt, and addressed Lin Xiu. "Class is about to start. I shall go ahead." Lin Xiu nodded, watching her depart with a faint, enigmatic smile. Li Baizhong approached, expressing admiration. "Impressive, truly impressive." This signified a disparity in their standings. The Lin Xiu he had recently met was indeed a remarkable individual. Instructor Sun had entered the training ground, prompting Lin Xiu to rise, saying it's time for class. Lin Xiu noticed that the remaining 8 students were those who had performed exceptionally well in the previous session. Instructor Sun regarded them, stating, "The path of martial arts is distinct from that of Yishu. Without a robust physique, forcing practice will only yield adverse effects. 3 days ago, I assessed your physical conditions, and you are fit to begin. I will transmit a pulse of true energy into your bodies. Remember the flow of this energy and attempt to guide it." Among the 8, Li Baizhong and another student named Wang Wei had already cultivated true energy. Instructor Sun instructed them to wait aside and approached Lin Xiu, saying, "Extend your hand." Lin Xiu complied, and as Instructor Sun pressed his broad palm against Lin Xiu's, he felt no reaction from within, indicating that Instructor Sun was a true martial arts master. In the next moment, Lin Xiu sensed a formidable force coursing through his palm into his body, a power so fierce it induced pain. It was no wonder that enhancing one's physique was a prerequisite for martial arts, if he struggled with such a force. Those with weaker physiques will be unable to endure it, likely sustaining permanent injuries from a single attempt. As the energy circulated through Lin Xiu's body, Instructor Sun instructed, "Remember this pathway and try to retain the true energy." Lin Xiu nodded, attempting to guide the energy within him. The intensity of the true energy required all his focus. Yet even so, he only managed to keep it circulating for half a cycle before it gradually dissipated. Instructor Sun nodded approvingly, stating, "For your first attempt, retaining it for this long is commendable. If all goes well, you should be able to step into the realm of martial arts within 3 months." Lin Xiu clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Instructor Sunday." Instructor Sun moved on to the next student, and among the remaining 5, 3 failed to withstand the influx of true energy and were ordered to run laps, while 2, like Lin Xiu, managed to circulate the energy but faltered when attempting to control it. During a break, a figure suddenly approached Lin Xiu. He recognized this individual as one of the 2 students who had already cultivated true energy. His name was Wang Wei. Wang Wei clapped Lin Xiu on the shoulder and lowered his voice, warning, "I advise you to keep your distance from Ning'er. You are not worthy of her." With that, he walked away. Lin Xiu was not surprised by Wang Wei's warning, as Xuan Ning'er had many admirers. Just then, Li Boizhong approached and inquired, "Did he threaten you?" Lin Xiu chuckled. "The youth is understandable." Li Boizhong shook his head. "What a pitiful fellow. He truly believes he has a chance to win her affection. How could the granddaughter of a third-ranking duke marry the son of a third-ranking official? There are many like him." Lin Xiu suddenly asked, "What ability has he awakened?" Li Boizhong pondered. "It seems to be a spatial ability, a lower-grade Xiantier power. How could Ning'er possibly be interested in him?" Lin Xiu felt a stir within. Spatial ability sounded formidable, but it was largely ineffective as it could not be cultivated. Awakening it relied purely on chance. Historical records indicated that decades ago, someone had awakened this ability 3 times. That individual was later recruited by the military, leveraging his power to transport supplies during wars, effectively replacing half a logistics unit. Lin Xiu realized he was being overly greedy. To be frank, he too desired spatial ability. Even if it could not be used for combat, it would be splendid for storage. Creating personal space was even more convenient than the storage bags or rings depicted in novels. However, given Wang Wei's hostility, intoxicating him seemed unlikely. What other methods could he employ? Suddenly, an idea sparked in Lin Xiu's mind. Having just completed some physical training, he sauntered over to Xuan Ning'er, engaging her in cheerful banter. This brought her joy, as it indicated that her plan was progressing smoothly. Lin Xiu had taken the initiative to strike up a conversation with her. Where there is delight, there is also discontent. Lin Xiu caught a glimpse of Wang Wei, whose complexion had turned a deep shade of anger, his eyes appearing as if they could devour him whole. Wang Wei's jealousy was evident, as he had come to warn Lin Xiu simply because Xuan Ning'er had spoken to him. Realizing this, Lin Xiu decided to provoke him further. Wang Wei's chest heaved with anger as he glared at Lin Xiu. Gritting his teeth, "Lin, I challenge you. Do you dare accept?" Lin Xiu's lips curled into a slight smile. "Ah, an opportunity has presented itself." Chapter 43. Limitations of Ability on the Training Ground. Lin Xiu regarded Wang Wei and inquired, "What do you wish to challenge me to?" Wang Wei exclaimed angrily, "Let's engage in a duel. If I emerge victorious, you shall henceforth keep your distance from Miss Ning'er. Conversely, should you prevail, I will no longer approach her." Within the halls of the Yishu Academy, a congregation of spirited youth gathered, their fiery tempers inevitably leading to friction. Although fighting was strictly prohibited, contests of skill were permitted. In a fair and just arena, men could battle with honor, and the loser would accept their defeat gracefully while the victor remained above board. Xuan Ning'er had long been observant of the unfolding situation and rushed over, expressing her discontent to Wang Wei. "What are you doing, Wang Wei?" She then turned to Lin Xiu, urging, "Do not acquiesce to him." Although she felt a sense of fulfillment at the jealousy exhibited by the young men vying for her attention, this instance was different. Lin Xiu was her most crucial ally in overcoming Zhao Lingxian. If Lin Xiu were to lose, her plans would be thwarted before they had even begun. She would not permit such an outcome. While Xuan Ning'er's scheme faced obstacles, Lin Xiu's plans proceeded as anticipated. He could not bear to witness the loss of his newfound spatial abilities. Meeting Wang Wei's gaze, he nodded and declared, "I accept your challenge." Xuan Ning'er, in a state of urgency, interposed herself before Lin Xiu, resolutely stating, "No, I do not agree." Lin Xiu regarded her with a smile, saying, "Miss Ninga, this is a matter between men. Please do not interfere." Aware that this concerned the dignity most cherished by men, Xuan Ninger resigned to the inevitability of the duel. She could only retreat in frustration, fervently hoping for Lin Xiu's victory, despite the slim odds. In a contest of supernatural abilities, the outcome was uncertain. But Wang Wei had already cultivated true energy, making Lin Xiu a likely underdog in a physical confrontation. At that moment, Instructor Sun approached, surprisingly refraining from intervening. Instead, he stood with arms crossed, seemingly intent on merely observing the spectacle. Having come from a military background, he believed that most conflicts could be resolved through a bout. If not, then another fight would suffice. Although Wang Wei had only a trace of true energy, his presence assured that no serious harm would befall them. With Instructor Sun's tacit approval, Wang Wei felt at ease. Nearby, wooden weapons lay at the ready, and he selected 2 wooden swords, one for himself and one tossed to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu weighed the sword in his hand, noting its substantial heft. "Be careful," he warned as Wang Wei gripped the hilt and swung at him with force. Instructor Sun furrowed his brow. Although merely wooden swords, such power could yield severe consequences, especially with Wang Wei employing true energy. He prepared to intervene if necessary. As Wang Wei swung, Lin Xiu tightened his grip on the sword, choosing not to block but to counter with his own strike. The clash of the 2 wooden swords echoed sharply, in an astounding turn of events. One sword shattered, Wang Wei's. Lin Xiu's sword, though momentarily slowed, struck Wang Wei squarely on the forehead, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. The rapidity of the outcome left all present in shock. A single exchange determined the victor. Lin Xiu, holding the remaining sword, appeared equally astonished, then innocently remarked, "It seems his sword was not very sturdy." At that juncture, Instructor Sun stepped forward, checking Wang Wei's condition before exhaling in relief. He merely fainted. "Quickly, summon the academy physician." Meanwhile, Lin Xiu bent down and hoisted Wang Wei onto his back, apologetically stating, "This is my fault. I will carry Wang Tongxue to the Tai hospital. I am acquainted with the physician there." With that, he stood and sprinted toward the academy's entrance. Seeing Lin Xiu's thoughtfulness, Instructor Sun refrained from further comment. Within the Yishu Academy, Lin Xiu moved rapidly, but upon exiting the gates, he slowed his pace. In battling Wang Wei, the latter had only brought humiliation upon himself. Though devoid of true energy, he possessed considerable strength. In a contest of raw power, Wang Wei's minimal true energy was insufficient against Lin Xiu's might. As Lin Xiu carried Wang Wei, he gradually strolled, continuously replicating the strength within him. In a moment, he sensed movement from his burden. Without hesitation, he raised his right hand and struck Wang Wei's neck with precision, rendering him still once more. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Xiu arrived at the Tai hospital's entrance. To his surprise, he discovered that replicating Wang Wei's abilities had only taken that brief span. This acquisition was merely a fraction of what he had gained from acquiring the powers of De Li and Haitang. The difference lay in a method of contact. He had grasped their hands, while now he carried Wang Wei. It appeared that the speed of his ability acquisition correlated with the area of physical contact. Lin Xiu silently noted this observation. Before long, a venerable physician at the Tai hospital stroked his beard and assured Lin Xiu, "It is nothing serious. He merely fainted. A bit of rest will suffice." Lin Xiu smiled in relief, replying, "That is good. Let him rest here." After this, he departed into the courtyard of the Tai hospital. Bai Shuang was busy laying out medicinal herbs to dry, and as Lin Xiu approached, he took a box of herbs from her hands, saying, "Allow me to assist you." After a spell of labor, they had successfully spread out all the necessary herbs. Suddenly, Lin Xiu turned to Bai Shuang and asked, "May I learn the art of pulse diagnosis from you?" He had contemplated this approach when he had previously diagnosed Kai Yi. Under normal circumstances, he could not maintain prolonged physical contact with her, but under the guise of learning, it became a possibility. Pulse diagnosis required hands-on teaching, and this method would provide ample opportunity for connection. Delighted at Lin Xiu's interest in learning medical arts, Bai Shuang replied, "Of course." She glanced around before indicating a stone table in the courtyard. "Let us go there." They sat beside the stone table, and Bai Shuang began, "Pulses can be classified as slow, deep, superficial, and rapid. Each pulse type exhibits distinct characteristics, corresponding to different ailments and treatment methods. You must first familiarize yourself with each pulse. It was evident that she genuinely wished to impart her medical knowledge to Lin Xiu, thoroughly explaining the characteristics of each pulse type. However, mere theoretical instruction was inadequate. She rolled up her right sleeve, placing her delicate wrist on the stone table, and instructed Lin Xiu, "You may take my pulse. Do not rush during your first attempt. If necessary, feel free to check multiple times. Remember, it is better to examine more than to misdiagnose." Lin Xiu felt moved by Xuan's consideration for him. A pulse diagnosis typically required several minutes, and even if the area of contact was minimal, undergoing multiple checks would suffice. Today could indeed be a day of double joy. Suppressing his inner delight, Lin Xiu extended 3 fingers and gently pressed them against her pristine wrist. In the next moment, his expression faltered. Something was amiss. Why was there no response? Ordinarily, upon contact with a wielder of supernatural abilities, the force within him would stir uncontrollably, entering another's body without his command. Yet now, with his fingers resting on Xuan's wrist for some time, there was no sign of movement. Could it be that Xuan lacked supernatural abilities? This is impossible. Lin Xiu had witnessed her employing extraordinary techniques with his own eyes, and she had also confessed to it herself. There could be no mistake regarding this matter. Soon, Lin Xiu began to perceive the underlying issue. Could it be that the number of abilities he could replicate had reached its limit? Typically, the powers awakened for the first time are feeble and require continuous awakening to grow stronger. With this thought, Lin Xiu felt a sense of relief. During the pulse diagnosis, disturbances were not permitted. Thus, Xuan did not rush Lin Xiu, patiently waiting at the side. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Thai hospital, a figure hurriedly entered. Zhao Lingyin, having heard that Lin Xiu had injured someone during the martial arts class, immediately set aside her tasks and rushed to the Thai hospital to assess the situation. However, as soon as she stepped through the door, she saw Lin Xiu once again holding the hand of a girl. Chapter 44. Underestimating him, Zhao Lingyin exited the Thai hospital with an icy expression, and Lin Xiu followed closely behind, attempting to explain. "I was genuinely learning pulse diagnosis with Miss Xuan." Lin Xiu raised 4 fingers towards the heavens, solemnly declaring, "I swear to the heavens. I was truly learning pulse diagnosis with Miss Xuan. If I utter a single falsehood, then let me. Lin Xiu looked at Zhao Lingyin, who met his gaze and said, "Continue." Lin Xiu's lips moved, yet no words escaped them. This was not right. According to the usual script, she should have covered his mouth before he could finish his oath, uttering something along the lines of, all right, I believe you." Why was she not following the expected pattern? Did they truly lack even this modicum of trust? Seeing him fall silent, Zhao Lingyin inquired, "What is wrong? Are you unsure how to swear an oath? Do you want me to teach you? Repeat after me. If I utter a single falsehood, let the heavens strike me with thunder and grant me a miserable death." How could Lin Xiu possibly make such an oath? As a time traveler, his materialistic worldview and scientific perspective had long been shattered by that meteorite, leaving no remnants. What if he falsely swore and the heavens truly punished him? Who could he turn to for justice? He was not Li Baizhang, endowed with the ability to withstand heavenly retribution. Yet, he could not reveal to Lingyin that his interest lay solely in Miss Xuan's abilities, as that would expose his greatest secret. Gazing into Zhao Lingyin's eyes, Lin Xiu could only lower his head and slowly confess, "All right, I admit it. I simply wanted to hold a girl's hand. I'm shameless." Lin Xiu felt that honesty was the best policy. Besides, he was not a virtuous man. His pursuits were akin to galloping across vast fields, desiring a multitude of options rather than being tethered to a single horse or fish. Zhao Lingyin must reconsider her perception of him. In the face of Lin Xiu's candidness, she found herself at a loss for words. Soon, however, anger flared upon her countenance as she questioned, "Did you not promise me that until the dissolution of our engagement, you would refrain from any intimate relations with other women? You are not keeping your word." Lin Xiu explained, "But that was merely holding hands. No, it wasn't even that. You saw it yourself. Whether it was Miss Sai or Miss Xuan, I simply rested my fingers on their wrists. Does that qualify as an intimate relationship?" Zhao Lingyin retorted, "I don't know." Lin Xiu inwardly scoffed, wondering why girls spent their days gallivanting about. Wasn't that a distraction for others? He felt as though his interactions with girls had become akin to infidelity, always wary of being discovered by his future sister-in-law. When would such a situation come to an end? At that moment, Zhao Lingyin suddenly spoke Lin Xiu. She typically did not address him by name. So this unusual behavior left Lin Xiu feeling uncertain. He stepped back a little and asked, "What is it?" Zhao Lingyin regarded him and queried, "Do you have someone you like?" Lin Xiu was taken aback, asking, "Why do you say that?" Zhao Lingyin replied, "From your childhood until you turned 18, you would always mention your engagement with my sister. Why do you suddenly change your mind? Is there someone else you fancy?" Lin Xiu paused, uncertain. "Did I really mention it to everyone?" Zhao Lingyi nodded. Lin Xiu thought that was the fault of his ex, having nothing to do with him, and could only explain, "I was young and reckless back then. Please do not take it to heart." Zhao Lingyin continued to inquire, "Then why would you want to dissolve this engagement? You must understand that no matter whom you wish to marry, she cannot compare to my sister." Lin Xiu initially intended to say that he had no need for marriage. With his looks and physique, countless women would readily fall for him. He could change partners daily or even hourly. Why should he hang himself on a single tree? Unsurprisingly, uttering that would likely earn him a severe beating. So he resolutely kept that thought to himself. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If he had someone he admired, it would provide a legitimate reason to annul the engagement. Lin Xiu's expression grew serious as he looked at Zhao Lingyin, sighed softly, and said, "I never thought you would see through me." Zhao Lingyin blinked in surprise, then pressed on, "Is there really someone? Is it that actress from Lihua Courtyard?" Zhao Lingyin was incredibly perceptive, even anticipating his choice. Lin Xiu played along, indeed. Zhao Lingyin frowned and asked, "Do you think she can compare to my sister?" Lin Xiu shook his head, replying, "You do not understand love. When you genuinely like someone, she is the sole focus of your gaze. Not even your sister, nor celestial beings, could eclipse her brilliance." "Then why did you touch that female physician's hand?" Zhao Lingyin continued. "I also heard that you were quite close to Xuan Ninger at the Institute of Extraordinary Techniques, even getting into fights over her." Lin Xiu pondered for a moment. "Testing the waters, may I say that I like all three?" Zhao Lingyin suddenly laughed, asking, "You mean to say you like all beautiful women?" Lin Xiu felt somewhat embarrassed. "Well, everyone has an appreciation for beauty, right? I merely wish to provide a warm home for all lovely girls. Is that wrong?" Zhao Lingyin scoffed. "I nearly fell for your words. How could a person like you not admire my sister? You aren't thinking of indulging yourself before marriage, are you?" Lin Xiu hurriedly denied. "I am not. Truly I am not." Zhao Lingyin regarded him coldly, stating, "I will no longer believe you. If I see you flirting around again, I will not hold back. Life is full of circumstances beyond one's control." Once, he dreamed of wielding a sword and traversing the world, only to find himself married too early and with children. He had longed to gallop freely through fields of blossoms, yet was restrained by a disobedient future sister-in-law. Lingyin's disbelief left Lin Xiu powerless, for he could not contend with her. However, viewing him as a future brother-in-law had its advantages. She would continue to support him in his cultivation. Lin Xiu's current progress relied entirely on her assistance, and if that connection were severed, she might cease to pay him any mind. He would have to exercise greater caution when replicating the abilities of women, ensuring he remained undetected by her. Upon returning home, Lin Xiu closed the door and retrieved a silver ingot from his pouch. He placed the ingot in his palm, and in the next moment, it mysteriously vanished. With a mere thought, the ingot reappeared in his hand. This was the spatial ability he had just acquired, marking the final power he obtained before his second awakening. The silver did not disappear in a thin air, but was instead transferred to a personal space, a small area measuring about 1 square meter. While it might not serve significant purposes, it was more than sufficient for storing personal belongings. Lin Xiu had previously familiarized himself with the concept of spatial abilities. With each awakening, the volume of the space expands significantly. After 3 awakenings, the usable space becomes quite ample, suitable for transporting provisions and heavy objects. In essence, anything that can be touched by hand and fits within the spatial capacity can be transferred to this personal realm. This applies to inanimate objects, while living beings can also be transported, but that is contingent upon having awakened the ability 3 times. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether they will be alive upon return. As for the transformations that may occur after a 4th awakening, the truth is still shrouded in mystery, as the ability to manipulate space cannot be cultivated. It relies solely on luck. The most experienced predecessors have only managed to awaken their abilities 3 times. As Lin Xiu familiarized himself with his newfound powers, a figure staggered from the royal palace, holding his forehead. Wang Wei was puzzled, unable to comprehend why he had succumbed to Lin Xiu. Could it truly be attributed to his misfortune in selecting a fragile wooden sword? Upon noticing a carriage parked not far ahead, his expression shifted, and he hurried over, standing before the vehicle, respectfully addressing, "Young master." A voice emanated from within the carriage, inquiring, "What's the matter?" Wang Wei replied, "I initially had the chance to incapacitate him, but alas, my luck was unfavorable." The voice paused momentarily before responding. "Once may be misfortune, twice may be misfortune, but it cannot be misfortune every time. It seems I have underestimated him." Chapter 45. Infusing Qi. Having acquainted himself with his new ability, Lin Xiu placed some scattered silver coins and a self-defense dagger within his space. As he stepped into the courtyard, he spotted Sun Dali lifting a stone lock. From a certain perspective, the practice of strength manipulation bore a striking resemblance to martial arts training. Both disciplines refine the body, albeit one enhances vitality while the other cultivates true energy. If Sun Dali could enter the realm of martial arts, his future training would yield substantial returns for minimal effort. With consistent training, both vitality and true energy could flourish simultaneously. What he lacked was a mentor to guide him into the world of martial arts. As Lin Xiu's bodyguard, Lin Xiu naturally wished for Sun Dali to grow stronger. Yet he was not a student of the Abnormal Arts Academy, and thus could not enjoy its resources free of charge, having to seek alternative avenues. Yu Ying Guan, a martial arts school located in the capital district, was a testament to the proprietor's influence, as establishing such an establishment in a prime location demanded considerable resources. Indeed, the owner was a martial artist of the earth tier, albeit of lower quality. This individual had made a name for himself in the martial arts community during his youth before retreating from the limelight. Leveraging his connections, he opened a martial arts school in the capital, attracting numerous disciples, thereby solidifying his position in the grand city of the Xia dynasty. In addition to enrolling students, Zhu Yingguan engaged in other ventures, such as assisting those yet to embark on their martial arts journey. However, the fees were exorbitant, beyond the means of ordinary families. Each session of infusing true energy into another's body cost 100 taels of silver, and success was not guaranteed, often resulting in expenses reaching hundreds or even thousands of taels. This was akin to extortion, and Lin Xiu, recalling a certain individual's ruthlessness in financial matters, refrained from further lamenting. Value arises from scarcity. In the entire capital, only he and Ling Yin possessed the ice abnormal art. Thus, during the summer months, when ice was scarce, he could single-handedly influence the market price of ice. Similarly, due to the difficulty of entering martial arts and the arduous nature of cultivation, the number of martial artists was significantly lower than that of abnormal art practitioners, with high-tier martial artists being as rare as endangered species. To guide others into martial arts, one must possess at least earth-tier strength, granting them substantial bargaining power. Upon entering Zhu Yingguan, Lin Xiu and Sun Dali were greeted by a group of muscular men, their bare upper bodies showcasing their impressive physiques. Each punch and kick created a resonating sound that sent shivers down Lin Xiu's spine. One burly man approached them and asked, "What brings you two here?" Lin Xiu replied, "We are here to request the master's assistance in infusing qi." The burly man glanced at them, stating, "Regardless of success or failure, each infusion costs 100 taels of silver, and no bargaining is allowed." Lin Xiu nodded, affirming, "We understand the rules. We have brought the silver." The man regarded the wooden box held by Sun Dali, shook his head, and instructed, "Follow me." As they trailed behind him through the main hall into the rear courtyard, Lin Xiu's eyelids flickered. In the center of the courtyard lay a tiger, measuring at least 10 feet in length, a magnificent yet imposing sight. However, the tiger appeared lethargic, lying on the ground and occasionally emitting low, pained growls. Noticing Lin Xiu and Sun Dali's expressions, the burly man contemptuously smirked. "Do not be afraid. This is our master's steed. It will not harm you unless provoked." He then approached a robust, middle-aged man standing before the tiger, stating, "Master, these two seek your assistance in infusing qi." The middle-aged man's gaze remained fixated on the tiger, and with a wave of his hand, he dismissed. "Tell them to return another day. I'm not interested today. Though reluctant, the burly man could only inform Lin Xiu and Sun Dali. As you can see, my master is not interested today. Please come back another time. Lin Xiu, however, remained transfixed on the tiger and abruptly spoke. I can cure this tiger. The middle-aged man turned sharply, staring at Lin Xiu and asking, You can cure it? Lin Xiu nodded, stating, Based on my years of experience treating animals, this tiger has a bone lodged in its throat. If you pry open its mouth and remove the bone, it will be fine. Sun Dali, bewildered, thought to himself. He had watched Lin Xiu grow up. How could he possibly possess years of experience treating animals? Without hesitation, the middle-aged man mounted the tigress back, swiftly prying open its jaws. Though the tiger writhed and resisted, he held it firmly. The burly man leaned in to inspect the tigress' mouth, exclaiming, Master, there's indeed a bone stuck there. Without delay, he reached into the tiger's mouth and soon retrieved a broken bone. With the obstruction removed, the tiger rolled over, breaking free from the middle-aged man's grasp, and let out a triumphant roar filled with joy and relief. The middle-aged man rejoiced, turning to Lin Xiu. Thank you, young brother. I've been anxious all morning wondering what ailed Ahu. Then, as if recalling something, he added, You came to infuse qi, right? Cool, let's discuss this inside. Lin Xiu hesitated. That would not be appropriate. The middle-aged man waved his hand, insisting, Why not? It is no trouble at all. I will not charge you until your infusion is successful. Naturally, who wouldn't he prefer to receive something for free? Lin Xiu, appreciating the prospect of saving several hundred taels of silver, felt quite pleased. The master of Zhu Yingguan rose and stepped forward, declaring, We can begin now. Lin Xiu nudged Sun Dali, urging, What are you waiting for? Get up there. Sun Dali hesitated, asking, Young master, am I to go up? Lin Xiu, exasperated, kicked him again, exclaiming, If you don't go, who do you expect to? Are you protecting me, or am I protecting you? Oh, I see. Sun Dali finally understood that Lin Xiu intended for him to learn martial arts. He had considered it before, but had given up due to the exorbitant costs of entry. The master of Zhuiying Pavilion patted Sun Dali's shoulder and praised, You are an exceptional candidate for martial arts training. It is a pity you began your journey so late. After saying this, he grasped Sun Dali's wrist and transmitted a strand of true energy into him, instructing, Remember the route of this true energy within your body, and then attempt to retain it, guiding it along this path. Sun Dali's physique surpassed Lin Xiu's by more than tenfold. Although it was anticipated that he would progress more rapidly in martial arts, Lin Xiu never imagined that he would succeed in guiding energy on his first attempt. Sun Dali successfully retained that strand of true energy within his body. From that moment forth, as long as he trained diligently and directed this strand of true energy along a fixed route, it would continuously grow stronger, marking the path of martial arts cultivation. Even the master of Zhuiying Pavilion was taken aback, exclaiming, In my lifetime, I have encountered nearly 1,000 individuals attempting to guide energy, yet few have succeeded on their first try. Young brother, your talent for martial arts is extraordinary. A significant distinction between martial arts and other supernatural abilities lies in the fact that supernatural powers are bestowed by the heavens, while martial arts require guidance to enter. Moreover, there is no correlation between supernatural abilities and martial arts. Individuals with average supernatural talents may possess exceptional martial arts potential, and vice versa. Sun Dali's success in guiding energy on his first attempt indicated that his martial arts aptitude far surpassed his supernatural talents, although he had started a bit late. Had he begun this practice 20 years earlier, he might have already become an outstanding martial artist. The master of Zhuiying Pavilion, in a good mood today, smiled at Lin Xiu and asked, Would you like to get a try? Taking the opportunity, Lin Xiu nodded and replied, Then I shall trouble Master Chun. If Ahu encounters any issues in the future, please feel free to seek me out. An hour later, Lin Xiu and Sun Dali exited Zhuiying Pavilion. Standing on the street, Lin Xiu clenched his fist, feeling a unique power circulating slowly within him. Meanwhile, within Zhuiying Pavilion, Chapter 46, Ling Yin Schemes. At the Lin residence, Lin Xiu, still gripping his fist, did not employ any supernatural powers. Instead, he directed the true energy within him to his arm and unleashed a punch. Although it did not create the sonic boom characteristic of Ling Yin strikes, the air was still pierced by a sound akin to a gust of wind. This exemplified the power of martial arts, or rather, the might of true energy. Channeling true energy to a specific part of the body significantly enhances its strength, resembling the power enhancement of supernatural abilities. The difference lies in that supernatural powers can only strengthen the body, while true energy can also be infused into weapons. For martial artists at the pinnacle of their craft, severing rivers with a single sword stroke is a trivial feat. Even the most formidable practitioners of supernatural abilities must retreat in the face of their prowess. If charged at standard rates, this would amount to over 2,000, nearly 3,000 taels of silver. It is no wonder that martial arts are widely regarded as a pursuit exclusive to the affluent. Even a modestly wealthy household cannot withstand such expenses. Fortunately, the most challenging aspect of martial arts is merely the initiation. Once a strand of true energy is established within the body, subsequent cultivation can proceed methodically. This is a point where martial arts surpass supernatural abilities. Although entry is difficult, the cultivation process is straightforward. Anyone willing to exert effort can transform from weakness to strength. Supernatural abilities, on the other hand, are akin to elemental powers like ice or fire, which can be cultivated through environmental factors. If one awakens an unusual ability, such as beast speech or spatial manipulation, they may find themselves unable to cultivate at all, as their initial awakening may be their peak. As Lin Xiu practiced his punches in the courtyard, Zhao Lingyin entered from outside. She had a genuine fondness for white. Today, she donned a long dress in moonlight white, adorned with faint blue patterns. If Lin Xiu's guesses were correct, she likely wore white trousers underneath. Since he met Lin Xiu, her taste in clothing had become less commendable. Today marked Lin Xiu's training day with her, and upon seeing her approach, he instinctively made his way to the room. However, Zhao Lingyin remarked, "We will not train here today. Your progress has been substantial recently, and such training has limited effectiveness now. Come with me. I will take you to another place." Thanks to his duties at the palace, Lin Xiu had been able to access abundant yuan crystals every couple of days. And even Ling Yin acknowledged the speed of his cultivation. Curious, Lin Xiu followed her and inquired, "Where are we going?" Zhao Lingyin provided no further explanation, simply stating, "You will know when we arrive." They made their way to the Institute of Supernatural Arts, traversing several moon gates. Upon reaching the final gate, Lin Xiu halted his steps. Above this gate was inscribed a large character for Tian. Entering this gate led to the legendary Tianzi Academy. It was said that the Tianzi Academy currently housed 10 students, each a rare talent in supernatural abilities, excelling in both capability and potential. This academy served as their training ground, and students from other academies were prohibited from entering. Zhao Lingyin glanced at Lin Xiu and said, "Let's go. I've already obtained permission from the dean for you to enter." Following her inside, Lin Xiu discovered a series of individual courtyards. Zhao Lingyin guided him to one such courtyard, opened the gate, and said, "Come in." As Lin Xiu stepped inside, he was met with a wave of chill. For some unknown reason, the temperature in this courtyard was significantly lower than outside, and as they ventured deeper, the cold intensified. By the time they reached the door of a room, Lin Xiu felt frost forming upon his brow. Zhao Lingyin opened the door, and a bone-chilling cold rushed out, causing Lin Xiu to shiver involuntarily. Peering into the room, he saw a bed, or rather a block of ice. In the center of the room lay an icy bed, from which countless waves of cold air emanated, enveloping the entire space and imparting an otherworldly aura. Zhao Lingyin explained, "This is the Xianbing bed, crafted from the eternal ice of the far north of the Deluo dynasty. I typically cultivate here." Lin Xiu thought to himself that it was no wonder she was hailed as a genius of the Tianzi Academy. The institution could provide such exceptional resources for her training. With the Xianbing bed, her cultivation time was no longer confined to winter. She could practice year-round, every day being a frigid winter day if she so wished. Gazing at the Xianbing bed, Lin Xiu tentatively asked, "Do you want me to cultivate on this bed?" Zhao Lingyin shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "If you're not afraid of freezing to death, then go ahead." Lin Xiu remained rooted in place, reluctant to move. He was certainly not afraid of the cold, but there were limits. If the temperature were too low, it would exceed his threshold. Just as Princess Mingyi possessed the power of fire, she would still perish if thrown into magma. Zhao Lingyin then suggested, "You can sit by the side of the bed and cultivate alongside me." After saying this, she approached the icy bed, removed her shoes, and sat cross-legged upon it. Lin Xiu couldn't help but shiver at the sight. From a distance, he could feel the cold. Surely, sitting there wouldn't be comfortable for her, would it? Of course, he refrained from inquiring about her discomfort and obediently approached the bed, sitting cross-legged on the ground. The chilling air emanating from the bed relentlessly assailed his body, compelling Lin Xiu to focus entirely on channeling his yuan power to resist. He knew he had no right to utilize such resources. This opportunity was hard-won by Ling Yin, and he could not let her efforts go to waste. Closing his eyes, he dedicated himself wholeheartedly to cultivating and resisting the cold emanating from the Xianbing bed. On the Xianbing bed, Zhao Lingyin gradually opened her eyes, glancing at Lin Xiu, a faint smile gracing her lips. More than an hour later, Zhao Lingyin and Lin Xiu exited the Tianzi Academy. She appeared radiant, while he looked pale and unsteady, as though his very essence had been drained. In truth, Lin Xiu's body had indeed been depleted. The Xianbing bed was indeed a treasure for cultivating ice supernatural abilities. Merely being near it caused the power within him to activate autonomously. After persisting for over an hour, he was utterly exhausted. He felt fatigued, profoundly weary. Xuanninger approached with several classmates from a distance. Upon spotting Lin Xiu, her eyes lit up as she waved and remarked, "Young Master Lin, what a coincidence. We are just about to embark on an autumn outing. Would you care to join us?" If Ling Yin were not by his side, and if he had the energy, Lin Xiu would have accompanied her. He waved his hand and replied, "I apologize, Miss Ninger, but I have other matters to attend to today, so I shall not join you." Xuanninger nodded with a hint of disappointment and added, "Then tomorrow, we shall go boating on Nanhu. You must come." Lin Xiu forced a weary smile and said, "Certainly, certainly." Zhao Lingyin said nothing, merely curling the corners of her lips into a subtle smirk. Neither a smile nor a frown. The following days followed a similar pattern. Ling Yin, who previously assisted him with training every few days, now did so thrice daily. Lin Xiu found himself devoid of time to entertain Xuanninger, let alone visit the opera house to listen to music, much less learn medicine from Miss Shuang. He was utterly exhausted from Ling Yin's relentless training, repeating the same drills without a single thought to spare. Nevertheless, the fruits of diligent practice were becoming evident. Lin Xiu sensed he was on the brink of breaking through a certain barrier. When he saw Zhao Lingyin again, he was mentally prepared and proactively said, "Let us go." Lin Xiu was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in surprise, "What? You are leaving? For how long?" Zhao Lingyin furrowed her brow. "You are pleased by my departure?" Lin Xiu suppressed his overwhelming joy and replied, "No, no, haha." Observing Zhao Lingyin's frown deepening, he quickly added with sincerity, "I apologize. I am not laughing at that. I merely recalled a few amusing thoughts. Haha." Chapter 47. Stirring Emotions. For a duration ranging from half a month to a full month, Lin Xiu would not see her. Naturally, he felt elated. Although Ling Yin treated him exceptionally well and was dedicated to his cultivation, even bringing him along during her own training, he had hardly any personal time these past few days. He missed both Xuanninger and Miss Shuang's talents, as well as the melodious voice of Tsai. As soon as Ling Yin departed, he made his way to Lihua Courtyard. After intense training for several days, his mind had remained in a state of tension for far too long. He desperately needed to unwind. Within the elegant chambers on the second floor of Lihua Courtyard, Tsai often found herself reminiscing about that exceptional young man. It had been quite some time since he last visited to hear her sing, though this was not particularly unusual. Many young nobles in the capital were often swayed by fleeting whims. Today they fancied Tsai, yet tomorrow they might prefer Qingyi or Jie. Perhaps he had entirely forgotten her. The last time that exceedingly beautiful lady departed, she seemed rather unhappy. Could she be his wife? That seemed likely. The lady was indeed stunning, radiating an air of nobility, and they appeared perfectly matched, like a pair of exquisite jade. With a soft sigh, she lifted her gaze, just in time to see Lin Xiu walking in from outside. Lin Xiu raised his hand to greet Tsai, saying, "Miss Tsai, it has been a while. I have been preoccupied with other matters and have not had the chance to come listen to your songs." When he heard the word madam, Lin Xiu initially did not react, only to realize she was referring to Ling Yin. He explained, "I'm not yet married. Where would a madam come from?" Tsai was momentarily taken aback. Then her heart lightened as she said, "I apologize. It seems I misunderstood. Shall we still listen to the songs you taught me last time?" Lin Xiu nodded and added, "There is no rush. In fact, I came today to discuss another matter with you." He looked at Tsai and said, "Perhaps you are unaware. But you have awakened a unique ability. It is this ability that sets your voice apart from others. Tsai recalled Lin Xiu's previous pulse examination and found it hard to believe, uncertainly asking, "Are you referring to me? But how can I not know?" Lin Xiu smiled gently and explained, "This special ability is called Lin Xiu. After awakening, it manifests as an intangible change in your voice. So it is normal for you to be unaware of it." Lin Xiu retrieved a thin book from his sleeve and handed it to Tsai, saying, "This book contains detailed records about Lin Xiu. You may wish to peruse it and make a copy." This book was indeed borrowed from the library of the Academy of Unique Abilities and should prove invaluable to Tsai, containing several songs with complete notations, which were said to aid in the second awakening of the unique ability. After flipping through a few pages, Tsai began to believe Lin Xiu's words. Lin Xiu waved his hand, saying, "I merely guessed correctly by chance." He then, somewhat surprised, asked, "How did you know my surname is Lin?" He distinctly remembered not disclosing his name to Tsai. Tsai smiled slightly, saying, "Last time, when Bai Yui treated me, I heard her call you young Master Lin. So that was it." Lin Xiu nodded, saying, "I forgot to mention, my name is Lin Xiu." Before he could finish, Tsai's expression shifted to one of astonishment, and she could not help but exclaim, "Lin Xiu, you are the Lin Xiu who was betrothed to the eldest daughter of the Zhao family?" Lin Xiu had grown accustomed to the reactions his name elicited, calmly nodding in affirmation, "That is me." Noticing Tsai scrutinizing him, Lin Xiu inquired, "What is it? Do I have something on my face?" He chuckled and asked, "Now that you see me, do you not think I am unworthy of her?" Tsai hastily replied, No. Young master is jesting. You are truly remarkable. How could there be a woman unworthy of you? You and Miss Zhao are indeed a perfect match." Lin Xiu waved his hand dismissively. Enough. I know I am not worthy of her. Let's not dwell on that. I still prefer to listen to you sing. Miss Tsai, later on, I will teach you a new song. Tsai's voice truly touched the soul, with her singing skills combined with her unique ability. The allure of music found its most exquisite expression in her voice. Thus, throughout history, those possessing the Lin Xiu have often become renowned performers, regardless of gender. With Tsai's talent, she too would surely reach such heights one day. Lin Xiu felt it prudent to cultivate a good relationship with her early on. Otherwise, once she became a star, it would be far more challenging to hear her sing as easily as now. Moreover, her voice was the sole remedy for Lin Xiu's restless heart. To be candid, Lin Xiu had developed a personal interest in her, even contemplating keeping her close, thus allowing him to hear her enchanting voice at any moment. Such a splendid voice, merely reserved for songs, seemed a waste. Engaging in discussions about life with such a voice, who could resist? Perhaps he should simply pursue her? Lin Xiu glanced up at Tsai, who was deeply engrossed in her singing, and the thought intensified in his mind. She was beautiful, elegant, and possessed a gentle wisdom. She embodied the type of mature woman Lin Xiu admired. While she lacked the fatal allure exuded by Qin Wan'er, her heavenly voice was an undeniable asset. Lin Xiu could sense that Tsai harbored some affection for him. It was an instinct of a seasoned flirt. If he wished, he could transform this slight fondness into genuine affection within a month, perhaps even love. The challenge lay not in winning Tsai's heart, but in persuading Ling Yin to refrain from breaking his legs. That would prove far more difficult. At the very least, he should wait until the engagement with the Zhao family was dissolved. Until then, maintaining a pure friendship with her would be the wisest course. As Lin Xiu prepared to leave Lihua courtyard, he intended to pay for his visit, but Tsai insisted on refusing payment. She looked at Lin Xiu, her gaze resolute, and said, "Though Tsai is but an entertainer, I am aware that the methods of cultivating unique abilities are exceedingly precious. I have yet to repay the favor for your healing, and now you have graciously gifted me a book. How could I demand payment for merely singing a few songs? Would that not render me ungrateful?" Lin Xiu also contemplated ways to repay Ling Yin's kindness, having effortlessly gifted her the exquisite jewelry presented by the Empress on 2 occasions. However, this time, he chose not to insist. Eventually, he will be hers, and there will be plenty of opportunities for him to take advantage of her in the future. 1 or 2 instances do not matter. At the entrance of Lihua Yuan, Kai watched Lin Xiu leave, then let out a gentle sigh in her heart. Lin Gongzi's fiancée is that extraordinary Zhao family lady. As an actress, she had heard tales of their romance. They were a match made in heaven. a perfect couple. It is laughable that she once had such foolish delusions. With a self-deprecating smile, she buried the faint affection in her heart forever. Chapter 48. Flaws during another martial arts class. Sun Jiaoxi looked at Lin Xiu with surprise and asked, "Have you successfully guided your qi?" Lin Xiu nodded and replied, "A friend who runs a martial arts school helped me. Guiding qi requires at least a warrior of equal rank." And Sun Jiaoxi had not anticipated that Lin Xiu had such a friend. However, he said no more and simply stated, "Since you have succeeded, your lesson today will be altered." The content of the martial arts class varies based on whether one has successfully guided their qi. For those who have not yet succeeded and possess low physical fitness, the focus is on improving their physique in preparation for future qi guidance. In contrast, those like Li Baizhang and Lin Xiu, who have succeeded, focus primarily on martial arts cultivation. The emphasis of their training is the mastery of true qi. They practice directing true qi to attack specific body parts or attaching true qi to weapons. For Lin Xiu, this remains somewhat challenging. He possesses only a faint trace of true qi, and its circulation is slow, requiring a long time to gather strength. Currently, he cannot attach true qi to a weapon. During the break, Xuan Ninger approached from a short distance, took out an invitation from her sleeve, and handed it to Lin Xiu, saying, "In a few days, it will be my birthday, and I will host a banquet at my home. You wouldn't refuse me this time, would you?" Lin Xiu accepted the invitation with both hands and apologized. "I won't refuse. I was truly too busy the past few days. I will definitely attend your birthday celebration." Miss Ninger, upon glancing at the invitation, Lin Xiu realized that Xuan Ninger would soon turn 18. It was hard to imagine that a girl under 18 could be so well developed. After having stood her up so many times, he had no reason to miss this birthday banquet. With a smile, he asked Xuan Ninger, "Has Wang Wei been bothering you these days?" Mentioning this made Xuan Ninger recall the day Lin Xiu and Wang Wei had quarreled over her, with Zhao Lingjun as future husband dueling for her sake, which filled her with a sense of accomplishment. She secretly delighted in this, but feigned displeasure and chided, "Well, who told you to fight him? What if you had lost?" Lin Xiu shrugged and said, "But I won, didn't I?" At this point, a look of confusion crossed Xuan Ninger's face as she mumbled, "How strange. Why would Wang Wei challenge you like that? He used to always be around Qinwan." Lin Xiu paused for a moment, his gaze sharpening slightly as he looked at Xuan Ninger and asked, "Miss Ninger, weren't you and Wang Wei familiar with each other before?" Xuan Ninger shook her head and replied, "Not really. We've hardly exchanged a few words." Lin Xiu remained silent for a moment and then smiled, saying, "As long as he hasn't troubled you, that's good. Now, I must attend class. We shall meet at the banquet." After parting ways with Xuan Ninger, Lin Xiu held a wooden sword and, as per Sun Jiaoxi's instructions, maintained the same swinging motion, his gaze directed toward Wang Wei ahead, including Sun Jiaoxi. Even Wang Wei himself probably believed that the wooden sword he chose was insufficiently sturdy, but only Lin Xiu knew that the sword was as solid as could be. Wang Wei's downward strike had been executed with full force, without reservation. Had it not been for this, the wooden sword would not have shattered so swiftly. Lin Xiu had initially planned to feign being knocked out after taking a few hits, but the force of Wang Wei's strike exceeded their combined strength, causing the sword to break upon their first collision. Wang Wei had already cultivated true qi. His full-force strike, if directed at an ordinary person's head, could lead to severe injury or even death. Lin Xiu had thought that Wang Wei was simply infatuated with Xuan Ninger's beauty, consumed by jealousy, and had lost his rationality. However, Xuan Ninger had mentioned that they were not familiar, and Wang Wei had never pursued her. This meant that Wang Wei's jealousy was merely a facade. He had been targeting Lin Xiu from the beginning. Lin Xiu wondered if the son of Ping and Bo had ever offended Wang Wei. Even if he had, what deep-seated grudge could warrant such a ruthless attack during martial arts class? Or perhaps he was an extreme admirer of Lin Xiu's fiancée, unwilling to let his goddess marry him, thus intending to eliminate Lin Xiu? Lin Xiu had never considered that Wang Wei wished to marry Zhao Lingjun. It was not that Lin Xiu looked down upon Wang Wei, but rather that Wang Wei was unworthy. At that moment, Lin Xiu's thoughts wandered further. Was the assassination attempt that night also related to Wang Wei? After the assassin perished, all leads abruptly ceased. The Qin Li Si could uncover nothing, and the case files had been sealed. Yet Lin Xiu felt that this matter was far from over. After all, The person lurking in the shadows sought his life. If it hadn't been for his conversation with Xuan Ninger, where she casually mentioned that Wang Wei had never pursued her, Lin Xiu might have continued to believe this was merely a jealousy-fueled incident. Wang Wei had disguised his intentions well, yet he still revealed a flaw. At that moment, Li Baizhang approached, glanced at the invitation in Lin Xiu's hand, and remarked, "Lin Xiu, you truly are impressive. You even receive an invitation to Miss Ninger's birthday banquet." Lin Xiu looked at him and asked, "Didn't she send you one?" Li Baizhang shot him a resentful glance and said, "What you said is rather hurtful, Lin Xiu. Among so many people in the martial arts class, you are the only one to receive this invitation. If these invitations were distributed indiscriminately, the residence of the Duke of Shui would surely be overflowing with guests." Lin Xiu couldn't help but feel sympathy for the other male classmates in the martial arts class. Those who grovel and flatter end up with nothing. They spent their days following Xuan Ninger around, responding to her every call, yet in the end, they couldn't even secure a birthday invitation. Lin Xiu glanced in a particular direction and asked, "What about Wang Wei? Didn't he receive one?" Li Baizhang replied, "Wang Wei's father is the Marquis of Guang'an, a third-rank noble. He should have received an invitation, but after his recent defeat against you, he is bound by their wager to distance himself from Miss Nit. Even if she offered it to him, would he have the face to accept?" Lin Xiu looked at Li Baizhang with surprise, saying, "It seems you are quite knowledgeable about the nobles in Wang." Li Baizhang smiled and responded, "Of course. Wangdu is a place where nobles abound. If we common folk do not recognize them, we might inadvertently offend someone and end up in dire straits." While Li Baizhang's statement held some truth, it was not entirely precise. It was not only commoners who faced dire consequences. Even nobles could find themselves in trouble if they offended those with even greater power. At this moment, Li Baizhang suddenly inquired, "By the way, Lin Xiu, have you thought about what gift to give Miss Ningo?" Lin Xiu looked puzzled and asked, "Do I need to give a gift?" Li Baizhang looked at him with a strange expression and said, "Do you think attending a banquet is just about eating and drinking for free?" Having gotten accustomed to taking advantage of the situation, Lin Xiu had indeed not considered this aspect. Now he found himself in a bit of a quandary. Schwendinger was born into a wealthy family. She had seen all sorts of fine things. If he gave her something of little value, it would be somewhat embarrassing, yet if he chose something extravagant, he would be reluctant to part with it. After all, earning a living was not easy for him. The money he worked so hard to make might not even match her pocket money. He would need to think carefully about gifts exceeding 10 taels of silver. Moreover, he could not afford to lose face by gifting something worth dozens of taels. If only the gold hairpin and jade bracelet bestowed by the noble consort were still present. Her jewelry was truly exquisite. Even someone as well-versed as Schwendinger would find it hard to resist the allure of those two items. This fleeting thought merely crossed Lin Xiu's mind. Such treasures were meant to be given to Ling Yin or other women, but he truly could not part with them. Li Baizhang took a deep breath and said, "Brother Lin, you are being excessive. Gifts should indeed be given, but one must be frugal. The ability to present a gift that is both economical and pleasing to the lady is a fundamental skill of a competent suitor." An hour later, the martial arts class concluded, coinciding perfectly with mealtime. The weary students, having just finished their training, exited the Yishu Academy, eager to indulge in a hearty meal to reward their fatigued bodies. Jiayualu was the most prosperous restaurant in the capital recently, and driven by the crowd mentality, most students opted for this establishment. Although the prices were steep, they hailed from affluent families and did not mind the expenditure. Only a few, including Wang Wei, walked past Jiayualu and entered another nearby tavern. This was a perfectly ordinary occurrence. Perhaps the dishes at Jiayualu were not to their taste, or they found it too noisy. No one paid them any mind, except for Lin Xiu. He looked up and watched Wang Wei enter Tianxianglu, his expression contemplative. Li Baizhang patted his shoulder and remarked, "Go in, Brother Lin. Last time, you treated me, so it is my turn to treat you this time." Lin Xiu was no stranger to Tianxianglu. Later on, perhaps due to the knowledge that Lin Xiu was working for the palace, Tianxianglu and its backing, the Yongping Hofu ceased any further action. Lin Xiu had thought that matter was behind him, but to his surprise, Tianxianglu re-entered his field of vision. Exiting the Yishu Academy, Wang Wei chose Tianxianglu over the closer Jiayualu, indicating that his destination had been clear from the outset. Everyone has different tastes, which is not a point of suspicion. However, Lin Xiu had just learned that Wang Wei was not merely a suitor of Schwendinger, but was intentionally provoking him under the guise of rivalry. striking him hard during the competition. Upon seeing him enter Tianxianglu, how could Lin Xiu not have doubts? The matter concerning Xuan Ninger was one aspect, and Tianxianglu was another. Could it be that Wang Wei's aggression toward him was sanctioned by the Yongping Hofu, a form of retribution for his refusal to create ice for them? If that were true, Lin Xiu would have to take the matter seriously. Tianxianglu was indeed a property of the Yongping Hofu, but given the status of the Yongping Ho, it was unlikely that he would personally oversee the tavern's affairs. Such establishments were typically managed by a steward responsible for the family's enterprises. Could a mere steward command Wang Wei? These two matters appeared to be interconnected. Yet Lin Xiu felt that something was amiss. Just because he refused to create ice for them, they sought his life. While the reasoning held some validity, it seemed rather far-fetched. Today, Li Baizhang was treating, and knowing Lin Xiu's poor capacity for alcohol, he instructed the attendant to serve tea instead. Noticing Lin Xiu's distracted demeanor during the meal, he inquired, "Brother Lin, do you have something weighing on your mind?" Lin Xiu smiled and explained, "No, it's just that the food today does not quite suit my palate. Perhaps next time, I should try the dishes at another tavern, such as Tianxianglu." Upon hearing this, Li Baizhang interjected, "Other taverns are of little consequence, but it would be wise for you to avoid Tianxianglu, Brother Lin." Lin Xiu turned his gaze toward him and asked, "Why is that?" Li Baizhang elaborated, "Tianxianglu is backed by the Yongping Hofu. The Yongping Ho has, on multiple occasions, personally approached the Zhao family seeking a marriage for his son, only to be rebuffed. Can you guess why?" The answer was evident. It was due to Lin Xiu's betrothal to Zhao Lingxian. Everything was connected, whether it was Tianxianglu or Wang Wei. Both matters were orchestrated by the Yongping Hofu. Wang Wei, under the guise of jealousy, had struck Lin Xiu with fatal intent, and it was likely that Tianxianglu's intentions were not merely to have Lin Xiu create ice. Lin Xiu sipped his tea lightly and said to Li Baizhang, "I saw Wang Wei enter Tianxianglu. Does he have a connection with the Yongping Hofu?" Li Baizhang nodded. The Yongping Ho is a first-rate marquis of Daxia and wields considerable power. Naturally, he has many followers. Wang Wei's father, the Guang'an Ho, is one of his most loyal supporters. Furthermore, Dongqingling Dongqingwei was also fostered by the Yongping Ho, and the Dongqing government office resembles their family backyard. Additionally, the loyal and brave Duke and the sincere Duke are also under the Yongping Ho's command. Loyal and brave Duke? Lin Xiu's gaze sharpened slightly, surprised to learn that Qin Song's father was also affiliated with the Yongping Ho. Could it be that Qin Song's antagonism towards him was instigated by someone behind the scenes? Although Lin Xiu had initially offended Qin Song, making him a target for retaliation was reasonable. Yet, whether it was the ice-making incident at Tianxianglu or the provocations during martial arts class, each seemed justified. Someone was manipulating these seemingly justified incidents to obscure the true motive behind them. Lin Xiu sometimes wondered how, not long after his arrival, he encountered so many troubles. Was he truly the fabled trouble magnet? Only now did he realize that what appeared to be coincidental was, in fact, inevitable. It was not that he enjoyed courting trouble. Rather, someone had been intentionally orchestrating his circumstances. If this were the case, then the assassination attempt that night was also the handiwork of the Yongping Hofu? Lin Xiu felt deeply wronged. Who had he offended? He was, after all, a victim of that betrothal. An innocent man suffers for possessing a treasure. Zhao Lingxian was Lin Xiu's treasure, and as long as the betrothal existed, it seemed that not just the Yongping Ho, but the entire capital was hoping for his downfall. Furthermore, the Yongping Hofu's repeated attempts on Lin Xiu's life, having failed each time, would likely not cease their efforts. To avoid misjudging his enemies, Lin Xiu needed to confirm further. In a certain tavern in the capital, Wu Qing stepped out after satisfying his hunger. He lamented that the ordinary fare at this tavern paled in comparison to that of Tianxianglu. Unfortunately, since he had mishandled the task assigned by the Yongping Ho's son, he had been entirely abandoned. From then on, he could no longer enjoy free meals at Tianxianglu and had become a mere peripheral figure. As he was about to unleash a tirade upon an unseeing individual, he was taken aback upon recognizing the person and turned pale, stammering, "What do you want? I Haven tea provoked you recently." Wu Qing genuinely feared Lin Xiu. Had it not been for Lin Xiu's mercy last time, he might have already met his demise. Lin Xiu smiled gently at Wu Qing and said, "Do not be afraid. I merely wish to ask you a few questions." Wu Qing hesitated. "What questions?" Lin Xiu replied, "I know that you were acting under orders last time. All I need you to do is tell me who instructed you. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. Really? Wu Qing nodded vigorously. Absolutely. Lin Xiu smiled slightly. Since it was your own doing, there is nothing more to discuss. Every debt has its owner. Do not blame me. Remember to be a good person in your next life. And on your Memorial Day, I will burn extra paper money for you. Wu Qing's face changed drastically, trembling as he exclaimed, "What do you want?" Wu Qing protested, "You are slandering me." After a brief moment of silence, Wu Qing resolutely looked at Lin Xiu and said seriously, "It was like this. That incident had nothing to do with me. It was the Yongping Hofu's eldest son, Yang Xian, who instructed me to cause you trouble. He even said it would be best to find an opportunity to cripple you. Every debt has its owner. If you seek vengeance, go after him. It has nothing to do with me. Truly, it has nothing to do with me." Upon returning to Lin Manor, Lin Xiu isolated himself in his room, sitting silently at the table for a long while. The first-rate marquisate was, for the current Lin family, far too formidable to confront. Engaging them directly would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Not long ago, Lin Xiu could rely on his ice-making task for protection, but now he found himself devoid of any last resort. Fortunately, despite the Lin family's decline, they still maintain a noble status. Even the Yongping Ho would not dare to act boldly against them. This is evident from the incidents involving Qin Song, Tianxiang Lu, and Wang Wei. They are cautious in their dealings, and Lin Xiu only needs to be wary of their covert maneuvers. With this realization, Lin Xiu's worries dissipated. The most formidable enemies are those who lurk in the shadows. Now that he has discerned their identities, he can patiently seek opportunities to eliminate them. The following day, after breakfast, Lin Xiu, accompanied by Sun Dali and De Huang, departed from Lin Mansion. He chose not to inform the Ping and Bo couple about the machinations of the Yongping Ho's residence, as doing so would only heighten their anxiety. Lin Xiu was confident in his ability to manage the situation, having already devised a comprehensive plan. Presently, the most pressing matter at hand was the birthday celebration of Xuan Ninger. Her ability to fly was something Lin Xiu coveted. This was not merely to fulfill a childhood dream of soaring through the skies. Flight is a particularly unique ability among various supernatural powers. Before the fifth awakening, it allows one to defy gravity and soar freely. However, after the fifth awakening, this ability undergoes a qualitative transformation. Specifically, it evolves from self-suspension to the suspension of all things, transitioning from flight to control. These are two entirely distinct abilities. Should Xuan Ninger awaken her powers 5 times, her ability would elevate from the Xian level of flight to the Tian level of mastery. While flight is merely a Xian level ability, mastery belongs to the Tian level. At that point, she would not only be able to elevate herself, but also enable others to fly. Although the people of this world have yet to grasp the concept of gravity, they evidently recognize the terror of such an ability. Otherwise, it would not be classified as a Tian level power. To swiftly enhance his relationship with Xuan Ninger, Lin Xiu devoted considerable thought to the gift he would present her at the upcoming birthday banquet. That night, the sky had fully darkened, enveloping the entire capital in nightfall. The impoverished families, unable to afford candles, had long since retired, while the Shuigui Gong residence remained ablaze with light. A procession of carriages and palanquins lined the streets adjacent to the Shui residence, creating a magnificent spectacle that stretched from one end of the street to the other. Today marked the 18th birthday of Xuan Ninger, the granddaughter of the Duke of Shui, and the grandeur displayed by the Duke's residence exceeded even that of some prominent families celebrating an octogenarian's birthday. The guests at the Shui residence that evening were all renowned figures from the capital, while many lesser nobility, who usually commanded the admiration of the common folk, were not even qualified to attend the banquet. The Duke of Shui's household was prosperous, with over 10 male descendants in the 3rd generation, yet only 1 girl. Thus, Xuan Ninger had been showered with affection since birth. Many took advantage of her birthday celebration to present lavish gifts in hopes of currying favor with the Shui family. Young Master Wei, he from the Yongchun Ho's residence, offered a pair of jade rui. Young Master Xinyun from the Julu Ho's residence gifted a jade pipa. Miss Chun Pei from the Chunghua Gong's residence presented 10,000 taels of silver. At the entrance of the Duke's residence, a butler was tasked with receiving gifts, recording monetary offerings while loudly announcing the congratulatory gifts. A young man presented an invitation, and the butler glanced at the name on the front, declaring loudly, "Lin Xiu, son of Ping and Bo." Upon seeing that the young man did not move, The butler quietly reminded him, "Young master, where is your congratulatory gift?" Lin Xiu replied, "My gift is rather special. I shall present it to Miss Ninger personally." The butler did not press further, as many young suitors of the young lady often preferred to make such gestures. As long as the invitation was genuine, he would not obstruct it. However, it was rather fanciful for the son of a mere third-rank nobility to pursue their esteemed lady, despite Lin Xiu's exceptional appearance among her many admirers. His status was still too lowly. At that moment, a discussion erupted among the guests still waiting at the gate. "Isn't Ping and Bo a third-rank noble? I heard even the first-rank Zhongyong Bo wasn't invited. Where did his invitation come from? I don't know. Maybe he is a friend of Miss Ninger." "Surely not. How could a friend of Miss Ninger arrive without a gift?" "Lin Xiu, isn't he the one who is betrothed to the Zhao family's legitimate daughter? Is he also here?" "What? It's him." The audacity. A vendetta for a stolen bride cannot be overlooked. Even before the banquet commenced, the Shui residence was already bustling with activity. Lin Xiu stepped into the courtyard and looked around, finding no familiar faces. It was hardly surprising. He had only recently arrived in this world, and the only person he could consider a friend was the enigmatically Bai Zhang, who claimed to be from a common family. However, Lin Xiu had always harbored doubts about this. How could a commoner possess such knowledge and insight into the nobility of the capital? Though he chose not to pursue the matter further, Lin Xiu's friendship with him stemmed from a shared understanding as two kindred spirits, unrelated to their social standings. As for the other familiar acquaintances, they were merely sycophants of Shui Ninger, lacking any opportunity to partake in that evening's feast. Thus, while others mingled in groups, laughing and chatting, he stood alone without a soul to converse with. Fortunately, as the guest of honor, Shui Ninger was in the courtyard receiving guests. Upon spotting Lin Xiu, she waved happily and approached him with light steps, surrounded by a throng of young men and women. Dressed in a pale yellow gown and adorned with delicate makeup that was neither too heavy nor too light, she appeared resplendent. Her hair was styled in a lofty cloud bun, embellished with numerous ornaments that sparkled in the candlelight, as if she were bathed in a radiant glow. Undoubtedly, Shui Ninger was the sole focus of attention at the Shui residence that night. The other young women, though beautiful, paled in comparison, becoming mere green leaves beside the vibrant red flower. An additional significant reason for her prominence was that she had not invited Qin Wan, Zhao Lingyin, or Princess Mingi. Had any of them attended, the scene would have been one of competing brilliance. Naturally, it was within reason for Shui Ninger to exclude them. If Lin Xiu were in her position, he would have done the same. It must be said that as one of the four beauties of the Anomalous Techniques Academy, Su Ninger possessed remarkable qualities beyond her limit. Were it not for her green tea demeanor, Lin Xiu would have been more than willing to befriend her. Observing Shui Ninger gracefully approach, Lin Xiu smiled and remarked, "Miss Ninger appears even more radiant this evening than usual." A flicker of joy ignited within Shui Ninger. Lin Xiu had a way with words. The others she had encountered earlier had all praised her beauty that night. But did they imply that she was not beautiful at other times? Amidst the countless compliments that evening, Lin Xiu's words resonated most deeply with her. For reasons unknown, whenever she conversed with Lin Xiu, her gloomy mood would swiftly brighten. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she feigned modesty, replying, "Oh, not at all." Suddenly, a group of remarkably handsome young men appeared beside Shui Ninger, their expressions shifting noticeably. One of them, forcing a smile, inquired, "Ninger, who is this young man? I have never seen him before. Would you be so kind as to introduce us?" At this, Shui Ninger stood beside Lin Xiu and addressed the crowd. "This is Lin Xiu, son of Ping and Bo. He is a very good friend of mine." Upon hearing that he was the son of Ping and Bo, the guests immediately relaxed. They had anticipated a notable figure, only to discover he was simply the son of a third-rank noble, someone who posed no threat to them. Moreover, among the nobility of the capital, who did not know that the son of Ping and Bo was betrothed to the legitimate daughter of the Zhao family. Thus, they naturally found no competition with him. The son of Ping and Bo was none other than the fiancé of the Zhao family's prodigy. Was this the same individual? In an instant, an air of complexity enveloped the crowd, while they were all vying for Su in Ingar's affection. Who among them was unaware of Zhou Enku's esteemed reputation? If they were to choose between Zhou Enku and Su Ingar, they would unhesitatingly opt for the former. Yet such a choice was but a fleeting dream. Faced with the goddess of the Zhou family, they felt unworthy. The individual before them, possessing little more than good looks, was even less deserving. Yet, he was indeed the betrothed of Hol, which incited their jealousy, immense jealousy. Seemingly oblivious to the subtle shifts in the expressions around her, Su In-ing-ar continued her introductions. This is Iwnyun, the second son of the Wi Gugong family. This is Qqingco, the eldest son of the Q Gugong family. And this is Chnpip, I from the Chin Gugong residence, who is also my dear friend. Upon reaching the last young man, Su In-ing-ar stated, this is Ngping Huf's eldest son, Ying Su-in. For the gentleman introduced prior, she merely offered a slight bow. However, when Su In-ing-ar introduced the son of Ngping Huf, she raised his gaze to meet Ying Su-in's, a faint smile gracing his lips as he said, Brother Ying, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. At the sight of she's warm smile, an inexplicable chill coursed through Ying Su-in's heart. Yet, this sensation dissipated just as quickly, had it not been for the looming presence of the Zho family. He could have easily crushed this man, finding it no more challenging than squashing an ant. He exchanged glances with Shi and, with a sardonic smile, remarked, since you're a friend of Ning-ar, you are naturally a friend of ours. We shall look out for each other in the future. She smiled knowingly and replied, indeed, indeed. Chapter 51. Shi's gift. Su In-ing-ar's grandfather was a third-ranked noble of the D11, while Yngping was a first-ranked marquis, holding a title merely one rank below. For the eldest son of the marquis to personally present a gift was a sign of considerable regard. As the focal point of the evening, Su In-ing-ar found herself surrounded by many young admirers. At this juncture, a young man produced a palm-sized square brocade box from his sleeve, cradling it with both hands as he presented it to Su In-ing-ar. In-ing-ar, this is a Mingyue pearl I had fetched from the western regions. A birthday gift for you. He opened the brocade box to reveal a pearl-like object, larger than a pigeon's egg, nestled within, emanating a soft glow. Although there was a designated area for gifts at the entrance of Su's residence, some individuals, wishing to showcase their precious offerings in person, opted to present them directly to Su In-ing-ar. The individual presenting the Mingyue pearl was Iwnyun, the most formidable contender among those pursuing Su In-ing-ar. Girls were instinctively drawn to glimmering treasures, and the unveiling of the pearl elicited a chorus of admiration from the young women surrounding Su In-ing-ar. Oh, what a beautiful Mingyue pearl! I have never seen one so large in my life. Such a pure and magnificent pearl must be incredibly rare. Wi Gongzi is truly considerate. Just as the young women were chattering excitedly and casting envious glances at the Mingyue pearl, an incongruous voice pierced through the crowd. Humph. What is so special about the Mingyue pearl? It's quite mundane. In-ing-ar, come and see the gift I have for you. The speaker was Qqingco, the eldest son of the Q Gugong family, who disdainfully cast a glance at Iwnyun before opening a jade box in his hand. This box was a vivid green, unmarred by any impurities or cracks, indicating its exquisite craftsmanship. It was evident that whatever lay within was of even greater value. As Qqingco opened the jade box, it revealed a diamond-shaped crystal about the size of a fingernail. Upon seeing this crystal, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, this time from the assembled young men. Yuanjing. Good heavens, that must be a Yuanjing from a fifth-tier beast. This is incredibly precious. Possessing this Yuanjing would increase Miss In-ing-ar's chances of advancing from the Xian tier to the Earth tier by at least 10%. Even Shi. Upon seeing the content of the box, couldn't he help but admire the lengths to which these noble youths would go for a romantic pursuit. He was no stranger to Yuanjing. His rapid growth in elemental power was largely attributed to them, alongside his training with Lin. However, the Yuanjing he possessed came from lower-tier beasts, which were merely the size of grains of rice. Their sole purpose was to expedite the training of those who had just awakened their abilities and could be easily acquired with sufficient wealth. In stark contrast, high-tier beasts were a different matter. A fifth-tier beast, comparable in strength to an earth-tier sorcerer, possessed considerable intelligence. Capturing one involved significant peril, and even if one succeeded in defeating such a creature, obtaining their Yuanjing was no easy feat. High-tier beasts would detonate their Yuanjing in a last-ditch effort before death. ensuring that their enemies gained nothing from their demise. The yuan jing from high-tier beasts also served a significant purpose. They increased the probability of awakening for sorcerers, albeit only by a mere 10%, still a coveted treasure for many. The yuan jing from earth-tier beasts was priceless and, clearly, far more valuable than the Mingyue pearl. Su Ening'ar, ever adept at navigating social intricacies, displayed no favoritism. She graciously accepted both gifts, saying, "Thank you, gentlemen. I truly appreciate your thoughtful offerings." Both men smiled subtly at Su Ening'ar, but when their gazes met, each let out a cold snort and turned away. At that moment, a voice from the crowd broke the tension, asking, "I wonder what gift this Lin Gongzi has prepared for Miss Ening'ar?" I saw Lin Gongzi enter empty-handed. He surely would arrive without a gift for Miss Ening'ar's birthday. That would be rather inappropriate, several young men remarked, shaking their heads. Ever since it became known that he was the son of the Ping and Bo, they found him increasingly irksome. Why did he have to pursue the Zho girl? Was it merely his handsome appearance? This single matter rendered him an eternal rival to every young man in the capital. Everyone relished the thought of witnessing his embarrassment, which brought them delight. Su Ening'ar was aware of Lin Xiu's modest background and had not anticipated any extravagant gift from him. However, she found herself at a loss for words. She understood that men possess pride, and even if he were truly impoverished, he would prefer not to lose face before so many onlookers. If she were to suggest that Lin Xiu need not present her with a gift, it would only serve to diminish his dignity. However, she soon smiled and remarked, "Lin Gongzi's gift was presented to me several days ago, and I truly cherish it." Lin Xiu surmised that he had come to understand why Su Ening'ar was so well-liked. Who could resist such an empathetic girl? He smiled gently at Su Ening'ar and said, "In fact, I have prepared a special gift for Miss Ening'ar this evening, which I intended to unveil later. Since everyone is eager to see it, I suppose I must present it prematurely." Su Ening'ar was taken aback by Lin Xiu's thoughtful gesture and inquired with curiosity, "What gift is it?" Lin Xiu retrieved a slender bamboo tube from his sleeve, igniting the fuse at its base with a spark. A beam of white light shot skyward, exploding with a thunderous crack. Meanwhile, in another part of the capital, Sun DL, on the verge of slumber, jolted awake at the sight of the fiery display overhead, exclaiming, "Let it go, let it go." At the Su residence, someone, after a moment of astonishment, burst into laughter, declaring, "Could it be that your gift for Miss Ening'ar is merely a firecracker?" As he finished speaking, a multitude of colorful lights suddenly erupted from the sky, illuminating the night with a dazzling array of hues. At that moment, countless individuals at the Su residence looked up in awe. "What is that? How beautiful are the fireworks! How beautiful it is! It has been a long time since I have witnessed such splendid fireworks." The vibrant colors of the pyrotechnics illuminate the night sky and also cast a radiant glow upon Xue Ning's entranced visage. The hues of the fireworks refract from the glass ornaments adorning her head, making her appear as though she has emerged from the very brilliance itself. A young gentleman scoffed dismissively, remarking that the fireworks were hardly worth a glance, as they could not possibly amount to more than a few dozen taels of silver. Immediately, others echoed his sentiment, asserting that such a display could not compare to the value of Mingyue pearls or the essence crystals from earth-grade beasts, questioning whether such a spectacle could even be deemed a gift, though the men present exhibited little notable reaction. A hint of enchantment graced the faces of nearly all the women around. They understood that while the fireworks paled in comparison to Mingyue pearls and essence crystals in worth, should someone take the time to orchestrate such a breathtaking display for them on their birthdays, they would undoubtedly cherish this night for the rest of their lives. Amidst the dazzling fireworks, the banquet at the Xue residence formally commenced. The feast was arranged buffet style, with long tables in the courtyard laden with platters of roasted meats, pastries, fruits, and a variety of beverages for guests to freely partake. In a corner, Lin Xiu lifted a glass of unknown juice to his lips, savoring a sip. Xue Ning approached him slowly and whispered, "Thank you, this is the most wonderful gift I have received today." There is a saying among the Sea Kings, "If she is naive, show her the splendors of the world. If she has seen the world as sorrows, take her for a ride on the carousel." This implies that different approaches are required for different types of women. Are Mingyue pearls precious? Indeed, they are. Are high-grade essence crystals rare? Certainly. However, Xuanning, hailing from the pinnacle of the Xia as aristocracy and the sole cherished jewel of her family, has been showered with affection since childhood and has encountered all manners of valuable treasures. Common gifts, no matter how exquisite, are unlikely to touch her heart. Such a lady seeks a surprise that is uniquely creative, or perhaps a touch of romance. Those who only understand a language of wealth would not grasp the essence of romance. What 18-year-old girl, brimming with youth and vitality, would refuse a romantic display of fireworks? In the flickering night, Xuanning gazed up at Lin Xiu, her expression complex, and softly murmured, "If only you were not the son of Ping and Bo." Just then, a firework exploded in the sky, and Lin Xiu failed to catch Xuanning's words, prompting him to inquire, "What did you just say, Ning?" She shook her head and replied, "It's nothing." Her emotions were rather intricate at that moment. Initially, she viewed Lin Xiu merely as a tool, one that could aid her in overcoming Zhao Lingjun, but the days spent in his company had begun to waver her original intentions. The joy and delight she experienced with Lin Xiu were unlike anything she had ever felt before. His wit and humor, often interlaced with teasing that she did not mind, always resonated with what she wished to hear, and even the gifts he presented were refreshingly original. If she could be with someone like him, she would undoubtedly be happy every day, but alas, even such a man who understood her heart would eventually be claimed by Zhao Lingjun. This deepened her jealousy, while simultaneously solidifying her initial resolve. Even if he ultimately belonged to Zhao Lingjun, the man she desired would be one she would refuse to acknowledge. Yes, she wanted Lin Xiu to fall in love with her, only to turn him down in front of all the capital, ensuring that the world witnessed her rejection. Xuanning silently apologized to Lin Xiu, citing the need to attend to other guests, and somewhat guiltily distanced herself from him. Watching her leave, Lin Xiu exhaled softly, reassured that his gift had not missed its mark, and his efforts in crafting it were not in vain. He had conducted extensive research into the psyche of women. Had Xuanning not been the jewel of the Duke's residence, but rather a common girl of humble means, then neither jewelry nor fireworks would have surpassed the direct gift of silver in impact. Yet, given her illustrious background, which lacked for nothing, the fireworks remained the superior choice, being both romantic and economical. This grand display of fireworks, which captivated the entire city, had only cost Lin Xiu a mere few dozen taels of silver. Although it slightly exceeded his budget, it remained within a bearable range. For this, Lin Xiu had hardly eaten throughout the day. While others fawned over Xuanning, he focused solely on his meal. After an hour, the evening's banquet finally came to a close. Guests departed from the Shui residence, and as Yang Xian, the son of the Duke of Yongping, was preparing to leave with his servant, a figure approached from behind and stood beside him. Yang Xian cast a glance at Lin Xiu and remarked, "Lin brother's gift is truly ingenious. It is evident that Ning greatly appreciates it." Lin Xiu smiled and turned to Yang Xian, lowering his voice. "There are no others around. You need not pretend." Yang Xian paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. "What are you talking about, Lin brother? I don't understand a word." Lin Xiu chuckled softly. "Do not feign ignorance. You orchestrated the affairs at Tianxiang Tower, and Wang Wei's challenge to me was at your behest. By the way, was it also your idea when Qin Song troubled me?" Yang Xian shrugged. "I truly do not know what you're referring to. As for Qin Song, their enmity was established beforehand. He merely hinted to Qin Kong. The pressure from Tianxiang Tower was ostensibly related to the ice-making incident. Wang Wei's ruthless tactics in martial arts class were more subtle, each action possessing a reasonable causal link. How had Lin Xiu uncovered his involvement? One of the attendants pondered and stated, "Although every arrangement by the young master is quite clever, and generally would not raise suspicions if one were to investigate, it would not be difficult to trace the connections between the Qin family, the Wang family, and Tianxiang Tower. This son of Ping and Bo may not be as foolish as the intelligence reports suggest." The attendant hesitated, adding, "Young master, in the event of another situation similar to the last, should the court place blame?" Yang Xian snorted coldly. "His capabilities may have once held some sway in court, but I have had him investigated. The palace has not summoned him in a long time. This time, I wonder who will come to his rescue." The attendant asked, "Do you already have plans, young master?" However, Lin Xiu's active provocation that night had altered his mindset. He no longer wished to delay, wanting to resolve this lingering issue swiftly. He spoke coldly. This time, let Dong Ling handle it. Ensure it is done cleanly. I want this person to never rise again. The Lin family's new residence was located in the most prosperous area of the eastern city, not far from the palace and in close proximity to the Shui residence. The powerful and influential families of the capital clustered together, making this region exceptionally secure, with guards stationed every few steps, rendering it the safest locale outside the palace. Here, one could even venture out at night without needing to bring escorts. Aside from the elusive assassin, few would dare to act in this vicinity. Thus, Lin Xiu had chosen not to bring Sun Dali, allowing him to prepare for the evening's fireworks instead. Lin Xiu nodded, asking, "Well done. How about the other matter I entrusted to you?" Sun Dali presented a jade box to Lin Xiu, assuring him, "Rest assured, young master, it has been procured." Lin Xiu opened the jade box to reveal 10 translucent diamond-shaped crystals. Though these crystals were smaller than the one he had seen at the Shui residence that night, they were slightly larger than those he used in the palace. The essence crystals provided by the palace were sourced from first-tier beasts, while the one Xuanning received was from a fifth-tier beast. The essence crystal before Lin Xiu belonged to a second-tier beast. The first-order exotic beast Yuanjing is priced at approximately 10 taels of silver each. As the rank increases, the price escalates tenfold. The fifth-order exotic beast Yuanjing has reached an astounding 100,000 taels, and it is often more valuable than available in the market, with the actual transaction price likely exceeding 100,000 taels. The young master of the Qi State Duke's residence has indeed spent lavishly in his pursuit of Xuanninger. Lin Xiu instructed Sun Dali to procure 10 second-order exotic beast Yuanjings, costing a total of 1,000 taels, which has already caused him considerable discomfort. However, for the sake of his plan, Lin Xiu must undergo another awakening in a short period, leaving him little room for hesitation. At this moment, the growth of Yuanli within him has slowed dramatically, even reaching a standstill, indicating that he has hit a bottleneck. This bottleneck is a precursor to another awakening. At this juncture, the first-order exotic beast Yuanjing holds little value for his cultivation. What he truly requires is a higher-tier Yuanjing. While he could rely on his Yuanli to break through the barrier, it would take considerable time, and Lin Xiu can no longer afford to wait. In the next moment, a surge of Yuanli, 10 times more potent than he had previously experienced, flowed into his body from his palm. Lin Xiu emitted a suppressed groan, his body swaying uncontrollably before he managed to stabilize himself. His physique exceeds that of ordinary individuals, having been pushed to the limit by Ling Yin several times. Thus, he can endure such agony. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Xiu slowly opened his eyes, exhaling lightly, expressing a hint of regret. It has failed. Higher-tier exotic beast Yuanjings can enhance the probability of a breakthrough, but the success rate is only 10%. Lin Xiu still has 9 opportunities remaining, and statistically speaking, as long as luck is not entirely against him, one of the remaining 9 attempts should succeed. Lin Xiu retrieved another Yuanjing, holding it in his hand. The night deepened, and he remained awake. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he gazed at the last Yuanjing in his hand, feeling speechless. The promised 10% probability seemed excessively bleak. With only 1 Yuanjing left, should he fail to break through, he would have to send Sun Dali out to purchase more tomorrow. Second-order exotic beast Yuanjings are relatively common. As long as he has the silver, he can procure 8 or 10 without difficulty. Moments later, Lin Xiu clasped the last Yuanjing, filled with hope, and closed his eyes once more. The night passed quietly. At dawn, following a chorus of crisp rooster crows, the large yellow dog in the doghouse slowly opened its eyes. Glancing at the large bone beside it, the dog swallowed hard. Though many days had passed, it still felt as if its canine existence was a dream when recalling recent experiences. Since its birth, it had roamed the streets, enduring the elements and often experiencing hunger, with days filled with feasts followed by periods of deprivation. During that time, it never imagined that one day it would possess a home of its own, with an abundance of meat and an endless supply of bones to gnaw on. It felt as though its canine life had reached its zenith. Just then, a voice suddenly reached its ears. Da Wang, Gomeya. Da Huang perked up, ears erect, its canine face reflecting utmost vigilance. Surely, it had not misheard. It seemed as if a dog was speaking. Was there another dog in the courtyard? It spun around, scanning the area, but found no other dogs, only its master, Lin Xiu, standing in the courtyard. Though Lin Xiu's lips did not move, A voice resonated directly within De Huang's mind. Don't look any further. I am right here. De Huang finally grasped the situation, gazing up at Lin Xiu with wide eyes. Chapter 53. Who is speaking? Ultimately, the goddess of fate favored Lin Xiu. With 1,000 taels of silver spent on 10 yuanjings, he finally broke through the layer of constraint upon consuming the last one. His Yuanli underwent a qualitative transformation, and naturally, his abilities were vastly different from before. Most astonishingly, after the transformation, the enhancement of various abilities occurred in synchrony. Now, Lin Xiu could instantly freeze the ground within a radius of 10 feet, and his strength surged, enabling him to easily lift the stone lock he previously could not budge. The spatial dimension he carried with him expanded tenfold, and the most striking change was in his ability to communicate with beasts. Previously, Lin Xiu could only comprehend their speech. Now, he could resonate with them, making his voice echo directly in their minds. De Huang became his first experimental subject, now serving as Lin Xiu's eyes and ears, helping him monitor all suspicious figures around the Lin residence. Under normal circumstances, who would pay attention to a dog? He had Sun Dali request a leave of absence from the Exotic Techniques Academy, spending every day at home, not stepping out the front door or even the side gate without encountering Shuang or visiting the Pear Blossom courtyard. To be frank, Lin Xiu found such days somewhat stifling. Yet undoubtedly, there were those who felt even more discomfort. At Tianxiang Tower, Yang Xian sat in a private room, a young man standing before him, speaking with a hint of helplessness. Young master, I have followed your instructions and arranged everything, just waiting for Lin Xiu to step outside. Yet, he has remained at home these past few days, not even leaving his doorstep. Yang Xian maintained a calm demeanor, sipping from his teacup, and replied coolly, wait. He will eventually come out. I'm curious to see how long he can hide. At the Lin residence, Lin Xiu sat in the courtyard, resting his chin on one hand, boredom clearly etched across his face. He was waiting for someone. The visitor might be Shuang, or perhaps Steward Li, or another steward altogether. Considering the time, they should have arrived by now. After waiting for over an hour, light footsteps finally echoed from outside his small courtyard. Shuang entered, and before she could speak, Lin Xiu took the initiative. Did the favored concubine send you? Has that pet's condition relapsed? Shuang's beautiful eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape in surprise. Young Master Lin, how did you know? Lin Xiu was indeed aware, having awaited her arrival at home since 2 days prior. The favored concubine spirit pet suffered from emotional distress. Lin Xiu's previous outing with Shuang had only provided temporary relief from his depression, a mere band-aid solution. Even if they took it out again, it would not yield the same effects as the first time. The favored concubine's pet was a gift from her late mother, holding profound significance for her. Thus she would surely think of Lin Xiu again. Why was it that the royal physicians from the Imperial Medical Department were at a loss while Lin Xiu, who had little medical training, could always pinpoint the critical issues? Eventually, Shuang realized that the Imperial physicians treated people, while Lin Xiu treated hearts. His medical skills were not merely rooted in exotic abilities or medicinal formulas. Instead, he possessed a keen and compassionate heart. He could empathize with the patient's positions, leading to accurate deductions, even when his patients were merely spirit beasts. Without needing to speak, he could anticipate her intentions, as if everything lay within his grasp, earning Shuang's admiration for him. Lin Xiu offered no further explanation, but smiled gently and said, "Let's go." Shuang nodded and departed from the Lin residence. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from the back door of the Lin residence, traversing several small alleys, leisurely heading towards the palace. Across from the Lin residence, on the second floor of a tea house, a man with pronounced dark circles peered out the window, gazing at the Lin residence's entrance, gritting his teeth. How has he not come out after all these days? Unbeknownst to him, while he stared at the Lin residence, a yellow dog at the street corner was likewise observing him. De Huang, fixated on the second floor of the tea house, pondered the situation. Could it be that its master had transformed into a dog? Otherwise, how could he speak the language of dogs? With its canine intellect, De Huang could not yet fathom these matters. If one cannot comprehend, it is best not to ponder. One should simply heed the commands of their master. Should any unexpected occurrences arise in the vicinity of the household, immediate reporting to the master is imperative. Before long, Tai Yuan, having lost the duty of managing the ice production in the inner palace, Lin Xiu found himself unable to enter that realm again. It is a capital offense for outsiders to intrude upon the inner palace without permission. After all, the inhabitants are predominantly the emperor's wives. The emperor, being a man and the highest authority in Xia, would never tolerate such indiscretions. Miss Shuang had already been waiting for Lin Xiu at Taiyuan. Upon seeing him, she promptly exclaimed, "Lin Gongzi, let us hasten to Changchun Palace. His Majesty and the Gui Fei are awaiting us there." Lin Xiu felt a jolt of surprise. His Majesty is present too? He was reluctant to meet the emperor, as he did not belong to this world and possessed neither the mindset of fealty nor the acceptance of a master-esque decree of death. Regardless of who sought his life, he would resist to the bitter end. The emperor was no exception, yet Lin Xiu currently lacked the strength to oppose him. His very existence lay at the mercy of another's whim, a notion Lin Xiu found unsettling. The prospect of uttering an ill-timed word or committing a misstep, thus inciting the emperor's wrath, left him feeling vulnerable. Today, however, there was no evading this meeting. Steeling himself, Lin Xiu declared, "Let us proceed." A short while later, at Changchun Palace, as Lin Xiu and Miss Shuang entered, the courtyard was shrouded in a somber gloom. The palace maids and servants kept their heads bowed, while several physicians awaited in front of a particular palace. After only a few days' absence, the Gui Fei appeared noticeably diminished, cradling her spirit companion, which also looked listless and dispirited, its condition seemingly worse than before. Lin Xiu approached the courtyard, greeting the emperor and the Gui Fei with a bow. "I pay my respects to His Majesty and the esteemed Gui Fei." Upon seeing Lin Xiu, the Gui Fei's face brightened slightly as she hurried towards him, saying, "Lin Xiu, come quickly and see how weak Nuan has become. I had someone bring it out of the palace, yet there has been no improvement." Lin Xiu took the spirit beast from the Gui Fei's arms. The little creature made no resistance, even closing its eyes completely. The emperor regarded Lin Xiu and inquired, "Do you possess knowledge of medicine?" The emperor nodded, stating, "If you can restore the Gui Fei's beloved companion to health, I shall reward you handsomely." Lin Xiu replied, "I shall do my utmost." Holding the spirit beast, he said to the Gui Fei, "Your Highness, the spirit companion is in poor spirits. I require a quiet room, free from any disturbances." The Gui Fei, without hesitation, replied, "Very well, I shall arrange that immediately." Soon after, Lin Xiu was escorted to a side chamber of Changchun Palace. He entered with the spirit beast, while the Gui Fei paused at the entrance. Miss Shuang intended to follow, but, not having been invited by Lin Xiu, remained outside. Inside the room, Lin Xiu held the spirit beast, which still lay with its eyes shut, appearing exceedingly weak and lethargic. He gently patted its head, whispering, "Do not sleep. Let us play." The little creature jolted awake, its eyes wide with surprise and confusion, exclaiming, Who is speaking?" For the creature known as Bai Ling, its greatest regret in life was likely the day it had strayed from its kin, frolicking joyfully with a small tiger in the forest, only to be ensnared by a great net from above. Initially confined in a cage, it endured the jostling of transport, feeling lethargic every day. Eventually, it was taken to a place filled with cages, each containing various exotic beasts, where many humans walked back and forth. Later, it was taken away again, ultimately arriving here. Though this place offered sustenance, it lacked the presence of its parents and fellow kin, leaving it isolated and unable to converse. It could not comprehend human speech, nor could anyone understand its own. Boredom gnawed at its spirit. Now at last, it had someone of its kind to converse with, and how could it not feel exhilarated? It soared from Lin Xiu's embrace, fluttering around the chamber, yet after searching thoroughly, it found no one else who had spoken to it. Finally, believing it had imagined the voice, it collapsed in disappointment, remaining motionless on the ground. At that moment, the voice resonated in its mind once more. "Do not search. I am right before you." It abruptly raised its head, its crystal-like eyes fixated on Lin Xiu, and once again took to the air, hovering in front of him. After a prolonged inspection, it finally realized that the voice had indeed come from Lin Xiu. Overcome with joy and curiosity, it asked, "Are you a tiger too?" Lin Xiu was taken aback, replying, "Are you not a cat?" The spirit beast clearly became agitated and began circling Lin Xiu, indignantly declaring, "You are the cat. Your entire family are cats. I am a noble member of the tiger clan. Those vile individuals who captured me even expected me to catch mice. How could I ever stoop to such a disgusting task?" After a moment of self-reflection, its anger seemed to dissipate, and it returned to hover before Lin Xiu, curiously asking, "Hey, are you human?" Lin Xiu nodded. The spirit beast's eyes sparkled with confusion. "But how can humans understand our speech? I can comprehend your words. It is quite strange. Furthermore, they feed me fish daily. The mere scent of fish now makes me want to vomit. Eating fish is far less appealing than munching on carrots. Can you tell them to cease feeding me fish? Also, will you come here daily to converse with me? I'm truly so very bored." The little creature gazed up at Lin Xiu with pleading eyes, appearing utterly forlorn. In truth, it was indeed pitiable, having been separated from its homeland, belonging to a different species, and unable to communicate. While ordinary animals might manage with basic sustenance, it was a spirit beast possessing high intelligence and emotions. Imagine if Lin Xiu found himself in an environment devoid of understanding, where not even gestures could bridge the gap. He too would swiftly succumb to despair. Lin Xiu had not intended to engage with the Guifei's spirit companion, as he wished to keep his dual abilities concealed. However, faced with imminent challenges, he could no longer afford such concerns. Observing the little creature before him, he communicated telepathically, "I can accompany you in play, but you must promise to heed my words." The spirit beast, suspended in mid-air, nodded vigorously. "I will obey. I shall certainly listen, as long as you play with me." To maintain absolute silence during his examination, Lin Xiu required the presence of everyone, including the emperor and the Guifei, to wait outside. They could only hear the occasional sounds emanating from within the chamber, oblivious to the events unfolding. The Guifei, anxious and restless, restrained her impulses, and before long, Lin Xiu emerged with the spirit beast cradled in his arms. She rushed forward, inquiring, "How did it fare?" Lin Xiu observed the spirit beast, still lacking vitality, and turned to the Guifei, asking, "May I inquire, Your Highness, what does the spirit companion typically consume?" A young palace maid stepped forward to respond, "We provide only the finest fish fillets. There is absolutely no issue with its diet." Lin Xiu probed further, "Is it only fish?" The maid, puzzled, replied, "Isn't it customary for cats to eat fish?" Lin Xiu internally scoffed. While fish is undoubtedly palatable and he himself enjoys it, consuming it thrice daily for several months would test anyone's endurance. Though this spirit companion resembled a cat, it was not one. If the little creature could understand her words, it would surely be offended. No one would consider feeding a cat fish to be problematic. Yet out of trust in Lin Xiu, the Guifei asked, "What should we feed Wan instead?" Lin Xiu glanced at the small creature in his arms and said, "Some cooked meat, such as chicken or beef, but definitely no fish, accompanied by a suitable amount of vegetables, like greens and carrots." The noble consort quickly dispatched someone to the imperial kitchen to fetch the food Lin Xiu requested, which was placed in a jade bowl. When Lin Xiu brought the jade bowl close to the spirit beast's mouth, a breathtaking scene unfolded before the onlookers of Changchun Palace. The spirit pet, which had not eaten for 2 days, eagerly thrust its head into the jade bowl and devoured the food ravenously. A young palace maid exclaimed in delight, "It's eating. The spirit pet is finally eating." The noble consort breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Lin Xiu with longing eyes, saying, "Have you truly not considered coming to serve me? You only need to help care for the child. I shall provide you with whatever you desire." Before Lin Xiu could respond, Emperor Xia could not help but laugh, and quickly interjected, "This simply cannot be. The noble consort can have anyone, but Lin Xiu truly cannot. At most, I will grant him a token, allowing him to come and care for the spirit pet occasionally. Were it anyone else, he might have indeed summoned them to the palace for the sake of the noble consort's spirit pet. However, this was Zhao Lingjuan's fiancée. Even the combined importance of all his concubines could not compare to a single prodigy of the Zhao family in terms of national significance. The noble consort felt a tinge of disappointment, but relinquished the thought, asking Lin Xiu, "As long as the child is fed these things, it will not fall ill again?" She added, "But I had also instructed Ling Long to take it out of the palace frequently. Yet it was of no help. Its condition worsened instead." Lin Xiu pondered for a moment and replied, "Perhaps it is because you, noble consort, are the true master of the spirit pet. If you were to personally take out of the palace, the situation might be different. Of course, this is merely my conjecture." After all that had transpired, the noble consort had come to trust Lin Xiu implicitly regarding the spirit pet's ailment. Yet a eunuch standing behind Emperor Xia frowned and reprimanded, "Impudence! The noble consort's precious body is at stake. Who would bear the consequences if anything were to happen? Lin Xiu immediately clasped his hands in apology. I was inconsiderate and spoke thoughtlessly. I asked for forgiveness from your majesty and the noble consort. You merely spoke the truth. What is there to be punished for? The noble consort waved her sleeve and turned to Emperor Xia, stating, I wish to leave the palace. The emperor, understanding the significance of the pet to her, wore an expression of helplessness and finally said, Zhu Jin, you shall personally escort the noble consort, but remember to act discreetly. If those old stubborn ones learn of the noble consort's departure, they will surely complain to me. Zhu Jin bowed and replied, as you command. Jiayue Tower was not far from the imperial palace. After exiting, it only took a few steps to arrive. The noble consort nodded and said, you may go. I also need to change into another outfit. Moments later, Lin Xiu left the palace but did not take the main street. He meandered through several concealed alleys for a quarter of an hour before slipping in through the back door of the Lin residence. At the entrance of Lin Mansion, De Huang was on alert. Suddenly, it sprang to life and swiftly ran inside. Lin Xiu observed it and communicated, are they still here? Woof woof. De Huang raised its head and barked twice. Soon after, a figure emerged from Lin Mansion and from the second floor of the tea house across the street. A man exclaimed with excitement, he has left. He has finally left. Quick, report to the young master. Chapter 55. The noble consort leaves the palace in the Yongping Marquisate. Upon learning from his informant that Lin Xiu had exited, Yang Xian felt an overwhelming joy. After the banquet at Shui's residence, he had meticulously devised a flawless plan against Lin Xiu, one that, if successful, would leave even the Zhao family unable to extricate him. All was in readiness, waiting solely for Lin Xiu to enter the fray. Yet he had waited a full 7 days. 7 days. Did that damned Lin Xiu know how he had spent those days? 7 days, 84 hours, 672 moments. He was incessantly consumed by thoughts of that plan, even dreaming of Lin Xiu's inevitable downfall. Initially, he held no such animosity toward Lin Xiu, but the latter's arrogance was unbearable. It was precisely this arrogance that pushed him to the brink of retaliation. What did it mean to revel in the fact that someone disliked him yet could not eliminate him? For the eldest son of a first-rank marquis, this was an utter humiliation. Currently, there were 3 first-rank marquises in the Great Xia, with the Zhao family being a recent addition, lacking in depth, while the other's power was inferior to the Yang family's. Moreover, his father, the first-rank Yongping Marquis, was in the prime of life with boundless prospects. Barring any unforeseen events, he could even be granted a title of nobility within the next 20 years, or perhaps even 10. Thus, the Yang family, although still merely a marquisate, was treated with respect even by the direct heirs of third-rank duke houses. A mere third-rank baron's son dared to insult him so brazenly, which was the most significant reason for Yang Xian's eagerness to take action against Lin Xiu. Naturally, his unique status precluded him from confronting Lin Xiu directly. While the Yongping Marquisate could not claim to wield overwhelming power, it did have numerous officials under its influence, with the East City Yamen resembling the Yang family's domain. The one executing his plan this time was the son of the East City Magistrate. In truth, such matters could be handled by the East City Guard. But previous events with Wu Qing left him deeply dissatisfied, and this person had been marginalized in Yang Xian's eyes. Of course, there was another reason for his reluctance to act personally. During these days, he had repeatedly attempted to deal with Lin Xiu, but had failed time and again. Such coincidences could not merely be attributed to chance. The last time, due to his negligence, he had not investigated Lin Xiu's whereabouts and was unaware that Lin Xiu was busy creating eyes for the palace, which led to the failure of his scheme. On one hand, he had underestimated Lin Xiu. On the other, while other matters in the capital were easy to investigate, who would dare to pry into palace affairs? If the emperor found out, it would cost them their heads. Everyone knew the emperor favored his consort most. Once, several censors merely mentioned in the Golden Hall that a certain concubine lacked poise in her walk and should learn palace etiquette. Although the emperor initially said nothing, he later refrained from attending court for 3 months. Since then, those censors who could not tolerate a speck of dust dared not openly criticize the concubines. At most, they would privately remind the emperor. Lin Xiu had cleverly used this to design a trap for him. Had he acted directly then, he would have likely found it difficult to extricate himself. This individual was not only arrogant but also cunning. Thus, to guard against any unforeseen circumstances, it was best he remain in the shadows. In the end, even if something were to go awry, the East City magistrate and his son could bear the brunt of it, sparing him from any entanglement. Yang Xian exhaled, meticulously reviewing today as planned once more and finding no oversights. He then left the Yongping Marquis with his hands clasped behind his back, a slight smile playing on his lips as he said, "Let us go and witness the spectacle." At Jiayue Tower, upon stepping out of his home, Lin Xiu immediately arrived at the establishment and awaited the noble consort's arrival at the entrance. The noble consort was a crucial component of his scheme, and he intended to leverage another force, one that even the Yongping Marquis could not afford to offend. Provoking Yang Xian at Shui's residence was merely the first step of his plan. Lin Xiu aimed to be so audacious that Yang Xian could no longer endure it and would be compelled to take action. He had remained at home for 7 days without stepping outside, all to incite Yang Xian's urgency. From the third day of Lin Xiu's seclusion, Yang Xian had arranged for individuals to monitor the area around Lin Mansion. At that point, Lin Xiu knew he had stirred Yang Xian's anxiety. When he finally stepped out again, Yang Xian would undoubtedly be unable to resist acting. This was precisely what Lin Xiu desired. He intended for Yang Xian's men to witness it. After waiting for a quarter of an hour at the entrance of Jiayue Tower, Lin Xiu spotted 3 figures approaching from the direction of the imperial palace. The noble consort held the spirit pet in her arms, followed by 2 individuals, one being the petite palace maid Ling Long and the other, a close eunuch of Emperor Xia. Nevertheless, Lin Xiu was acutely aware that, despite appearing to be only the 3 of them, there were certainly many hidden protectors surrounding the noble consort. Even the slightest mishap would result in a swift encirclement of the area. Today, the esteemed Gui Fei did not don the resplendent attire typically associated with the imperial palace. Instead, she chose a simple yet elegant silk gown, her face adorned with only a light touch of makeup, presenting herself as merely a beautiful noblewoman. However, the aura of nobility, grace, and elegance that enveloped her was not something that just any noblewoman could possess. For the ordinary observer, this presence might evoke a sense of unapproachability. Yet only the truly powerful could discern that it was a quality forged through years of high status, a quality rare among women in the entire Wangdu. Behind her, the delicate palace maid and the chief eunuch had also donned ordinary garb. Lin Xiu approached briskly, and before he could draw near, the Gui Fei spoke, saying, "Just call me madam." Then, glancing down at the lively pet in her arms, she exclaimed with surprise, "You were right. After I brought one out, it immediately became spirited." Lin Xiu's assertion was indeed accurate, as it was he who had encouraged this little creature's display. The Gui Fei's outing was his suggestion, if it bore no fruit. The trust he had painstakingly built with her might diminish significantly. With her mood lifting, the Gui Fei inquired, "What shall we do now?" Lin Xiu replied, "The spirit pet has been cooped up in the palace for too long, feeling stifled. Madam, you need only to hold it and stroll through the streets for an hour, treating it as a simple outing." "Stroll?" The Gui Fei cast a glance at Lin Xiu and said, "I have never strolled before. What constitutes a stroll?" Before entering the palace, the Gui Fei must have been the daughter of a prominent family, sheltered and rarely venturing out. After entering the palace, the opportunity to leave had become even more scarce. For her, what was an everyday occurrence for common women, strolling, was something she had to inquire about from Lin Xiu. After pondering, Lin Xiu suggested, "Madam, simply walk along the streets of the Wangdu, look at whatever catches your eye, and buy what you wish." The Gui Fei, evidently embarking on her first stroll, wore an expression of fascination, her regal face alight with curiosity. Not only did her smile multiply, but her complexion also improved significantly. This was noted with astonishment by Zhu Jin, following behind her. For days, the Gui Fei had been in low spirits, her health declining, and despite the imperial physician's remedies, none had proven effective. The emperor, too, was visibly anxious. To everyone's surprise, mere moments after leaving the palace, the Gui Fei's condition had improved so remarkably. Although the son of Ping and Bo was brash, he inadvertently accomplished something commendable. This occurrence did not escape Lin Xiu's anticipation. Such events often transpired when he and Ling Yin wandered the streets, albeit not as frequently as with the Gui Fei. Ling Yin, at just 17, still bore a youthful innocence. She was indeed lovely, yet her aura had not yet matured. The Guifei's regal presence was of a kind that no other woman could imitate. Moreover, the women in the palace were all exceptionally well maintained. Even in their 30s, their skin remained as tender as that of a freshly shelled egg, without a single crow's foot in sight. If not for their fully developed figures, one might easily believe them to be in their 20s. As they strolled on another street of the Wangdu, Yang Xian was receiving reports from his subordinates. "Young master, we have located them. Lin Xiu is currently flirting with a beautiful woman who possesses striking charm." Yang Xian's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Scoundrel, he is betrothed to Ling Xian and dares to frolic about. Have Wang Hong act immediately and report back to me at once." At the street-side mobile stall selling jewelry, the elegant woman in a simple dress pointed excitedly at the ornaments hanging from the wooden rack, exclaiming her desires. Lin Xiu could only watch in silence. The target clientele of these street vendors were ordinary women from humble backgrounds, able to purchase a piece for merely 10 or 21. The Guifei, however, might not realize that any single pearl adorning her head could buy out the entire stall. Nonetheless, seeing her delight in her purchases, Lin Xiu refrained from interjecting, allowing this unfortunate woman a moment to indulge her shopping desires. Zhu Jin stood behind the Guifei, happily producing silver to purchase everything that caught her eye. It mattered little whether it was merely a roadside stall. If it pleased the Guifei, she could easily buy out the entire street's jewelry shops. Having never strolled before, the Guifei's curiosity was piqued. She flitted from one sight to another, perhaps forgetting that their purpose for leaving the palace was for the spirit pet. When the pet slept, its wings folded neatly, resembling an ordinary kitten, albeit a far more beautiful one. After a short while, Zhu Jin glanced at the time and said to the Guifei, "Madam, it is time for lunch. I hear the dishes at Jiayulu are quite commendable. Shall we dine there?" The Guifei, caught up in her exploration, only then felt a twinge of hunger and nodded, saying, "You may arrange it." At that moment, Lin Xiu stepped forward, suggesting, "Madam, I have heard of a small shop nearby that serves delightful pastries and Jiangnan cuisine. Would you care to try it?" Upon hearing Jiangnan cuisine, the Guifei's eyes lit up, and she replied, "Let us go to the Jiangnan shop you mentioned." Zhu Jin hesitated, saying, "Madam, the people at the small shop are of uncertain background. It might be risky." The Guifei waved her hand dismissively, saying, "What is there to fear? No one knows my identity. Just treat us as ordinary customers." Zhu Jin, upon hearing this, felt it unwise to press further. Although the small shop was not as renowned as Jiayulu or Tianxianglu, it still had a favorable reputation among certain patrons. The establishment was simply decorated, modest in size, yet clean and tidy, specializing solely in Jiangnan cuisine. The Guifei ordered several dishes, and the four of them settled around a single table. Dining with the Guifei, Zhu Jin and Ling Long appeared somewhat apprehensive, barely daring to sit fully, while Lin Xiu adopted a more relaxed demeanor and called for the proprietor, saying, "Please bring us all of your signature dishes." With a generous customer in the establishment, the owner cheerfully scurried to the kitchen. This was, after all, a couple-run establishment, unable to afford additional staff. The husband and wife handled everything themselves. Lin Xiu explained to the Guifei, "Madam, this shop is run by a couple from Jiangnan. They opened it in the Wangdu years ago so that fellow Jiangnan natives could enjoy the flavors of home." The Guifei regarded Lin Xiu and inquired, "How did you know I am from Jiangnan?" Lin Xiu smiled slightly, replying, "I have heard you speak, and occasionally I detect a Jiangnan accent, leading me to surmise that you must have grown up there." The Guifei expressed her surprise, saying, "You grew up in the capital and can discern a Jiangnan accent?" Lin Xiu explained, "I have a friend who is also from Jiangnan, so I can recognize their dialect." The Guifei nodded, not pressing for further details. The owner and his wife worked swiftly. Soon, several dishes were brought to their table. The Guifei, familiar with these Jiangnan delicacies, identified them with delight. "This is salted duck. This is crystal pig's trotter. This is water chestnut cake. This is candied fruit." As she picked up a piece with her chopsticks, her lips parted slightly upon tasting it. A look of satisfaction spread across her face as she remarked, "Though there are chefs from Jiangnan in the palace, by the time their dishes are sent over, they're already cold and lack flavor. I have not savored this taste of home in quite some time." Despite the apparent grandeur of the emperor and his consorts, Lin Xiu felt no envy. Rather, he found them somewhat pitiable, unable to relish a single hot dish daily. After a brief period, The four emerged from the Jiangnan eatery. The Gui Fei gently touched the slight protrusion of her abdomen beneath her palace gown. She realized she had not felt this full in quite some time, perhaps never having experienced such satisfaction throughout her life. Whether in her childhood or after entering the palace, dining was always bound by certain times. The family and palace etiquette instructed her that one should eat only until they were moderately full. It is only now that she realizes how blissful the feeling of being truly satiated can be. Casting a sidelong glance at Lin Xiu, the Gui Fei inquired, "Where shall we go next?" Nodding in agreement, she declared, "Let us proceed as you suggest." Before long, they arrived at Li Yuan. Upon noticing Lin Xiu's entrance, the host greeted him with a smile, exclaiming, "Ah, young Master Lin, you have come again. Kai Yi is currently free, and the same private room as before is available. Allow me to escort you there." Lin Xiu cleared his throat and replied, "Today, I have brought some friends along. We require a larger room." "Where is Kai Yi?" "I need to discuss a few matters with her." On the second floor of Li Yuan, at a certain room, the host knocked before entering. Addressing the figure tuning a stringed instrument, "Kai Yi, young Master Lin has come to see you." Kai Yi rose gracefully, performing a slight bow to Lin Xiu. Smiling as she said, "Young Master, you have arrived." Lin Xiu stepped forward, stating, "Miss Kai Yi, I have brought a few friends today, one of whom holds a very esteemed position. There are matters I need to discuss with you in advance." The Gui Fei shot him a glance and remarked, "You certainly know how to indulge yourself." Just then, Kai Yi entered the room. Today, she was not adorned in theatrical makeup, but wore a flowing white gown. Her dark hair elegantly styled, cradling a pipa in her arms, embodying the delicate image of a Jiangnan maiden. As the pipa's melodies filled the air, her soft voice, reminiscent of Jiangnan's gentle tones, emerged from her cherry lips, enchanting all who listened. Zhu Jin and Ling Long were unfamiliar with Jiangnan dialect, yet they found the girl's voice delightful and listened with rapt attention, with Ling Long swaying her head in rhythm. Only the Gui Fei, upon hearing Kai Yi's voice, became lost in thought, her gaze unfocused. It was a place of her youth, with willows swaying, misty rain, and endless lotus ponds, boats gliding across the lake surface. The breeze of Jiangnan ultimately could not reach the capital, where the snow she loved fell, yet it was not her homeland. The soothing and tender sounds gradually dispelled the sorrow she had concealed in her heart over the past few days, allowing a beam of sunlight to illuminate her otherwise gloomy disposition. Turning her gaze to Lin Xiu, she softly remarked, "You are quite considerate." Lin Xiu paused, slightly taken aback, and replied, "Ah, what did you say, my lady? I did not catch that." The Gui Fei, however, remained silent, closing her eyes and humming a melody akin to Kai Yi's, a captivating smile gradually emerging on her face. Lin Xiu let out a sigh of relief, a smile also gracing his features. Taking the Gui Fei out of the palace was his plan, yet it was not solely for that purpose. He understood women. Thus, upon seeing the Gui Fei in Changchun Palace, Lin Xiu recognized her troubled heart. Her worries mirrored those of a caged bird, both trapped in the depths of the palace. A realization he had come to during his last visit to the Thai hospital. When he first encountered the Gui Fei, he had felt a tinge of fear. After all, the palace maids and eunuchs knew well that the Gui Fei was capricious, often punishing the servants. Later, Ling Long informed him that the Gui Fei was not as fearsome as she seemed. While she would reprimand the maidservants for missteps, her reprimands were gentle compared to the severe consequences faced in other courts. The treatment of the maidens in Changchun Palace was among the best in the imperial harem. When the Gui Fei was in good spirits, she would bestow many gifts and was fiercely protective of her servants, never allowing others to bully them. When a maid reached marriageable age, she would receive a generous dowry, far exceeding what was offered by other ladies in the palace. Working in Changchun Palace, as long as one did not provoke the Gui Fei during her displeasure or neglect her cherished beasts, there would be no issues. Initially, these matters did not concern Lin Xiu. If the Gui Fei was in low spirits, it was not his place to appease her. However, having utilized her for his own purposes this time, he felt indebted to her. Lin Xiu disliked owing anyone, so he endeavored to find ways to bring her happiness, as a means of repaying her kindness. And indeed, he was quite adept at pleasing women. Chapter 57. I am quite fond of him, as Kai Yi concluded her song. Lin Xiu observed that the trace of gloom concealed between the Gui Fei's dark brows had seemingly vanished without a trace. Music is a wondrous entity, even when language barriers exist. The emotions conveyed through melody can still be felt, which is one of music's most profound charms. The familiar tunes of one's homeland, with their comforting lyrics, can bring healing to those who are far from home. Kai's unique abilities could amplify this healing, swiftly calming the hearts of those troubled or despondent upon hearing her soothing voice. Lin Xiu had experienced this personally. At this point, regarding matters of spirit beasts, Kai had developed a deep trust in Lin Xiu. The little creature in her arms mewed a few times, indicating that she wished for Lin Xiu to visit Changchun Palace more often to converse with her. Yet, as the Gui Fei prepared to depart, Lin Xiu felt a pang of anxiety. Over an hour had passed, yet Yang Xian had yet to make a move. Was it possible he had miscalculated? If this plan were to fail, who could say when the next opportunity would arise? Moreover, it was uncertain whether he would be granted another chance. In the blink of an eye, the Gui Fei had left the elegant chamber and was descending the staircase when suddenly, a man who had been watching the performance rose from his seat. His demeanor was lecherous, his gaze fixated upon the Gui Fei before darting to Lin Xiu. He proclaimed, "Beauty, you are far too lovely to associate with this pretty boy. Just look at his physique compared to mine. Y undeniably superior." As he spoke, his hand brazenly reached toward the Gui Fei's delicate face. Behind the Gui Fei, Zhu Jin's murderous intent surged, ready to take action, but Lin Xiu preemptively stepped forward, gripping the man's wrist. The man, enraged, swung his fist towards Lin Xiu's chest, disdainfully exclaiming, "Pretty boy, how dare you compete with me for a woman?" Lin Xiu released the man's wrist and gently pushed him on the shoulder, causing him to stagger back several steps before crashing to the ground. His companions rushed forward to assist him. To their shock, after hitting the ground, the man convulsed a few times, then lay still, his legs splayed. One of his companions exclaimed in alarm, "Brother, brother, what has happened to you?" Despite their frantic shaking, the fallen man remained lifeless. The companion checked for a pulse, only to spring up in shock, stammering, "He has no breath. My brother is dead." Another companion, realizing the gravity of the situation, dashed into the street, shouting, "Murder! Murder!" The host and several performers rushed over, alarmed by the news of death. Kai descended from upstairs, her expression shifting to one of concern as she approached Lin Xiu, asking anxiously, "Young master, what shall we do?" Lin Xiu moved to the fallen man, crouching down to check for signs of life, confirming that he had indeed succumbed. Rising slowly, he understood that Yang Xian would undoubtedly take action against him. Yet he had not anticipated that Yang Xian would resort to sacrificing a life to frame him. In full view of everyone present, all had witnessed Lin Xiu push the man, who then fell to the ground and died. With evidence and witnesses at hand, he had no opportunity to defend himself. Although Lin Xiu possessed the strength to kill with a single blow, he had exerted only a fraction of his power in that push. To implicate him using a living human life, Yang Xian was determined to ensure that Lin Xiu would be unable to recover from this blow. Before long, several constables entered Li Huayuan, familiar scenes and faces unfolding before them. Lin Xiu gazed at the group of constables, rendered speechless. Zhu Jin furrowed her brow, and at that moment, Lin Xiu took the initiative to step forward and said, "One person must bear the consequences of their actions. This has nothing to do with the others. I will accompany you." The constables did not insist, for their orders were simply to take Lin Xiu away, and they wished to avoid any further complications. With a wave of the hand, one of them commanded, "Take him away." Thus, under the worried gazes of those in Li Huayuan, Lin Xiu was escorted away by the constables from the Dongqing Yamen. A moment later, in the imperial palace, Emperor Xia frowned and inquired, how could a murder case arise so coincidentally? A curious expression crossed Emperor Xia's face as he continued, "Are you suggesting that someone is deliberately framing Lin Xiu?" Zhu Jin affirmed, "Indeed, and the Dongqing Yamen is involved as well. Otherwise, those constables wouldn't have arrived so swiftly." Emperor Xia chuckled, saying, "It must be the Marquis of Yongping." "No, the Marquis is not so foolish as to engage in such underhanded tactics." Zhu Jin added, "This old servant has already dispatched the Secret Investigation Bureau to investigate. Results should be forthcoming soon." Emperor Xia nodded and asked, "Is the favored consort unharmed? Is she innocent?" A slight smile graced Emperor Xia's lips as he replied, "You may not be so innocent after all. Zhu Jin was momentarily taken aback before asking, "Your Majesty implies that Emperor Xia continued. Why frame her at this time? When the favored consort leaves the palace, do you not find it suspicious that he suggested her departure?" Zhu Jin pondered for a moment and said, "But the consort took her spiritual pet with her, and its condition has significantly improved. She was quite pleased." "That is indeed his cleverness," Emperor Xia remarked, his expression growing more intriguing. "Do you recall the time I summoned him to create ice, and he arrived half an hour late?" Zhu Jin nodded. "Yes, I remember. He was framed then, too, and imprisoned in the Dongxing Yamen, from which Xiao Lizzie personally rescued him." Emperor Xia shook his head. "He didn't get captured. He walked in willingly. He knew I would summon him to the palace, and as long as he explained the situation, which Yamen would dare to detain him, he was confident he would be released. However, at that time, he did not seize the opportunity to complain to me, which was somewhat unexpected. This indicates his understanding of propriety and moderation, a rare quality among the youth." Zhu Jin's eyes widened as he murmured, "Could this time also be his doing?" Emperor Xia chuckled. "Had it not been for the previous incident, I might have thought this was mere coincidence. This seemingly honest lad harbors a dark heart. He has even plotted against me and the favored consort." Zhu Jin exclaimed in outrage, "How audacious! Your Majesty must punish him severely. He must not be tolerated." Just as he finished speaking, he felt a kick on his backside, causing him to stumble and kneel on the ground. The favored consort stood behind him, her phoenix eyes blazing with fury, pointing at him and scolding, "You insolent servant! Did I instruct you to speak to His Majesty in such a manner? I commanded His Majesty to clear his name. What were you just saying?" Zhu Jin hurriedly changed his kneeling position, his face contorted in distress as he said, "Your Highness, forgive me. It is just that Lin Xiu is too audacious, daring to scheme against you and His Majesty." This old servant was momentarily enraged. "Scheme? Scheme my foot," the favored consort retorted, her composure forgotten in her anger. "You people are constantly scheming against one another, your hearts as foul as those you suspect. That child is so thoughtful. He has made every effort to bring joy to me during my illness, always considering my needs. Now he's being framed, and you still doubt him?" Emperor Xia's expression grew somewhat awkward, for the favored consort's rebuke included him as well. After delivering another kick to Zhu Jin, she turned to Emperor Xia and said, "Your Majesty, I hold great affection for him. You must not allow him to suffer injustice." Emperor Xia, resigned, replied, "Very well. Zhu Jin, you will immediately go to the Dongxing Yamen and rescue Lin Xiu. Moreover, investigate this matter thoroughly. Whoever has dared to disrespect the favored consort, regardless of who is pulling the strings, must be brought to light. Not a single one shall be spared." Zhu Jin immediately bowed as you command. Seeing such an outcome, the favored consort finally felt satisfied, lifting her chin and leaving with pride. Zhu Jin tentatively asked, "Your Majesty, truly no punishment for him?" Emperor Xia waved his hand, saying, "Did you not hear what the favored consort said? Proceed as I have instructed." The differences between the Ping and Marquis estate and the Yongping Marquis estate are vast. This lad's ingenuity is indeed impressive. Zhu Jin wholeheartedly agreed, nodding, "This fellow is too cunning. His schemes are beyond what most young masters can contend with. If others provoke him, they may not even realize how their downfall came to be." Emperor Xia smiled faintly. "This little rascal pleases me. Though young, he is exceptionally astute and lacks any trace of arrogance. Most importantly, he is to marry the Zhao family's talented daughter, which gives me great reassurance." Zhu Jin understood the emperor's sentiments. The Lin family was on the verge of falling from grace, lacking power and influence. Having the legitimate daughter of the Zhao family marry him was certainly preferable to marrying into another prominent family, as that would lead to a formidable alliance, something Emperor Xia would wish to avoid. Just as Zhu Jin was about to leave to handle the matter personally, Emperor Xia spoke again, giving Zhu Jin a meaningful look. "Let this matter simmer for a while. I wish to see who else may be involved. Although the Marquis of Yongping is loyal to me, the Dongxing Yamen and the Ministry of Justice cannot become the Yang family's private domain." Chapter 58, I'm a Good Person, Dongxing Yamen. The prison. Lin Xiu has entered the palace for the second time. It is indeed a lamentable situation, despite holding a 9th grade official title within the system of the Xia. Only those of 7th grade are considered legitimate. A 9th grade clerk, strictly speaking, does not qualify as an official, and even in a small yamen like Dongcheng, he could easily be apprehended. His status as the son of the Ping and Marquis held little weight. If the Ping and Marquis were alive, matters would be different. At least the Qingli Division and the Ministry of Justice would have jurisdiction in cases involving nobility. As a noble's son, he was insignificant until his father's title was passed down. Of course, if one had a formidable father, even if they committed a crime, the Dongqing Yamen would not dare to arrest them. Whether it was fate or coincidence, Lin Xiu now found himself in the same cell as before. Not long after he was imprisoned, footsteps echoed from afar, growing louder. Several figures emerged from the corridor, the foremost being a stranger, followed by jailers and constables. Wu Qing trailed behind, and seeing Lin Xiu imprisoned once more filled him not with joy but with trepidation. Once bitten by a snake, he feared the rope for 10 years. He was afraid that Lin Xiu would once again conspire against him. The stranger approached Lin Xiu's cell, arms crossed, scrutinizing him with a piercing gaze, and said, "Killing someone in broad daylight, what audacity! Do you think that because your father is the Ping and Marquis, you can act with impunity? The capital S noble families truly are lawless." Lin Xiu maintained a stoic expression, replying, "Who are you?" A constable interjected, "This is the son of the city magistrate. You should speak more courteously." Last time, it was the Dongsheng Wei. This time the city magistrate had been brought in, confirming Li Baizhang's assertion that the entire Dongqing Yamen was akin to the backyard of the Yongping Marquis' estate. Lin Xiu regarded the city magistrate's son, Wang Hong, and said, "Some noble families in the capital truly are lawless. To frame me, they would sacrifice a life." Wang Hong smiled and replied, "One can eat recklessly, but one cannot speak recklessly. So many people witnessed you commit murder. You cannot argue your way out of this. Justice will prevail, and soon you'll find out when you stand in court." Wu Qing followed Wang Hong as they departed, and at that moment, he saw not a trace of fear or panic on Lin Xiu's face. How similar this was to the previous encounter. However, he could not fathom how this time, Yang Xian had arranged everything flawlessly. Lin Xiu's murder was witnessed by countless people, and with the city magistrate being from the Yang family, what chance did he have to turn the tables? With a heart full of confusion, Wu Qing left this place. Shortly thereafter, the sound of footsteps echoed in the prison once more. Dongqing Wei, accompanied by several jailers, arrived before Lin Xiu's cell and, with a sense of resignation, said, "Lin Gongzi, please accompany me for a moment. This matter is a direct order from the city magistrate, mandating my personal investigation. I am left with no choice." Dongqing Wei could not bring himself to harbor resentment towards Lin Xiu. Rather, he felt a sense of gratitude. After all, it was Lin Xiu who had genuinely spared him previously, allowing him to maintain his position as Dongqing Wei. He did not wish to make things difficult for Lin Xiu, yet he could not defy the orders of the city magistrate. Thus he added, "Lin Gongzi, I truly wish it were otherwise. I hope you won't hold it against me." Although he had an unreliable son, Lin Xiu left a relatively favorable impression on Dongqing Wei. Recently, he had encountered an elderly man who had been imprisoned previously. The man stated that after his release, Dongqing Wei had set them all free. It was also known that the Dongqing government often colluded with the powerful and wealthy, oppressing the common folk, primarily due to the actions of the city magistrate. While this man was not a paragon of virtue, he was not entirely malevolent either. As the prison door swung open and Lin Xiu stepped out, he cast a seemingly casual glance at Dongqing Wei and subtly shook his head. Dongqing Wei noticed this gesture, and an eerie chill coursed from his tailbone to the crown of his head, causing his scalp to tingle. There was treachery afoot. This case was fraught with deception. Lin Gongzi did not want him involved. After exchanging a glance with Dongqing Wei, Lin Xiu walked directly toward the prison's exit. Beads of cold sweat formed on Dongqing Wei's forehead, and after a few changes of expression, he suddenly bent over, clutching his stomach, and lamented, "Oh no, I cannot bear this pain. I must visit the latrine. Please inform the city magistrate that he should handle this case himself." Before long, upon hearing the news of Dongqing Wei's stomach troubles and his inability to conduct the investigation, the city magistrate inwardly cursed, yet still donned his official robes, stepped out from the rear offices, and upon taking his seat in the courtroom, struck the gavel with authority, addressing the young man before him, "Defendant, are you aware of your crimes?" As a minor official, Lin Xiu was exempt from kneeling in court, so he raised his head and inquired, "I am unaware." "I kindly ask you to enlighten me, my lord." The city magistrate struck the gavel once more, angrily declaring, "You committed murder in the theater, with countless witnesses. Do you still wish to argue?" Lin Xiu replied, "Given that this is a homicide case, it seems that the Dongcheng government lacks the jurisdiction to preside over it. Does it not?" The city magistrate scoffed. "Do not think that I am unaware of your status as the son of the Ping Marquis and a scribe in the Qingli department. Should I hand you over to them? Who knows how they might absolve you? As a magistrate of Dongcheng, I cannot turn a blind eye to such a significant incident occurring within my jurisdiction. I will review this case first, and naturally, I will transfer the records to the criminal department, where the appropriate officials will take over." His words were filled with righteous indignation. The uninformed populace might genuinely believe he was a benevolent ruler. The city magistrate struck the gavel again, loudly proclaiming, "Lin Xiu, will you confess to the public murder?" Lin Xiu shrugged and replied, "Am I not the one most aware of whether I committed murder, my lord? You dare." The city magistrate, infuriated, rose from his seat, retrieved a command token from the scroll, and cast it to the ground, saying, "To murder publicly without remorse warrants punishment. Such a villain will not be honest without suffering some physical pain." Soon after, several constables appeared, presenting various instruments of torture. The city magistrate looked at Lin Xiu and asked, "Do you prefer to undergo flogging, the wooden block punishment, or the torture of the token? I grant you the opportunity to choose." Just as he finished speaking, a figure that had been standing outside the courtroom for quite some time stepped forward. It was Zhu Jin, ordered to investigate this case. His Majesty had instructed him not to act hastily, but to wait for the mastermind to reveal themselves. However, with Lin Xiu on the verge of punishment, the noble consort had decreed that he should not suffer any indignity. If the city magistrate were to enact torture upon him, it would provoke the consort's ire, and even the emperor would be unable to protect him. In the palace, the one he feared the most was none other than the noble consort. Zhu Jin looked up at the city magistrate and inquired, "You mentioned that someone from the criminal department would take over this case. Who is that individual? You refuse to disclose?" Zhu Jin did not wait for a response. Instead, he raised his hand and gestured forward, commanding, "Arrest the city magistrate. First, administer flogging, followed by the wooden block punishment, and finally the torture of the token until he reveals the truth." As his words fell, over 10 figures clad in black robes and masks entered from outside, flanking both sides of the courtroom. Simultaneously, for reasons unknown, the ground within the Dongcheng government began to tremble slightly. Outside the government office, nearby citizens were taken aback as they witnessed rows of fully armed guards surrounding the premises, forming layers of protection. What on earth was happening? Why were the guards surrounding the government office? Something must have gone terribly wrong. At that moment in the courtroom, upon seeing the black-clad individuals and the insignia on their garments, the city magistrate was so astonished that he stood up from his seat, trembling, and exclaimed, "The Secret Investigation Department." In the capital, if one were to ask what the city magistrate feared most, it was neither his superiors, nor the powerful, nor even the Duke of Yongping, but rather the Secret Investigation Department. This governmental body was akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. Its absence was benign, yet its emergence meant ruin for many. Who would be the unfortunate soul this time? Oh, it was he himself. The city magistrate's vision dimmed, and he fainted. Zhu Jin glanced at the city magistrate lying on the ground and said coolly, "Revive him before proceeding with the punishment." In the Dongcheng government, at the rear offices, Dongcheng Wei hid in the latrine, enduring the foul odor, refusing to leave until he could no longer tolerate the stench. Finally, he burst from the latrine and stood in the courtyard, taking deep breaths of fresh air. The next moment his breath caught in his throat. He saw, standing in the courtyard alongside him, several figures. The rows of armored individuals wielding weapons were undoubtedly the Imperial Guards. Yet why were they present in the government office? The individuals clad in black, their faces obscured by veils, were not unfamiliar to Dongcheng Wei. They were members of the Secret Investigation Department, the very organization that instilled fear in the hearts of officials and nobility in the capital. The moment Dongcheng Wei appeared, dozens of piercing gazes were directed at him. In the next instant, Dongcheng Wei's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, raising his hands in surrender, trembling, and pleading, "Do not apprehend me. I'm a good person. I am a good person." Chapter 59. The Noble Consort's Double Standards in the Dongcheng Government. In the courtroom, Lin Xiu clasped his hands in gratitude to Zhu Jin, saying, "Thank you, Chief Zhu, for your rescue. Zhu Jin shook his head and replied, "You need not thank me. Express your gratitude to his majesty and the noble consort. That man acted with disrespect towards the consort and deserves his fate. Furthermore, none of those behind him shall escape. The Dongqing government is a primary target for cleansing." The city magistrate, recently splashed with water to awaken him, fainted once more upon hearing this. Zhu Jin narrowed his eyes, casting a half-smile at Lin Xiu and lowering his voice, warned him, "However, your courage is indeed commendable, daring to scheme against both his majesty and the consort. This time, the consort is protecting you, but next time, you may not be so fortunate." Zhu Jin's tone carried a strong warning. Lin Xiu's heart raced, cold sweat forming on his back. Where had things gone awry? No matter how he racked his brain, he could not fathom that the reason for being exposed was due to the impression he had left on the emperor during their last encounter. Fortunately, judging by Zhu Jin's demeanor, it seemed the emperor did not intend to pursue his transgression against the crown. Yet this served as a wake-up call for Lin Xiu to refrain from overstepping in the future. This incident was unavoidable. The Lin family was too weak to contend with a first-class marquisate, and he had no choice but to gamble, and thankfully his gamble had paid off. Dong Chengling lost consciousness for but a brief moment before being roused by the agents of the Secret Investigation Bureau. Before enduring any torture, he divulged everything, including how he was directed by Yang Xian, the son of the Yongping Marquis, to preemptively position constables around Lin Xiu, intending to solidify this case as an ironclad conviction and swiftly transfer it to the Ministry of Justice. He also revealed the officials who were to liaise with the ministry. His original plan was to shoulder all blame if things went awry, determined never to implicate Yang Xian. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to be forthright, as both the Imperial Guards and the Secret Investigation Bureau had mobilized, leaving him no possibility of shielding Yang Xian. The severity of this case had surpassed what he could bear alone. At this juncture, Dong Chengwei, along with Wang Hong and Wu Qing, was brought in by the agents of the Secret Investigation Bureau for questioning. Lin Xiu glanced at Dong Chengwei and remarked to Zhu Jin, "Chief Zhu, this matter should not concern Dong Chengwei. He even cautioned me earlier in the prison." Lin Xiu's words were uttered lightly, yet to Dong Chengwei, they resonated like celestial music. In that moment, Lin Xiu shone in his eyes like a reborn parent. Zhu Jin surveyed Lin Xiu and then said, "In that case, let this esteemed gentleman go." Once Dong Chengwei and Wu Qing were released, they immediately stepped forward and bowed, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, young master, for your righteous words, and thank you, Chief Zhu, for your keen insight." Zhu Jin nodded slightly, then addressed the agents of the Secret Investigation Bureau. "Some of you proceed to the Ministry of Justice to apprehend individuals, while others accompany me to the residence of the Yongping Marquis. Since His Majesty has decreed that no one involved in this case shall escape, the primary instigator, the son of the Yongping Marquis, shall naturally not evade punishment." After learning that Lin Xiu had been apprehended by the Dongqing government and that the plan was proceeding smoothly, Yang Xian felt little concern. Lin Xiu had publicly committed murder, witnessed by countless individuals. He had already taken extra precautions with the Dongqing government and the Ministry of Justice. There was no way for Lin Xiu to evade this charge. Once Lin Xiu's guilt was established, although it was highly probable that he could avoid death, he would at least face exile, rendering the marriage contract void. Even if the Zhao family remained steadfast in their promises, they could never wed Ling's son to a criminal. Thus, he had unwittingly provided the Zhao family with a legitimate reason. Should they not thank him for this? As these thoughts crossed his mind, a faint smile graced Yang Xian's lips. "What has brought you such joy?" A deep voice emerged from ahead. Yang Xian raised his head to see a figure approaching, promptly assuming a respectful demeanor. "Father." The middle-aged man, whose countenance bore an air of authority, glanced at him and inquired, "I have heard from the steward that you are at odds with the son of the Ping Marquis." Yang Xian knew he could not conceal his actions from his father and did not deny it, stating, "He is unworthy of Ling's son." The middle-aged man regarded him with calm eyes and asked, "And are you worthy?" After a moment of silence, Yang Xian shook his head. "I lack the ability of extraordinary arts. I am unworthy, yet he is even more so. How could such a wonderful person marry that waste?" The middle-aged man replied, "That is a matter of parental decree and matchmaking." Yang Xian abruptly raised his head, his expression somewhat twisted as he exclaimed, "Nonsense! Those two old relics, long dead, insist on determining the fate of others. I know I am unworthy of her, Even if she were to marry the crown prince or the Zhao Wang, I would have no objections. But to wed that waste, I cannot accept. The middle-aged man's gaze remained inscrutable, yet his tone bore disappointment as he shook his head, saying, Xin'er, you have disappointed me greatly. Ever since you met that Zhao family girl years ago, your eyes have been solely on her. Have you ever considered that you are to inherit the vast estate of the Yang family? What estate? I do not care. A faint smile appeared on Yang Xian's face as he declared, as long as I can see her well, I am content. Observing his infatuated expression, the Yongping Marquis's disappointment deepened. Yet, his gaze returned to its calm demeanor as he stated, You may well be disappointed. The marriage contract between the Lin and Zhao families cannot be annulled. Even if the Lin family wishes to rescind it, the Zhao family will not, and most importantly, His Majesty will not agree. Yang Xian abruptly raised his head, demanding why. Shadows began to converge around him, encircling Yang Xian. Zhu Jin stepped forward to address the Yongping Marquis, bowing respectfully. We pay our respects to the Marquis. The Yongping Marquis replied, Chief Zhu, you are too courteous. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to the Yang residence today? Zhu Jin glanced at Yang Xian, then turned his gaze back to the Yongping Marquis, stating, Marquis, it is not our intention to criticize you. We admire your wisdom throughout your life. However, you have been remiss in your duties as a father. This time, your son has indeed caused a tremendous mess. Yang Xian appeared shocked. What have I done? To facilitate the treatment of the beloved pet of the imperial concubine, Emperor Xia had granted him a waste token, allowing him to enter the inner palace under the guidance of eunuchs, albeit limited to the Changchun Palace. Upon entering, a white figure darted from within the hall and leapt into Lin Xiu's arms. The little creature nestled against Lin Xiu, nuzzling his chest with delight, exclaiming, You came to see me so soon. The imperial concubine also emerged from the hall, surveying Lin Xiu with scrutiny, asking, They did not mistreat you, did they? Lin Xiu replied, No. Chief Zhu acted promptly. The imperial concubine then smiled, saying, I trust he would not dare disregard my words. Otherwise, I would have his skin. The imperial concubine, tall and elegant, stood beside Lin Xiu, only slightly shorter than him. Lin Xiu bowed and said, Your Highness, I have come this time to offer my apologies. The imperial concubine cast a sidelong glance at him and inquired, You healed Nuan and endeavored to make me happy. What wrongs have you committed? While the imperial concubine could be fierce, her affection was genuine. Lin Xiu refrained from deceiving her, recounting the events in detail. It was better to confess before the emperor informed her. Even if the imperial concubine intended to punish him, he accepted it, believing she would likely show leniency in consideration of the little creature. After listening to Lin Xiu's account, the imperial concubine fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, she asked, You say it is the son of a Yongping Marquis who has framed you. This is not the first time? Lin Xiu nodded, recounting previous incidents truthfully. The imperial concubine furrowed her brow, saying, This Yang is indeed cunning and treacherous, always scheming from the shadows. I despise such duplicitous individuals. Then she turned to Lin Xiu and asked, So, you provoked him to incite a desire for revenge, then hid away at home, making him impatient? Thus, once you step outside, he will act immediately. You called upon me to deal with him? Lin Xiu quickly clarified, It is not entirely so. I also noted that your highness has been in poor spirits lately. I heard from Miss Shuang that the Imperial Medical Bureau prescribed some remedies, yet you have not improved. I thought it best for you to venture out for a change of scenery. If Yang Xian truly intended to strike at that moment, it would be his misfortune. The imperial concubine's beautiful eyes studied Lin Xiu, sparkling with admiration as she remarked, I did not expect that beneath your seemingly simple demeanor, you possess such cleverness and ingenuity. To contend with a first-rank marquisate, you have truly impressed me. Lin Xiu stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. Why was it that when Yang Xian engaged in similar schemes, he was deemed treacherous, yet Lin Xiu, clearly more devious, was seen as clever in the eyes of the imperial concubine? This was a glaring double standard. However, he found himself rather fond of this double standard. The imperial concubine gazed at the spirited pet in Lin Xiu's arms, a smile curling her lips, saying, I have never seen Wan so close to any outsider. It seems she knows who treats her well. Remember, you are now part of my Changchun Palace. Should anyone dare to bully you, you must inform me, and I shall stand up for you. Chapter 60. Ming he provokes. Lin Xiu strikes back initially. Lin Xiu felt that the imperial concubine treated others with great kindness. However, he has increasingly developed an affection for Gui Fei Nyang, particularly appreciating her protective nature. She seldom displays a favorable demeanor toward outsiders, yet she is genuinely kind to those close to her. Having lacked affection since childhood, he feels compelled to reciprocate any kindness shown to him with an overwhelming generosity of spirit. Gui Fei Nyang, of noble status and possessing everything she could desire, finds little that Lin Xiu can offer her. The only thing he can provide is joy. Understanding her fondness for this spiritual pet, Lin Xiu teaches the little creature how to endear itself to the Gui Fei, encouraging it to be more affectionate towards her. In return, the little creature, eager for Lin Xiu's company, obediently flutters about Gui Fei's side, occasionally pecking gently at her face. The Gui Fei, delighted by the antics of the spiritual pet, turns to Lin Xiu and inquires, Nuan never behaved this way toward me before. Did you teach it? Lin Xiu chuckles softly, replying, I possess no such ability. Your Majesty, it must be your unparalleled beauty that even the spiritual pet cannot resist. The Gui Fei merely smiles, responding, This palace is aging. There is no need to fabricate compliments to amuse me. Lin Xiu earnestly counters, Your Majesty is not aging at all. Standing alongside Princess Mingi, one might mistake you for sisters. In a tree just beyond the wall, separating Changchun Palace from the outside, a girl in a red dress could no longer contain herself. She leapt down, muttering to herself in disdain, Bah, shameless flatterer. Changchun Palace, usually enveloped in a somber atmosphere, was today filled with laughter and joy. The Gui Fei, having been burdened with melancholy for so long, wore a continuous smile, her recent troubles seemingly vanished. Even the palace maids were amused by Lin Xiu's charm, laughing heartily. Eventually, the Gui Fei doubled over, clutching her stomach, exclaiming, Enough! I'm laughing so heart hurts. How did I never realize how amusing you are? The maids and eunuchs of Changchun Palace treated her with utmost respect, speaking with great caution. No one else could charm her quite like Lin Xiu, whose honeyed words brought her immense delight. The eunuchs in the courtyard felt relieved, thankful that Lin Xiu had not entered the palace. Had he done so, with such a silver tongue, he could have swiftly risen to the position of chief steward. Lin Xiu wore an expression of bashfulness, yet inside, he remained composed. Having courted numerous young women in his past life, he certainly knew how to flatter a lady. It was elementary, an essential skill for a gentleman of his caliber. Once the Gui Fei had finished laughing, she straightened up, calming her heaving chest, and stated, Let us conclude our conversation for today. I shall speak with His Majesty regarding your family's title. It is rather lowly. We cannot have just anyone thinking they can bully those under my protection. Not long after, Lin Xiu strolled out of Changchun Palace, releasing a long sigh of relief. Was this akin to having latched onto the Gui Fei's beneficence? No, it should be her elegant leg. Perhaps in his past life, surrounded by women, fate had smiled upon him in this new existence, allowing him to enjoy a life of ease and comfort, relying on spiritual music for cultivation, listening to melodies without expenditure, and having the Gui Fei as a formidable ally against any adversities. Such a life was indeed splendid. As Lin Xiu was about to exit the palace, he was suddenly obstructed by an individual. Princess Mingi regarded him with disdain, her teeth clenched, declaring, Flatterer, shameless. How could someone so brazen exist in this world? Well acquainted with the inner workings of the palace, Lin Xiu knew that Changchun Palace and Ruidong Palace were merely separated by a wall. He had caught a glimpse of movement in the trees outside moments earlier, realizing that Princess Mingi had been eavesdropping. Lin Xiu asked, What makes you think I am a flatterer? Princess Mingi retorted, Do not presume I did not hear you praising the Gui Fei in Changchun Palace. Lin Xiu responded with confusion. Have I spoken incorrectly? At a loss for words, Princess Mingi found herself unable to counter Lin Xiu's compliments about the Gui Fei. The descriptions of unparalleled beauty and exquisite grace were not exaggerated. The Gui Fei was universally acknowledged as the most stunning woman in the palace, her figure, beauty, and poise unmatched by any other consort. However, his assertion that the Gui Fei resembled her, as if they were sisters, was troubling, as the Gui Fei was 32, while she was only 16. Was he complimenting the Gui Fei's youthfulness or implying she appeared aged? With hands on her hips, she fumed. What gives you the right to claim the Gui Fei looks like my sister when standing beside me? What do you mean? Lin Xiu replied, I merely spoke the truth. Have you not noticed there's a resemblance between you and the Gui Fei? Of course, Princess Mingyi was aware of their slight similarity, as the Gui Fei was a cousin of her father, making her a distant relative. It was natural for them to share certain features. Yet, how could she be likened to her sister when she was so much older? Lin Xiu attempted to clarify. This is simply my observation. Indeed, the Gui Fei beside you does resemble a younger sister. You may not agree with my perspective, as differing views are entirely normal. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Farewell, Princess. Princess Mingyi stood frozen in place. Sister? The term sister was already infuriating. How could he still consider her an elder? That insolent fellow, was he blind? The Gui Fei was taller than her, with a more ample bosom and a considerably larger posterior. How could she possibly resemble a younger sister? Cursed Lin Xiu. If she didn't teach him a lesson today, she would no longer bear the surname Li. On the lengthy palace path, only the figure of the enraged girl in red remained, causing the passing eunuchs and maids to flee in alarm. After venting her frustration, Princess Mingyi gradually regained her composure. She had overheard Lin Xiu's words in Changchun Palace. In addition to his flattering remarks about the Gui Fei, she had also realized something else. Although she held no fondness for Lin Xiu, she had to admit he possessed remarkable talent. A mere son of a third-rank noble dared to scheme against a first-rank marquis, even involving her father and the Gui Fei in his plans, successfully carrying them out. Such audacity was rare indeed. Yet, he had the audacity to subtly insult her. She would remember this transgression and ensure he paid for it in due time. As Lin Xiu exited the palace, his spirits were remarkably high. He could honestly say he had never intentionally offended Princess Mingyi. Yet, each time they crossed paths, she would hurl insults and disparagement his way. Once or twice was tolerable, but such treatment was incessant. And who could bear that? Previously, he had endured it, recognizing the power dynamics at play. She was a princess while he held no status or standing. He had to yield to her whims, responding only subtly, never too overtly. But now, the situation had changed. With the Gui Fei as his protector, why should he continue to indulge her? One must possess integrity. If he allowed himself to be bullied without retort, he would surely achieve little in the future. Did it matter if he offended Princess Mingyi? Even if he did nothing, she would continually seek to provoke him. Thus, why not allow himself some comfort? Moreover, it was vital to note that Princess Mingyi was not like Yang Xian. Although she held a higher status as a princess, her influence was limited to a single maid. Her revenge would likely amount to nothing more than a physical confrontation, and should it come to that, Lin Xiu could easily escape. Yang Xian, shackled and fettered, lowered his head as he was escorted by a group of individuals. Observing their direction, it appeared they were headed to the Qingli Sea, the department responsible for handling serious criminal cases within the capital, particularly those involving nobles and their progeny. Sensing something amiss, Yang Xian halted his steps and slowly raised his head, locking eyes with another figure not far off. At the moment their gazes met, Lin Xiu bestowed upon Yang Xian a radiant smile and said, "What a coincidence, we meet again." Chapter 61. Another presence? Today, the Qingli Sea has detained an important criminal, the eldest son of the Yongping Marquis, Yang Xian. The Yongping Marquis ranks prominently among the nobility of the capital, wielding power comparable to that of certain declining dukes. As the heir to the Marquis, Yang Xian had considerable freedom in the capital. The Qingli Sea officials would hardly dare to cast a second glance at him, even if he committed murder in public. In the past, Qin Song had also been involved in a case of murder, yet his father was merely a first-class baron, and even the officials had to show him some deference. However, today the eldest son of a first-class marquis was directly imprisoned in the Tianlao, a place reserved for the most serious offenders. It is worth noting that prisoners in the Tianlao are typically those facing exile or even death sentences. The imprisonment of the eldest son of a first-class marquis in such a place is truly unfathomable. Even more astonishing is the Yongping Marquis' lack of response, seemingly acquiescing to the situation. The atmosphere in the Qingli Sea today is undeniably peculiar, with officials and guard alike hesitant to inquire further, quietly going about their duties as usual. When Lin Xiu arrived at the Qingli Sea, Yang Xian had already been incarcerated. In the documentation room, Su Wenshu was diligently preparing the case files, chewing on his pen as he remarked, "I wonder which deity young Master Yang has offended. His crimes are classified as confidential, and he has been sentenced to exile for 3,000 miles to commence tomorrow." Yang Xian was unlikely to face a death sentence, a fact Lin Xiu had anticipated. Although the Daxia Empire is nominally governed by the supremacy of the monarch, the power of the nobility cannot be underestimated. If it were a third-class or second-class baron, Yang Xian's actions could lead to the annihilation of their family. Yet the Yongping Marquis's influence remains unshaken. A first-class marquis is among the elite, and even the emperor cannot act against them at will. Many scions of the nobility in the capital are lawless, treating the law with disdain. And this is part of the reason. This is not ancient Huaxia, for the existence of extraordinary abilities amplifies personal power exponentially. A high-level practitioner can rival an entire army. And the stability of those noble families is not solely reliant on imperial favor, but also on their own strength. The Zhao family ascended from a third-class baron to a first-class marquis in just over a decade, owing to the potential of their two daughters, which foreshadows their future prowess. In the Daxia Empire, any family that has achieved the rank of marquis or duke possesses formidable resources and strength. The most prestigious households command even the emperor's respect. Ultimately, this is a world where power reigns supreme, and Daxia is the realm of the nobility, with the royal family being the most prominent among them. Although Yang Xian's death sentence was averted, his exile was merely a shade better than death. Lin Xiu approached the entrance of the heavy criminal cell and smiled at the jailer, saying, "Old Qian, I wish to visit a prisoner." Lin Xiu chuckled, adding, "I understand. I shall not put you in a difficult position." Upon descending into the Tian Lao, a foul, decaying odor assaulted Lin Xiu's senses. He waved his hand to dispel the stench as he walked to the innermost cell, standing at the door and slowly stating, "The smell here is even worse than that of the East City jail." Yang Xian turned slowly, his chains and shackles removed. Aside from his somewhat disheveled hair, he still exuded an extraordinary aura. This refined demeanor, cultivated within the highest echelons of nobility, remained intact even in the depths of incarceration. He gazed at Lin Xiu, devoid of anger or despondency, and calmly inquired, "Is this coincidence, or are you plotting against me?" Lin Xiu replied, "Does it matter?" Yang Xian met his gaze, and after a moment's pause, he spoke again, "It seems all of this is indeed your design. That night, you deliberately provoked me, forcing my hand ahead of your plans. Then you remained hidden at home, granting me ample time to prepare, while also inciting my impatience to act against you. Before this, you had already devised some method to persuade the imperial consort to leave the palace, awaiting my strike." At this moment, Yang Xian regarded Lin Xiu with a hint of admiration, exclaiming, "Lin Xiu, you truly are cunning. I cannot help but admire you." Lin Xiu, feeling somewhat sheepish, replied likewise. Yang Xian countered, "I'm not as crafty as you." The two exchanged glances, and for reasons unknown, the former adversaries felt little animosity in that moment. The victor and the vanquished, such is the rule. Lin Xiu then asked, "Was it you who instigated Qin Song to trouble me?" With matters laid bare, Yang Xian ceased to feign ignorance and nodded, saying, "Indeed, it was I. Initially, I had no opportunity, but fortuitously, you had a falling out with Qin Song. So I took the chance to have him eliminate you. At that time, you would not have suspected me at all." As he spoke, curiosity flickered across his face as he asked Lin Xiu, "There is something I have never understood. You were once timid as a mouse. Yet that day, in the Qingli Sea courtroom, how did you dare to stand up for that woman? That is not the Lin Xiu I knew." Lin Xiu was taken aback. No one had ever asked him that question before. To his surprise, the person who understood him best was not his family or friends, but Yang Xian. Had he been the old Lin Xiu, he certainly would not have stood up. Yet, unbeknownst to others, a new soul had already taken root within him. Lin Xiu did not explain this to Yang Xian, who did not press further, but instead asked, "There is another matter, whether it concerns Qin Song, Tianxiang Lu, or Wang Wei. I thought I had arranged everything flawlessly. How did you know they were acting under my direction?" Lin Xiu chuckled and replied, "Speaking of that, your arrangements were indeed meticulous. Every time you troubled me, there was a reasonable justification. The issue lies with Wang Wei. Miss Ninger informed me that Wang Wei had never pursued her before, so when he inexplicably challenged me, it raised numerous suspicions." Yang Xian sighed, conceding, "Even the most careful plans can have their oversights. I was too careless. Wang Wei harbored feelings for Qin Wan. I should have sought out Ninger's true suitor." Lin Xiu remarked, "To be fair, despite Wang Wei's shortcomings, he does have good taste." Yang Xian agreed. "Indeed, you too believe Qin Wan surpasses Xuan Ninger?" Lin Xiu affirmed, "Certainly. While Xuan Ninger is commendable, Miss Wan is forever divine." After a brief silence, both realized they had strayed from the topic. Lin Xiu looked at Yang Xian in surprise and asked, "You seem not at all angry?" Yang Xian retorted, "What is there to be angry about? I was outmatched. Accepting defeat gracefully is far better than harboring resentment. In my area of expertise, I was defeated by someone using my own methods. What is there to be upset about?" In essence, during their clash, he had not employed underhanded tactics against Lin Xiu. He simply recognized his inferiority, as anger would only reveal his ineptitude. Lin Xiu's face displayed confusion as he inquired again, "I later investigated you. Unlike Qin Song and his ilk, you do not oppress the innocent or forcibly seize maidens. Though not a paragon, you are not malevolent either. Why do you always oppose me?" Yang Xian replied bluntly, "Because you are unworthy." He added, "You do not deserve Miss Zhao. Being with you would not bring her happiness." Lin Xiu bristled at this assertion, asking, "I am unworthy, but you are?" Yang Xian stated, "I too am unworthy." At this, Lin Xiu fell silent. Yang Xian's words struck deep, causing frustration, for he spoke the truth, which was indeed infuriating. He initially aimed to manipulate the enemy's mindset, yet unexpectedly, signs of his own mental collapse began to surface. This individual was an ardent admirer of Zhao Lingxian, and such blind fandom lacks rationality. Lin Xiu had no intention of engaging in further futile conversation with him and posed one final question. "The assassin who attempted to kill me, you orchestrated that too, did you not?" Yang Xian, without a moment's hesitation, shook his head and replied, "It was not I. I merely wished to incapacitate you, not to take your life. That much should be evident to you." Lin Xiu regarded Yang Xian, but found no unusual expression in his eyes. At this juncture, he had no reason to deceive himself. Could it be that the individual who sought to assassinate him that fateful night was indeed someone else? At that moment, Yang Xian could not help but chuckle. Lin Xiu, irritated, asked, "What are you laughing at?" Yang Xian replied, "I find you pitiable. You do not even know who wishes you dead. Or perhaps I should say, there are so many in the capital who desire your demise that you cannot keep count." Lin Xiu chose to ignore Yang Xian and turned to leave. The man's words were too hurtful. How could anyone utter such a statement regarding the multitude who wished for another's death? Upon returning to the Lin residence, Lin Xiu stood at the entrance, steadied his emotions, concealed the gloom from his countenance, donned a smile, and strode into the manor. Shuanghua is somewhat akin to hot pot, typically utilizing a copper pot over charcoal, boiling water in which one cooks their preferred meats or vegetables. Such a dining style is uncommon among the nobility, more frequently observed among the common folk. In the aristocratic households, where etiquette is strictly observed, meals are usually served separately, while the commoners are less particular. The Lin family had fallen into decline for many years, and their customs had long since aligned more closely with those of the populace. In the spacious courtyard, 2 copper pots had been set up. The 3 hosts sat at one table, while 4 servants occupied another. A large bowl sat on the ground for De Huang. Zhou Jun placed the cooked meat rolls into Lin Xiu's bowl and remarked, "You must eat more. Your training is arduous." Lin Xiu smiled faintly and replied, "I understand, mother." Regardless of the dangers and schemes lurking outside, within the confines of his home, Lin Xiu felt only care and warmth. For the first time in his 2 lifetimes, he experienced the essence of home, cherishing everything before him. No matter how fierce the storms outside, he would find a way to withstand them, ensuring not a single gust would penetrate Lin Manor. Yet, he was acutely aware that he lacked the strength to do so at present. After much planning and taking considerable risks, he had resolved one troublesome issue with Yang Xian. Yet the shadowy figures behind the attempts on his life remained elusive. Strength was what he desperately needed. In this world governed by the law of the jungle, where power reigned supreme, only absolute strength could safeguard what he held dear. With his diligent efforts, the assistance of Ling Yin, and the resources provided by the imperial palace, along with the substantial funds he had expended on enhancing his abilities, he had barely awakened for the second time. If one were to quantify this in terms of training time, it would amount to approximately 1 year. This indicates that Lin Xiu required a full year to progress from his first awakening to his second, under normal training conditions. From this perspective, the potential rating assigned to him by the Institute of Extraordinary Arts was grossly underestimated. He did not awaken his abilities at the age of 18, but rather from the very first day of his arrival in this realm. Judging by his training speed, while he may not gain admission to the Tianzi Academy, he certainly had ample qualifications for the Dizzy Academy. A second awakening within a year is indicative of a talent that, while not the absolute best, is certainly commendable likely placing him slightly above average. If fortune favors him in this life, by the time he approaches 40, he should be on the brink of a fifth awakening. Should he live to 100 years and commit to rigorous daily training, the possibility of sixth awakening is not entirely out of reach. Each subsequent awakening proves to be more challenging than the last. If it took him a year to transition from the first to the second, then the third awakening would require at least 2 to 3 years, not including potential periods of stagnation. 3 years is an excessively long time for Lin Xiu. Even if he successfully advances after 3 years, he would still merely be a novice at the lower tier of Xian rank. In this world, only upon achieving a fifth awakening, thus attaining the strength of an earth rank, does one truly embark on the path of the powerful. Of course, for Lin Xiu, this prospect remained distant. At present, the third awakening presented itself as a formidable challenge. The existence of Yu-Engine could expedite the process of extraordinary arts training. Yet few would resort to such means. A Yu-Engine from a beast of comparable strength only equates to a day's worth of training. For high-ranking extraordinary arts practitioners, this is impractical. The peril of slaying a beast solely for a day's training is far too costly. It is more prudent to conserve the Yu-Engine. For should he find himself engaged in battle, it could restore his energy in an instant, effectively granting him his second chance at life. Moreover, the availability of high-ranking Yu-Engine is exceedingly scarce. To rely solely on Yu-Engine for advancement, one would need to slay thousands or even tens of thousands of beasts of the same rank, beasts capable of devastating an entire nation. Only low-ranking extraordinary arts practitioners possess the possibility of relying exclusively on Yu-Engine for training. Lin Xiu calculated that to achieve his third awakening, he would require over 800 second-rank beast Yu-Engine and around 10 third-rank beast Yu-Engine, which, at market value, would amount to approximately 100,000 taels of silver. Transitioning from the third to the fourth awakening would necessitate over 2,000 third-rank beast Yu-Engine and at least 10 fourth-rank beast Yu-Engine, translating to more than 200,000 taels of silver. At this point, silver would no longer be the primary concern. Gathering over 1,000 third-rank beast Yu-Engine would be an insurmountable challenge, even for the entirety of the capital. Beyond this threshold, the path of training through Yu-Engine would be utterly obstructed. Additionally, relying solely on Yu-Engine for training is an extravagant endeavor. The value of a Yu-Engine from beasts of the same rank far exceeds a mere day of training. Such a method is akin to lacking toilet paper and using banknotes instead, an emergency measure in dire straits, but repeated usage signifies a wasteful expenditure. However, investing in Yu-Engine undeniably represents the supreme shortcut for low-ranking extraordinary arts practitioners. Currently, Lin Xiu found himself in a predicament. He desired to invest in such advancements, but lacked the means. Last month, he toiled exhaustively, depleting his very essence, and managed to earn only 10,000 taels of silver, most of which he had set aside for his mother's household needs. Lin Xiu retained merely over 1,000 taels, all of which had been spent on Yu-Engine, leaving him without even 100 taels in his possession. Accumulating 10,000 taels in the short term seemed only achievable through robbery. As a transmigrator, Lin Xiu certainly possessed several methods to earn money, yet all were business-related. However, he lacked manpower, initial capital, and the time or energy to pursue any venture. He found himself bereft of all resources, rendering any business endeavor currently unfeasible. Furthermore, following the incident at Tianxiang Tower, Lin Xiu understood all too well that commerce in the capital was far from straightforward. Without connections, the larger one's business grew, the more likely they were to become an unwitting benefactor for others. In a modest third-tier noble residence, what magnitude of enterprise could it sustain? Although he had the backing of the favored concubine, who was far removed in the palace, her capacity to assist Lin Xiu was limited. He could not burden her with every challenge he faced. Should he call upon her too frequently, even her affection for him might wane. Engaging with women necessitates maintaining an appropriate distance. Otherwise, one risks overstepping boundaries and inciting aversion. While the Lin household delighted in their meal of shuanggua, they remained oblivious to the multitude of thoughts racing through Lin Xiu's mind within that brief span of time. At a certain moment, the slightly ajar gate was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and then stewardly entered, accompanied by several young eunuchs. Upon observing the scene in the courtyard, he smiled and inquired, "Young Master Lin, are you dining?" Lin Xiu, momentarily taken aback, quickly rose and said, "Stewardly, please join us for a meal." Hearing that an imperial edict had arrived, the couple, the Duke and Duchess of Pingyuan, immediately stood up, respectfully positioning themselves at the side. The servants of the Lin residence knelt down, and even Da Huang dutifully lay flat on the ground. In the presence of the emperor, the powerful nobles are exempt from kneeling. This is one of their privileges. Similarly, formidable sorcerers are not required to bow before the emperor. In this world, might reign supreme as an unchanging principle. Ping and Bo lowered his head, filled with confusion. An imperial edict? How could there be an edict for the Lin family? It had been decades since they last received one. Chief Stewardly first glanced at Ping and Bo and smiled. "Congratulations, Ping and Bo, on your promotion to second-rank baron." Ping and Bo stood frozen, momentarily forgetting to accept the edict. He could not comprehend how he had been elevated to second-rank baron when he had merely stayed at home, doing nothing. The distinction between second-rank baron and third-rank baron, though seemingly minor, bore vastly different implications. A third-rank baron is the lowest tier of nobility, destined for their descendants to become commoners, while second-rank baron, despite being but a tier higher, ensures that the family will at least retain a degree of prosperity for another generation. Chief Stewardly stood there, already beginning to read the edict, which was written in an ornate and official manner. Lin Xiu listened intently. The emperor's intent was clear. Lin Xiu had diligently crafted eyes for the royal household and had repeatedly aided the beloved pet of the favored concubine, alleviating her worries. His commendable heart had been recognized. Henceforth, his father, Ping and Bo, was to be promoted to second-rank baron, and the Lin family was granted 100 acres of fertile land, 100 bolts of silk, and a total of 10 maids and servants. To be honest, Lin Xiu was somewhat astonished at this moment. He initially thought the favored concubine was jesting, not realizing she was sincere. He had already received a residence as a reward for his ice crafting in the palace. It seemed unreasonable for further rewards. If the concubine's influence was not a factor, Lin Xiu would never believe it. In the Daxia dynasty, the awarding of titles follows strict rules, primarily favoring the elders of families rather than the younger generation. Even if the youth accomplished great feats, it was the elders who received the honors. The Zhao family serves as a prime example. His future father-in-law had 2 exceptional daughters, and as a result, the family ascended 5 ranks in titles, while his own father merely rose 1 tier. However, the distinction between titles awarded to elders versus those awarded to descendants is minimal, as titles are meant to be inherited unless earned through the merits of a second son or a bastard's. As the only son of his family, Lin Xiu faced no such dilemma. It was only then that Ping and Bo realized his elevation in rank was due to his son. At that moment, he recalled Lin Xiu's playful remark about making him a duke. Although he had never envisioned himself becoming Ping and Gong, he was equally astonished that he had the chance to ascend another rank in his lifetime. Chapter 63. A long road ahead in recent years. The court had tightened its policies regarding the awarding of titles. After all, noble titles differ fundamentally from official positions. Officials must actively engage in governance and contribute to the state to receive their salaries. Nobles, on the other hand, do not labor. They merely recline at home, while the court allocates a portion of its finances annually to sustain them. In essence, these individuals are societal parasites, incapable of generating value, only consuming it. If they could contentedly remain at home, it would be one thing. However, the privileges of the nobility have fostered an environment where many noble offspring indulge in extravagant and debauched lifestyles, oppressing the virtuous and wreaking havoc upon the populace. They are not merely parasites, but a bane to society. Those whom they can control are only minor nobles, specifically families of third-rank barons. The true aristocratic families remain largely unaffected. The Lin family had previously enjoyed a decent existence, but their accelerated decline was not unrelated to the emperor's efforts to suppress the nobility upon his ascension. Compared to third-rank barons, second-rank barons have it somewhat better, possessing land and higher stipends, thus qualifying as the lowest tier of nobility. Although the difference in rank is minor, its implications are profound. Today, even if someone sought to plot against Lin Xiu, they would need to exercise considerable caution. It is nearly impossible now for the son of a second-rank baron to be carelessly imprisoned by the constables of the eastern or western districts. Once Chief Stewardly finished reading the edict and departed with the gratitude silver presented by Ping and Bo's wife, Lin Xiu found himself surrounded by his family. "Why has His Majesty suddenly elevated my rank?" He has even bestowed land and servants upon us. Lin Xiu simply smiled and said, Father, have you forgotten? I mentioned I would earn you a title of first-rank duke. This is merely a second-rank baron. Why are you so excited? The best days are yet to come. Ping and Bo could not help but pat his son's head, saying, Such talk will only make you the subject of ridicule. Do not speak of it again. Despite his words, the corners of his mouth were nearly reaching his ears. Although his rank was not earned through his own merit, he felt even greater joy than if he had achieved the promotion himself, for he had a wonderful son. In the noble circles of the capital, it was considered a stroke of luck if one's offspring did not bring trouble to the family. Expecting them to achieve titles through their merits was a far-fetched dream for most. Zhou Jun was displeased with her husband for scolding their son, pinching him at the waist and frowning. Your son has secured you a title of second-rank baron, and you still find fault? If you strike Xiu's head again, you shall sleep in the study. Lin Xiu, anxious that his parents would continue to inquire about the reasons behind his elevation, excused himself, claiming fatigue, and slipped away to his room. He mused that the favored concubine was indeed a woman of her word. From her promise to elevate the Lin family's rank to the arrival of the edict, not even an hour had passed. While the title of second-rank baron may seem lowly, the newly conferred title bore significance, indicating that this second-rank baron had caught the emperor's eye. At least for the foreseeable future, anyone wishing to target Lin Xiu or the Lin estate would need to think twice. Lin Xiu did not wish to engage in scheming against others or be ensnared in plots. He simply desired to focus on accumulating wealth and honing his skills, hoping that after Yangxian, no one would disturb him again. In the noble circles of the capital, news of Ping and Bo's promotion to second-rank baron caused quite a stir. The palace did not suppress the news, and within half a day, it spread throughout the noble community. Such an elevation would typically not attract the attention of the highest-ranking nobles, but this promotion was unique, thus carrying different connotations. The emperor had been controlling the distribution and elevation of noble titles for years. Only a handful of individuals with significant contributions had received promotions. Furthermore, when titles are inherited, they are typically reduced by one rank, leading to an overall decline in noble titles. In such a climate, for someone to rise against the tide was indeed extraordinary. A mere second-rank baron, not a second-rank duke, might have been a whimsical decision by the emperor in a moment of joy, suggesting that Ping and Bo had simply been fortunate. After the matter was clarified, many soon forgot about it. The Lin estate buzzed with activity over the next few days. Several third- and second-rank barons sent gifts, despite having little prior interaction with the Lin family. The gifts were substantial, as if they were well acquainted. Lin Xiu understood the intricate social dynamics at play, yet the constant stream of visitors from dawn till dusk left him feeling restless, hindering his ability to concentrate on his training. Thus, Lin Xiu departed the Lin estate, accompanied by Sun Dali, making his way to Li Huayuan. In times of turmoil, only the voice of Kai Yi could provide him with inner tranquility. At the entrance of Li Huayuan, Sun Dali inquired, Young master, how long do you anticipate your visit will last? I shall come to fetch you then. Lin Xiu, puzzled, replied, Aren't you waiting here? He resolutely waved his hand, saying, Let's leave now, far away from here. Do not return until an hour has passed. Dali finally understood, which brought Lin Xiu a sense of satisfaction. Upon entering Li Huayuan, he was surprised to find it unusually quiet. He approached a young girl and asked, Are you not open for business today? Upon seeing Lin Xiu, the girl's eyes brightened, and she exclaimed, Young master, you have arrived. I shall fetch Sister Kai Yi. The girl dashed into the courtyard, and shortly thereafter, Kai Yi hurriedly entered, looking at Lin Xiu with concern. Young master, are you well? Lin Xiu finally realized that on the day he was taken away from Li Huayuan, he had forgotten to inform them of his safety upon leaving the palace. He looked at Kai Yi and apologetically said, I am sorry. I have been occupied with many matters these past few days and neglected to let you know that I am well. Kai Yi breathed a sigh of relief and replied, As long as you are well, that is all that matters. Observing the empty hall, Lin Xiu inquired, Why is the establishment not open today? Kai Yi explained, A tragic incident occurred here a couple of days ago, and the authorities have sealed this place. We have yet to receive word that we can resume operations. Lin Xiu noted, This order likely comes from the Dongqing Yamen. I will visit the Yamen shortly to urge them. The case has concluded, and this situation cannot continue. It is challenging for you to earn a living, and every day we remain closed means a loss of business. Not long after, In a private room on the second floor of Li Yuan, Kai Yi prepared a cup of tea for Lin Xiu and smiled, asking, "Will you teach me a new melody today, my lord?" Lin Xiu replied, "There is no rush on that. Have you practiced the sheet music I gave you last time? How does it feel?" Kai nodded and said, "I practice every day. Those pieces are truly beneficial. After several days of practice, I can already sense a certain power emerging within me." She then walked to a cabinet, retrieved a book, and handed it to Lin Xiu with both hands, saying, "I have copied the sheet music once and returned this book to you, my lord." Following this, he asked Kai, "May I take your pulse once more?" Without speaking, Kai extended her hand, rolling up her sleeve to reveal her snow-white wrist. Lin Xiu placed 3 fingers of his right hand on her wrist, and in the next moment, a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips as the power within him finally reacted. His initial conjecture was indeed correct. The reason he could not replicate the abilities of the twin sisters last time was due to the limit on the number of abilities he could copy upon his first awakening. Now that he had awakened a second time, his abilities had significantly increased, allowing him to replicate more. However, Lin Xiu soon recognized a problem. The speed at which he could copy Kai Yi's abilities was too slow, slower than when he copied Li and Haitang. Logically, having awakened once more should not have diminished his speed. But he quickly discerned the issue. It was a matter of contact area. When taking her pulse, he only made contact with the pads of his fingers and her wrist. Unlike a handshake, the area of physical contact between them was too small, naturally prolonging the process. It was unlikely he would complete it in a mere quarter of an hour. Yet, taking a pulse for a quarter of an hour could still be somewhat justifiable. If it extended to half an hour or an hour, it would be obvious something was amiss. It was clear he needed to engage more closely with her. He was not particularly anxious to acquire Kai Yi's abilities, as there would be ample opportunities in the future. Moreover, he harbored some concerns. Since the limit on the number of abilities he could copy had been established during his first awakening, the second awakening would undoubtedly have its own restrictions, though Lin Xiu did not yet know what those limits were. In such circumstances, prioritizing which abilities to acquire became paramount. The thunder power of Li Baizhong was certainly an ability he should seize whenever possible. And then there was Xuan Ninger, having missed an opportunity with her once. He could not afford to let another chance slip by. Conversely, there was no urgency with Kai Yi. They had plenty of time ahead, which would also create another opportunity for abilities. At that moment, Kai Yi suddenly looked at Lin Xiu and said, "My lord." Lin Xiu lifted his head and asked, "What is it?" Kai Yi quietly lowered her gaze, her face slightly flushed, and said, "I read in a book that extraordinary abilities cannot be discerned through pulse taking." Lin Xiu was momentarily taken aback and awkwardly replied, "Is that so?" Kai nodded and said, "I have read several books, and they all say the same." "Indeed, it seems one should not read too many books." Lin Xiu abruptly stood and said, "The hour is getting late. I will head to the Yamen to urge them. It would be unfortunate if they left for the day." Chapter 64. A grateful visit. Hastily exiting Li Yuan, Lin Xiu felt immensely embarrassed. Last time, he had merely sought an excuse to make physical contact, but this time, he had been unceremoniously exposed by Kai Yi. Did she think he was taking advantage of her? Upon reflection, Lin Xiu chuckled. Whether Kai Yi thought so or not was inconsequential. Given his experience, he could easily see that Kai Yi had feelings for him. Otherwise, she would not have blushed shyly but would have slapped him instead. Upon leaving Li Yuan, Lin Xiu walked alone towards the Dongqing Yamen, awaiting the arrival of Sun Dali. This was his third visit to this place, yet it still felt somewhat unfamiliar. It was not that Lin Xiu had a poor memory. Rather, the Yamen had undergone a complete change of personnel. Not only did he not recognize a single constable, but even the gatekeepers appeared to be a fresh batch. After identifying himself and entering the Yamen, Lin Xiu asked a clerk, "I need to speak with your city guard. Could you kindly report my arrival?" The clerk replied, "The city guard is not currently in the Yamen. Please come back another time." As Lin Xiu reached his small courtyard, he saw the Dongqing city guard and his son standing there, their expressions tense and awkward. No wonder they were absent from the Yamen earlier. They had come to find him at home. Lin Xiu approached and asked, "Lord Wu, what brings you here?" Startled, he quickly added, "What are you doing? Please rise." The Dongqing city guard replied, "If it were not for your words on my behalf that day, I would likely be in dire straits. Today, I have brought this ungrateful son to express my gratitude for your life-saving grace." Wu Qing looked at Lin Xiu with a mix of gratitude and fear. The gratitude stemmed from Lin Xiu's defense of his father. while the fear was a lingering anxiety. Had he, like Wang Hong, turned against Lin Xiu, he might have found himself among those facing execution in a few days. Of course, he also feared Lin Xiu's cunning. This was the second time he had been taken to the yamen, and he was still plotting against others. How foolish was his decision to provoke someone of Lin Xiu's caliber. After allowing the Dongqing city guard and his son to rise, Lin Xiu learned from him about the aftermath of the incident. The Dongqing magistrate was apprehended for his involvement in Yang Xian's scheme against Lin Xiu, not only falling into the hands of the authorities, but also implicating an official from the Ministry of Justice. Once the Secret Investigation Division intervened, even minor issues could escalate into significant matters. Before long, the Dongqing magistrate's numerous corrupt activities were unearthed one by one, and coupled with the crimes committed by both father and son, they were sentenced to death according to the law, with execution set for just a few days away. The constables and jailers involved in the case at the Dongqing Yamen were also dealt with accordingly. This time, the Dongqing city guard not only escaped calamity, but also benefited from his misfortune, replacing the former Dongqing magistrate. He would officially take office starting tomorrow. Since all of this was brought about by Lin Xiu, he had come today with his son and prepared a generous gift to express his gratitude to Lin Fu. Lin Xiu waved his hand and said, "You need not thank me. If there is gratitude to be given, let it be toward yourself for not engaging in wrongdoing like the Dongqing magistrate. However, your son must be properly managed. He should not abuse his status as an official's child to bully the common folk. If he provokes the wrong person one day, it could land you both in trouble." Upon hearing this, Wu Qing knelt again, repeatedly stating, "Rest assured, young Master Lin, I will certainly mend my ways and become a better person. I will never dare to act as I did before." After experiencing 2 life-threatening ordeals, Wu Qing genuinely felt remorseful. The once arrogant son of the Dongqing magistrate would soon lose his head, and the esteemed son of the Yongping Marquis was already on the road to exile. The impact of these events on him was profound and served as the most significant catalyst for his resolve to change. Lin Xiu cast a glance at Dong Chengwei and remarked, "Congratulations, Lord Wu, on your promotion to Dong Chengling. As a local magistrate, you must prioritize the welfare of the people and refrain from constantly seeking the favor of the powerful. You have witnessed the fate of your predecessor. It is far more commendable to serve the populace honestly." Dong Chengwei responded solemnly, "I shall certainly heed your advice, young master." Lin Xiu nodded and continued, "By the way, there was a homicide at Li Huayuan the other day, and your office has yet to allow them to resume business. Please remember to lift those restrictions. Such small enterprises cannot withstand undue turmoil." Lin Xiu added, "Moreover, I have a friend at Li Huayuan. If convenient, I would appreciate your regular patronage there, as the residents of that establishment are either elderly or young maidens, making them vulnerable to bullying." Dong Chengwei patted his chest and assured, "Rest assured, young master, I will ensure that no one dares to create trouble there." With his assurance, Lin Xiu felt relieved. Li Huayuan was within his jurisdiction, and given its lack of affluence, it was unlikely that any influential figures would frequent such a place. After becoming Dong Chengling, he would be able to protect it adequately. At that moment, within Li Huayuan, the proprietor faced some unruly patrons who were making life difficult. He lamented, "Esteemed guests, it is not that we refuse service. It is simply that the magistrate has ordered us to remain closed for a few days." A burly man chuckled and said, "If you're not opening today, I won't press you. I can pay to have a few maidens come to my residence to sing. Can I not?" The proprietor shook his head. "I'm truly sorry, but we have never had such a practice. The maidens do not leave the premises." The intentions of those asking for maidens to visit their homes were blatant, and many maidens from other establishments had suffered because of such requests. How could he push his maidens into peril for mere silver? The man spat on the ground, growing impatient. "What kind of ridiculous rules are these? I'm not denying you payment. Let me make this clear. If I leave here unhappy today, you won't be able to open this establishment again." The proprietor appeared distressed, while the maidens retreated in fear. When Wu Wenyuan entered, he witnessed the unruly patrons tormenting the staff of Li Huayuan. He recognized these ruffians, who had previously bestowed considerable gifts upon the former Dong Chengling, allowing them to run rampant within the district. Wu Wenyuan had wanted to intervene back then, but feared offending the magistrate. Thus he turned a blind eye. Now, however, things had changed. He was now the head of Dongcheng's office and had no need to consider anyone else's opinions. With a stern expression, He declared, "You scoundrels, this is utterly unacceptable. Guards, throw them all out, and give each one 100 lashes right on the street. Let us see who dares to cause trouble here again." Before the ruffians could react, they were swiftly dragged out by the accompanying constables, while others fetched benches, and soon, the air was filled with their anguished cries. Countless passers-by gathered to witness, recognizing these ruffians who had previously oppressed the common folk with impunity. Today, they were being punished by the very authorities they had once evaded. It seemed that Li Huayuan had powerful backing. Inside Li Huayuan, the maidens watched in astonishment as the situation unfolded. The proprietor was equally baffled. Just then, Wu Wenyuan's previously stern expression transformed into a warm smile as he approached the proprietor, saying, "You are the one in charge here, correct? From this moment on, you are permitted to resume business. I am the newly appointed Dong Chengling, and the presence of such ruffians in this district is a reflection of my mismanagement. Should anyone dare to create a disturbance here in the future, you may come to the Dong Cheng office, and I shall certainly advocate for you." The proprietor and the maidens were momentarily taken aback. This new magistrate was remarkably approachable. Only Kai Yi seemed to sense something, her heart fluttering with a sweet feeling, and a smile graced her lips. As soon as Dong Chengling departed, the maidens erupted in joyous exclamations. "Well done. This new magistrate is truly a good official. Haha, we need not fear those ruffians causing trouble anymore." They chattered excitedly, while the proprietor approached Kai Yi, casting her a knowing glance, and asked, "Kai Yi, do you know something?" Kai shook her head, "No, not at all." The proprietor shot her a skeptical look. "Nonsense. I just saw you grinning like a fool earlier. If you want to speak, I'll tell everyone that you were unwell when the young master, Lin, comes by next." Kai Yi's expression turned flustered as she replied, "It was just that the young master mentioned he would visit the magistrate on our behalf. I had no idea the new Dong Chengling would come." A smile spread across the proprietor's face as she said, "Kai Yi, it seems that young Master Lin genuinely has an interest in you. Otherwise, why would he be so concerned about our affairs?" Kai Yi clenched her dress tightly, having buried her feelings deep within her heart. Yet, today's events made her ponder once more. However, the young master was engaged, and that proud lady would surely not permit him to take a concubine. Even if she could not become a concubine, serving him and singing for him would suffice. In that moment, a whirlwind of emotions surged within her heart, mingling hope and apprehension. Chapter 65. Will your fiancé be upset if she finds out? Following the elevation of his rank, life at the Lin residence underwent a conspicuous transformation. First, visitors came in droves to offer their congratulations, both acquaintances and strangers alike, resulting in a room overflowing with gifts. Were it not for the 5 maidservants and 5 attendants bestowed upon them by the palace, Yu would have struggled to manage it all alone. Now, she undoubtedly held the position of head maid, overseeing the other servants, and no longer needed to personally attend to cleaning duties. Lin Xiu had taken a leave of absence for several days, and today coincidentally marked the day for his martial arts class. He also needed to return some books to the library, making his way back to the Institute of Otherworldly Arts after a long absence. The conflict with Yang Xian had temporarily subsided following his exile from the capital. Lin Xiu felt somewhat disheartened upon discovering who had been causing him trouble. He had conducted an investigation, resulting in unexpected findings. The eldest son of the Yong Ping Marquis, while not a paragon of virtue, was not entirely villainous either. He neither oppressed the common people nor abducted maidens, standing out as a breath of fresh air among the corrupt, noble youths in the capital. Moreover, the secret investigation revealed that the man who had died at Li Huayuan was a notorious ruffian with 2 lives on his hands, a man who was truly deserving of his fate. He had managed to evade justice solely due to his connections with the former Dong Chengling. This indicated that Yang Xian's animosity was solely directed towards Lin Xiu. It was uncertain how captivating his fiancée he was to have ensnared the esteemed heir of a marquis, leading him to risk his own exile to ensure Lin Xiu's discomfort. He was both detestable and pitiable, echoing the old adage that a sycophant, in their pursuit, ultimately ends up with nothing. Yang Xian's exile had stirred quite a commotion in the capital over the past few days, considering he was the eldest son of a marquis. Even with a manslaughter charge hanging over him, he could have easily minimized the situation. How had he fallen to such a lowly state? Of course, few were aware of Lin Xiu's connection to this matter. Although it significantly impacted the Yong Ping Marquis' household, it did not shake its foundation. The eldest son could not inherit the title, but there was still a second son. The emperor's lack of inquiry into the Yongping Marquis as culpability indicated that the matter was effectively closed. Lin Xiu understood that he had indirectly caused the exile of the Marquis's son, and Yongping Marquis must harbor a deep resentment towards him. However, publicly, he would not dare to act against Lin Xiu, nor would he risk any covert actions in the near future, as that would unambiguously expose his intentions and would be a blatant affront to the Xia emperor. At the entrance of the Songshu Go, Lin Xiu encountered an individual. Princess Ming He, clad in a resplendent red gown, resembled her appearance during their first meeting. However, the gaze she cast upon Lin Xiu was markedly different from that initial encounter. One's eyes cannot conceal their true feelings. Lin Xiu discerned that Princess Ming He was suppressing her emotions. Her fists were unconsciously clenched, and her breathing grew heavy, causing Lin Xiu to sense a rise in the atmosphere around them. Before Princess Ming He could completely lose her temper, Lin Xiu prudently made his exit. At the Yishu Yuan, in the training grounds, Xuan Ninger leaned against a tree, her gaze fixed vacantly upon a distant point, her expression somewhat dazed. Since the last birthday banquet, she had not seen Lin Xiu again. She was never short of admirers, wherever she went. She was surrounded by individuals who inquired after her well-being and catered to her whims. These admirers tirelessly sought to amuse her, showering her with extravagant compliments, and she relished the feeling of being the center of attention. However, Lin Xiu was unlike those suitors. Although he, too, would praise her, he never sought to flatter her overtly. It was precisely for this reason that Xuan Ninger cherished her time with Lin Xiu. His genuine compliments struck a chord within her. Moreover, conversing with Lin Xiu provided her with a sense of relaxation and comfort. Often, a casual remark from him would fill her with joy, a sensation that others could never replicate. Yet, she had not laid eyes on Lin Xiu for nearly 10 days. Each time she attended classes she harbored hopes of seeing him, only to be met with disappointment upon discovering that the figure she longed to meet was absent from the ranks of male students. This extended absence had led her to realize that she missed him. He truly understood the thoughts of women, was strikingly handsome, and possessed a perfect physique. Among such an impeccable group of men, Lin Xiu was the only one in her life, yet he was seemingly claimed by another woman. A wave of bitterness surged within Xuan Ninger, further darkening her mood. At that moment, a woman approached and inquired, "Ninger, what troubles you? You seem unwell these past few days. Is something on your mind?" Naturally, Xuan Ninger would not divulge her inner thoughts, even to her closest friend. She merely smiled faintly and replied, "It's nothing, just that those people surrounding me all the time are rather bothersome." Chun Pei shot her a knowing glance and remarked, "Are you boasting or simply bragging?" Xuan Ninger playfully swatted at her, saying, "What nonsense! I am not bragging. You have your fair share of admirers as well." Chun Pei sighed. "I thought you were upset about Yang Xian." "Yang Xian?" Xuan Ninger was quite familiar with him and looked puzzled. "What happened to Yang Xian?" Chun Pei was taken aback. "You don't know? Such a significant matter." Xuan Ninger shook her head. "I had no idea. I've been at home learning women's crafts and haven't been out much." In truth, she had been at home devising ways to capture Lin Xiu's affection, neglecting all else. Chun Pei said, "Yang Xian has been sentenced to exile. Did you not hear?" Yang Xian, a son of significant standing, held a position not much lower than hers. Xuan Ninger was genuinely astonished and inquired, "How could this happen? What did he do to deserve such a fate?" Chun Pei shook her head. "I do not know. By the time I received the news, he had already left the capital." Just as Xuan Ninger was about to respond, her eyes suddenly brightened as she hurriedly moved in a specific direction. Lin Xiu had just arrived at the training grounds and spotted Xuan Ninger approaching him. With a smile, he greeted her, "Greetings, Ninger, it has been a while." Xuan Ninger playfully reproached him, "You say that, yet you disappeared without a word. Do you still consider me a friend?" Lin Xiu replied apologetically, "I am sorry. There have been some matters at home that kept me from attending classes." He deftly shifted the topic and stood conversing with Xuan Ninger for a while, occasionally eliciting peals of laughter from her. Chun Pei, observing from a distance, was puzzled. Xuan Ninger had seemed downcast lately, yet here she was, rapidly transitioning from gloom to joy. While Lin Xiu chatted with Xuan Ninger, a figure approached from afar, a somewhat bashful young man holding a piece of jade. He addressed Xuan Ninger, "Ninger, this is my family's heirloom jade. I wish to present it to you." Xuan Ninger quickly responded, No, I cannot accept your family's heirloom. The young man blushed and confessed, to be honest, Ninger, I have feelings for you. Every expression of love deserves respect. Xuan Ninger did not accept the jade, but looked at the young man with an apologetic expression, saying, I am sorry, I did not know you had feelings for me. I have always regarded you as a friend. Lin Xiu distinctly heard the sound of a heart breaking. Xuan Ninger turned to Lin Xiu, helplessly saying, I do not understand why this happens. I consider them friends, yet they always say such things to me. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she quietly asked, Does that include you as well? Lin Xiu sighed, Alas, I regret to inform you that I have a fiancé. Xuan Ninger grasped Lin Xiu's sentiment and felt a surge of joy within her heart. She feigned delicacy, inquiring, Since you have a fiancé, why do you still accept Wang Wei's challenge and remain so close to me? Wouldn't your fiancé, be upset if she found out? Chapter 68. The plan to get drunk at Zhuanyue Tower. Lin Xiu and Li Baizhang were sipping tea. The proprietor, Qian, mentioned that this was this year's finest tea and even gifted Lin Xiu several boxes. Upon realizing that Li Baizhang's capacity for alcohol surpassed his own, Lin Xiu abandoned the idea of getting him drunk to acquire his abilities and opted for tea instead, which was quite satisfactory. Over the past few days, he had engaged significantly with tea. Xuan Ninger had mastered the art of tea to an extraordinary level. Had Lin Xiu not possessed a higher cultivation, those lacking life experience would have long regarded her as a cherished younger sister. Li Baizhang took a sip of tea and remarked, Recently, Lin brother, your relationship with Ninger has progressed remarkably. Although I did not attend the banquet at the Shui residence that night, I witnessed the stunning fireworks display and later learned that it was a gift from you to Ninger. I must say, Lin brother, you are truly impressive. Lin Xiu chuckled and asked, What brings about such praise, Li brother? Li Baiyang replied, The Minghua pearl is precious and high tier. Yuan Jing is rare. Yet which young lady could resist a magnificent fireworks display? Your understanding of women's hearts must have reached an unparalleled height. I dare say Ninger's admirers pale in comparison to mere children in your eyes. Lin Xiu smiled in silence. If anyone could rival him in this regard, it would undoubtedly be someone with the surname Li. Suddenly, Li Baizhang shifted the topic, asking, However, Lin brother, you do not genuinely intend to pursue something with Ning, do you? As a friend, I must caution you. She is the cherished jewel of the Shui Gua Gongfu. Should things escalate beyond control, it would spell danger for you. Lin Xiu nodded, assuring him, Do not worry. I am aware of my boundaries. He had never intended a toy with Xuan Ninger's feelings or body. His initial aim was to acquire her abilities. Once he attained her powers, he would sever all ties with her. This might sound rather inconsiderate, and indeed it was. But wasn't it Xuan Ninger who first sought to manipulate him? He was merely returning the favor in kind. Skill not matching up, one must accept the outcome. For the time being, Lin Xiu redirected his focus back to Li Baizhang. He had recently undergone a second awakening of his, Yuan Li, achieving a cultivation level of Huang Jieshang Jing. Though still somewhat inexperienced, his potential had increased, and he aimed to acquire Li Baizhang's thunderous powers swiftly, as such abilities could rank even higher than ice powers on the Yishu Bang. After all, ice is tangible while thunder is intangible. When it comes to instantaneous explosive force, thunder is indeed somewhat more formidable. Lin Xiu noticed that his teacup was empty and remarked, Tea lacks flavor. I cannot hold my liquor well, so brotherly need not accommodate me. Waiter, please bring brotherly some wine. Before Li Baizhang could refuse, Lin Xiu swiftly had the waiter serve a pot of wine and filled the cup to the brim. Li Baizhang could only lift his cup and, seemingly by chance, said, Not long ago, a significant event transpired in the capital. I wonder if Brother Lin is aware of it? Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and inquired, What event? Li Baizhang replied, The son of Marquis Yongping, Yang Xian, seems to have committed a grave error and has been exiled from the capital. It is unprecedented for the son of a first-rank marquis to descend to such a fate. Are you aware of this matter, Brother Lin? Lin Xiu shook his head and stated, I am not aware. I only met Yang Xian once at Miss Ninger's birthday banquet. We are not acquainted. This case has been ordered to be kept confidential by the Secret Investigation Bureau, and only a few are privy to the details. Li Baizhang smiled and said, Rest assured, Brother Lin, I can hold my liquor. Lin Xiu felt perplexed. Could it be that the power of thunder also had the effect of sobering one up? Such a thing was not recorded in any text. He then asked, Given your age, brotherly, you should be about the same as I. May I ask if you're married? Li Baizhang glanced at Lin Xiu, his meaning profound, and replied, "Do you think individuals like us would abandon an entire forest for a mere tree?" Truly, he was the one who understood Lin Xiu best, with one sentence. He articulated Lin Xiu's greatest concern. Li Baizhang raised his cup and gestured to him, saying, "In truth, I feel a bit of sympathy for you, Brother Lin. A person of your caliber is bound by a marriage contract, and the other party is that elusive prodigy. I imagine you dream of freeing yourself from such constraints." Lin Xiu looked at Li Baizhang and gently shook his head, saying, "I never expected that the one who understands me best would be you." Lin Xiu spoke truthfully. While his parents treated him well, and Ling Yin's affection was beyond reproach, neither truly understood him or what he desired. Li Baizhang merely smiled and said, "There is nothing strange about it. You and I are essentially the same person. You are me, and I am you." At this point, he seemed to recall some personal matters, tilting his head back to down his drink in one gulp, then refilling his cup. He addressed Lin Xiu. "This cup is to us, individuals like ourselves." Lin Xiu set down his teacup, took another cup, filled it with wine, and declared, "To us, individuals like ourselves. Gold is easy to acquire, yet a confidant is hard to find. Wine can be enjoyed again, but the next time may not bring the same sentiment as today." However, Lin Xiu did not become intoxicated this time, even though it was still daytime and not far from the Lin residence. He had not forgotten that there were those who sought his life in unseen places. He remained fully aware throughout, gaining a clearer understanding of Li Baizhang's capacity for alcohol. If they had consumed 10 portions of liquor today, Li Baizhang had imbibed 9, yet even as Lin Xiu began to feel slightly dizzy, Li Baizhang appeared unaffected, offering Lin Xiu no opportunity. This could not continue. Should such an ability manifest in a woman, Lin Xiu might have a chance. But Li Baizhang was no fool like Wang Wei. He was astute and possessed high emotional intelligence. Under normal circumstances, acquiring his ability would prove exceedingly difficult. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xiu gritted his teeth and thought, "You claim to be quite the drinker. Next time, I shall ensure you drink your fill." Although Sundali was unaware of the young master's intentions, he asked no further questions and promptly went to prepare. Once he had gathered what Lin Xiu requested, Lin Xiu proceeded to the kitchen and spoke to the busy cook there. "Aunt Wang, may I borrow the kitchen for a bit?" After toiling through the night, Lin Xiu emerged from the kitchen, carrying a small wine jar, the fruits of his late-night labor. Lin Xiu considered that Li Baizhang's ability to remain sober after numerous cups was not due to superior tolerance, but rather the poor quality of the wine at Jiayue Tower. Due to manufacturing issues, the liquor here was mostly around 10 degrees, and the strongest was merely about 20 degrees. What could that be called strong liquor? Beer would be stronger. In the past, Lin Xiu could consume entire cases of beer, yet unfortunately, this body had poor tolerance and could not handle much. To intoxicate Li Baizhang, Lin Xiu devised a plan. He repeatedly distilled the 20-degree wine from outside, reducing 10 jars to just this small one. The final product's alcohol content was unknown, but its fragrance was exceptionally rich. Just a sip made Lin Xiu feel slightly lightheaded. Should he fail to intoxicate Li Baizhang this time, he would resort to adding ingredients to the wine next time. Chapter 67, The Power of Thunder. After a deep slumber until noon, Lin Xiu brought his creation to the Institute of Esoteric Arts. He did not find Li Baizhang, but instead encountered Miss Shuang first. Bai Shuang, carrying several books, emerged from the library and immediately approached Lin Xiu, saying, "Young Master Lin, I was just about to come to the Lin residence to find you. What a coincidence to see you here." Lin Xiu, curious, asked, "What matter brings you to find me, Miss Shuang?" Bai Shuang replied, "It is not I who seeks you, but rather the Grand Physician. Do you have time now? If not, would you accompany me to the Imperial Medical Institute?" Lin Xiu responded promptly, "Let us go." He had come to the Institute of Esoteric Arts to find Li Baizhang and was not in a rush. Miss Shuang's matters were equally significant, perhaps even more so, as her abilities ranked above Li Baizhang's thunder in Lin Xiu's heart. The Imperial Medical Institute was not far from the Institute of Esoteric Arts, and before long, Lin Xiu and Miss Shuang arrived there. She entered a room and addressed the elderly man with a white beard who was reading, "Sir, young Master Lin has arrived." Upon hearing this, the elderly man immediately set aside his book and approached with a beaming smile, saying, "Young Master Lin, please take a seat." Lin Xiu, having other matters on his mind, inquired directly, "What business does the Grand Physician have with me?" The Grand Physician, looking somewhat embarrassed, replied, I feel quite ashamed to say this, but the spirit pets of the noble concubine have fallen ill multiple times, and the Imperial Medical Institute has been unable to remedy the situation. However, young Master Lin seems capable of curing them effortlessly. So I would like to invite you to be the physician of our institute. You would not need to do much. Whenever a spirit pet of any noble lady falls ill, you would merely need to come to the Imperial Medical Institute for a consultation. Of course, we would not have you work for free. I will petition the court to grant you a monthly salary of 50 taels of silver. 50 taels of silver was certainly not an enticing amount for Lin Xiu at this juncture. Yet there were individuals in the Imperial Medical Institute who could attract him. If he held the title of physician, he could legitimately visit the institute to exchange medical knowledge with Miss Shuang, thus creating more opportunities. The Grand Physician looked at Lin Xiu and asked, what does young Master Lin think? Lin Xiu did not hesitate long before nodding, stating, of course, that is acceptable. The matter of silver is of little importance. Primarily, I have a passion for saving lives. To be candid, I also wish to learn medical skills from the physicians. Might I be permitted to visit here frequently? The Grand Physician, delighted at Lin Xiu's easy acceptance, quickly replied, certainly, you are always welcome at the Imperial Medical Institute. Lin Xiu smiled, and then addressed by Shuang, saying, Miss Shuang, we only covered half of the pulse diagnosis techniques last time. I happen to have time now. Shall we continue? Although the physical contact during pulse diagnosis was limited, if framed as a learning opportunity, it would allow him to have prolonged contact with the wrist. As Lin Xiu finished speaking, the Grand Physician interjected, young Master Lin wishes to learn pulse diagnosis? I can teach you, as I have nothing else pressing at the moment. Miss Shuang also smiled, adding, young Master Lin, the Grand Physician excels in pulse diagnosis. He was the one who taught me. His instruction will surely surpass mine. Lin Xiu waved his hand dismissively and said, forget it. I suddenly remember that there is still an important matter I must attend to. I shall seek the esteemed Tai Ling another day. Lowering his head, Lin Xiu murmured to himself as he exited the Taiyuan. Why was that old man so overly attentive? Was he truly interested in learning to diagnose pulses? His primary intention was clearly to cultivate a close bond with Miss Shuang. If he insisted on pursuing his studies with Shuang, it would only reveal ulterior motives. He could only wait for another opportunity when the old man was absent. Uncertain if Li Baizhong was still in the courtyard, Lin Xiu wandered around the entire Yishu Academy before finally locating him by the back lake. Though referred to as a lake, it was merely a larger pond, yet it was one of the few scenic spots within the academy. A small path paved with bluestone lined the water's edge, flanked by lush green grass. Many students favored this spot for relaxation during their training breaks. The back lake, also known as Yuanyang Lake, was a favored rendezvous for couples who enjoyed strolling and chatting by the water, making it easy for the solitary souls to be bombarded with romantic gestures. The social customs between men and women in Daxia were undeniably more liberal than those of ancient Huaxia. When Lin Xiu arrived, he observed several couples strolling hand in hand by the lakeside. Li Baizhong sat upon the grass, gazing at the blissful couples passing by with a deep, contemplative expression. Lost in thought, Lin Xiu approached and sat beside him, playfully inquiring, what is this? Are you feeling envious? Lin Xiu merely shook his head and replied, do not forget, we are of the same kind. The smile on Li Baizhong's face gradually faded, and he fell silent. Rarely does one become a sea king by nature. Lin Xiu had once been a pure-hearted young man who took relationships seriously. However, the events that transpired later had transformed him into the person he was now. Even in his current state, he could not help but envy those couples, lost in each other's eyes, unburdened by material concerns, wholly immersed in sweetness. They possessed a love he would never reclaim, the essence of love in its purest form. Li Baizhong evidently harbored his own stories, but Lin Xiu refrained from probing further. Instead, he retrieved a small flask of wine he had concealed in his sleeve for some time and offered it to him, saying, would you care to indulge? You have your stories, and I have my wine. That is sufficient. Li Baizhong regarded him with surprise, asking, you carry a flask of wine with you? Lin Xiu replied, I intended to share a drink with you. This is my treasure collection, something I seldom bring out. Only for you would I allow anyone else even a whiff. A flicker of gratitude crossed Li Baizhong's face as he patted Lin Xiu's shoulder, accepting the flask without further words. He uncorked it, and, in the next moment, his expression froze. He inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "This aroma!" Lin Xiu chuckled, saying, "Isn't it delightful?" "Yes, you. All the wines available in the market pale in comparison to this. Care to take a sip?" Lin Xiu thought to himself that the wine was indeed aromatic. 10 barrels worth were distilled into this small flask. How could it not be exquisite? Li Baizhong eagerly took a hearty gulp, and his expression shifted to one of complexity. After a long moment, he finally recovered, exclaiming, "What a fine wine! It's potent. This is the strongest I've ever tasted. The finest from Jiayue Tower is mere water compared to this." Lin Xiu remarked, "A true man should drink the strongest wine and embrace the woman he loves. However, my tolerance is lacking. I would likely be tipsy after just a few sips. You may drink it alone." Had it been an ordinary wine, Li Baizhong might have insisted Lin Xiu partake as well. Yet this wine, in terms of richness and potency, was unlike anything he had encountered before. He was a connoisseur of fine wines, with countless bottles stored at home, but none could compare to the beauty of what lay before him. In that moment, with a confidant by his side and burdens unspoken, the only solace he could find was in the exquisite wine in his hand. He did not hesitate, drinking deeply. Soon, the small flask was emptied, and though he rarely succumbed to inebriation, when he gazed at Lin Xiu, the world around him began to blur. As he collapsed onto the grass, losing consciousness, he grasped Lin Xiu's wrist tightly and earnestly implored, "Brother Lin, promise me, you shall never marry, never." With that, he lay still on the grass, devoid of any further movement. Lin Xiu, with a resigned sigh, hoisted him up and made his way out of the Yishu Academy, reflecting, "Another man with a story." When Li Baizhong awoke, he found himself in an unfamiliar bed. Instantly alert, he bolted upright, scanning his surroundings and realizing he must be in a guest room of an inn. He breathed a sigh of relief and approached the door, pushing it open to discover he was at Jiayue Tower. A servant had been waiting for him, and upon seeing him emerge, hastily said, "Esteemed guest, a young master named Lin brought you here. He also instructed the kitchen to prepare a hangover soup. Would you like it brought to your room now?" Li Baizhong nodded, replying, "Yes, please." This was a first for him. He could not blame himself. The wine had been irresistible, a temptation no true wine lover could reject. He wondered where Lin Xiu had acquired such a treasure and resolved to inquire further next time. Meanwhile, at Lin's residence, Lin Xiu entered his room, closing the door behind him, a smile gracing his lips. He extended his right hand, fingers slightly curled, and arcs of electricity danced at his fingertips. Chapter 68. Assassination at the city gate on the 16th day of Ling Yin's absence. Lin Xiu found himself lost in thought, gazing at the sky with a gentle sigh. Humans can be so ungrateful at times. After utilizing the Yuan crystal to break through his cultivation, his strength had scarcely increased over the past half-month. Without Ling Yin's assistance, his progress in the ice element techniques had slowed to a crawl. Previously, Lin Xiu could train vigorously alongside Sundali, but now, even the slightest weight could not provoke the limits of his physical prowess. Should he elevate the intensity of his training to match that of Sundali? Even a fool like Sundali would discern that something was amiss. The initial awakening of one's strength potential already reached the limits attainable by ordinary humans. No matter how hard one trained, they could not reach Lin Xiu's current level. Only the extraordinary arts could achieve such feats. Today was yet another day steeped in longing for Ling Yin. Lin Xiu sat in the courtyard, with De Huang sprawled at his feet, diligently tackling a hefty chunk of beef. The new servants in the Lin household were well aware of the esteemed status of this watchdog, who dined better than they did, thus none dared to mistreat him. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the sky, startling De Huang, who leapt to his feet, scanning the surroundings warily. Lin Xiu patted his head, reassuringly saying, "It's nothing, just thunder." Upon hearing Lin Xiu's words, De Huang settled back down to continue his meal. At that moment, Lin Xiu abruptly lifted his head. Thunder? Thick dark clouds had gathered in the sky, with flashes of light flickering within them, heralding the brewing storm. The practice of extraordinary arts is fraught with uncertainty. Some techniques demand an immense expenditure of yuan power, allowing for rapid enhancement through overexertion, such as freezing or fire manipulation. Others, like spatial manipulation and bee speech, require little to no yuan power. Some arts can be practiced anywhere, such as strength training, while others necessitate specific environments. Freezing and thunder are the quintessential examples. Throughout the year, The training speed for ice techniques is slow for 10 months, yet during the coldest month, a single day of practice can equate to 10 days or even half a month of normal training. It is indeed a case of a year of drought, a year of bounty. The same applies to the power of thunder. Under normal circumstances, one can only enhance through the slow process of yuan power expenditure and recovery. However, when faced with stormy weather, one can harness the power of thunder to enhance their abilities, making this the perfect moment to cultivate the thunderous force. Unfortunately, home was not the ideal place for training. When he called forth the lightning, those nearby would surely witness the flashes striking the Lin estate, and those unaware might speculate he had committed some heinous act. Moreover, such conspicuous behavior is beneath Lin Xiu. Since discovering that the individual behind his previous assassination attempt was not instigated by Yang Xian, Lin Xiu has become increasingly cautious in his actions, concealing his identity. He exited through the eastern city gate and then veered away from the official road, sprinting towards a distant mountain outside the city. Once off the main road, the area became deserted, allowing Lin Xiu to unleash his extraordinary strength and endurance, far surpassing human limits, propelling him forward with the swiftness of a cheetah, swiftly vanishing into the mountain's embrace. Before long, streaks of lightning cascaded from the heavens, striking down upon a particular spot within the mountain. The hunters at the foot of the mountain were accustomed to such phenomena. Thunderstorms frequently resulted in lightning striking the forest, leaving behind charred trees. However, the frequency of the lightning today was unusually high, as it had been relentless since earlier. Beneath a colossal tree, Lin Xiu was not merely being struck by lightning. Rather, he was actively inviting it. Those who awaken the power of thunder not only have the ability to conjure lightning, but can also summon it. During thunderstorms, they become living lightning rods, capable of drawing down the celestial bolts for their cultivation. Massive bolts of lightning, thick as an arm, descended from the sky, striking Lin Xiu without inflicting harm, instead eliciting a look of pure ecstasy upon his face. Indeed, Lin Xiu found immense pleasure in the sensation of being struck by lightning. It was a tingling, exhilarating experience that expanded his pores, making it nearly impossible to suppress a moan of delight. Although Lin Xiu's body remained unscathed, his garments were reduced to ashes under the relentless barrage of lightning, leaving him entirely unclothed. Fortunately, he was deep within the mountain, away from prying eyes. Anticipating such circumstances, Lin Xiu had prepared several sets of clothing in his spatial storage. Nevertheless, he resolved to practice unclothed in the future to avoid unnecessary waste. At this moment, Lin Xiu's entire being shimmered with arcs of electricity, and under the relentless strikes of lightning, the energy within him surged at a pace exponentially faster than during regular cultivation. This reaffirmed the notion that his path to cultivation was multifaceted. With an abundance of abilities, his methods of practice would multiply, gradually bridging the gap between himself and the prodigies of the martial world. Time passed unmeasured until the sky ceased its thunderous display, replaced by raindrops the size of beans. Pattering down, the garments Lin Xiu had just on were soon drenched. Typically, thunderstorms do not last long, and though it was merely a fleeting quarter hour, it equated to a month's worth of cultivation for Lin Xiu, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. He dashed down the mountain amidst the torrential rain, only resuming a normal pace upon nearing the city gate. In his haste to seize the opportunity presented by the storm, Lin Xiu had forgotten to bring an umbrella. And now, drenched and looking quite disheveled, he ran down the mountain. The rain was relentless, and the official road was deserted, save for the occasional hurried passage of horse-drawn carriages. As one vehicle splashed through a puddle, it nearly drenched Lin Xiu with muddy water. Another carriage approached, and Lin Xiu kept his distance. The driver, displaying a quality quite unlike the previous encounters, noticeably slowed as he passed Lin Xiu. Coming to a complete stop beside him, the driver cheerfully called out, "Young man, in such heavy rain, why do you lack an umbrella? Hop on, and I shall give you a ride." Lin Xiu politely declined. "No need, I'm almost at the city gate. My home is nearby." The driver, seeing Lin Xiu's resolve, did not insist, merely waving goodbye with a smile as he prepared to depart. However, in that very moment, a glint of cold light shot from the driver's sleeve, aimed directly at Lin Xiu's brow. In an instant, Lin Xiu sensed a powerful, life-threatening danger. The explosive speed and reflexes granted by his extraordinary abilities allowed him to instinctively turn his head, causing the dart to pass through his hair, taking only a few strands with it. Yet the threat was far from over. As the dart missed its target, the man produced a long sword from seemingly nowhere, attacking without affording Lin Xiu a moment to react. The blade sliced through the air, accompanied by a howling wind, aimed directly at Lin Xiu's left chest, precisely where his heart lay. The rain around the blade instantly vaporized, forming a mist, a testament to the infusion of true energy into the weapon. If it struck true, Lin Xiu's heart would be pierced through. A thick layer of ice had formed over Lin Xiu's chest, but it did not impede the sword's trajectory. In an instant, the sword pierced through the ice and into Lin Xiu's body, though at that very moment, Lin Xiu managed to twist his body slightly, redirecting the blade from his heart to his left shoulder. The assassin, momentarily astonished by the target's reflexes, had already failed twice to deliver a lethal blow. However, he was confident that if he channeled his true energy now, he could obliterate Lin Xiu's internal organs. Just as he was about to do so, he caught sight of Lin Xiu's pupils, which had transformed into a silvery hue. What was this? Even a seasoned killer was momentarily taken aback. He intended to unleash his true energy for a fatal strike, but in the next instant, a strange force surged from the long sword into his body, rendering him instantly paralyzed, incapable of any reaction. During this fleeting moment of paralysis, an unremarkable fist connected with his chest. With a resounding thud, Lin Xiu's fist impacted the assassin's chest, causing a deep indentation while the back of his clothing tore apart, revealing a fist-shaped imprint. The assassin's heart, under the force of that blow, burst apart. Had he not been paralyzed, he would have had time to react. Had he fortified his body with true energy, the blow would have merely resulted in minor injuries. Alas, there are no what-ifs. A martial artist devoid of true energy is no different from an ordinary mortal. And for Lin Xiu, an ordinary mortal requires but a single punch for a swift demise. The assassin, until his last breath, could not fathom the mysterious power that had incapacitated him. Nor could he comprehend how someone so recently awakened to their abilities and of such low martial prowess could possess such immense strength. With a final thud, the lifeless body of the assassin collapsed to the ground, startling the horses pulling the carriage, which bolted forward, swiftly disappearing into the rain. At the city gate, guards on patrol had noticed the commotion and were hastening towards the scene. Lin Xiu felt an emptiness within him. The pain from his wound throbbed intensely as he glanced at the sword still embedded in his shoulder, waves of dizziness washing over him. Lin Manor. The torrential rain of the day had subsided, and the courtyard was filled with people. Inside Lin Xiu's room, there was scarcely a place to stand. The assassination attempt at the city gate had sparked considerable aftermath. Lord Ping and his wife stood by the bedside, while Zhou Jun anxiously clasped Lin Xiu's hand, inquiring, "Xiu, how do you feel? Does your wound hurt?" Having narrowly escaped a fatal blow, the pain was indeed considerable, but Lin Xiu managed to smile, reassuring her. "Do not worry, mother. It is merely a superficial wound and has not compromised any vital areas." Lord Ping wore a grim expression, gritting his teeth. "Who is it that has attempted to take your life repeatedly? What deep-seated grudge do they harbor against our Lin family?" At that moment, a commotion arose outside, and a graceful figure squeezed through the doorway, exclaiming, make way, I am the chief physician from the Imperial Medical Institute." Bai Shuang pushed her way to the bedside, and upon seeing Lin Xiu, who lay awake, she let out a sigh of relief, addressing the gathered crowd. "I need to treat young Master Lin. Please, everyone, step outside. I require silence." With the arrival of the Imperial physician, the crowd naturally complied and exited. Bai Shuang took her seat at the bedside, asking, "Young Master, where are you injured?" Lin Xiu gently pulled down the quilt, revealing the wound on his shoulder. Bai Shuang, upon seeing it, gasped in astonishment. "How could you be injured so severely?" Lin Xiu smiled faintly and replied, "Fortunately, it did not strike a vital point. The assassin's target was my chest, and had I not reacted swiftly, I fear I might never have seen you again." Hearing of Lin Xiu's injury, Bai Shuang hurried over, and upon glimpsing the wound, she felt a slight sense of relief. Although the injury on his shoulder appeared alarming, as Lin Xiu had mentioned, it was merely a severe external wound and not difficult to treat. She addressed him, "Young Master Lin, please uncover the quilt. I shall tend to your injury." Lin Xiu lifted the quilt, exposing his bare torso. His physique bore no excess fat. While his chest and abdominal muscles were not overly pronounced, they were nonetheless well-defined. Bai Shuang was taken aback by the impressive form of Lin Xiu's body. Her lips parted in surprise, and she instinctively poked his chest muscle with her finger. Realizing her actions, her face flushed slightly, and she quickly composed herself, extending her hands to place her palms on Lin Xiu's wound. Upon her touch, Lin Xiu felt no pain. Instead, a warm and comforting sensation emanated from the point of contact. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu was not idle. As Bai Shuang's hands rested on his shoulder, a subtle force quietly entered her body. Unexpectedly, they had reached this juncture. Previously, while treating Sundali, Lin Xiu had contemplated whether to feign an injury to solicit Bai Shuang's healing, thereby acquiring her abilities. Now, it seemed fate had intervened before he could act. He could distinctly sense a new power gradually being assimilated into his own being. This time, Bai Shuang sat by Lin Xiu's bedside for quite a while, indicating that his injuries were beyond her current capacity for quick treatment. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Xiu felt a weight on his chest and a soft, fragrant form collapsed against him. Bai Shuang's complexion had turned pale, her lips devoid of color. She attempted to muster the strength to rise, yet found herself utterly drained. Resting her head on Lin Xiu's chest, she weakly murmured, "Young Master Lin, I am out of strength." At that moment, Lin Xiu's shoulder wound had healed significantly. He rose from the bed, cradling her in his arms, and said, "Thank you, Miss Shuang. I shall escort you to your quarters to rest." Bai Shuang, nestled against Lin Xiu's chest, felt a wave of warmth and fatigue wash over her, her face slightly flushed. She buried her head further into him and softly said, "Please wait until I regain my energy to continue treating you." Lin Xiu carried her into the adjoining room, and in just a few steps, she fell asleep in his embrace, revealing the toll the earlier treatment had taken on her. Feeling the new power within him, Lin Xiu allowed a smile to grace his lips. He had long coveted Bai Shuang's abilities, and now his desire had finally been fulfilled. After returning to his chamber, Lin Xiu spent considerable time reassuring his mother. Just as Madame Ping had departed, a figure entered the room. It was Lu Qingfeng. He approached the bedside and inquired, "My Lord Lin, are you unharmed?" Lin Xiu smiled and replied, "I am not dead." Lu Qingfeng expressed relief, saying, "That is good to hear. I have come to investigate the assassination attempt and have some questions for you. May I inquire if you are available?" Lin Xiu nodded, indicating for him to proceed. Lu Qingfeng scrutinized him and asked, "Why were you alone outside the city today, and why were you dressed as a servant of the Lin residence?" This explanation was plausible. Lu Qingfeng observed Lin Xiu and remarked, "It seems those who wish to assassinate you have been closely monitoring your movements." Lin Xiu, too, had only realized this after the incident. Within the city, especially after his relocation, the difficulty of targeting him had increased significantly, making the outskirts the ideal location for an assassination. His solitary venture outside the city had led him directly into the assassin's path, suggesting that his movements were under constant surveillance. Lu Qingfeng continued, "Do you have any suspects in mind?" Lin Xiu shook his head. Although he had not offended anyone significantly, the marriage contract had spawned numerous adversaries eager for his demise, rendering it impossible to narrow down his suspects. Lu Qingfeng pondered briefly before fixing his gaze on Lin Xiu again, saying, "There's one more thing that perplexes me." Lin Xiu inquired, "What is it?" Lu Qingfeng replied, "We have identified the assassin. His name is Lu Qing, a somewhat renowned killer. While he has not awakened any supernatural abilities, he possesses formidable martial prowess at the Xian level. How did you manage to turn the tables on him?" He continued without pause. "As far as I know, your supernatural powers have only recently awakened 2 months ago." The assassin's strength was indeed formidable. In a direct confrontation, even with Lin Xiu's enhanced abilities, he would not have been his equal. This assassin's true strength was unlikely to be less than Ling Yin's. Had it not been for Lin Xiu's recent acquisition of thunder power, which provided him a crucial moment of reprieve, he would have undoubtedly met his demise. Lin Xiu exhaled, stating, "In retrospect, I was fortunate. Not long ago, I utilized the Yuan crystal to reawaken my ice ability for the second time, and I successfully drew in energy from my martial arts. When the assassin lunged at me with his sword, I managed to form an ice armor on my chest, slightly deflecting the force of the strike and preventing a fatal injury. I then channeled my energy into my fist and delivered a powerful blow to his chest. Lin Xiu's account matched the evidence Lu Qingfeng had observed at the scene. Residual ice remained, and the assassin's chest was caved in. With a shattered heart, this was undoubtedly the cause of death, appearing as a remarkable counterattack. Yet, there was a critical flaw in this narrative. Lu Qingfeng's expression turned contemplative as he remarked, "I find it curious. The assassin possessed considerable martial skills. Under the protection of true energy, it seems implausible that you could have killed him with a single blow. Why did he not employ his true energy for defense?" Lin Xiu shook his head, interrupting him. "I cannot fathom why he did not use true energy for protection. Perhaps you should inquire of him directly." Since the assassin was beyond questioning, the only explanation could be that he had channeled all his true energy into his weapon during the assault on Lin Xiu, rendering himself vulnerable and allowing Lin Xiu to retaliate. However, this raised a new dilemma. If he had poured all his true energy into his weapon, he must have intended to strike a fatal blow, and upon piercing Lin Xiu, he would have unleashed his true energy to devastate his internal organs, leaving no opportunity for Lin Xiu to counterattack. The case seemed to spiral into a paradox. Lin Xiu maintained a calm demeanor, though his mind stirred with unease. When one faces a crisis, the brain requires time to assess the danger, react, and execute a response. Although this time frame may be brief, it certainly exceeds the speed of electrical impulses. Lu Qingfeng did not press for clarification, and Lin Xiu offered none. Given that the assassin was deceased, and Lin Xiu had not sustained severe injuries, Lu Qingfeng merely advised, "My lord Lin, it appears that someone is very keen on your downfall. You must exercise extreme caution in the future. Unless absolutely necessary, avoid leaving the city. Even within the city, ensure you are accompanied by guards when venturing out." Lin Xiu clasped his hands in gratitude, replying, "Thank you for the warning, Lord Lu." As Lu Qingfeng's words settled, Lin Xiu's gaze sharpened. His disguise as a servant and exit through the back door of the Lin residence was not a secret confined to him alone. There was another who knew. This individual serves as a subordinate in Lin Fu, one of the 10 servants bestowed upon Lin Fu by His Majesty during the elevation of their rank. At that time, he was tidying the stables in the back courtyard when he happened to encounter Lin Xiu, which took him by surprise. Lin Xiu merely requested him to keep it a secret and departed without further thought. Immediately, Lin Xiu called out to Li. Suddenly rushed in from outside and inquired, "Young master, what is it?" With a serious tone, Lin Xiu instructed, "Fetch Lin Wu." Lin Wu was the name of that servant, and upon entering Lin Fu, these maidservants and subordinates were granted the Lin surname. Sunda Li hurriedly dashed out and soon returned, his face a mask of shock as he stammered, "Why, young master, Lin Wu?" "Lin Wu is dead." Within the servant quarters of Lin Fu, Lu Qingfeng examined the corpse of a man on the ground and remarked, "Poisoned suicide." It appears he was well prepared. To sustain an assassin, one must possess a formidable identity, likely linked to the influential nobles of the capital. Lu Qingfeng continued, "If Lord Lin wishes to uncover the true culprit behind this case, he must start with this man's identity. However, since these assassins have been unleashed, even a thorough investigation may yield little. The waters of the capital run deep, and Lord Lin should be more aware of this than I." Lin Xiu nodded appreciatively and responded, "Thank you, Lord Lu, for your reminder. There is no need for the Qingli division to exert further effort on this case. This matter is beyond their reach. Under normal circumstances, when faced with an assassination, one would suspect having offended someone recently. Yet, Lin Xiu believed that this assassination was unrelated to the Yongping Ho residence. Even if the Yongping Ho intended to assassinate him, they would likely wait until the matter had completely settled. Otherwise, it would be as if revealing their intentions too blatantly. His Majesty had just conferred a title upon the Lin family, and for them to send assassins after Lin Xiu would be an affront to the emperor. However, it was also possible that the Yongping Ho anticipated others would think this way, thus employing a contrary approach. Yet this was somewhat convoluted. What truly led Lin Xiu to eliminate the Yongping Ho residents from suspicion was the commonality between this assassination and the previous one, both occurring after Lin Xiu had offended a formidable faction. The last time he had offended Qin Song, he was immediately targeted for assassination. Even if he were met with misfortune, the first suspect would have been the Qin family. This time, having offended the Yongping Ho, the reappearance of an assassin not long after raised the stakes. If he were to die, the Yongping Ho would be the prime suspect. The similarities between the two assassination attempts were striking, clearly indicative of the same individual's modus operandi. Although the capital was aware that Yang Xian's exile was due to Lin Xiu's limited connections, the constables of the Eastern City and the Secret Investigative Division, along with hundreds of imperial guards, were all privy to the information. If someone were intent on investigating the matter, it would not be difficult to discover the truth. Lin Xiu currently possessed too little information, lacking any viable suspects. Alternatively, there were simply too many potential suspects. In the realm of the Xia's elite families, which clan did not desire to marry Zhao Lingxian? Aside from those who had openly proposed, there were numerous others harboring ulterior motives, making it nearly impossible to ascertain the identity of the individuals scheming against him. With matters at the office pending, Lu Qingfeng took his leave, yet appeared hesitant to speak further. Lin Xiu inquired, "Is there something else, Lord Lu?" After much deliberation, Lu Qingfeng finally asked, "How did you deduce that Wang Er was the murderer in the previous case, Lord Lin?" Lin Xiu replied in astonishment. "You are still pondering this question?" Lu Qingfeng explained, "In recent days, I have been reviewing the case, convinced I have left no stone unturned. I humbly request your guidance, Lord Lin." Lin Xiu shrugged and remarked, "It was merely a guess. Farewell." Just as Lu Qingfeng departed, the couple known as Ping and Bo entered the room. Zhou Jun grasped Lin Xiu's hand and stated, "It must be because of that marriage contract. We should renounce it. The daughter of the Zhao family is beyond our Lin family's reach. I ask for nothing from you, only that you live a peaceful life, free from illness and disaster." Ping and Bo solemnly added, "Even if it displeases the Zhao family, this marriage contract must be annulled." It seems that after these two assassination attempts, they had gradually come to realize certain truths. In fact, those orchestrating the assassinations shared a common goal with Lin Xiu. They wished to prevent the union of the Lin and Zhao families. Unfortunately, the perpetrator was unaware of Lin Xiu's intentions. Otherwise, many complications could have been avoided. Zhou Jun asserted resolutely, "We shall withdraw. We are going to the Zhao family now." Once Zhou Jun regained her composure, her expression grew complex as she sighed and said, "When the old master arranged your betrothal, none anticipated that the Zhao family would produce such an exceptional daughter. Initially, your father and I were delighted that the Lin family would have such a fine daughter-in-law. However, as Ling Xuan's talents gradually became apparent, gaining the emperor's attention, and her father's title continued to rise, the number of suitors approaching the Zhao family increased. It was then that we realized that this marriage contract was not a favorable arrangement." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu's heart stirred, and he inquired, "Mother, which individuals have sought to propose to the Zhao family?" The likelihood is that the mastermind behind these two assassination attempts belongs to one of these families. Knowing precisely who had approached the Zhao family could at least allow him to pinpoint several primary suspects. Zhou Jun pondered for a moment and replied, "From the royal family alone, there are the crown prince, Zhao Wang, Qi Wang, and Yin Wang. Among the royal lineage, there are the heirs of Chongping Jun and Jiangning Jun, as well as the Yang Jun and Hajian Jun. 6 of the 9 dukes have visited the Zhao family, along with more than a dozen marquee houses." Initially, Lin Xiu attempted to count, but ultimately gave up. This did not help narrow down suspects. It was as if every noble coveted the Zhao family, making it theoretically true that all had motives, all eagerly awaited his demise. How unfortunate! He seemed to have made enemies of the entire world. Fortunately, this time his parents finally stood by his side. After the emotional upheaval of earlier, Ping and Bo also regained his composure. He sighed and remarked, "This matter places the Zhao family in a difficult position. After all, they're a first-rate marquee house. Regardless of who cancels this marriage contract, they will inevitably be labeled as untrustworthy, severely damaging their family's reputation." This statement holds truth. If the Zhao family were to annul the marriage, the public would accuse them of being untrustworthy, claiming that when both families were in decline, they agreed to the marriage, only for the Zhao family to turn their back once they prospered. Conversely, if the Lin family were to cancel the contract, it would be said that they were coerced by the Zhao family. In any case, whoever cancels the contract would face public scorn, and the Zhao family would bear the brunt of it. Unfortunately, trust is paramount, and large families place great importance on reputation. Thus, even if both the Zhao and Lin families wish to dissolve the marriage, other powerful figures in the capital are also reluctant to see it happen. Consequently, this marriage contract has persisted until now. At that moment, Zhou Jun seemed to recall something and suddenly exclaimed, I have seen that marriage document. It merely states a union between the Lin and Zhao families without specifying whom. If we do not marry Ling Xian, we can wed Ling Yin instead." Lin Xiu paused, then eagerly inquired, "Is that feasible?" Unfamiliar with the contents of the marriage contract, he was unaware that such an alternative existed. He had no desire to marry a woman he had never met or known. However, he felt a unique bond with Ling Yin, though she was somewhat fierce. Her place in Lin Xiu's heart was irreplaceable. Moreover, there was another crucial point. They shared similar attributes, enabling them to cultivate together day and night, honing their skills every single day of the year. Wait a moment. Lin Xiu's expression suddenly shifted. He found himself genuinely fantasizing about life after marrying Zhao Lingyin, and the mere thought of it filled him with an inexplicable happiness. Was this still the self-proclaimed commitment phobe, the nightlife prince Lin Xiu, well-versed in matters of affection? Lin Xiu understood precisely what this meant. It signified that he held a genuine fondness for Lingyin, not the frivolous kind, but a sincere contemplation of building a life together. He recognized that Lingyin would not permit him to stray, and yet he was earnestly considering this possibility. If it were Lingyin, even if he were to focus and change his nature, it would not suffice. Lin Xiu suddenly awoke from this terrifying thought, questioning when he had become ensnared by the poison of Lingyin. At that moment, the voice of Ping and Bo interrupted Lin Xiu's reverie. He exhaled softly, shook his head, and stated this simply will not do. Since Ling Jun and Xiu Heir were born, their betrothal has been established. This agreement pertains solely to the two of them. Throughout history, there has never been a betrothal that allows for arbitrary selection of partners. Zhou Jun displayed a resolute expression, declaring, in any case, this betrothal must be annulled. The current situation was rather awkward. The betrothal remained, and whether to annul it or not was a dilemma. Lin Xiu had only just realized that matters were not as simple as he had imagined. He turned to Ping and Bo and his wife, saying, "Father, Mother, I wish to return the contracts of the household servants to them, allowing them to seek their own fortunes." Son Dali, Lao Huang Yu, and Aunt Wang had all served the Lin family for many years, and Lin Xiu trusted them implicitly. However, he was wary of the servants bestowed by the emperor. He could not guarantee that among them, there were not others like Lin Wu, who could be spies planted within the Lin family. To mitigate any risk, it would be best to dismiss everyone, provide them with severance pay, and free them from servitude. Surely they would harbor no grievances against the Lin residents. Ping and Bo and his wife clearly understood this, and Zhou Jun nodded, saying, "You may take charge of family affairs." Soon, Lin Xiu gathered the 9 maids and servants in the courtyard and conveyed his decision. To his surprise, they did not express much disappointment. Instead, they appeared somewhat elated. Many of them were once the kin of officials who had fallen from grace, reduced to servitude due to family misfortunes. Who would wish to serve others for a lifetime? Now that they had the chance to regain their freedom, they were naturally overjoyed. "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master." After profuse expressions of gratitude, they packed their belongings, took their severance pay, and left the residence in high spirits. Lin Xiu turned to a Yu beside him and said, "Sister Yu, I will trouble you for a few more days. I will quickly find trustworthy individuals to assist you." A Yu promptly replied, "Young master, you need not be so courteous. I do not find it burdensome. This is my duty." Lin Xiu did not insist further. He had long regarded them as family for their unwavering loyalty during the Lin family's dire straits. Having resolved the potential risks posed by the household servants, Lin Xiu proceeded to the chamber of Miss Shuang. She was still asleep, her serene countenance evoking a sense of guilt and remorse within Lin Xiu. After all, from the outset, his intentions towards her had been far from honorable, yet she was the most innocent and pure-hearted girl he had ever encountered in 2 lifetimes. Unlike Xuan Ninger, who was cunning and calculated, she aspired to become a renowned physician, dedicating herself to the noble cause of healing. In comparison to her lofty ideals and virtuous character, many, including Lin Xiu, seemed rather tainted. When Miss Shuang awoke, it was already night. This was a normal manifestation of exhaustion from both her energy and vitality. Lin Xiu, having been drained by Ling Yin, had also experienced such deep slumber. He approached her bedside, offering a bowl of chicken soup, saying, "It is now curfew. Miss Shuang will need to stay here tonight. You need not worry. I have already sent someone to inform your family. This is a nourishing black chicken soup that my mother has simmered for 2 hours, especially for you to regain your strength." Miss Bai Shuang shyly accepted the bowl from Lin Xiu, saying, "I apologize for the trouble." Lin Xiu smiled, replying, "The trouble is mine. You will rest here tonight, and we shall enter the palace together tomorrow." Miss Bai Shuang nodded, sipping the soup slowly. After she finished, Lin Xiu took the empty bowl, saying, "Rest for now. If you need anything, you may call for me." Upon exiting Miss Shuang's room, Lin Xiu turned to find a figure standing behind him. Startled, he asked, "Mother, what are you doing here?" Zhou Jun peeked into the room, then pulled Lin Xiu aside, whispering, "Which young lady is this? Do you know her family? Does she have any relatives? Is there a betrothal?" Seeing her expression, Lin Xiu realized she was hunting for a suitable daughter-in-law. He sighed, "Mother, you misunderstand. Miss Shuang is my friend, and there is nothing between us." So Yun replied, "Everything begins from nothing. I find this young lady quite admirable. If her family is reputable, I see no reason against it." In truth, Lin Xiu harbored no romantic inclinations toward Miss Shuang. While she was indeed beautiful, she did not align with his preferences. Miss Shuang had a youthful appearance, akin to Lingyin and Princess Mingyi, with a delicate oval face that made her seem younger than her actual age. Lin Xiu preferred mature women, like Kai Yi and Qin Wan, particularly Qin Wan, who epitomized the ideal mature woman. Despite his extensive experience and self-control, he still found himself unable to resist her allure. A night devoid of dreams passed. The following morning, rejuvenated, Miss Shuang assisted Lin Xiu with his treatment once more. Afterward, the horrific puncture wound on Lin Xiu's shoulder had completely healed, leaving no trace of scar. This marvel left him astonished and exhilarated, for he now possessed a similar ability. However, Lin Xiu's healing effects could not rival those of Miss Shuang. After all, he had only awakened his powers twice, while she, appearing innocent and naive, possessed remarkable talent, having awakened her abilities 4 times and being hailed as the hope of the Imperial Medical Institute. Not only that, but as a practitioner of advanced healing techniques, she had reached the apex of her capabilities. Should she achieve further breakthroughs in her lifetime, her skills might ascend to an even higher tier. After enjoying breakfast at home with Miss Shuang, Lin Xiu accompanied her to the palace, escorting her to the Imperial Medical Institute, while he proceeded toward the inner palace. Upon entering, a young eunuch followed him closely. Although Lin Xiu could freely enter, his access was limited to the Changchun Palace of the noble consort. As he entered, he found the noble consort admiring the flowers in the courtyard. Upon seeing Lin Xiu, her spirit creature abandoned her and flew into his embrace, chiding him for not visiting the previous day. According to their prior arrangement, Lin Xiu had intended to come, but he had been delayed by the assassination incident. The noble consort cast an annoyed glance at Lin Xiu, asking, "Where were you yesterday?" "I waited here with Wan all day." Typically, anyone who failed to keep an appointment with her would have faced dire consequences. Yet for Lin Xiu, the noble consort held genuine affection and thus exhibited a degree of leniency. What? The noble consort's brows furrowed, her anger palpable. Assassination? Who was responsible? Were you harmed? Lin Xiu replied, "Thank you for your concern, noble consort. I was not seriously injured. After 2 treatments from Miss Shuang, I am now well." The noble consort frowned, stating, "I am well aware of Shuang's abilities. If she treated you twice, it suggests it was not a minor injury. Who wishes to harm you? I shall not let them escape." Lin Xiu shook his head, responding, "The assassin is already dead, and for now, there are no leads to pursue." The noble consort pondered for a moment, stating, "It must be that Yongping Ho. He seeks revenge for his son. You stay here and wait. I shall inform His Majesty. A mere first-rank marquis is truly lawless." Lin Xiu quickly interjected, "Noble consort, please do not be angry. Yongping Ho cannot be so foolish. His son has only been exiled for a few days. If he acts now, would it not be an admission of guilt?" Yet the noble consort did not cease her departure from Changchun Palace, continuing in her wrath. "Even if it is not him, we must uncover the truth. How dare they lay hands on my people? They are truly tired of living." The imperial study. Emperor Xia was engaged in discussions with several ministers regarding various departmental affairs when he was abruptly interrupted by the irate arrival of the noble consort. After listening to her recount the circumstances, he comforted her, saying, calm down. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly and provide you with a satisfactory answer." With the emperor's assurance, the noble consort's anger subsided somewhat, and she left the imperial study in a more contented state. At that moment, a minister could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, stating, "Your Majesty, this is the imperial study, a place for discussing state affairs with your ministers. It is quite inappropriate for the noble consort to enter so casually. I hope your Majesty will impose some restraint upon her." Restraint? Emperor Xia shot him a glance and replied, "If I could impose restraint, I would have done so already. No need for you to mention it here. Minister Wang, I must remind you that your daughter was only just admitted to the palace as a favored one a few months ago. If the noble consort learns of your disparaging remarks about her, do you think your daughter will have a good life moving forward?" Minister Wang was momentarily taken aback, but then he adopted a righteous demeanor and declared, "This is excessive. The Earl Ping and is a newly appointed second-class earl, and yet someone dares to assassinate his son? This shows utter disrespect for your Majesty and the court. A thorough investigation is imperative." 15 minutes later, several ministers exited the imperial study, and Emperor Xia took a seat beside the chair and spoke in a low voice, "Zhu Jin." After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Could it be the Duke Yongping?" Without hesitation, Emperor Xia dismissed the notion, stating, if he possessed such limited cunning, he would not be able to safeguard the vast estate of the Yang family. It appears that someone is very eager to disrupt that marriage contract. Who could it be, I wonder? Zhu Jin pondered for a moment, then let out a bitter laugh, replying, "I cannot guess. There are far too many in the capital who wish him dead. To speak frankly, it is a miracle he has survived this long." Emperor Xia remarked, "Is it not due to the Zhao family? Even my own sons covet him. Which family would not be tempted?" Previously, the Zhao family was ambiguous in their stance, but now they are keen to facilitate this matter, causing some to become restless. Zhu Jin remained silent for a moment before stating, "This matter may yield no results. How should we account to the noble consort?" Emperor Xia contemplated and replied, "Let's be truthful. The noble consort is not one to cause trouble without cause. Additionally, we must double the patrolling forces near the Lin residence and have the agents of the Secret Investigation Bureau provide covert protection." As he concluded, he cast a casual glance at Zhu Jin and added, "I do not wish for anything to happen to him. Do you understand?" In the following chapter, Lin Xiu spent a brief half-hour in Changchun Palace, primarily conversing with the little one, inquiring about what it wished to eat over the past few days, and compiling a meal plan to ensure it was well-fed and rested, while also alleviating some of the melancholy of being away from home through conversation. He also endeavored to amuse the noble consort, as in certain respects, she was not unlike the little one, both ensnared within the depths of the palace. In need of companionship and discourse, the palace maids and eunuchs showed her excessive deference, but Lin Xiu was more relaxed around her, understanding the nuances of a woman's heart, knowing what she wished to hear and what she did not. Ever since Lin Xiu began visiting Changchun Palace, laughter and joy had not ceased to fill the air. Before long, the noble consort covered her face and exclaimed, "I can no longer laugh. If I continue, wrinkles will surely emerge. When you leave the palace, be sure to visit the Imperial Medical Institute and bring Shuang here." After departing Changchun Palace, Lin Xiu first proceeded to the Imperial Medical Institute. Shuang was a resident physician there, essentially an intern, and in addition to her official capacity, she served as the personal physician to the women of the inner palace. Whenever a consort experienced an ailment, she was the first one they sought out. After all, her supernatural abilities allowed her to cure physical ailments with remarkable efficacy. Lin Xiu was also aware that the reason the consorts maintained their beauty so well was largely due to her. Her skills extended beyond mere healing to include beauty treatments that revitalized the skin and kept cells youthful. Lin Xiu's wounds healed swiftly due to this very principle. Lin Xiu often remarked that the noble consort and Princess Mingyi resembled sisters, and this was not without basis. She was in her early 30s, yet possessed astonishingly youthful skin, appearing as if it could spring forth moisture with the slightest touch, perhaps even surpassing the youthful maidens of 17 or 18. Speaking of which, Lin Xiu had now acquired such abilities himself. What woman could resist the allure of eternal youth and everlasting beauty? Upon exiting the Imperial Medical Institute, Lin Xiu noticed a figure waiting outside. It was Zhu Jin, the chief eunuch by the emperor's side. Lin Xiu clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Greetings, Chief Zhu." Zhu Jin nodded and replied, "His Majesty is already aware of your situation. In the future, the Imperial Guards will enhance the defenses around your residence. And the Secret Investigation Bureau will also send personnel to provide covert protection. Should you encounter any troubles beyond your ability to resolve, you may directly seek assistance from the Secret Investigation Bureau, provided, of course, that others initiate trouble first. Lin Xiu felt a wave of relief wash over him as he clasped his hands again, saying, "I am grateful for His Majesty's benevolence." He then continued, "This assassination attempt involved the insertion of assassins into the Lin residence. The palace's servants are managed by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and only palace personnel can investigate this matter." Zhu Jin shook his head, saying, "It would be futile. The Ministry of Internal Affairs also recruits from outside. The families and factions capable of infiltrating the ministry are numerous. The Secret Investigation Bureau has already conducted an inquiry and found nothing." In light of this, Lin Xiu had no further matters to address and clasped his hands once more, saying, "Thank you, Chief Zhu." Zhu Jin waved his hand and then departed gracefully. The noble consort's stature was indeed both fair and elongated. With these arrangements in place, Lin Xiu need not worry about threats to his life. Although his privacy and freedom might be somewhat curtailed, such inconveniences paled in comparison to the value of life itself. As Lin Xiu exited the palace gates, he spotted Sun Dali waiting for him. Lin Xiu glanced at him, surprised, and asked, "What are you doing here in broad daylight?" After the relocation, the Lin residence was merely a street away from the palace, just a few steps to reach it, and the street was lined with imperial guards. Only a fool would attempt an assassination here, thus eliminating the need for Sun Dali to follow him closely. Sun Dali shook his head and resolutely stated from now on, "Wherever the young master goes, I shall be there." The fact that Lin Xiu had been attacked yesterday, while Sun Dali was not by his side, weighed heavily on him as a protector, and Lin Xiu recognized his feelings. He patted Sun Dali's shoulder and said, "Very well, if you wish to accompany me, then do so." Immediately, Sun Dali assumed a defensive posture, positioning himself behind Lin Xiu for protection. At that moment, a deep voice emanated from within a carriage, saying, "There is no need for alarm. I bear no ill intentions." Lin Xiu cupped his hands in respect toward the carriage and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" The voice from within the carriage replied again, "I am the Duke Yongping, and I have been waiting for you for quite some time." Lin Xiu's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had only recently offended the Duke Yongping, whose eldest son, Yang Xian, had been exiled due to their conflict. Moreover, Lin Xiu had just faced an assassination attempt, making the Duke Yongping the most likely suspect behind the scenes. Under such circumstances, it was rather bold for him to wait for Lin Xiu in plain sight. What could his intentions possibly be? After a brief silence, the voice continued, "I have heard of your assassination attempt. Yang Xian was utterly defeated in his confrontation with you, which indicates that your wit and cunning far surpasses. You should be able to discern that this matter has nothing to do with me." Lin Xiu shrugged and smiled, replying, "That may not necessarily be the case. Who knows if the Duke is merely playing a game?" The person inside the carriage chuckled and said, "It is often said that the son of the Earl Ping and is of mediocre nature. Today, seeing you in person, I realize the rumors are unfounded. My purpose in meeting you is not to be used as a pawn by others. Yang Xian's provocation and defeat at your hands are simply due to his lack of skill. He has no one to blame but himself." As the words fell, he leisurely continued, "Over a decade ago, I indeed harbored thoughts of an alliance with the Zhao family. However, at that time, the growth of the Zhao family's legitimate daughter was not as swift. Years later, I came to realize that, given the esteemed position of the Yongping Hofu, to wed that paragon was nothing but a fanciful dream. Thus, I cast aside that thought. Yet, unfortunately, Xianer, having once encountered that maiden in his childhood, became utterly captivated and harbored an infatuation, leading him to engage in some rather irrational actions. He has since paid the price for his deeds. The enmity between you two is solely your affair and bears no relation to the Lin and Yang families." With these words, the carriage gradually departed. Lin Xiu did not doubt the words of the Yongping Ho. In fact, he did not believe that this assassination attempt was orchestrated by him. The appearance of the Yongping Ho signified a stance. Yongping Hofu would not seek retribution for the previous incident, regardless of his inner thoughts. This attitude and perspective alone revealed to Lin Xiu the distinction between a first-rate marquis and lesser powers. At Liwa Garden, the manager was notably more cordial than usual upon seeing Lin Xiu, proactively stating, "Tsai is upstairs in her usual spot. You may go find her directly." The elegant chamber on the second floor served as a resting place for the young ladies after their performances, with each having her own designated room. "Thank you, Sister Tsai." The young girl smiled at her and then skipped out gleefully. Lin Xiu approached the table and seated himself, inquiring, "How are things? Is business still thriving?" Tsai smiled and replied, "It's much the same as before, though we faced a slight setback when we had to close for a few days. However, we have now returned to normal." Lin Xiu further inquired, "I noticed the manager seemed troubled earlier. Is there some difficulty? Has anyone been causing trouble for the theater?" Tsai looked at Lin Xiu and said, "Last time, the esteemed magistrate of Dongqing personally visited and dealt sternly with several troublemakers who frequently caused disturbances. Now, who would dare to cause us any trouble? Surely it was you who prompted the magistrate to act?" Lin Xiu did not deny it, stating, "I merely suggested he keep an eye on this place. If Lihua Garden were closed, where would I go to enjoy music?" Tsai chuckled. "There are at least dozens of theaters in the capital, many larger than Lihua Garden, and countless renowned performers. How could you possibly lack a place to enjoy music?" Lin Xiu gazed at her and replied, "But none of them have you." He continued, "No matter how skilled they are, I still prefer your voice, Tsai. I wish I could listen to you sing for a lifetime." With just these few words, Tsai lowered her head, her face flushed, her heart racing as she could not help but ponder what he truly meant. Nothing is more enchanting than a woman's bashful blush. Although Lin Xiu had encountered countless women in his past life, such shyness was a rarity he had only witnessed on the face of his first love. Subsequent encounters with young ladies would often reveal blushes, yet most were feigned. Lin Xiu discerned their artifice but chose not to expose it. For whenever they pretended to be shy, Lin Xiu would gaze into their eyes and feign affection, understanding they were all cut from the same cloth. And none took the other seriously. Yet Tsai was different. Her gentle bow of the head resembled a water lily, shy and delicate against the cool breeze, evoking a desire to cherish and protect her. Due to Ling Yin and the ties of that marriage contract, Lin Xiu had been quite restrained lately, refraining from flirting with young ladies. However, when it came to Tsai, he found himself unable to resist the urge to tease her, simply to witness her adorably blushing face. Noticing her bashful silence, Lin Xiu shifted the topic, saying, "Thus, Lihua Garden must continue to thrive. Otherwise, my wish to hear your voice for a lifetime would be dashed. Tell me, what difficulties have you encountered? I shall certainly assist you in any way I can." The theater industry is structured like a pyramid. The elite performers command exorbitant fees for their appearances, while most troops barely scrape by. After hearing Tsai's concerns, Lin Xiu suddenly conceived an idea. He looked at Tsai and said, "If the goal is merely to ensure their livelihoods, why not let them come to the Lin residence? We happen to be in need of additional servants. There is no requirement for them to possess any particular skills. They merely need to be clever enough to serve tea and perform some cleaning tasks." For safety's sake, Lin Xiu had just dismissed the household servants that day, but maintaining this arrangement long-term was untenable. With only Yu and Aunt Wang, the household chores were overwhelming. The young girls taken in by the theater had clean backgrounds, making them a reliable choice, thus resolving Lin's issues while alleviating the pressure on Lihua Garden. Was it not a win-win situation? Tsai pondered for a moment, her excitement palpable, and asked, would they really be able to? Lin Xiu nodded, affirming, yes, once they enter the Lin residence, they will not be registered as slaves, and their wages will be paid monthly. They may leave whenever they wish. After a few years here, if they choose to depart, I will provide them with a generous severance package, allowing them to use it as a dowry or to start their own small business. Upon hearing this, Tsai immediately rushed downstairs to convey the news to the manager. The manager hurriedly ascended, asking Lin Xiu, is what you said true? Lin Xiu replied, of course. It is true. Do you not wish for this? Of course I do. The manager of Lihua Garden nodded vigorously, saying, for them to enter your residence is a blessing. In these times, there is nothing better than being a servant. The life of an actress is hard and exhausting. How can they merely survive? How many do you require? I will select some clever and sensible ones to send over. Ultimately, Lin Xiu selected 8 young girls from Lihua Garden. At intervals of 50 paces, there were sentry posts of the elite guards, while the surrounding areas were spaced at roughly 100 paces apart. These posts ensured that, day or night, someone was always on duty, rendering this district a gathering place for the powerful, a haven of safety within the capital. However, the street outside the Lin residence was somewhat different. Leaning against the wall at the eastern end was a figure, a decrepit beggar, clad in tattered and filthy rags, dozing there. This spot was usually occupied by De Huang, the family dog, who would have chased away any beggar daring to rest there. Yet today, De Huang lay at the entrance, trotting over to Lin Xiu with a soft whimper, as if to complain about the beggar encroaching upon its territory. Initially, De Huang had intended to resist, but a mere glance from the beggar had quelled its bravado. Lin Xiu glanced at the old beggar, then turned his gaze to the middle-aged man selling pancakes on the street corner. This street often featured itinerant vendors. Some pushed carts or carried burdens to sell sesame cakes, candied hawthorn, and wontons, making the presence of a pancake vendor quite normal. Yet the problem lay in the fact that this individual, reliant on selling pancakes, produced them in such a dismal state that even a dog would lose its appetite. Was this truly fit for human consumption? Had it not been for the protection details sent by the Mingjin Sea, Lin Xiu would have relished devouring the pancake stall itself. Although he had guessed their identities, Lin Xiu did not show it, merely observing them a moment longer before leading the young girls into the Lin residence. The middle-aged pancake vendor continued his work, murmuring, "It's impossible. Our disguises are so effective. How could he possibly see through them?" The old man contemplated this and replied, "Indeed, I may have overthought it." At that moment, the middle-aged vendor set down his spatula and said to the old beggar, "Would you like to try my pancakes? I believe they will taste quite delightful." The old man looked up at the thick, black goo that filled the pot and promptly turned away, leaning against the wall, feeling nauseous. After returning home, Lin Xiu entrusted the young girls from Lihua Garden to a Yu, who would ensure everything was arranged for them. Madame Ping and Bo has taken a great liking to these young maidens, all of whom hail from the pear garden. They come adorned with talents, capable of singing, dancing, and even performing acrobatics. Their arrival has brought a lively atmosphere to the Lin residence. Lin Xiu relishes this vibrancy. Having endured a prolonged solitude after his parents' divorce in his past life, he often found himself watching the annual spring festival gala alone. Such liveliness is indeed a rare treasure for him. Subsequently, in order to ascertain whether the two individuals outside were there to protect him, Lin Xiu decided to take a stroll with son De Li after his meal, despite having no pressing matters at hand. As he had anticipated, once he stepped out of the residence, the beggar and the pancake vendor silently trailed behind him, maintaining a respectful distance while ensuring he remained within their sight. After observing them for 2 days, Lin Xiu noted that they arrived early in the day and only departed just before the nighttime curfew, effectively providing him with protection throughout the day, which eased his mind. Although he was uncertain of their capabilities, being dispatched by the Secret Surveillance Department suggested they were certainly not lacking in skill. With his safety assured for the time being, he focused solely on one task, cultivation. Despite having covert protection, it was ultimately a gift from others. True peace of mind could only be achieved through his own strength. With the absence of Ling Yin and the season not being winter, relying solely on the consumption of yuan force for cultivation seemed futile. Practicing the power of thunder did not necessitate others, yet it required suitable weather conditions. Thus, for Lin Xiu, the simplest method remained the acquisition of yuan crystals. A sound of footsteps echoed from the courtyard, prompting Lin Xiu to approach the door, where he encountered several familiar figures. The newcomers were colleagues from the Qing Li Si, who had learned of Lin Xiu's injury from Lu Qingfeng and had come bearing gifts to visit. Maintaining relations with the Qing Li Si was essential. The following day, with little to occupy him, Lin Xiu set out early, indulging in a leisurely breakfast by the roadside as he made his way to the Qing Li Si, flanked by Sun De Li and De Huang on either side. Upon arriving at the Qing Li Si, Lin Xiu noticed an unusual stillness. Not a single constable was present, and even the guard at the entrance was absent. He approached the document storage room and inquired, "Su and Shu, why is there no one in the office today?" Su and Shu, engaged in organizing files, looked up upon hearing the voice. Rising, he asked, "Why is Lindarin not resting at home after sustaining an injury?" Lin Xiu smiled and replied, "The physician has treated my injury. Idleness does not suit me, so I came to the office to take a look." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su and Shu continued, "Today, a wealthy merchant reported that his son is missing and has requested our assistance in the search. If we manage to locate the boy, he is willing to offer a reward of 1,000 taels of silver." Lin Xiu's interest was piqued. 1,000 taels? This was no trifling sum. It could sustain an ordinary clerk in the Qing Li Si for 10 years, while some junior constables might earn that much in a lifetime. It was no wonder they were so eager. For Lin Xiu, who had only a few dozen taels to his name, 1,000 taels could procure 10 second-tier exotic beast yuan crystals. It was merely a matter of locating a person, an endeavor that seemed astonishingly simple. Which merchant made the report? Lin Xiu inquired. Su Wenshu chuckled. Does Lindarin also have an interest in this case? The notice regarding the missing person is posted outside the office. You may view it yourself. Lin Xiu had overlooked this detail earlier. Stepping outside the Qing Li Si, he indeed found a notice affixed to the wall. At the bottom of the notice was the location of the merchant's residence. He patted De Huang on the head and said, "Let's go. There's work to be done." Chen Yuan Wai's residence. Chen Yuan Wai is a well-known wealthy merchant in the West City, specializing in the jewelry trade, with numerous stores across the capital, truly a man of considerable fortune. Speaking of Chen Yuan Wai, he built his wealth from the ground up, making him a formidable figure. However, he has no heirs to carry on the family line, which has long been a source of concern for him. It was not until he married his 6th concubine at the age of 50 that he finally had a son, a joyous occasion that led him to dote upon this only child, treating him with utmost care, as if he were a treasure to be protected from harm. Yet yesterday, his sole son went missing. This left Chen Yuan Wai in a state of panic. After searching throughout the night, he dispatched people to report the incident to various offices early this morning and posted a substantial reward notice, hoping that anyone with information could provide leads. Whoever finds his son would receive a reward of 1,000 taels of silver. Upon reaching Chen's residence, Lin Xiu discovered Lu Qingfeng was already there, engaged in conversation with an anxious elderly man. Spotting Lin Xiu, Lu Qingfeng's eyes flickered with intrigue. "Are you also interested in this case, Lindarin?" Lin Xiu replied, "I saw the notice and came to take a look." "Please continue. Looter run. I shall not interrupt your inquiry." Lu Qingfeng nodded and turned back to the elder. "From the current circumstances, it appears your son is not merely lost but has likely been abducted. My preliminary suspicion is that the perpetrators are within the Chen household. I need you to gather all the household staff. I will question them one by one." Lin Xiu paid no heed to Lu Qingfeng's proceedings, instead approaching a woman nearby and inquiring. Yuri snapped his fingers and said, "Perfect. Please find me an article of clothing that your young master typically wears, preferably something close-fitting and unwashed. I have a use for it." Though the woman was unaware of Lin Xiu's intentions, she turned and entered a room, returning with a garment, saying, "This is what the young master changed out of yesterday afternoon. It has not yet been washed." In Lin Xiu's hand was a child's belly band, imbued with a peculiar milky fragrance, characteristic of young children. After acquiring the garment, Lin Xiu exited the Chen residence. Lu Qingfeng had been keeping an eye on Lin Xiu's actions. Even now, he was perplexed by how Lin Xiu had solved the previous case. Yet he could not deny that Lin Xiu possessed certain skills in investigative matters. He approached the wet nurse and asked, "What did he just say to you?" The wet nurse recounted the events accurately. Lu Qingfeng furrowed his brow, muttering, "What does he need the clothing for?" Soon after, he shook his head. Setting the puzzling thought aside, Chen Yuan Wai had already summoned all the servants from the household, and he needed to question each of them. Years of experience told him that this case bore the hallmarks of an insider's betrayal, and the traitor was likely among them. While Lin Xiu was not adept at locating individuals, De Huang certainly was. A dog's sense of smell is over 1,000 times more acute than that of a human, and no faint scent could escape its nose. De Huang looked up at Lin Xiu, expressing its concern. "Master, this city is too vast, the streets too numerous. I cannot manage alone. I am just a dog." Lin Xiu pondered for a moment and asked, "When you were out on the streets, did you not have other companions?" De Huang shook its head, replying, "No, we all acted independently, and sometimes we even fought over territory and food. Even if I sought them out, they would not assist me." After a brief contemplation, Lin Xiu said, "Tell them that whoever finds the person I seek will be provided with a month's worth of food. 3 meals a day, guaranteed to include meat." In the capital, North District, in a vast open area strewn with refuse and debris, the sounds of barking dogs echoed intermittently. This was a dumping ground for the citizens of the capital, situated far from residential areas, reeking of filth, and no one dared to approach. Yet, it was a paradise for stray dogs, who scoured this place for food, barely managing to stave off starvation. The food within the garbage heaps was limited and insufficient for all the dogs, leading to daily skirmishes over scraps. However, today, dozens of stray dogs had no time for fighting. Instead, they surrounded a yellow mutt, drooling in anticipation. Is what you say true? If we find that person, will we be provided with a month's worth of food, 3 meals a day, with meat every time? If you dare to deceive us, we will tear you apart. Da Huang, amidst the cacophony of barking dogs, sat firmly on the ground, his canine visage radiating pride as he inquired, "Look at me. What has changed since the past?" The pack gazed at Da Huang, and then gasped in unison. He appears more robust. His coat glistens more brightly. He has gained considerable weight since before. Da Huang, with an air of superiority, surveyed the assembly of dogs and proclaimed, "Silence, silence. I am no longer like you. I am a dog with a master. I assure you, if you locate the owner of this garment, for the next month, every meal will include meat, and you shall no longer suffer hunger." The dog's eyes glimmered with longing, yet none dared to act, instead casting fearful glances at a formidable black dog at the forefront. This dog, significantly larger than the others, was the leader of the pack. In times of plenty, it feasted first. Without its nod, no dog dared to move. As the leader, it sensed that Da Huang's emergence posed a threat to its dominion. Once, Da Huang had to bow before this leader, offering any food found as tribute, but times had changed. After not seeing him for 3 days, one could hardly recognize Da Huang, let alone after more than a month. At this moment, he was no longer the same Da Huang. His physique surpassed that of the black dog, and with a single leap, he pinned it to the ground. The black dog attempted to resist. But how could a stray scavenging for scraps compete with a dog accustomed to daily meat? Realizing its inability to escape Da Huang's grasp, it emitted several mournful whines. Lowering its head in submission, Da Huang, having subdued the black dog, gazed down at the others and declared, "From this moment forth, I am your leader." Who agrees? Who opposes? A single bark echoed, and all the dogs bowed their heads. Soon, the streets and alleys of the royal capital were filled with the shadows of stray dogs. Noses pressed to the ground, incessantly sniffing at something, leaving the onlookers in astonished wonder. "Li Yuan, a decade ago, I did not know you. You did not belong to me, and we remained the same, accompanying a stranger." Lin Xiu listened to Kai Yi sing, and this time, she refrained from asking Kai Yi to adopt an operatic tone. The song 10 Years, resonating in this unfamiliar world from Kai Yi's lips, evoked a sense of temporal dislocation in Lin Xiu. If she were clad, not in an ancient-style skirt, but in a cheap how or hot pants, the feeling would surely be more profound. Indeed, it was reminiscent of first love. After finishing a song, Kai Yi poured Lin Xiu a cup of tea and inquired, "Those little girls have never learned proper etiquette. They haven't annoyed you, have they?" Lin Xiu chuckled. "Not at all. The little ones are lively, and my mother adores them." Kai Yi teased, "I actually envy them. Even being a servant in the young masteress residence is far better than performing at the theater. If possible, I too would like to serve tea beside them." Lin Xiu resolutely shook her head, stating, No, that absolutely cannot happen." The sparkle in Kai Yi's eyes dimmed. Yet her smile remained as she replied, "Do not take me seriously. I was merely jesting." Lin Xiu looked at her and said, "A girl as wonderful as you. I cannot bear to have you serving tea. Once I am wealthy, I shall invite you to my home, and you can sing for me every day." Kai Yi's momentary disappointment brightened again, and Lin Xiu, observing this, felt a surge of tenderness and affection. It was not that she did not wish to make promises to Kai Yi, but the matter of her engagement had yet to be resolved, rendering all promises meaningless. Soon, Kai Yi went downstairs to perform, while Lin Xiu rested in her room. Suddenly, she heard several barks from outside. Lin Xiu descended and stepped outside, where she saw Da Huang and a gray dog standing at the entrance. Da Huang looked at her excitedly and said, "Master, we have found it." Lin Xiu asked where. The gray dog, still astonished that a human could understand their barks, was more eager for meat than anything else, so it wagged its tail and excitedly replied, "Follow me." In the royal capital's northern district, the Daxia royal capital was not solely comprised of nobility. In fact, over 99% of its inhabitants were impoverished commoners. The wealth and prosperity of the capital bore little relation to their lives. Most of the populace toiled tirelessly merely to fill their bellies. Unlike the eastern district, which housed the majority of the elite, the northern district was lamentably dilapidated, inhabited by destitute citizens. Here, the dwellings were relatively low, and the streets showed no signs of patrols from the royal guards. making it the most lawless area of the capital, a breeding ground for vice and corruption. Lin Xiu, along with Sun De, De Huang, and Xiao Hui, stood before a modest dwelling. He glanced at Xiao Hui and asked, "Is it here?" De Huang nodded vigorously, saying, "Master, I smell it too. The sin is in this courtyard." Lin Xiu stepped forward and knocked firmly on the door. A wary voice soon emerged from within. "Who is it?" Lin Xiu replied, "Census, please open the door." The voice responded, "There are two of us in this household." Seeing no intention to open the door, Lin Xiu continued, "Additionally, the government is distributing subsidies. Every household receives 101. Fellow villager, please open the door to collect it." The voice retorted, 101 is hardly substantial. Just slide it through the crack." Lin Xiu spoke again. "We have been traveling for quite some time and are rather thirsty. May we trouble you for a cup of water?" The voice coldly replied, "Aren't you here for the census? Go to the next house." Lin Xiu's patience exhausted. He exclaimed in anger, "How dare you be so disrespectful? Dali, go." With a crash, Sun De gently pushed, and the two large doors fell to the ground. A middle-aged couple stood in the courtyard, gazing at Lin Xiu and Sun De with terror in their eyes, trembling as they stammered, "What do you want from us?" De Huang sniffed the air and immediately declared, "Master, it's in the room on the right." Lin Xiu glanced at the couple and proceeded towards the right room. The man's complexion changed as he attempted to block Lin Xiu's path, only to be effortlessly lifted and tossed to the ground by Sun De. Sun De shot them a glare and warned, "Behave, or I will not hesitate to act." Witnessing Sun De's extraordinary strength, the couple dared not make any rash movements, though their expressions grew increasingly fearful. Lin Xiu arrived at the door of the right room, pushed it open, and discovered a sleeping little boy on the bed. His appearance and clothing perfectly matched the description on the notice. It seemed that Lin Xiu's footsteps had startled the boy awake, who immediately began to cry. Lin Xiu approached the bed, lifted him, and gently patted his head, saying, "Do not cry. The bad guys have been caught. I will take you to find your parents." As Lin Xiu emerged with the little boy in his arms, the couple in the courtyard collapsed to their knees, pleading, "It has nothing to do with us. We were just helping someone else." Chen Mansion. Lu Qingfeng had already questioned every servant of the Chen Mansion and was now staring at a woman, asking sternly, "Tell me, where have you hidden the young master of the Chen family?" Chen Yuanwei, an elderly man who had long desired a son, doted on him excessively. He had hired 4 wet nurses for the child alone. This woman was one of the wet nurses. She had never anticipated that merely showing a hint of panic during questioning would lead to her being exposed and captured. Under relentless interrogation, the inconsistencies in her story multiplied, leaving her with no room for further denial. Realizing this, she steeled herself and looked at Chen Yuanwei, saying, "Indeed, it was I who hid the young master. Give me 10,000 taels of silver, and I will hand over the young master to you. Otherwise, prepare to collect his corpse." Lu Qingfeng's gaze sharpened with intensity, as he exclaimed in anger, "What nonsense! How dare you still threaten us at this juncture?" Before he could finish his words, Chen Yuanwei grasped the sleeve of his garment, his expression a portrait of despair. "Let be. Is it not merely 10,000 taels? Just give it to her. My son's life is paramount." The wet nurse's face illuminated with a triumphant demeanor, for she had calculated that the master, having fathered a child late in life, would dote on this sole heir beyond measure. Thus, she had taken the audacious gamble of abducting the young master, initially intending to deceive relatives into procuring the 10,000 taels, but now found herself with no other recourse. Turning to Chen Yuanwei, the wet nurse declared, "Master, I must inform you, if I meet any mishap, they will also eliminate the young master. You had better." At that moment, Lin Xiu entered, cradling a small boy in his arms, and inquired, "Better what?" Upon spotting Chen Yuanwei, the little boy immediately extended his arms, exclaiming, "Father!" Witnessing this scene, the wet nurse's countenance turned ashen, her legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed to the ground. How could this be? She had clearly entrusted the young master to the care of her relatives. Lu Qingfeng stood in stunned silence, his heart racing with tumultuous emotions. "Today, I truly deserve to be honored."